Control Bureau has been booked by the Central Bureau of Investigation in a corruption case. These are extortion charges which are being investigated against him. We'll continue getting you all the details and the voices. A copy of the FIR is still awaited. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned.
They've joined the Congress party. Will that be benefiting the Congress is also the big question. And guess what? We get to know it first. Now, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar ends up winning...
कांग्रेस पार्टी को कम से कम 150 सीटें दिलवानी है। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर 150 सीटें नहीं आई, ये फिर से चोरी करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
Namaste, Jai Hind, and it's Result Day live, ladies and gentlemen, and here on the CNN News 18 network, we have to tell you that this is the place you have to be. No one has covered the Karnataka elections like we have, on ground, and we will get you those people who have travelled the length and breadth of Karnataka over 60 long days to get you the pulse of the people of Karnataka. What was Karnataka thinking going through the various ups and downs, ebbs and flows of this entire campaign mode? We will start Result Day Live with a conversation with the News 18 network reporters. Those who are on ground covering the 31 districts, 224 assembly constituencies, more than 50 reporters who have traversed the length and breadth of Karnataka. It is a big day, ladies and gentlemen. Be it for the Congress, be it for the opposition, be it for the BJP. Cue Lok Sabha 2024. Cue the three big states that are going to polls after Karnataka. The story remains that you cannot lose Karnataka. Those who win Karnataka will believe that they will get a huge momentum. So I've got Harish Upadhyay, Akshara, Rohini Swami, Aman Sharma, Shivani Gupta, Pallavi Ghosh, everybody who have gone right through the length and breadth of Karnataka over 60 days. Zaka has had some fun at VV Puram, sampling the food and also traversing in Bangalore. I was there for a day, not much, but we will talk to them and ask them what went through in Karnataka, who got the momentum, who peaked at the right time, did someone peak too early, what were the voters thinking in different places. We'll talk about all of that. First, let's go across to Rohini Swami. Rohini, the consensus is that no one has travelled Karnataka more than you have, amongst all of us. So we'll start with you. What has been your experience and what is your expectation on Result Day?
Well, if you look at the way, I have basically covered almost around 3,000, 4,000 kilometers of Karnataka in the last one and a half weeks. And in that time also, what the sense that we got is that there are multiple issues in various regions, be it the old Mysore region, be it coastal Karnataka, or be it for that matter, we see also parts of Kittur Karnataka and Kalyana Karnataka. And in that, the issues that largely people have been talking about is development. They've been talking about issues about employment and inflation. Now, these are things that they wanted that to be addressed. But corruption is something that seems to have basically connected with the people, especially the campaigns from both sides, be it from the BJP side or from the Congress side, both of them. The Congress claiming that the BJP was corrupt and the BJP saying that they have given better governance. But in all this, what I've also gotten sense in the feel amongst the people is that they want a stable government. They are tired of opposition governments. They are tired of the fact that they have to go into by-elections and by-polls every few months if possible because another party is trying to bring down the other. They wanted a single party, preferably for 5 years, who can govern and deliver the promises they have made. Now, whether people have made that judgment or not is we need to see. But at the same time, they're also hoping that they are tired of the tag that Karnataka is constantly being tagged as the most corrupt state as well. They want to ensure that something that comes to them comes in a way that the government gives it to them because it's their right. as citizens of the country, as citizens of people's residents of Karnataka, they
Right.
hope that the basic Annabhagya scheme, the schemes of milk, of for that matter, jobs that are to be given or rice that has to be given, the basic things.
So,
they
Rohini,
want that. And
stability is what the people of Karnataka almost you felt as a running theme when you traveled across. The other person who has been traveling extensively as well and has brought some excellent half-hour shows for us is Harish. Harish, hello. Give us a sense of what you thought was the dominant issue among the people.
Well, three crucial issues. One, whether parties like it or not, caste is not going away anytime soon. This election too has been fought on caste lines. You will see that differentiation when the votes come in tomorrow, when the results come in. You will see that there are regions where a particular caste is dominant and they voted for that particular party. That's very clear. Although some of the parties didn't want that, especially BJP won. Second, whether you call it freebies, whether you call it Revidi culture, whether you call it social welfare push, it's here to stay and people are making a differentiation. We spoke to people right from South Karnataka in Varuna, Nanjangud, to people in Raichur, Bellary, in northernmost tip of the state. And all those places, they are making that differentiation. Women are saying, yes, perhaps a 2,000 rupee that's given to the woman household head works for us. It's a huge helping hand. Youngsters are quick to point out that the unemployment stipend that the Congress party is talking about is not something that they believe is something practical. They are saying create jobs. So they're able to distinguish between what is a freebie, what is a social welfare push, and they perhaps will think about it when they vote. The third point that we need to talk here is, remember, the Ujjwala scheme was a huge hit for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh and various other places. But in Karnataka, there have been complaints saying that we are finding it extremely difficult to pay 1,150 rupees per cylinder. That's something that even BL Santosh, in fact, in one of those conversations that he had on Twitter, mentioned that because of the international crude oil prices, that's gone up. That's something that the BJP might feel.
Well,
pinch.
but does it
Apart
matter?
from all this,
Does it matter
there
for the people on ground? Harish, I'll come back because we'll get a word in from everybody. But just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we want to flaunt something. We want to flaunt the network of our reporters and what we have done. So I'm going to get in here on Air Alexa, very, very special graphics that's an ode to our reporters and our coverage on ground. 50 reporters, like I told you. 224 constituencies, 31 districts, 60 days. It's the most comprehensive coverage. No one has covered Karnataka like us. So we'll get you all the aspects, the insights, and of course the fun moments. And we'll ask everybody what was their most memorable moment. So be it Aman, Pallavi, there is Harish, there is Neetu, there is Rohini, who has gone on ground, Zaka, Shivani, everybody went on ground. Akshara has been there. Neetu Raghukumar, Purnima Murli have come down from their core states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu and also traversed, just like some of the politicians have, who have left their core states and come here to campaign, canvass against the various groupings of people. But before we go back to our reporters and whether or not they agree with what the pollsters, the exit pollsters have come out and said, will this number stand or is this actually going to be a decisive mandate? Let's quickly look at what the poll of polls said. The mega poll of polls looks at a fractured mandate yet again. Contrary to what Rohini just said, that the people want a decisive mandate. They want a clear, stable government. But if this stands at the end of the day, then it won't. But there are a few outliers. There are those who have given a runaway victory for the Congress party. There are those who have given a clear mandate for the BJP. But largely, the consensus is that the single largest party on result day should be the Congress party. Many believe it may just be in pole position to form government on its own. The kingmaker JDS looks weakened compared to 2018. Really at least about 12 to 15 seats lesser than the last time around. Now, will that stand? Is that going to happen? Let's take it to Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma. You've also done a lot of Chehalkadmi, so I'm going to ask you, have you girls picked up Kannada there after spending time in Karnataka?
Not me, but I've learned how to make a dosa. And I can make a perfectly round dosa. So, yeah, that's
There are two people who figured it out, Priyanka Gandhi and Pallavi Ghosh. They both figured out how to make a dosa.
The PG also works, huh? Initial.
She's PGV.
Yeah, there's no V in Pallavi.
There's no V in Pallavi. Yeah, so, just to come back, seriously, what I picked up from Karnataka is people are fun. They are not very aggressive. They don't fight, but politically very astute. So not many of them were talking openly. Language is an issue, which I certainly found one. Language is an issue, and why not? But just to talk about a party I actually cover, which is the Congress party, I think it's actually do or die for them. It's very, very critical for the Congress party to win Karnataka elections. The Congress president comes from Karnataka, that's one. Second, unlike in other state elections over here, they began early, they prepared very well. They began early, so which also brings the criticism, did they peak early? Third is that the social media campaign, aggressive campaigns, and also Rahul Gandhi is the lengthiest and the most successful part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra was actually Karnataka. So even if the Congress party says, look, his Yatra was not political, that's not true. The true test case of the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been Karnataka, and most importantly, I think this is one election which managed to rein in Rahul Gandhi. He wanted to talk about his favorite topic, which is the Adanis and Rafale, which he was told absolute no. So he did not speak about that. He stuck to local issues. So I think if they win this election, that means they're going to get a little hang of the political strategy kind of right. I mean, I think they're going to replicate it then in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and so on and so forth.
The fact is that Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, is from this state. So lots at stake for him personally as well.
Yeah, because see, I mean, that's what... see, you know, the problem in the Congress party is that topmost does not mean that you get the perception battle right. I mean, Dr. Manmohan Singh was a prime minister for 2 terms, but he was always called a weak prime minister or remote controlled. Kharge has often been called a remote controlled Congress president. And that's something which the BJP says. I cover the Congress party, so I would notice, you know, the go-to person would always be Rahul Gandhi rather than a Mallikarjun Kharge to solve their problems. This is Kharge's moment. He'll have to show that, you know, I come from a state from Karnataka. I am the Congress president.
And I represent a crucial constituency.
Yes, absolutely. And he was the one who very strongly gave it back to the Prime Minister on many points. That poisonous snake remark of his, he was managed to kind of shrug it off by, you know, immediately apologizing.
No, but there was also this impression that was there an attempt to sabotage this election internally, because the manner in which certain issues which were seen as local, a localized election became a national election posed that jibe?
Well, we'll have to wait to. I think the biggest faux pas the Congress made was that Bajrang Dal.
If that sabotage had to happen, it started with Mallikarjun Kharge. Why would he sabotage in his own state? But Aman, quickly, and then we'll bring in Zaka and Shivani before we take it
I would split this election into 2 phases. I would say that there was one election pre-April 26th when it was the Congress which looked like having the edge, because Congress was solidly going to the ground with its 5 guarantees. You know, Congress worked for almost 2 months to go home to home with its guarantee card promising these 5 guarantees, and which I think they got some good momentum. But after 26th April, 2 key events happened. One was 27th April, which Pallavi said, the poisonous snake remark by Mr. Kharge. And 2nd May, the Congress manifesto, which mentioned the ban on the Bajrang Dal. These are the 2 issues which I feel brought BJP back into the reckoning very, very strongly. And obviously, they were backed by the Prime Minister's high voltage campaign, his 2 roadshows in Bangalore and Mysore. That is what I think gave BJP the edge. So I would split it into 2. The second last fortnight is when the BJP got the edge. Before that, the Congress had the edge. Now, who outweighs each other remains to be seen. We'll know in the results when they're declared. But this is something which was clearly visible in the election. Second point, I think this election will be decided by the women of Karnataka. In more than 112 seats in Karnataka, it's the women who outnumber men voters. The rupees 2,000 promise for women by the Congress has a resonance on the ground. Women have been speaking about it when you go to the ground, and I think all of us have captured that. The BJP really didn't have much of a counter to that cash toll. And, you know, it's a fact that LPG cylinder is a big issue. The 1,100 rupees over the LPG cylinder was costing in Karnataka. So have the women who traditionally have always backed the BJP in a general election, in every state election, for various reasons, for the LPG cylinder, for Ujjwala, for Swachh Bharat, for toilets, for rations, have in this election, the women shifted in some manner to the Congress because of this 2,000.
Have the women started feeling that perhaps they can get the best of both the worlds?
Exactly.
You know, in the state elections, as it is, the centre is not taking away the benefits or the schemes that they are giving.
I was discussing this with Maria the other day, that, you know, I went to one house where this woman told me very interesting thing कि ये जो 2,000 रुपया है ये तो कांग्रेस देगी, जो सेंटर से 6,000 रुपए पीएम किसान निधि का था वो तो आएगा ना, वो थोड़ी बंद हो जाएगा. So voter, I think, has become very, very intelligent. They want laddus in both their hands, and the Congress obviously also, I think, amongst all the states in the country, the strongest organization that the Congress has is in Karnataka. You know, this is their strongest state. If they don't win here, I don't think they can win anywhere.
No, but
I think one of the things that I saw, I mean, you know, a couple of things which I felt, I mean, I was there in Bangalore for a few days and in Mysore, that traversing Hassan, Kanakpura, the old Mysore belt. I think what I got to sense was there is a serious backward class consolidation that's happening. Whether it is Dalits, Kurubas, the Ahinda vote, as it were. Not just personified by Siddaramaiah, but I think it was more a Congress vote as well. She talked about the Bharat Jodo. One of the congressmen I spoke to in Bangalore, he said, something happened in the Bharat Jodo where they had this rally in Davangere. And Davangere is not a citadel or a fortress of the Congress. In fact, Davangere is bang in the middle of the state. It's a Lingayat, fortress. It's a BJP fortress. And it was Siddaramaiah's 75th birthday in the middle of the Bharat Jodo. And there were 10 lakh people. People were coming in trucks and buses. So this guy who I was speaking to said, and this was December or maybe January or sometime, where he said, I think it was December, where he said, we saw that people coming in bullock carts, in buses, in caravans, and we realized something was up here. Something was happening here. We couldn't put a finger to it, but something was really up. So I think that other than the women sort of vote share going up, and by the way, the EC has released figures in Bangalore. Out of 28 seats, in 24 out of 28 seats, women have outvoted men. So I think that's a phenomenal record.
It's quite significant, and is that going to influence the results?
Yeah.
We'll have
Who
to
they
wait.
have voted for is
but it's
Why
interesting.
Priyanka Vadra was also used extensively towards the end.
No, but-
so they
but
did.
that-
And Sonia Gandhi was also brought in.
Yes,
for
but
just one
Pallavi, if
rally.
we were to make this comparison between, say, Bihar, at that time in Bihar also everybody came to the conclusion that it's like a wave election in favor of Mahagathbandhan. Then we saw what happened in the results. Because the women as a constituency, they came out in huge numbers towards the end, in the later part of this 5-phase election that we saw in the state, and they voted for the BJP. So I'm saying that women as a constituency, while we look at their promises that have been made, they are also very unpredictable constituency.
And Congress, in fact, thinks that, women have shifted towards it because initially the Congress had only 4 guarantees in their guarantee card. They added a 5th guarantee, the free bus travel for women, because they thought...
I don't think, I agree with you. And I don't think we should think that this has just happened. I mean, there are little nuances which the Congress party started indulging in. For example, Rahul Gandhi going on that bus with women. Okay, and he said, it was a very structured thinking that, we have to woo this particular vote bank. And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra being brought in, Sonia Gandhi being brought in.
My only question is, Shivani, did they do it at the right time? Did they peak in
Or
the
the peak
middle
too
overs or not in the death overs?
I would say that in comparison to covering elections, for example, in states like Gujarat, UP, the elections were very muted in Karnataka. The electorate is also a little bit muted. And I found it to be, frankly, a waveless and an issue-less election, in the sense that there was no one dominating issue that was on top of everybody's lips. There was no issue like that. And contrary to people like us in studios, a lot of the times, corruption is not that issue that I found on the ground. Corruption is not the issue the people talk about, the first thing. But it is an election where I think people who are voters of the Congress and people who are voters of the BJP have already made up their minds. It's very difficult to shift them. But so the most important thing is in this election will be what is that shift, whether it's the woman voter, whether it's the Dalit voter, what is that shift and how much of that shift is going to happen between these categories. The other thing I will also add is that I think there is a class component in these elections. Because in Bengaluru alone, I went a lot in coastal Karnataka, in Hubli, Dharwad, and then in Bengaluru. You go to a Nandini milk parlor, the class of people is different. They sell you different things. You go to a different eatery where the class is middle class, upper middle class, they tell you different things. And they are quite divided. So actually, along with caste, which I'm sure, as the conventional wisdom is, I think class will also be a very important factor.
And, interestingly, Prakash Belavadi, let's bring in Akshara and Ritu also, and Neetu is also with us. So, you've not had your word. So, let me ask you, Akshara, what do you think? Because Prakash Belavadi, I remember on the day of exit polls, talked about this corridor of uncertainty. It could be a 2 to 4% corridor of uncertainty, whichever way it goes. So, Akshara, let me ask you before I bring in Neetu Raghukumar and also we'll take it across to Harish from there. So, weigh in with your thoughts after Akshara and Neetu finish. Yes, Akshara.
Well, I covered Mumbai Karnataka region or the Kittur Karnataka region, which is obviously a BJP stronghold. And if you take a look at the previous electoral results, 30 out of 50 seats in the Kittur Karnataka region were backed by the BJP. So this particular region plays a very vital role when it comes to Karnataka election. So this particular, in this particular elections, however, the results can vary there. The three main challenges which the BJP faces here is that one, the rebellion, it is stung by rebellion, and two main leaders who have deserted BJP and joined Congress are two Lingayat leaders from the Kittur Karnataka region, as you know, Shettar and Lakshman Savadi. So more than Jagdish Shettar, they are wary about Lakshman Savadi, because one, Lakshman Savadi has sway over the Ganika votes who reside in Gulbarga, Bidar, Bagalkot region. So they're more wary about that. Plus, he speaks Kannada and Marathi very fluently, and BJP in the previous elections used him to campaign aggressively in the bordering region of Maharashtra, where Marathi-speaking population reside. So once again, they are a bit worried about the Savadi factor there. So another reason is the Panchamasali factor. Yes, even though Bommai negotiated, there are few leaders who are still upset with it, and their fight with the Panchamasali Lingayats, when it comes to Panchamasali Lingayats, hangs in a balance. And the other which I noticed is the 5 guarantees. Wherever I traveled in every constituency, the sitting MLA of Congress, he or she holds the guarantee card of Congress. All these 5 guarantee cards, and right from the day one, they aggressively campaigned. They played the BJP's game in these elections. Right from day one, they aggressively campaigned in every constituency, holding these guarantee cards. We had Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar, and all the other leaders banking majorly on these promises.
Right.
So this is
and reservation as a factor, since you talked about Panchamshali Lingayats. Was that something that you heard repeatedly, and particularly after what the Supreme Court had put it on hold? Akshara?
Well, you see, one, they did say that you had Jayamrutyunjaya Swamiji, who headed the reservation agitation in Karnataka, stating that the BJP will face a political impact if they are not provided with the 2A reservation status. But Bommai did try to negotiate. I think it has worked well for the BJP. Right now, they have pacified the appointees, the main seers who led this agitation. Right. So in turn, they can pacify their followers and ensure that they vote for the BJP. That hangs in a balance there. And once again,
Akshara, let me just bring in Neetu also, and let's open this up for everybody to get their points. What are the salient features? And of course, we'll come back to the fun part. Amidst all the work, I'm sure a lot of you had some fun moments, some standout moments right through this election coverage, which you'd say, ye yaad rahega, out of what we did in Karnataka. But first, Neetu, where were you? And what did you feel? How different is Karnataka from Kerala?
The parts which I went to were northern Karnataka, and that too was Vijaypura and Badami district. So one thing that stood out was how backward these constituencies were. And as you said, when you compare with Kerala or even other parts of Karnataka for that matter, I have traveled to other places also. Yes. These two constituencies, how backward they were, that was a starking revelation, to be frank. People struggling for water 24/7 in their homes, not even 24/7, like every day. They were in Vijaypura, they were actually telling that water comes once in 10 days and 15 days. And also a lot of these youngsters moving out from the district for better opportunities. Their main demands, like in this place, Yatnal is the MLA there. We know that he has been quite controversial. He even made a statement against Sonia Gandhi. So that entire constituency was quite polarized heavily. They're talking about on those lines, on religion's line. But when you talk to the people on the ground, first thing in their mind that comes is development. They keep saying that is what we need. And this was a district which had Gol Gumbaz, which is the second largest tomb in the whole world. And they're saying that there's nothing done to develop this tourism, water, roads. These were all issues that they were facing in development. Then the other constituency that I went to was Badami, where Siddaramaiah himself was the MLA for the past 5 years. There also, they could have been, much could have been done in that constituency. Even the people there were actually telling, when Siddaramaiah became the MLA, they thought that they will get in a lot. I mean, many of them say that yes, Siddaramaiah has done a lot in the constituency, but they were hoping more because he's the opposition leader. They thought that it could take it to a whole new level. you know that the rock cave temples, the famous rock cave temples and the Pattadakal temples, these
Yes.
are all built by the Chalukya dynasty. And I couldn't wonder if it was in any other state or even in Kerala for that matter, how it would have been promoted. But you don't even have buses connecting these monuments, these historical monuments. So the stakeholders there, the hoteliers there say that this is a major issue. Even
well
if
made.
somebody like wants...
Yeah, complete, and then Harish and Rohini weigh in on this. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I was just telling that even the hoteliers there, people who came there were telling that they need proper hotels at least and proper transport facilities there. So in both these constituencies, what I heard was development, and both of them had a lot of tourism to offer, a lot of historical monuments to offer, but definitely that is not being done.
Potential, everyone feels this. Harish and Rohini, even when I've got family in Bangalore, Zaka has got connections in Bangalore. Every time we come down to Karnataka and we travel outside, we feel that it's all concentrated in certain pockets of the state, whereas other parts which have so much of potential have been largely untouched. Rohini, agree? And then Harish, yeah.
If you're asking about Karnataka,
Yes.
And so let's look at it. And what Neetu is saying is also right, because there have been several regions, and these are the North Karnataka regions, especially of Kittur Karnataka and Kalyana Karnataka, that have not seen so much of development, and people have been demanding this time and again. Promises have been made, but whether promises are being delivered or not. Finally, if we saw how did the election finally, the campaign run into, it ran into something which initially started with Tipu versus Savarkar, then went into Bajrang Dal and other communal issues as well. And then it came down to what Harish also said in terms of caste politics, right? And especially in North Karnataka, where we saw about the Lingayats and how much it is important for them to their role in this particular election. But if we talk about development, well, people have been seeking this time and again. Water, basic issues is what people want. They want basic drinking water. They want basic food. In terms of the Annabhagya scheme or the food grain scheme that we're talking about, the PDS scheme does not even trickle down to the people. As I spoke to a lot of people there, they were saying that they were only receiving 3 to 4 kgs when the entitlement is between 10 to 15, even 20 kgs, which is being promised by political parties as well. So think of it, that families can't even get basic right to food. And these are the issues that need to be taken care of. Another issue is also about how these are dry, arid areas, North Karnataka region.
Yes.
Extremely, the parched in many places. Water is such a huge issue, and I remember not just election, but the previous elections that I've covered as well. I remember there are villages, especially in the borders of Karnataka, which border Maharashtra as well, where wells are dried up, and people actually take their pots and dig the ground.
That was one of the aspects, Rohini, which also came when this entire fracas between Maharashtra and Karnataka was raised in that entire Belagavi region, and on both sides they said we don't have water. It seems to be a similar problem. But Harish, would you agree with Aman, and let's now get this going between all of us, would you agree with Aman that there are 2 phases to this election? Till the 25th, 26th of April, where one party had the momentum and then things started swinging around. How much of an impact did PM Modi, his arrival, have?
Well, you look at it, that appears to be the case, at least in the media narrative. But you go on ground, there are 4 different issues that actually matter. Corruption and anti-incumbency, especially in backward districts, that's something that everyone spoke about. For someone to get 6-7 kgs of rice, if they're shelling out money, they're not getting that quota, they're getting 4 kgs, someone has to travel, someone has to give bribe at the PDS shop. Those are things that will hit the government. And remember, at many of these places, the local MLA is the government for them. That's one crucial issue. The second aspect that we saw was leadership. Many within even BJP supporters said, yes, we want to support the BJP, but we are not convinced with Bomai's leadership. That's been a huge challenge that even the BJP, several of its leaders off camera say that, yes, we lack a strong leadership at the state level. The third point that many actually are not speaking is the rallies that Siddaramaiah did. Remember, there was this 10-day period from 24th of April till around 3rd or 4th of May. He campaigned in Kalyan Karnataka and Kittur Karnataka region every day, 4-5 of those campaigns. And many within the Congress believe that could be the game changer for the Congress, because these are 2 regions where the Congress has opportunity to gain. And that's why they're focusing on that extensively. The other aspect that we'll have to talk here is the consolidation of caste. Probably it will change this time round. The Congress believes that the Muslims, the Kurubas and the SC right will back them en masse. If that happens, the Congress says it's easy for them to cross the halfway mark. On the other hand, the BJP says that we believe a significant chunk of OBCs, Lingayats and the SC left will back us. So it really boils down to how many of these castes will back which party and what is the kind of magnitude or turnout of these castes. That will really decide which way this election goes.
Social engineering perhaps emerge tomorrow? A new combination of castes that will emerge in favor of whoever the winner is. But having said that, I mean, the point that is being made, BJP did have a slow start, but with the Prime Minister's presence, it became an election before 25th of April and post 25th of April because of the campaign blitzkrieg and perhaps also because of the issues that were given to the BJP on platter. I'll just finish that point. First, the point that has been made in the context of the Prime Minister and also the Bajrang Dal ban. So the question then is, Pallavi, come in on this, particularly when we say that the BJP went for that experiment of changing 40% of its candidates. But Karnataka is different from, say, a state like Gujarat, where it's an iron fist control of the center on the state leadership and the state. Here, you saw rebellion in the form of Jagdish Shettar and another former deputy chief minister who rebelled and joined the Congress. So perhaps that was not calculated. A change in the terms of 40% may be a great idea, but it can work only in certain states.
No, but if we talk about the Jagdish Shettar point, I mean, I was there in Hubli, Dharwad for quite some time. I was there for 3 nights actually. And I spoke to a large number of people and a large number of first-time voters. And it was very interesting what they were telling me. I mean, I put out that story also, but I remember they were telling me that, it's not right that Jagdish Shettar left the BJP. He could have either contested as an independent, but him joining the Congress party, which is ideologically completely different from what he was talking about, makes it very clear to us that for him, all that matters is contesting elections and getting a ticket. And the sense one got from the ground is that many people were miffed with the idea of Jagdish Shettar actually leaving the BJP and joining the Congress party. And even the Congress insiders, I mean, they can go wrong, I can also go wrong, but the Congress insiders are calculating that Jagdish Shettar may actually end up losing from what has been his bastion. So, I mean, towards the end, I remember Yedurappa and all of them were there. So they felt, if he had to leave, then why did he not contest as an independent?
So, Shivani had a point.
In fact, you had a word with Jagdish Shettar.
Yeah, I spoke to Jagdish Shettar. I asked him exactly this question. What about, how will you reconcile your politics now that you are in a diametrically opposite party? So obviously, as any politician would, he just said, for example, on issues like Muslim reservation, which Congress wants to bring back. So he said, whatever I want to say, I will put it in the party forum now. So that's the, safe way he evaded that question. But on the issue of, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I just wanted to say that these elections will also be very crucial because Karnataka is one of those states, one that swings from, one party to another over the last 30 years. But also state and central elections, people are very clear they vote differently. So there was no doubt that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was hugely popular. But that's not a problem for the voter to not vote. Not for the BJP.
At the state level, their leader is different. Zaka, before we come to the wall, just Aman, you were making a point of the other day that the diminishing returns of Prime Minister at the state level, whereas there is no brainer in terms of what they want at the center. You see that happening on ground, or do you believe that the Karyakartas, see, Gujarat is not just PM, Gujarat is also the Karyakartas, the booth level work that's happened. You think the BJP was present at the booths and they've done the kind of rigor that they need to do?
See, I think, Anand, that at some earlier part of, we could go back some years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi could also swing the state election fully. He had that charisma, he has done it. We've seen it in UP, in Uttarakhand, in Tripura. But I believe if you don't have strong state leadership, if you don't have a strong CM face, there is also a limit to how much the PM can do. The double engine has to work like a double engine. It can't be double engine shifting totally to Mr. Modi. And I think Mr. Modi in one of the BJP meetings had told this to people, the BJP cadre, that you need to go and mere naam pe kitna election jeetoge. Khud bhi to aap down pe mehnat kariye. I think that's a test case in Karnataka. Anyways, in Karnataka, people have voted far more enthusiastically for the BJP in a Lok Sabha election than they have ever done for an assembly election. That I think Mr. B.L. Santosh also admitted that in Twitter space. But if you don't have a strong state leadership, strong face, and definitely in Karnataka, B.S. Bommai had very, very large shoes to fill of B.S. Yedurappa. And, he was pitted against somebody like a Siddaramaiah, who's a mass leader, who himself alone commands a 20, 21, 22% loyal vote base. As the Kurbas, the Muslims, if you combine that. So obviously, Mr. Bomay was up against a big challenge, and I think that is the election.
The other aspect is Yogi is a very strong local face in Uttar Pradesh. There was a certain Yogi vote in the UP election, Zaka. There's a certain Bhupendra Patel equation within Gujarat where he's seen as a good guy. He's a clean leader. Bomay Basavara did he even have that kind of a traction which was so positive?
Well, he's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy, but I'm just saying as a leader.
Nobody says bad things about him except that. So I spent half a day with him. I spent half a day with him, first at his personal residence, then at his official residence. And this is election season, right? This is campaigning at its peak. I didn't see a single BJP party worker, not even a hanger-on. Forget about somebody who's just coming there as a. It was just the security personnel, and it was his personal staff. And I think that says something. And the next day, I went to Varana to meet Siddaramaiah, and that was a completely. I mean, I've not seen that kind of craze for a politician. Of course, Mr. Modi's roadshow was very, very popular on Saturday. But the Friday that we went to Mysore, DP and I went to Mysore, it was, I mean, the only other politician I've seen that kind of madness for is Jayalalitha. In comparison, in comparison. Because it's like almost cult-like. It was like almost like a film star. In fact, he was campaigning with Shivraj Kumar, who's a big name in the Kannada film industry. But people were not there to, see Shivraj Kumar. They were there to see Siddaramaiah.
Yes, of course. Now, will JDS be playing the kingmaker is the big question. Although, if you hear all of the JDS spokesperson, including the big wigs, they have actually ruled out that they are going to actually venture into that spot any time this year. Although they have done that in the past, and that's why BJP government came into power. But will that happen this time around in 2023? We'd have to wait for the results to happen. So much has happened. There's too many turncoats. BJP has lost out on a lot of Lingayat faces, important faces like Mr. Jagdish Shettar, like Mr. Lakshman Savadi. Now that they've joined the Congress party, will that be benefiting the Congress is also the big question. And guess what? We get to know it first. Now, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar ends up winning that ticket from the Congress party, that is that one number that gets added to the Congress's kitty. Is that why out of all the exit polls, 3 of the exit polls have given a clear majority to the Congress? Now, is that going to be a correct number, or it is going to be a hung house? We'd have to wait for all of those answers once these phones start ringing, and we'd have all our colleagues sitting over here. They'd be actually picking up these phones and telling us exactly what the data is. Where are the numbers really headed to? What and which party has the clear majority, has the lead, first of all, and then you'd get to know, if at all, the exit polls really did get it right. Because you do know, out of all, just 3 have given Congress a clear majority. All the others are still not giving any party the clear majority. And that's why I say whether JDS will end up playing the kingmaker. What happens is going to be the big question. I'd be right here. I'd be keeping an eye on all the phone calls. I'd have all my colleagues who will be my hands, who would be telling us exactly which party is leading and eventually which party emerges as the clear winner or not. We'd get to know. May 13th it is. Well, hello there. I am Griha Atul Siddiqui and I'm joining you live from the Live Results Hub. Well, this is the place right here where all the action is going to happen. We're talking about May 13th, the counting day for elections, and all eyes will be at this very Live Results Hub. Here's where all the action happens.
आपके साथ
One of the myths, I think, which will break in this election is this whole Lingayat vote is breaking up, or the Lingayats are moving away from the BJP. Let's be very, very clear about this. The Lingayat vote in Karnataka is Yediyurappa's vote. The Lingayats are voting for the BJP because of Yediyurappa. The only time the Lingayats have gone away from the BJP was in 2013 when Yediyurappa split. He formed his own party. That's why all of these Lingayat belt seats, instead of saffron, you see blue, right? So the Yediyurappa vote, because this time his son has been accommodated, and I think he's sent out that message very clearly to his caste and community folks that, look, my son has been accommodated. I have voluntarily stepped down as chief minister. I think the community vote will, by and large, stay with the BJP.
Okay.
Can I add a thing about Prime Minister Modi one more time? You know, in this case, I don't think it's going to be so much about whether he can swing the state, but I think if he can bring the BJP to better seats, that in itself is the PM Modi factor.
But I'm just asking, there, on the seats, and since you've got your hands on the wall, sir, let's bring in the wall. See, the Congress was at 80 the last time around, but when the shift happened, the defections happened, they actually slipped into the late 60s, high 60s, 65, 67, okay. Now, they have to traverse a far greater journey if they have to get to 120. That means they've got to not just gain from the BJP, they also got to gain from the JDS.
Yeah.
If they have to get to 120, let's bring in everybody, Rohini and all of you weigh in once Zaka gets this on the wall. Where do you think the Congress will make those numbers? Because they will have to hold their 65 seats plus get another 50 odd seats. That's what they'll have to do.
No, I'm very clear. It'll be in southern Karnataka. It'll be in Old Mysore. And it'll be largely at the expense of the JDS. You know, one of the things why the BJP has not been able to, you know, come to power on its own in Karnataka is because they are largely, I mean, I wouldn't say absent, but their presence in Old Mysore is very, very minimal. It's very, very negligible. And they've been trying to make inroads into the Vokaliga bastion, trying to project Vokaliga leaders like Ashok and Sudhakar and so on. But I don't see evidence that the Vokaligas are shifting their loyalties from the JDS to the BJP. And both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar come from this belt. One represents the Gaudas, the other represents the other backward classes. I think this region, the messaging that's gone is you've had chief ministers from outside of Old Mysore for the last 10, 12 years. You get a chance to elect a chief minister. I think I saw both DKS's campaign and Siddaramaiah's campaign. Both of them were saying that the next chief minister will come from here. And I think that is something that will resonate in this region. And the polar opposite was happening in the JDS's campaign because, you know, Kumaraswamy was not really campaigning as much, certainly not as much as what he did last time. Old man Gowda was campaigning. He was in a wheelchair. He's 94 years old. But how much can a 94-year-old campaign? I think the sense in the Vokaliga community was also that this time it'll be the Congress's vote. And mind you, I mean, in Old Mysore, it's always been Congress versus JDS.
But was it also that they realized that it's about stability? They would rather go for, you know, they have played the role of kingmaker and become king in multiple cases.
Yeah.
They have done business with the BJP, also with the Congress. They would rather go with a party which will have have a clear mandate.
So last time what happened was Kumaranna became this thing. They wanted to vote for Kumaranna. They wanted to make Kumaranna chief minister, right? And that happened.
Yes.
That happened. I mean, none of us were expecting that a party with 37 seats would find a chief minister and a party with 80 seats would back it. But Kumaranna became chief minister. And then there was all kinds of issues between JDS and Congress. The next Lok Sabha elections, they ended up getting just 2 seats. So, and most importantly, the family itself was not on the same page. Just on that one Hassan seat, they were not able to agree. I think the JDS will lose quite a bit in this election.
But I tell you, Aman, last time around, it was Devegowda versus H.D. Kumaraswamy. Saying Devegowda leaning towards one side, H.D. Kumaraswamy swinging. But despite that, they got 37 seats. They are shrinking in that region. But they were not actively campaigning there. Still the same autos doing the rounds. But somewhere in that Mandya, Mysore, Hassan region, there is no taking over, moving away from the JDS. You think that's going to happen? And even if 57, may say the Congress wins, say 25, 26 seats compared to 17 last time. So they add 10 seats more. You think that's enough to get to that 115 number?
BJP, Anand, clearly doesn't want JDS to collapse in Karnataka. BJP doesn't want that at any cost.
JDS, yes.
If the JDS collapses, Congress is forming the government. You know, it's very clear in Karnataka. Another very interesting point I picked from a Congress leader in Karnataka was that, you know, we all in the media, he said you are all saying that the Bajrang Dal was a big faux pas, but you don't realize that this also unites the Muslim voter in Old Mysore, which had traditionally always voted along with the Vokaligas for the JDS. Maybe the Muslim voter, even in Old Mysore, is going to vote for the Congress because of that Bajrang Dal point. And that may be the reason why Congress gets a big hold in the Old Mysore region and forms the government. So I think both spins are being given now to that.
So, but Old Mysore ke saath, Rohini and Harish, the Congress will also have to make big inroads in Hyderabad, Karnataka, coastal Karnataka. If they have to get to that 115 number on their own, or even what the mega poll of polls shows as 104 or 108. Rohini.
Well, if you could just repeat the question because I couldn't hear you very clearly.
Yeah, I'm asking you, where all will the Congress have to make deep inroads? Because they have to go from 65 to 115.
Right. So they seem to have been gaining in areas like, especially, and I agree with the regions that our senior reporters also have been talking about. There is Old Mysore region, central Karnataka, but we should also not forget the fact that they will gain in certain parts of coastal Karnataka as well. So this is also the reason being there are fresh new faces that the BJP has fielded, so has the Congress, but the Congress candidates seem to have done a lot more groundwork than the BJP leaders themselves. But at the same time, if you look at the way that it is always said, and it is traditionally seen also through surveys, that whichever party does well in the old Mysore region tends to form the government in Karnataka. And this time, the Congress seems to have made a lot better inroads in the old Mysore region. And I agree with Aman also that the consolidation of the Muslim votes, especially after the Bajrang Dal issue, is also what has resonated on the ground as well. There is a feeling that those people who would vote for the JDS traditionally would also look at the Congress. But this time, if you look at the way the choice of the voter is in that old Mysore region between JDS and Congress, they feel that the Congress is a better party to vote for this time. Also because they feel that in terms of a small number, JDS is a much smaller number and will only be a kingmaker, but never the king.
So did that incident or that episode of bringing Bajrang Dal in the manifesto make it a bipolar contest? What was earlier a triangular contest? Harish, your thoughts on that, but I also want to understand from you, when we look at the JDS, particularly in these pockets that are being spoken about where there is a substantial Muslim vote, the Congress need not really have to do what they did in terms of Bajrang Dal ban. Was it a mistake, or was this a strategy to make it a bipolar contest towards the end?
Well, talking to Congress leaders here, one thing seems to be clear, that message came from Delhi. It wasn't from the state leadership here. That's very clear, whether it's the Siddaramaiah camp or the DK Shivkumar camp. I beg to differ on why, the reasons given on why Old Mysuru will go for Congress. Let's not forget, Congress is always strong in Old Mysuru. Why did they lose badly in Old Mysuru in 2018? Because you had Siddaramaiah in a campaign going in Mandya and saying, I swear on my mother, Kumaraswamy would never become the chief minister. The Vokaligas took it personally. They took this as an attack on Deve Gowda and his family. That's why the Congress was wiped out in Mandya. The JDS won all the 7 seats there. Similarly in Hassan and other places. This time round, the Congress has been careful. No personal attacks on Deve Gowda or his family. They've stuck to the issues there, their candidates, and saying JDS hasn't really worked for people of Mandya or the larger Old Mysuru region. So I'm guessing the Congress will retain or in a way get back what it had lost in 2018. The second point is the Muslim vote in the Old Mysuru region. It's traditionally been divided between the Congress and the JDS. This time around, there's a message that's gone in that wherever the fight is between the Congress and the BJP, the Muslims should vote for the Congress. Only wherever there's a fight between the Congress and the JDS, you need to make a choice. That's gone across in the community very clearly. We are talking about where the Congress gains, right? I've traveled extensively in Hyderabad, Karnataka region. The sense I got is that is one region where the Congress will gain substantially. Last time round, they got only 15 seats. In 2013, they had got 25 odd seats. This time, it looks like the Congress might even reach 30 seats over there. And that's why the Congress has focused on that area extensively and has ensured that they get a large chunk of seats from Hyderabad, Karnataka region. It looks very likely that the Congress will be the biggest party, especially in Hyderabad, Karnataka region.
Okay.
And that will really help the party gain or cross even 100
which
seats.
are these bellwether seats and where you actually visited and got a sense? And that's a question to both Rohini here in the studio, Aman, Pallavi. Harish, any bellwether seat you visited and got a sense?
Well,
yes, go ahead.
I'll give you an example, Maria. There is a constituency near Sindhur. There is a Congress candidate called Hampan Gowda. Last time he had lost by just 1,700 votes. This time the Congress focused on such seats. You had Siddaramaiah spending 2 days there, campaigning at 2 different places there and ensuring that they can win that seat, because Congress has identified several such seats where they have lost within a margin of say 3,000, 5,000 votes. And these are the seats the Congress believes is very easy to get it now for two factors. One, the anti-incumbency and corruption. Second, if they focus on the candidates there, if they get Siddaramaiah to campaign extensively, they believe these are the seats they can win, and which will eventually push them above 100. Remember,
but there is something...
last time round, the Congress believed that two reasons.
I'm just saying, Harish, that exactly the exercise that the Congress is going to do in certain pockets, the exercise is going to be done by the BJP also.
So.
Now, is there any, quickly, because we have limited time, I also want to get in the fun part for our viewers, what, the standout moments before we get, we have to close or take a very short break at this point. And set up Result Day Live yet all over again. But Aman, let me ask you, what is the confidence that Mr. B.L. Santosh is having? How is it going from 24,000 booths to 31,000 booths? He's explaining the booths and saying, do the arithmetic.
The confidence is only in one word, Anand. It's Narendra Modi. They feel that Narendra Modi is if the BJP wins in Karnataka, the only person who gets credit is Narendra Modi. He is the one man who's carried the campaign not just on his shoulders, I think on his head, and the BJP clearly has much thinking to do in their manner of, as I said, the state leadership, strengthening it the same. But I think Mr. Modi put in a Herculean effort, especially the road shows, his rallies, and the way he milked whatever, as Maria said, issues were given to him on a platter, how he encashed them in quintessential Modi style. The only reason of the confidence in the BJP camp is that Mr. Modi's magic has worked.
Was there a promise on ground which was made that there will be a complete overhaul of the BJP leadership?
Not really.
In the state?
Not really. That was not
if they come back to power?
But not really. No,
okay.
No.
I think one of the things was that it's not necessary that Bommai would be chief minister.
Yeah.
In fact, when I asked him what happens to Bommai after May 13th, he said, "Part care of me."
So they resisted saying that. Maybe that was
party will take care of me. Party will decide me. Party will take care of me. So that itself meant a lot. So VV Puram, the standout moment for you, or was it the skyscraper audience?
That was a nice one, because I've never been to that place. You could see Kantirva, you could see UB City. So Bangalore from the air is like a really nice view, because it has the highest green cover of any city. So you see a lot of the green from the air. But VV Puram was nice.
VV Puram, Harish was there.
Harish was there, yeah.
VV Puram, will you lock it in? You guys were having a lot of fun. We caught it on camera. But or was there some other standout moment for you?
VV Puram was fun, but really the awareness of voters in, say, Sindhanur, in Bellary, that was something that was... we didn't really anticipate. The awareness on issues, the awareness on what really is getting politicized and what are the real issues.
So
we tend to at times overestimate the urban crowd and underestimate the rural crowd, but the awareness there actually much more than what we see in the urban crowd.
Frankly, in Gujarat, in Uttar Pradesh, where I was in the rural areas also, I realize and echo this sentiment. It seems to be a trend across the country. In Bengaluru also, in some of the rural pockets, when you go down there and you talk, when you go down at the class level, not even the caste level, the class level as Shivani was mentioning, you see the awareness, the understanding is very different, very, very clear. Rohini, standout moment for you?
Well, standout moment for me was the Modi blitzkrieg in Bangalore. Trust me, that has turned the things around for the seats for the BJP in Bangalore. Let me tell you that initially they were not very confident of too many seats or keep retaining their seats. But I think after he came, there's a number of saffron flowers and petals that were poured, and Ghar Ghar Modi that he knocked at every door and every road that he went into, that certainly has made its effect. Had an effect, because I had friends who, week turned around and they said, now I think I should vote for Modi. I think, the Bangalore will no more sink if there's a double engine government. So that's the kind of sentiment that you can get. So clearly,
we'll have to see if they really need to do well in Bengaluru to have any hopes of getting to the into pole position. Neetu and Akshara, quickly before we bring it back into the studio. Yes, Neetu.
So before that, I'd just like to make one quick point when you're talking about JDS. I was in Ramnagara the other day, and this is more known as like a family constituency, because from Devegowda to now Nikhil Kumaraswamy is there. But there also a sense that I was getting is that among the youngsters, many are like, this family has been ruling here for so many years and they have not really done much for it, be it education. They need to even now depend on Bangalore or Mangalore for good colleges. So that was one thing which I saw was a shift, especially among youngsters. But a 30% 35, 40 plus would still say,
Right.
no, they have done much, the family has done much. Now, if you ask me about the standout moment, definitely for me it was visiting the Badami rock caves and also the Pattadakal temples, the Chalukyan monuments, I should say, that just stood out.
Yes.
And also the Gold Gumbaz, which is like the world's second largest dome.
I think that is the fun part of any election travel.
No, and when you go to these, they are so mind-blowingly amazing. You just wonder why it's not shown to the whole world and why is the whole world not getting there. That's every time you go there, you feel that. Even with Hampi, you feel that. Yes, Akshara.
Well, my standout moment was me missing the flight to Hubli, where I was supposed to start my ground reporting from. But jokes apart, sorry, Zaka sir. I got to interact with.
No, it's fine. Your budget is approved. Don't worry.
So learn about the culture of my own land. So that was, I enjoyed a lot.
Lovely. Zaka, maaf kar do yaar.
No, his budget is approved. Don't worry.
budget is approved. For you, Shivani and Pallavi?
The Sholay Hills, actually. Where Amar and I went there.
Ramgarh.
So
I couldn't see Basanti. We couldn't see all that. It was actually beautiful and amazing. Yeah.
So Sholay Hills, we climbed
400 steps.
400 steps
He
along
was
with
puffing and
our
panting. I
DJ,
managed to do
Mr.
it.
Naveen Bansal. And the fun part
could
is
do it.
that we shot it at one location and then we found a better location and Pallavi started abusing me, saying, "Sabko TV aata hai kya?"
No, you're misquoting me. But as I said, I have a better hang of what is a better location.
Thank God she didn't make you climb 400 steps again.
So
I was there a lot in coastal Karnataka, and even I was taken by the beauty of coastal Karnataka. And I think when you visit there, you do want more tourism and travel and better facilities there because it is so beautiful. Hear about the backwaters of Kerala. You don't really hear that much about coastal Karnataka, which is so serene and so beautiful. And people are lovely. As I said, they're more muted than what we are used to.
Absolutely.
Usually North Indians, if I can say that. But they're very, very, very welcoming. And along with, in coastal Karnataka, I should point out, the whole Bajrangbali factor is going to be big.
It's going to be big.
Yeah, and here is where Bajrangbali matters. A lot of the BJP candidates have Bajrang Dal background.
Yogi Adityanath, quite a few rallies were also there, so he's very popular there.
And this area has voted quite a bit. I was looking at the poll percentage. The poll percentage in coastal Karnataka is one of the highest. Now, who that benefits, we'll have to wait and see. But clearly, that Bajrang Dal, factor would have polarized the
कहना है कि हमारे वोटर निकल के आए हैं. So as you said, अरे अमन,
encapsulates the election. Maybe when I asked Pallavi at Sholay Hills के कितने आदमी थे, she said 2. कांग्रेस में 2 थे, सिद्धारमैया और डीके शिव कुमार. तो ऐसे बीजेपी में एक ही है जो सब पे भारी है. तो that will determine the election कि 2 important थे कि एक ही प्रधानमंत्री सब पे
Well,
भारी
it's Result Day Live. To all the entire team, kudos, phenomenal work that you've done because there's been huge amount of viewership for the work that's been done. We've put out the entire coverage on the News 18 network and I'm sure a lot of you have already watched it. Thank you. They've all got to get on to their jobs because the counting is going to start very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's one of the last breaks that we're going to take through this course of Result Day Live. On the way out, a quick check where the mega poll of polls stand. They say Congress will be the single largest party, similar position as the BJP the last time around. BJP will be somewhere better than the Congress the last time around, but still well short. And the JDS could get to play kingmaker. Why has Mr. Kumaraswamy embarked into Singapore? Why is he not taking calls? These are all questions that remain. But will it all matter? Will he have to take a flight back? Or will he be relevant? We'll tell you after a very, very short break. Stay with us here on Result Day Live.
We're talking about May 13th, the counting day for Karnataka elections, and all eyes will be at this very live results hub. Here's where all the action happens first. Now you can see around here, there are computers. All these systems, along with these phones, will have our network reporters calling on these phones. They will tell us what are the first leads, first votes that have been counted. That is getting fed here in the data, and that gets reflected on the television screen so that you know which party is leading, and finally through the course of the day you will get to know about the winner. right here first on CNN News 18. Now what happens is, this is the elections in Karnataka that we are talking about. Elections, assembly elections, a state which has been buzzing all through the year with its political overtures. There's so much to know, there's so much of excitement. The energy is only palpable, and why is that? It's because of the three parties, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress and the JDS, of course. Now will JDS be playing the kingmaker is the big question, although if you hear all of the JDS spokesperson, including the big wigs, they have actually ruled out that they are going to actually venture into that spot any time this year. Although they have done that in the past, and that's why BJP government came into power. But will that happen this time around in 2023? We'd have to wait for the results to happen. So much has happened. There's too many turncoats. BJP has lost out on a lot of Lingayat faces, important faces like Mr. Jagdish Shettar, like Mr. Lakshman Savadi. Now that they've joined the Congress party, will that be benefiting the Congress is also the big question. And guess what? We get to know it first. Now, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar ends up winning that ticket from the Congress party, that is that one number that gets added to the Congress's kitty. Is that why out of all the exit polls, 3 of the exit polls have given a clear majority to the Congress? Now, is that going to be a correct number, or it is going to be a hung house? We'd have to wait for all of those answers once these phones start ringing, and we'd have all our colleagues sitting over here. They'd be actually picking up these phones and telling us exactly what the data is. Where are the numbers really headed to? What and which party has the clear majority, has the lead, first of all, and then you'd get to know, if at all, the exit polls really did get it right. Because you do know, out of all, just 3 have given Congress a clear majority. All the others are still not giving any party the clear majority. And that's why I say whether JDS will end up playing the kingmaker. What happens is going to be the big question. I'd be right here. I'd be keeping an eye on all the phone calls.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को कम से कम 150 सीटें दिलवानी है। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर 150 सीटें नहीं आई, ये फिर से चोरी करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
It's bright and early over the city of Bengaluru. The Saturday morning sky is clear. We are given to understand, and what you see is the beautiful Hare Krishna temple, or the ISKCON temple in Bengaluru. A huge residential complex. This is the sky view on Air Alexa, ladies and gentlemen. As we say, welcome, good morning to the Election News Center, where we want you still hooked with us right through Result Day Live. We've just finished speaking to all our reporters who've got you the most comprehensive coverage on ground. 100 reporters, Zaka Jacob, this morning, as we tell our viewers, and Maria, 100 reporters, 31 districts, 224 constituencies, 2,615 candidates. We've covered them all like nobody else, and it's now time for those numbers. The scorecard will start flashing from 8 a.m. onwards, in just about an hour from now. We would start the scores coming through. Who's got their nose ahead? Will the exit pollsters get it right? Will they be the exact polls like they were in 2018? Well, Zaka Jacob, you're there on the wall, ready. The fingers are all warmed up.
Well, talking about fingers, it's about the footwork, I think. It's about, as somebody said, the corridor of uncertainty. I think the one critical thing everybody is looking for is, will it be a decisive mandate for either party? Or will it be, again, like we saw in 2018, this corridor of uncertainty? No party is, passing the halfway mark. Let's see. I think that's the one critical thing I'll be looking for. There are 2 kinds of people who have sleepless nights the night before counting day. One, obviously, the candidates, the political parties, and the pollsters. The pollsters can't sleep because they want to get it right as well. And Karnataka is a notoriously difficult election to predict. It always has been, because there is a third player. Bipolar contests are far easier to predict. But because this third player, and everyone's saying, the third player will collapse, the JDS will collapse. They said the same thing in 2018. It didn't collapse.
Yes.
In fact, Kumaraswamy went on to become chief minister. So I think I'll be paying attention to the JDS's vote as well, because that has a direct bearing on both the
So we'll see all the action happening in that South Karnataka region where the Browns are visible right now. But Maria, they say with the exit pollsters saying Congress has its nose ahead. Many have said that Congress यहाँ नहीं जीता तो कहीं नहीं जीतेगा. But the other story is अगर यहाँ जीत गया, so then they become the fulcrum of the opposition and the challenge for 2024. That debate doesn't get settled. We can take on the BJP head on and win.
Because here the Congress fought like a regional party. So the regional players will start saying that only if you fight an election against the BJP like the way we do, like Mamata Banerjee does, or a KCR does, or say an Arvind Kejriwal does, then only you know the art of defeating the BJP. So it will be back to the same logic. Regional forces becoming strong going at 2024, but taking a word from Zaka, one of the pollsters in fact went on to revise their numbers, increasing it further for the Congress and decreasing it, and making it a bipolar contest and completely collapsing the JDS. So let's see.
We'll have to see who gets it right. We've also got the live result hub, and we've got Griha Atul joining us live from the live result hub, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where we get you the numbers straight from the counting centers and as they're trickling in. So there's no aji-baji that will happen. What you'll see are the numbers as they're coming in, the leads as they're coming in. Griha will call them out, and within seconds it'll be here on the magic wall. That's what our tech team at the back end has been able to do. But before we bring in Griha and get an update on what's happening, they must all be just having their morning coffee and getting into their positions in that counting hub, the live result hub. Let's also quickly understand what's at stake. What's at stake? Why is this election so important? What stands out? What are the key aspects when we come to this election? Well, one of the biggest aspects when we look at this election, over 224 constituencies, is that Karnataka has not been an easy one to crack for any political party. Counting will be held in 224 seats of the Karnataka Assembly, and this, ladies and gentlemen, will set the tone. It will set the tone for the two big parties, national parties in fray, whether or not they have a story going for them. Let's look back at the scorecard. The scorecard last time was the BJP was the single largest party. They were so near yet so far. But the Congress at 80. It actually slipped back to about 65. This time around, the numbers are quite literally reversed, with the Congress getting at 107 with the mega poll of polls and the BJP at 92. It's been revolving door kind of results. We'll come to that in a bit. But more importantly, it's the magic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will that once again translate as the talisman for the BJP? Or is there a diminishing return that is now visible? It's a record 73.19% voter turnout. What does that signal? Is this a wave of anti-incumbency, or has the loyal voter of the BJP come out in larger numbers? Revolving door results that have been witnessed since 1989. So no party has been able to come back with a mandate. Now, will they buck the trend, the BJP? Factionalism, the biggest change for the Congress party, but perhaps a statement to underline for Mallikarjun Kharge. Can he run the party as a party president, underline his own position there? That's going to be important. And of course, have a look at this. Will the BJP's big defections hurt the party? Lakshman Saudi, Jagdish Shettar, and some other key names that defected to the Congress, or will it actually help the BJP's cause? We have to wait. The exit polls give Congress the edge, but will they be able to form government convincingly? Or will this be yet again a story of so near yet so far, and will the JDS suddenly come? Because there is a tight fight in 46 urban seats. 46 urban seats see a very, very tight fight. It's going to be anybody's game. That corridor of uncertainty, will it come to play? Plus, there are seats where women voters will dominate. And if women voters dominate, and let's come to that, 112 seats. 112 seats, and of course 67 Lingayat dominated seats. So we'll come to the women voters, but 67 Lingayat dominated seats. B.S. Yedurappa, will he prevail given that his son has got the ticket, and will the Lingayats come back and bless B.S. Yedurappa? 112 seats where women voters outnumber the men, and in Bengaluru also the number of women who have come out to vote is greater than the number of men who have come to vote. Will that be the decisive factor, and who will the women vote for? So these are questions that remain. Let's call and go straight across to
Griha Atul joining us at the live result hub. Griha, good early morning. So have you had your cup of coffee in Hyderabad? And what's the preparation like?
Without a cup of coffee, Anand, and thank you so much. Hi there, Anand, Zaka and Maria. Zaka was talking about the footwork part earlier. That is all that I have to concentrate upon, because if you can see around the length and breadth of this room, you'd see me prancing, running around every time you hear the phone ring. This is the live results here. Oh, absolutely. I'm now very experienced here, Anand, that I know what footwear to wear so that I don't get tired, because I'm here through the day. You can see these phones here. These phones will start ringing in just about an hour from now. You have the stations ready. You have our colleagues all come in. They are going to pick up these phones as and when our network reporters report to them about the first leads coming out of the counting centers. And that's when the lead gets fed here on these systems, and then it gets flashed as to who is leading. And we know the exit polls have not really thrown open who exactly is a clear winner. 3 of them, of course, giving Congress the edge, but others are not really talking about a clear winner. So it is going to swing anyway, and that's how exciting elections in Karnataka always become. And since there are turncoats, we also have to actually keep in mind if at all people
is Rajesh Raina around, the man who mans the hub and who's running? And can you hazard a guess where are the first results going to come in from which part of Karnataka?
Look for Mr. Rajesh Raina. I think he's busy fixing all of the last-minute details here, as people have still, begun to come in. They are still about to fill up those seats. So the moment I find him, Anand, is when I go.
So let's do one thing. Let's swing back to you the moment you get Rajesh Raina, and they're all getting into and closer to when counting is about to begin. That's in just about 50 minutes from now. Griha, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Let's quickly, ladies and gentlemen, come back and look at the numbers. What does the trend show? Do the exit pollsters get it right? Let's try and understand this and have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this time around, there are pollsters. Largely, if you look at the trend, it's the Congress which has its nose ahead. Some pollsters have given the BJP the mandate. That corridor of uncertainty, which way you would swing, and of course, what is the base for your exit poll samples, and when did you take your exit polls? A lot of these arguments are doing the rounds. The numbers will settle this entire discourse. But what settles at the bottom is the overall numbers: 92, 107, 23, and 2. Last time around in 2018, also the exit pollsters made some predictions. You see these numbers, and let's go back and ask Zaka Jacob, 2018 and today, did the exit pollsters overall mega poll of polls, will that settle? Because was there a trend in 2018?
I think, many of the famed exit pollsters got Karnataka wrong last time around. They're saying that the Congress is ahead, but ultimately it was the BJP that ended up with the single largest party, so near yet so far as Anand put it. But what to watch out for today? I think there are 2 regions. There are 2 dominant castes, and Karnataka elections have been about these 2 dominant castes over the last many 30, 40, 50 years. One, the Vokaligas in the old Mysore region, the other, the Lingayats in central and north Karnataka. So I'm just quickly going to run both the Vokaliga and the Lingayat factors on the wall. Take a look at this. This is a phenomenal performance by the JDS last time around. Out of the 38 Vokaliga-dominated seats, they won 21. The BJP had only 9, and the Congress only 8. This is essentially this Hassan, Mandya, Ramnagara, all the way up to Mysore. And then, of course, there are a few rural Bangalore seats as well, Chikbalapur, so on and so forth. But this is where the game really turned for the Congress, and the JDS had 37. Out of 37, 21 with a vote share. Look at this, almost a 40% vote share, which is higher than the BJP, higher than the Congress. That's where the JDS was dominant last time around. Will it remain like this time around, or will it change? That's something we have to wait and watch out for. Also, a lot has been said about the Lingayat factor, so I'm going to quickly run you through the Lingayat factor, because Lingayats voted with their feet in the last election. They have been voting for the BJP consistently. Take a look at this. This entire belt from central all the way up to North Karnataka, from Shimoga, Davangere, Chitragurga, all the way up to Hubli, Dharwad, and then up north in Belgaum. So this entire belt, look at the kind of dominance the BJP had in the Lingayat seats. 40 to 20 of the Congress. Although the vote share difference was not much, it was just about 3.5%. But that 3.5% was good enough for a twice lead for the BJP in terms of seat share. Will they be able to maintain this kind of dominance in central and north Karnataka? Will the Lingayat vote bank crack? And how will the Vokaligas vote? Will they vote like they did for the JDS last time around, or will they, some of them at least, come back to the Congress? I think these two questions will largely settle the question of Karnataka.
And what is the mood on ground, and what are the netas doing before the counting is about to begin? Rohini is joining us live. Harish, Ritu and Akshara, all of them are ready early morning. Hello everyone, good morning. Beginning with you, Harish, where you are, have you managed to speak to any of the netas? Did they offer the morning prayers before waiting for the counting to begin?
Well, I'm at DK Shivkumar's house, one of the claimants for the Chief Minister's post. If the Congress indeed managed to get a simple majority in Karnataka, it was a late night visit to Bengaluru. He had visited a temple and then he came back to Bengaluru. So no signs of DK Shivkumar out here yet. But you already see a lot of action outside his house, a lot of supporters who are anticipating their leader to be in the play in the game if the Congress indeed gets a simple majority. But you've already seen a lot of talk about post-poll coalition. You had H.D. Kumaraswamy, who just came back from Singapore late last night, and he comes out. He's back. And the first thing he comes out and tells is, well, you guys are predicting 12 to 20 seats for me, which means I'm out of the game. I'm pretty much not required for any party. So why talk about results now? And when somebody pointed out or asked him if he would go with the BJP, he quickly points out that B.S. Yediyurappa has been consistently saying that they'll get a complete majority. So why would he require me? And in a way, miffed with the media and the pollsters that all of them giving the JDS anywhere around 20 seats. And he perhaps is taking a jibe at the media, saying, you shouldn't even really talk to me. I will be irrelevant.
Yes, but I want to understand from you, Rohini, how are these counting taking place? Because if Mr. DK Shivkumar has chosen not to go to Kanakpura, is all the counting taking place in Bengaluru, or is it in the respective districts?
Well, it is taking place in his respective districts as well. But if you notice that Mr. DK Shivkumar also has on his shoulders a very important responsibility, and that is the state of Karnataka Congress. And he would like to be where the pulse is, and as the results pour in, would like to be right in the heart of the city, where if they win, and as they're hoping to win, and the numbers that he said till late last night was 150, and with the confidence that they said so, well, he clearly wants to be in the hub, which is the Karnataka Congress office, which is newly inaugurated recently, just when Rahul Gandhi was here in Karnataka. But let me tell you that the confidence is equally buzzing even in the BJP. I've been even getting senior BJP leaders who've been telling me that they're ready with jalebis and sweets late last night itself कि हम ही सरकार बनाएंगे. So it's quite interesting. It's edge. It's like it's like that last mile, that last touching that line. It's like that Coco game where
what is interesting this time around, Rohini, is that it just gives me a sense of deja vu with Tamil Nadu in 2016, where there were people celebrating on both ends. There was one quiet confidence, and there were others who were very clearly saying that it is the DMK, and there was the whole group was standing at DMK, and it all just changed, didn't it?
It happened in Bihar. One thing on result day, never make your laddus early. Wait for the result. Wait for the result and then go, have your laddus. But, I just want to show quickly, before we go back to our reporters, two other things, because the caste dominant narrative has been about Lingayats and Vokaligas and how they will vote. I think two other factors are also very, very critical to watch out for. One, the OBCs. Now, the BJP, and this is the story of the BJP in the last 8-9 years under Mr. Modi, they have transformed themselves into an OBC party. How will the OBCs vote? Because remember, the Kurubas, the Idigas, the Maligas, they are big chunks of backward class voters. Will they consolidate around the BJP like they did last time, or will they split and a portion of them return back to the Congress? Look at the dominance the BJP had amongst the OBC voters. 18 out of the 24 seats. That's like a strike rate of 80% plus. 18 out of the 24 seats, and with a vote share of 45%. Look at the difference in the Congress and the BJP's vote share there. Overall, statewide, the Congress was 2% ahead. But in the OBC dominant seats, the BJP is, 5 plus 3, 8% ahead. 8% vote share means complete dominance over that vote bank. So the OBC vote bank is something to watch out for. Similarly, another very, very important sort of vote bank, as it were, is the SCs, the Dalits. There is, of course, in Karnataka, famously, they say SC right, which votes left, and then there is SC left, which votes right for the BJP. So it's a bit, the other hand, as they call it in Karnataka. But the SC dominant seats, here again, the BJP swept the last time around. 16 out of 36 seats. The Congress had 12, even though the Congress had about 3 or 4% vote share more. In fact, 5% vote share more than the BJP. But the BJP won the number of seats because its conversion rate was better. Will the Dalits again back the BJP like they did the last time, or will some of them return back to the Congress? So while the dominant caste narrative is Vokaliga, Lingayat, I think OBCs and Dalits are also going to play a very, very critical role in this election.
The interesting story, let's just quickly bring in Ritu and Akshara also. Akshara, now since your budget is approved, everybody is wondering how did you get it approved? Let me ask you, whereabouts are you today and who are you tracking? Are you close to a counting center?
Well, right now I'm here at KPCC office and I'm not sure whether the leaders are ready, but we have a Congress supporter who is ready, waving a flag with a placard of sorts,
the lone
which has a
supporter
picture
there.
of Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. So yeah, a lone supporter. And I'm at the party office, which is favored by the exit poll. It's said to have a edge over the other parties, but you can't predict at the end of the day. So you can, as Zaka sir mentioned, never keep your laddus ready. Wait till the results are out. So yeah, I'm here at the KPCC office right now.
And Akshara, you are overnight star. After what you said yesterday, you have been trending on social media. Everybody is asking what exactly happened. I mean, why did you miss that flight famously now? Ritu, where are you? And did you have your breakfast before starting your day?
Tracking the mass leader Siddaramaiah, so it will take some time for me to have my breakfast. So you know how it is for the mass leader and his supporters there. So here I'm at the Siddaramaiah's residence at TK Layout. So what we are given to understand is that he is having a pain in the right hand, and that's the reason he is resting right now inside. He's still sleeping. But meanwhile, let me also show you the other picture as well. I request my video journalist Sudhakar to pan and show you those visuals as well, where there's an elaborate arrangements that are actually being made here in front of his residence. There are all cops who have got the instruction from their senior officers how they have to be stationed, what exactly they are supposed to do throughout the day. Remember that we do know the Ahinda leader is a mass leader, the Siddaramaiah, in fact. So there will be a huge crowd here any moment that once the polling starts, the results come out. From 8 itself that the supporters might come here and gather in a huge number. That's the reason you're seeing many cops here at the spot right now. We're all getting instructed from their senior officers and also getting their deployment as well. So this is TK Layout in the Mysuru.
We'll have to see similar deployment outside B.S. Yediyurappa's residence, Basavaraj Bommai's residence.
See where the police presence increases. In Tamil Nadu was famously said, is it outside Poise Garden or is it outside Gopalapuram? Then you know which way the result is going. So, yeah.
So with Siddaramaiah outside there, Swastika.
No, but he's in Mysuru.
Yeah,
he's in Mysuru, yeah.
He has chosen to be in Mysuru.
He is in Mysuru. DK Shivkumar decides to be in Bengaluru. Yes. So we'll have to see where B.S. Yediyurappa is. Is he in Shikaripura?
I think he is.
He's staying put in Shikaripura. Basavaraj Bommai, what's his thought process? Swastika is also with us. Swastika, Neetu and Purnima. Good morning, ladies. Swastika, whereabouts are you? Who are you tracking?
Well, I'm tracking Basavaraj Bommai here in Hubli, and in fact he is right now at his residence. From here he is going to go to his constituency Shigao, to his residence again, and then make a trip to Haveri at the counting centres to take stock of what exactly is playing out. And Mr. Basavaraj Bommai has been maintaining throughout that all of these exit polls are wrong because they have data of poll booths across the state and they know that the BJP is winning. He's categorically denied any kind of alliance with the JDS at the moment, but what we've picked up is that there have been hectic parlays for both the sides, with the independents especially, because yesterday Mr. Basavaraj Bommai was part of that very meeting with B.S. Yediyurappa. Very quickly, I'll just show you a very general protocol. He's a simple man. I've been tracking him since the last 1 week. He does not have a lot of security with him. He has a very humble lifestyle. That's what I've learned about Mr. Bommai, and today I think he's having his breakfast as we speak. From here he's going to head to Shigao and then Haveri to take stock of what is happening.
Swastika, we've just got pictures pulling away from you. We've got pictures of H.D. Kumaraswamy. Is he speaking outside his house? Let's just go to that. Ooh, those visuals just froze. We'll go back again. Yeah.
Okay. ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ವವಾದಂತ ದಿನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಜನ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಬೇಕಲ್ವೇ? ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಜನತೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವೇ ಕಾರ್ಯರೂಪಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನಲ್ಲಿ. ಜನತೆ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅದನ್ನು
and what everybody predicts does not matter. What the people finally decide and who they vote for is what matters.
ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶವನ್ನು ಸಮಚಿತ್ತವಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕಾಲೇ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆ ಮಾನಸಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗೇ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸಮಚಿತ್ತವಾಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಹಲವಾರು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಥಾನ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಸರ್?
ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಹೇಳೋದು ಬೇರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅದು ಯಾವುದು ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಗಳು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ. JDSಗೆ ಇಂತಿಷ್ಟೇ ಸ್ಥಾನ.
So once again he is taking that jibe at the exit polls.
140ವರೆಗೂ ಕೆಲವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
So what forget what I am expecting, but what the pollsters are predicting.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವು ಜನಗಳ ತೀರ್ಪೇನಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವೇ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ.
You people have already decided what the people are going to vote for, so why are you asking me? So those jibes, he clearly has not liked the exit poll predictions for the JDS.
ಅರ್ಥವೇ ಇಲ್ವೇನೋ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಜನತೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
I'm not even going around the counting centers. I'm not doing anything. I've left it to the people to decide. Let them vote. They have voted. We'll see what they give.
What are all the chances for which party or which leader? You can see. We can wait for another 2-3 hours.
How much is your expectation for JDS?
My expectation is not. Now my expectation is not necessary because already exit poll, two people already shown that two national parties will going to score in a big way. There is no third alternate about your exit poll. So, JDSU people have given us actually 12 seat to 30 or 32. You have given maximum 12 from 12 seat. Let us see.
Sir, also predicted that you will be crossing around 38 to 40, sir.
Pardon?
Sir, ಅಸ್ಥಿರತೆ ಉಂಟಾದರೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಯಾರಿಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
ನೋಡೋಣ, ಜನ ಅಸ್ಥಿರತೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಾಯಕರಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಸೂಟು ಬೂಟುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಾಗಲೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಉಳಿದಿರೋದು ಬಾಕಿ ಅಲ್ವೇ? ಅವರಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಭಾಳ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಯಾವ ನಾಯಕರು ಸಂಪರ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
I am not in contact with ಸಂಪರ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ. Has somebody called you? Are you in touch with anybody? I am not in contact or touch with anybody.
ಚೆಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಚೆಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡೆ.
I went to Singapore for a health checkup. I finished my checkup. I have come back.
ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಯ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಅದು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಏನಿದ್ರು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
So I have to wait to heal, get well soon, and then after that I will get back into whatever my regular activities are.
Sir, are you weighing your options, sir? Are you weighing your options? Are you weighing your options to either?
No, actually, according to your exit poll, there is not necessary for any options.
No, sir.
According to your exit poll.
Some of the exit polls have stated 38. You will get 38.
Let us see. Another 2-3 hours we can wait.
He is not very happy.
There is no plan for me. There is no responsibility also for me according to your exit poll.
ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಓಪನ್ ಆಫರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಓಪನ್ ಆಫರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಮೈತ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ?
ಯಾರಿಗೆ?
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ನಾಯಕರಿಗೆ.
ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಆಫರ್ ಏನು ಕೊಡಲಿ? ನನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಅವ್ರು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಎರಡೂ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಆಫರ್ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಅವರಿಗೆ?
ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವರೇ
He's saying both parties have already announced that they are getting clear mandates, so why would they want another offer? Why would they want to come with an offer to me?
In 2018 we have seen this happen. In 2008 we have seen
let us see.
Both the parties have come to your doorstep.
Let us see, brother. We hope for a good thing. Let us see good development.
We hope for a good development for the JDS is what he is saying.
There is no demand for me. How I am a small party. How can I demand?
Will you want to be the chief minister?
That is not there. Let us see.
That is not there. Let us see is what he says. Ritu is there. Ritu, you asked him the question. He is clearly taking jibes at the pollsters for not giving him a chance. Neetu, yes, Neetu, you are there. Yeah, Neetu.
Yes. That's correct. He is really not happy that the pollsters are not giving him the good marks. He went on to say that you guys have said in your exit poll that I will not get much
seats, and that what is that then you're asking me? Both the BJP and the Congress say that they can actually form the government by themselves, and why do they need my help? Nobody has contacted me. I'm not in touch either with the BJP or the Congress has not contacted him. So this is what Mr. Kumaraswamy has said. He has just left from his residence in JP Nagar right now. We are expecting that he's going to his other residence here.
Right.
We are just trying to follow
right.
him.
So you
right
get
now
on the move. You get on the move, Neetu, because HD Kumaraswamy believes when he takes a jibe at the exit pollsters, he believes he's got a chance. He's saying, wait for 2-3 hours, we'll see. And
he's an accidental chief minister who has got it
somebody
right
even
several
asked him,
times.
say 2008, 2000, somebody even asked him, do you want to be chief minister? He said, no, I don't want to say anything right now. Of course he does. So, Purnima, where are you? We've not come across to you. Good early morning to you. Whereabouts are you, Purnima? Who are you tracking?
Well, good morning. I am outside Yediyurappa's residence. He's come to Bangalore a day after the voting took place. Yediyurappa alone has travelled to Bangalore. This is his Bangalore residence. His son, B.Y. Vijendra, is at Shikaripura and will be monitoring the process. Remember, Yediyurappa also maintains that BJP will get a clear mandate, and his expectation is that the BJP would cross 135. Therefore, there's no question of a hung assembly is something that Yediyurappa has maintained and denied the possibility of in fact, approaching the JDS. But we'll have to wait for the next 2-3 hours to see what really happens. But Yediyurappa in Bengaluru monitoring the developments and will be waiting for the numbers to come out.
One interesting thing about that house, that Kaveri is the official residence of the chief minister, and even after Mr. Yediyurappa stepped down, he didn't give up the house. He continued to stay in that house, and obviously out of respect, Mr. Bommai decided to move into a bungalow next door. But if there is a non-BJP chief minister, I'm afraid he might have to give up that.
He might have to give up that. But the interesting part is, Aka, that we have ensured equal deployment on all the sides.
Yeah.
All the bases are covered from B.S. Yediyurappa.
This Purnima standing outside that Nilbate Sannata as far as B.S. Yediyurappa's house.
There.
But you
echoes with me when I was standing at Poise Garden.
Yeah.
Same time, 7:30 in the morning at Poise Garden. I was the only guy standing at that time back in 2016. And by the time it was 9:30, it was all packed. So it's the similar signs again. Congress, the celebrations have already started. We've got to take a very short break. So with these celebration shots coming in from the national capital, it looks like it's from Delhi that we are getting from the AICC headquarters. They're already celebrating the victory. So they're very confident that they are in pole position. With the dhol and nagada, we'll be back with an explosion when we come back. Stay with us.
On the television screen so that you know which party is leading, and finally through the course of the day you will get to know about the winner right here first on CNN News 18. Now what happens is, this is the elections in Karnataka that we are talking about. Elections, assembly elections, a state which has been buzzing all through the year with its political overtures. There's so much to know, there's so much of excitement, the energy is only palpable. And why is that? It's because of the three parties, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress and the JDS, of course. Now will JDS be playing the kingmaker is the big question. Although if you hear all of the JDS spokesperson, including the big wigs, they have actually ruled out that they are going to actually venture into that spot any time this year. Although they have done that in the past, and that's why BJP government came into power. But will that happen this time around in 2023? We'd have to wait for the results to happen. So much has happened. There's too many turncoats. BJP has lost out on a lot of Lingayat faces, important faces like Mr. Jagdish Shettar, like Mr. Lakshman Savadi. Now that they've joined the Congress party, will that be benefiting the Congress is also the big question. And guess what? We get to know it first. Now, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar ends up winning that ticket from the Congress party, that is that one number that gets added to the Congress's kitty. Is that why out of all the exit polls, 3 of the exit polls have given a clear majority to the Congress. Now, is that going to be a correct number, or it is going to be a hung house? We'd have to wait for all of those answers once these phones start ringing, and we'd have all our colleagues sitting over here. They'd be actually picking up these phones and telling us exactly what the data is. Where are the numbers really headed to? What and which party has the clear majority, has the lead, first of all, and then you'd get to know if at all the exit polls really did get it right, because you do know out of all, just 3 have given Congress a clear majority. All the others are still not giving any party the clear majority, and that's why I say whether JDS will end up playing the kingmaker. What happens is going to be the big question. I'd be right here. I'd be keeping an eye on all the phone calls. I'd have all my colleagues who will be my hands, who would be telling us exactly which party is leading and eventually which party emerges as the clear winner or not. We'd get to know. May 13th it is. Well, hello there. I am Griha Atul Siddiqui and I'm joining you live from the Live Results Hub. Well, this is the place right here where all the action is going to happen. We're talking about May 13th, the counting day for elections, and all eyes will be at this very Live Results Hub. Here's where all the action happens first. Now, you can see around here, there are computers. All these systems, along with these phones, we'll have our network reporters calling on these phones. They will tell us what are the first leads, first votes that have been counted. That is getting fed here in the data, and that gets reflected on the television screen so that you know which party is leading, and finally through the course of the day you will get to know about the winner right here first on CNN News 18. Now, what happens is, this is the elections in Karnataka that we're talking about. Elections, assembly elections, a state which has been buzzing all through the year with its political overtures. There's so much to know, there's so much of excitement. The energy is only palpable, and why is that? It's because of the 3 parties, the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress, and the JDS, of course. Now, will JDS be playing the kingmaker is the big question, although if you hear all of the JDS spokesperson, including the big wigs, they have actually ruled out that they are going to actually venture into that spot any time this year. Although they have done that in the past, and that's why BJP government came into power. But will that happen this time around in 2023? We'd have to wait for the results to happen. So much has happened. There's too many turncoats. BJP has lost out on a lot of Lingayat faces, important faces like Mr. Jagdish Shettar, like Mr. Lakshman Savadi. Now that they've joined the Congress party, will that be benefiting the Congress is also the big question. And guess what? We get to know it first. Now, if Mr. Jagdish Shettar ends up winning that ticket from the Congress party, that is that one number that gets added to the Congress's kitty. Is that why out of all the exit polls, 3 of the exit polls have given a clear majority to the Congress? Now, is that going to be a correct number, or it is going to be a hung house? We'd have to wait for all of those answers once these phones start ringing, and we'd have all our colleagues sitting over here. They'd be actually picking up these phones and telling us exactly what the data is. Where are the numbers really headed to? What and which party has the clear majority, has the lead, first of all, and then you'd get to know if at all.
We're back on just about 27 minutes before counting gets underway. 27 minutes before counting gets underway, and you have the numbers right at the bottom of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and these numbers will be updated as the results come in. There is no aji-baji that's happening. You're seeing the numbers as they will come in, because we also have the live result hub from where we'll get the updates, and then within seconds, it will start reflecting on that fantastic magic wall here. So there's a lot of tech that's gone in to get this election news coverage going, and let's try and flaunt some of that tech again. Let's quickly try and understand why this is important as we bring in Air Alexa and get you this phenomenal scene that stands out. These are the aspects that will perhaps decide the election and also the road forward. Both these parties, the BJP and the Congress, have a story going. There is a story going in these 224 seats even for HD Kumaraswamy. Is the JDS increasingly becoming irrelevant in Karnataka politics? That will be decided by how much the JDS scores, because with each passing election their footprint has been reducing. Last time around the JDS had 37 seats, the BJP 104, Congress 80. Congress needs to win handsomely to settle the entire aspect of whether or not it's a party in reckoning for Lok Sabha 2024. This man continues to be the star for the BJP, but increasingly in state elections is his effect, his magic, his aura waning? Is the voter now becoming more discerning? It's a record voter turnout at 73.19%. What does that mean? It means that people have come out with perhaps the intent to give a decisive mandate. Now, is that a mandate which is anti-incumbency or is it pro-incumbency? The results will show. But it's been revolving door results since 1989. We've seen elections buck trends. What happened in Gujarat has never happened before. What happened in Goa never happened before. What happened in Uttarakhand never happened before. Factionalism. Will this hurt the Congress party? There are 5-6 leaders in Karnataka who believe they should be chief minister. Will big defections hurt the BJP's chances, or will the BJP use this as an opportunity to emerge out of purely being a Lingayat-dominated party? Will there be an overhaul of leadership if the BJP gets the mandate in Karnataka? Exit polls give Congress party the edge, the single largest party. That's what the Congress will emerge. Similar numbers as the BJP the last time around. 46 seats in urban Karnataka are tight fights. Who's going to dominate these 46 seats? But more importantly, this story of the Lingayat-dominated seats. 67 seats. B.S. Yediyurappa and his, will they be able to cash in on his equity? Will he be able to convince the voter that no, you continue to vote because my son is getting a chance? And for him, despite the fact that Jagdish Shettar, Lakshman Savdi and all have exited the party. 112 seats with more women voters than men. This is a constituency, the Mahila, who has been very, very influential in also propping up the fortunes of the BJP repeatedly. Is that going to work as we swing back into Air Alexa, as we are flying over Bengaluru? This is the visual delight that we are bringing to you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly get you the exit poll of polls and the mega poll of polls with the exit polls. This is where the crux is. This is where the crux is. The multi-poll very clearly says, as we bring it in here, that the Congress will emerge as the single largest party. But there are pollsters who have spent time on ground in Karnataka who are saying no. The voters who have come out to vote are actually going to vote for the BJP. Is that story going to be? Who's going to climb those steps of the beautiful Vidhana Saudha as we bring this down and show you the Vidhana Saudha? It just looks a regal, fantastic building. And it's an iconic monument there in Bengaluru. And in front of that, we put you the stakeholders, the people who are in the hunt. JDS's footprint slipping. HD Kumaraswamy clearly will not like to see these numbers. He would have wanted far greater numbers and better projection for the JDS, but that doesn't seem to be happening. He says both the BJP and Congress think they are going to walk away with it. But if the poll of polls is to be concerned, he will still be in contention. Can somebody with 23 seats eventually end up as chief minister? Is that going to happen? We'll have to wait and watch. Let's quickly go across to Griha. Atul Griha is joining us from the live result hub. There must be some more buzz. Just about 25 minutes to go as we start counting. So dry run, exercises, everything done. Griha, did you find Rajesh Raina somewhere? From where are we going to expect the first result to come in? Which part of Karnataka?
Absolutely. And Anand, if you see behind me, the seats have begun to fill in. All our colleagues are there in action. They are waiting for the phone calls to ring. I have managed to actually find Rajesh Raina. He's the man of the moment. He's going to give us all the technical details as to how does this live result hub really work? How do we get first on the numbers? Rajesh sir, I know you're a busy man, but you have to give us some time. Tell us, 35 polling centers, counting centers, how does it work?
87 reporters.
87 reporters.
Yes.
How does it work?
So this is a unique system which we have created in-house. No network in the country is having that kind of system, right? What you will see at 8 o'clock, all these channels, they will inflate their numbers. They will say 30, 40, 50. So they are all imaginary and inflated, right? So when we give our numbers, we give the breakup of the seats also. When we show in the tally that one party is getting 10 seats, another is getting 12 seats, there's a breakup of each constituency. No other networking in the country will give you the breakup because everything is inflated and exaggerated. Because all our people are physically present inside the counting centers, right? I told you there are 35 counting centers, right? But we have 87 people. What's the reason of having 87 people there? Because counting is not happening at only one place, in one particular hall. There are 2-3 counting halls. Yes. So we have deployed out 3 people for these counting halls, for one constituency. So when the EVM is opened there, right? So before it goes to the media center officially,
right,
any trend or result, our reporter sends it to us here in this control room. That's why we are 20
Which part
to
of
25
Karnataka can we expect the first
ahead of
results
all
to come in from?
These channels. That's the reason.
Okay, so the question that I'm getting from the newsroom is that which part of Karnataka do you expect the first results to come in?
I think first result may come from Bangalore because the vote percentage has been less there.
Okay, okay.
That's the
so
reason.
that's where the phone starts ringing and then the data is fed here in the system and then it gets reflected on the screen.
It's a fraction of, I think it takes only 3 to 4 seconds to deliver result to the screen. From counting center to the screen. It is only 3 to 4 seconds time.
3 to 4
Thank
seconds.
you so much. 3 to 4
so
seconds,
you won't have much talk time, Griha, as you call out the leads, because then we'll pull away from you and get Zaka in here. But you're saying 35 counting centers, 87 reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the number that you should trust. The numbers that will come at the bottom of your screen and all around this screen. That is the News 18, CNN News 18 screen. That's the number you need to trust. Across the News 18 network, the numbers will be the same because this is all coming from one hub, the live result hub, where Griha is joining us live. It's all live, and you will see it manifest on that fantastic map on the wall. It'll start coloring, isn't it?
Yeah, it will. This is how it's looking right now. It's all empty, it's all grey, but I can assure you the colors are going to pop. Whether it'll be saffron, blue or brown, we'll know in about half an hour's time as the numbers start picking up. Just quickly before give it back to you guys, 2 other things to watch out for, 2 other regions which could play a critical role this time around. The northern part of the state. In one of those parts, Kittur Karnataka or Bombay Karnataka, the BJP dominated last time around. That again is the Lingayat belt. This is north of Hubli Dharwad. You have places like Belgaum, etc. There, look at the numbers. The BJP had 34 out of 56 at 44% vote share. So a difference of almost 5% in vote share in a state overall, statewide. The BJP was 2% less than the Congress. They had 34 out of 56. The Congress had only 19. This was in Bombay Karnataka or Kittur Karnataka. And then you have Hyderabad Karnataka. And remember, that's of importance now for the Congress because Mr. Kharge, the AICC president, comes from Gulbarga. This is Bidar, Raichur, Gulbarga. One of the most impoverished, and one of our reporters yesterday said one of the most backward places in the state and perhaps even in the country. A lot of poverty. Has always been the Congress's dominant sort of area. But last time the BJP narrowed it down. The difference was not much. It was 16 BJP, 21 Congress. Can the Congress widen that gap? Also, this part, which is close to Hyderabad, close to Telangana, has a presence of a significant Muslim vote bank. So which way will they go? Will that whole Bajrang Dal ban actually consolidate the Muslim vote much more in favor of the Congress in this part of Karnataka? So watch out for both Kittur Karnataka as well as Kalyana Karnataka, the northern part of the state, which could also play an important factor for both parties.
Just to add to what Zaka was saying, I did speak to one of the BJP leaders and his assessment was that before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival, the Bs were our problem. Bengaluru, Bidar and Belgavi. But after Prime Minister's blitzkrieg, which was focused in these areas, things have changed. That's the reason why we are seeing that confidence that is coming in. And the advantage of covering leaders like Mr. Basavaraj Bommai Swastika is that they are very affable and even if win or lose, irrespective of results, they will come and speak to you. Swastika, has he promised you that he'll speak to you irrespective of the results?
We are expecting him to, and yes, he is likely to give a soundbite as soon as he steps out of his residence right now here in Hubli and heads to his constituency Shigaon and then Haveri. But yes, Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, a lot at stake for him. He's very much confident of winning Shigaon and coming back as an MLA from that area for the 4th term. But whether he'll come back as the chief minister or not, that is something I asked him on the polling day, and he said whatever the legislature party and the parliamentary board decides, I'll go with it. But for now, we know for a fact that the BJP will be winning with a landslide margin.
Yes, it does look like it, and we've seen this especially in Gujarat. We've seen it in Karnataka. The leaders are very clear कि मतभेद भले ही हो, मनभेद नहीं होना चाहिए, and that instance when Siddaramaiah and Basavaraj Bommai met and Siddaramaiah patted Basavaraj Bommai on his shoulder, that went viral because of the amiable equations these leaders have outside of their political stories. Elsewhere in other parts of the country, in other states, they say that, you know, the swords are driven out, they're out, and the cudgels are out. So if you're not ideologically matching, then we don't even talk with you or break bread with you. But that's not the case in some of the other states are concerned. So this discourse continues as far as politics will go. But let's quickly try and also understand. I'm just going to go back to Zaka and say, where do you see the JDS holding forth? If the JDS has to win, and if it's winning 23 seats, does that mean that it moves away out of the political discourse? Eventually, Karnataka becomes a two-state kind of a thing.
Well, a lot will ride on
because
this election.
JDS is also experimenting in Hyderabad, Karnataka.
They are experimenting in this part. They did get a few seats, I think about 4 seats in Hyderabad, Karnataka. But that is, I think, a spillover really from their gud or their fortress. The fortress has always been the southern Karnataka region, which is where I showed. I mean, they were the #1 party there. And southern Karnataka is the biggest. Old Mysore is the biggest chunk, the biggest region with 57 seats. The JDS had 27 out of those seats. The Congress only 17, the BJP 11. This, of course, is excluding the Bangalore seats. But it does have some Bangalore rural seats. But this entire belt, that Bangalore-Mysore highway, the new one that you take from Hassan, Kanakpura, Ramnagara, all the way up to Mysore, that has been the dominance of the JDS last time around as well when they won 37. Remember the election before that in 2004, they won 50 plus seats and Kumaraswamy became Chief Minister in 2006 for the very first time. But if the JDS loses its relevance in this gud or fortress, the Vokkaliga dominated part of Karnataka, and you heard Kumaraswamy a moment ago saying, you guys are giving us 20 seats, how would I be a kingmaker? But never write off the JDS. They have an incumbent vote, an inherent vote. The question is, how much can they build on that? Last time around, in this belt, they got not just the Vokkaliga vote, they got a section of the backwards, they got a section of the Muslims. Will that change? Will the backwards and the Muslims, the OBCs, Dalits and the Muslims shift away from the JDS and go to the Congress? Because just on your base vote, you cannot win constituencies. It's like saying Lalu and Mulayam win just on the Yadav vote. They cannot. That because numerically they are not strong enough to win just on the base vote. Similarly, for the JDS, they need Vokkaliga plus. Whether that plus will continue to stay with them or whether it will move back to the Congress, I think that is critical.
Some tamasha also happened with the JDS over the last 24 hours with Tanveer Ahmed and CM Ibrahim, and Tanveer Ahmed unceremoniously being said that you're no longer part of the JDS. So, Harish, if you're there, what's the story there? Because Tanveer Ahmed has always been a spokesperson of the JDS. Why was this entire aspect of CM Ibrahim, and it was spat on social media? And Tanveer Ahmed said, thank you very much, I now resign from the party.
Well, clearly Tanveer Ahmed jumped the guns over there. One thing that's very clear about the BJP's, about the JDS is irrespective of who the spokesperson is, who's the party state president, it is the Deve Gowda family. It's Deve Gowda and Kumaraswamy who really decide which way the party goes, who they're backing. And they usually do not want to reveal anything till something concrete works. And that was the case last time also, despite Ashok Gehlot and others talking to them. It was only when it was finalized, they made a formal announcement. They did not speculate. Even now, when you hear H.D. Kumaraswamy, he's miffed with the exit poll, but not really commenting on post-poll coalition, which party seems like a favorable one. That's something that the JDS has always done. And perhaps with Tanveer Ahmed making that kind of a statement that a decision has already been done and will be announced tomorrow, that really would have miffed the Deve Gowda family and Kumaraswamy. And that's why they decided to ensure that there's nobody who will go out of turn and comment on what the party is thinking. We've seen this earlier also, the party coming out and saying that it will only be a certain person who will comment. And the party doesn't really believe in having a spokesperson list also.
Yes, with accidental chief ministers, when everything plays out post-poll, they do not want to jump the gun because the communication, if any, is happening directly with Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy. It won't be happening with any second-rung leaders because they really do not exist in many ways. DP Satish, our in-house expert on Southern India, is joining us. DP, early morning, good morning to you. But tell us, what is the mood like in various camps? There is optimism, there is some kind of anger, but also at the same time, some kind of, that faith that people would have voted for those respective blocks.
Maria, good morning. Because JDS hoping for a hung assembly, Mr. Kumaraswamy, who was in Singapore, has returned to Bengaluru, and is hoping that there will be a hung assembly and once again he can become the king and kingmaker both. But BJP is still hopeful that it will come back to power, and BJP insiders claim that it will be the single largest party if it fails to reach the halfway mark. But Congress is optimistic. Congress is actually very enthusiastic now. Congress people think that they have already won the election, but we will have to wait till at least 12 o'clock to confirm it, because Congress camp claims that they have already won the election. Congress has held series of meetings yesterday and day before yesterday. Most of the Congress leaders met Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. Congress top leaders from Delhi have also arrived in Bengaluru to discuss post-result scenarios, and they are hopeful that party will get at least 113 assembly seats, and Congress claims they have already won the election.
Is the Chief Minister
JDS is hoping for a hung
is the
assembly.
Chief Minister potential CM already decided for them? Because they fought in many ways in the name of two leaders.
I don't think... See, there are only two top contenders, Mr. Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, who is also the leader of the opposition and party's tallest leader in the state, and followed by DK Shivakumar, who is Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President and who is also a senior MLA and a former minister. And these two are fighting for the post of the Chief Minister. But Siddaramaiah claims that he is one of the top contenders and opportunity should be given to him once again. And DK Shivakumar claims that he has led the party in this election and he has organized and mobilized the cadre, and he should also be given a chance. And party high command will have to decide if they win the election, but it's not going to be so easy to choose between the two. But majority of the MLAs might back Siddaramaiah. This is what some insiders claim.
Yeah, but
every time you ask Siddaramaiah this question, he says MLAs will decide. And I think this is a prevailing wisdom that the majority of the MLAs will back Siddaramaiah. In fact, they gave tickets to most of the sitting MLAs. He was the leader of the opposition. He has a better equation with these MLAs, the sitting MLAs, and the candidates that were chosen. So if the MLAs decide, Siddaramaiah will have a chance. Also, it depends on the magnitude of the victory. If it's a real outright big victory, then I don't think the Congress High Command can deny Mr. Siddaramaiah the Chief Ministership. If it's neither here nor there, if they need Operation Reverse Kamala, as they call it, then I think DK stands a better chance, because obviously he has the resources and, what is required to...
the thing is that laddus should not be made way in advance.
But DP Satish, what's your understanding? I remember you had shared with all of us internally that there was something similar in the exit polls last time in 2018, where the overall mega poll of polls eventually arrived at the same numbers as the election numbers came through. This time around, what's your sense?
See, I am not a great fan of exit polls, but Congress claims they have already won, and a few exit polls have given clear majority to Congress, and majority of them have predicted a hung assembly. We will have to wait on until at least 12 o'clock to come to a conclusion or say something.
Why have you ever seen this kind of confidence from both sides? Have you ever seen in Karnataka this kind of confidence from both sides, where both of them are claiming absolute majority? Or do you believe that this is the same raga every time?
Yes, I have seen this in 2018. The ruling Congress was supremely confident, because Siddaramaiah used to claim that he was going to continue as the Chief Minister, but what happened, we all of us have seen. And in 2018, Yadurappa was supremely confident that he was going to come to power, but BJP won 104 seats and they missed chance by a few seats. A year later, they came to power. But in 2018, I witnessed the similar scenario.
But what is Mr. Devegowda saying? He did campaign, and let's not forget, he remains the tallest figure in that entire belt that Zaka was explaining. Mr. Devegowda, DP.
Mr. Devegowda is not... No, Mr. Devegowda is not saying anything, because Devegowda is someone who keeps quiet and he will play his cards carefully, because Devegowda is not like Kumaraswamy or anyone in his party. Devegowda doesn't talk much. If Devegowda goes silent and if he doesn't say anything, he's up to something.
DP, how do you say that with a straight face and still you don't afford a smile for our viewers? Let me ask you this. Okay, we've been looking at the map here, and Zaka has been breaking it down for where the Congress has to win and what the BJP needs to do. Let me ask you, if this election has to swing one way or the other, either for the Congress or for the BJP, and either party needs absolute majority, which is the region in Karnataka and which seats are going to play the decision or are going to swing the decision?
See, Congress will have to do extremely well in Mumbai Karnataka region with 50 seats renamed as Kittur Karnataka region, and Congress will have to sweep Hyderabad Karnataka region where Mr. Kharge hails from, which has 40 assembly seats, also Old Mysore region, which has more than 60-65 seats excluding city of Bengaluru. And both the parties will have to do very well in the city of Bengaluru with 28 seats. So if BJP wants to win and has to cross 113, they will have to do very well in Old Mysore region, because Old Mysore region, Congress is in direct fight with the JDS, BJP is a distant third. If BJP does very well in Old Mysore region, they can come to power on their own. But in today's scenario, Congress is the only pan-Karnataka party which has existence in all 224 assembly seats. And BJP is still quite strong in coastal Karnataka districts of Udupi, Dakshin Kannada and Karwar. But BJP will have to retain its base in Mumbai Karnataka region, which is its stronghold, and the Lingayat stronghold, also central Karnataka, which is also a Lingayat stronghold.
See, what Prime Minister is campaigning in Bengaluru, Bidar and Belagavi, these three belts which Maria was also talking about, how much of an impact will that make? Do you think that will swing a few seats away from the Congress and that could prove decisive?
That's quite possible. If it is a close contest, that's quite possible, because Prime Minister has campaigned in 19 of the 31 districts in the state. And he has campaigned in Hyderabad Karnataka region, Mumbai Karnataka region, central Karnataka, coastal Karnataka, also in the Old Mysore region, also in the city of Bengaluru. He held 2 road shows. And if it is a close contest, then that might make a difference.
So what are you leaning to? Let me ask you, final question with you before we get into the counting down towards counting getting underway. What are you looking at? Karnataka or clear no Nataka?
I think there will be a clear majority. This is my gut feeling.
And
one of the two parties will get a clear majority. This is my gut feeling.
Yes.
Maybe or may not be right.
Clear majority.
But he comes with
May or may not be right. We'll know. We'll come back to DP at 12 o'clock and ask him.
May or may not be right. But just under 3 minutes before counting gets underway, there are celebrations already. Pehla vote count nahi hua, celebrations at the AICC headquarters. Sherin, good morning. Delhi mein dhol baj rahe hain.
Good morning, and this in fact has been missing for a long time in Congress party, and after a long time we are seeing the kind of celebration that is in fact happening here. A large number of Congress supporters, even before the counting could begin, they have come here in large number. Dhols and lagade, like you pointed out, has in fact begun already here. Let me speak to some of the Congress supporters here. Sir, आप पहले अभी तो काउंटिंग गिनती स्टार्ट की हुई है, सेलिब्रेशन स्टार्ट?
देखिए, हमने पेपर बहुत अच्छा दिया, हमें पता 100% नंबर आएंगे। राहुल गांधी से घर खोजना, उनकी लोकसभा खोजना, और प्रियंका गांधी जी का कर्नाटक में जाके कहना कि प्रधानमंत्री जाते हैं अपने टुकड़े रोते हैं, मुझे गाली बहुत दी है। कहना कि जनता की बात नहीं करते हैं। किसान जो पहलवान, हमारी जो देश का नाम करने वाली पहलवान महिलाएं बैठी हैं, बहनें बैठी हैं, जंतर मंतर पर वहां नहीं गए। कहना कि मैं समझता हूँ आज देश समझ रहा है कि मोदी जी देश कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं।
एक बात बताइए, काफी दिनों बाद यहाँ पे हलचल हुई है, वरना कांग्रेस पार्टी में लॉन में तो कुछ हलचल नहीं हुई है। क्या ये सेलिब्रेशन कायम रहेगा? देखिए, ये नारा देते हैं जो राम का नहीं किसी काम का नहीं, तो आज बजरंगबली भी, हनुमान जी की फौज भी इधर आई हुई है, और बजरंगबली ऐसा गदा मारेंगे कि 2024 तक बाहर कर देंगे, क्योंकि राम का भी इन्होंने कर्नाटक में अपमान करा, उनका नाम ही नहीं लिया। तो मैं समझता हूँ किसान, महिला, मजदूर, नौजवान, व्यापारी, हर आदमी कांग्रेस के साथ खड़ा है, महंगाई का विरोध कर रहा है, बेरोजगारी का विरोध कर रहा है, इनकी झूठ का विरोध कर रहा है। देश का मुखिया पैदल घूम रहा है, जब एमसीडी का चुनाव हो, विधायक का चुनाव हो, तो सोचना चाहिए प्रधानमंत्री हैं। आप कहाँ से आई है, कितनी दूर से आई है?
मैं दिल्ली में हूँ।
दिल्ली से ही आई है? हाँ जी। यहाँ पे पहले ही सेलिब्रेशन स्टार्ट हो गया है, क्या लगता है जीतेगी कांग्रेस?
कांग्रेस जीत चुकी है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है। कांग्रेस जीत चुकी है, कर्नाटक की यही पुकार है।
Congress जीत चुकी है. It's the Delhi lot, but it's quite surprising that the Karnataka elections, even before the votes are being counted, the celebration is happening in the AICC headquarters. Quite unusual. Rashid Kitwa, कितने साल बाद ये देखना है आप?
Yes, Anand, you're right, but it's happening after 5 years. The last time Congress won a decisive mandate was in Chhattisgarh, and of course Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan along with it. Himachal victory was there, but I think...
But उस वक्त भी ढोल पहले से नहीं बजे थे.
Anand, you must understand, there's so much of desperation. I mean, they have not got a good news.
Is it also not jinxing your Potential victory.
I think the Congress has taken exit poll very seriously. Some of the exit polls that have given 120 or more.
Yeah, there has to be. If there are numbers, numbers, like I said, this time around the numbers are at the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The countdown is right at the top, and we are counting down to 10 seconds to counting getting underway. 9, 8, 7. Oh, it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and counting begins! Counting begins for the Karnataka elections. The voters have cast their ballot. The counting begins across 35 centers, and our live result hub will start buzzing, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very soon, what you're going to see is that Zakat Jacob and Griha Atul are going to be panting for breath, and their fingers and their feet are going to be running all over the place because the counting has begun. The first results will be out, counting across 36 centers, and 87 reporters of the News 18 network are present at these counting centers, getting you the results at the live result hub, and that'll... Phone calls already, phones are already buzzing. Yes, Griha. Phones already buzzing. Yes, Griha.
Okay, I'm trying. 1 second. Are we getting the leads? Okay, we are getting the leads. The phones have already started ringing. The moment the counting has begun, we have got the first call. It's from Bellary. Number 5. Bellary City, 94.
The postal votes have come. BJP 3, 2 leads have started coming in. Basavaraj Bommai is speaking. Let's listen to that and then come back to Zakat Jacob. Yes, Basav.
ಮುಂದಿನ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಮೃದ್ಧ ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತ ನಾಡನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಜನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ.
Our government in Karnataka, we are assured that the voters will give us that mandate.
ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಕೂಡ ನನಗಿದೆ.
I have strong belief.
ತಾಸುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಗಳು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತವೆ. ಇನ್ನು 4 ತಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶ ಯಾವ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಜನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಶಾಂತದಿಂದ ಮತದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯ.
People have very peacefully cast their ballot.
ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
And I thank them for that. Say,
ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಎಣಿಕೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
So I am also thankful that they even right through the polls they have voted carefully, and whatever are the results, we just hope that there is peace and calm across the state and people accept whatever is the final mandate. So we come back to, we'll pull away from Basavaraj Bommai because the scorecard is already buzzing. Griha is with us from the live result hub. 10 leads already, 6 for the BJP, 4 for the Congress party. Yes, Griha.
First leads, phone calls are still ringing. The first one we are getting from Bellary City, constituency number 94, Zaka. 94 it is. I think BJP is getting the first lead.
So 94, Bellary City, this is the Reddy brothers. Somashekar Reddy of the BJP is fighting. His brother Gali Janardhan Reddy has formed his own party. So Bellary City, it seems like G. Somashekar Reddy of the BJP is leading as of right now. As of right now, what we have is 9:7. 9 to the BJP and 7 to the Congress. Where else are you getting? Which other region are you getting Griha leads from?
Okay, we're getting one from Vijaypura. Is it Vijaypura, sir?
Shahapur.
Constituency number?
Constituency number 30. We are still figuring. The ballots, postal ballots are opening. Okay.
Again, a BJP seat.
Yeah, it's a BJP seat. Bijapur. Remember, the Prime Minister had
I think this one's
campaigned.
getting. This one has Congress's name on it. We are still getting the constituent number. Yeah, कौन सा है सर?
यादगिरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शरणपुर.
शरणपुर नंबर बताइए सर. Okay, some technical issue, but we are getting the second lead. This is going to the Congress party. Sharan Basappa is leading. That's what we are getting. We're still. Do we have the constituency number, sir?
Well, we get the constituency number in just a bit.
We'll
So
get it
far.
in a while. Yeah.
21 leads flashing on the screens. 11 to the Congress, 9 to the BJP, 1 lead to the JDS. That's where the numbers are flowing. So where the BJP started early off the blocks with a lead,
So
but the Congress now moving on.
Shigaon, which is the Chief Minister's constituency. So that's constituency number 83. The Chief Minister seems to be leading in Shigaon. We're getting 1 for JDS in Hyderabad, Karnataka. Sharan Gowda Kandakur is leading from Gurmitkal. Kharge is from Gurmitkal. He's contested from Gurmitkal. But like I said, this is postal ballots very, very early in the day. But in Gurmitkal, the house of the Kharges, as it were, the home district, the home constituency, it seems to be the JDS candidate who is leading right now. We also have a Congress lead. This is Siddaramaia's constituency in Varuna. Last time his son was the candidate. He won by about 90,000 votes. This time, Mr. Siddaramaiah hoping to beat that record. We're getting one more lead for the BJP. This is in Shorapur. Narsimha Nayak of the BJP is leading. This is again in the Hyderabad, Karnataka belt. But Griha has more.
One more from Chittapur, constituency number 40. We're getting one more lead. Number 40.
Chittapur again is where Priyank Kharge is fighting from. There was this whole allegations about Manik Rathod, who they believe is a criminal. The BJP candidate there, Manik Rathod, is leading from that constituency. But like I said, very, very early days. This is right now just postal ballots. So hold your horses till about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock before we can come with some confirmation. We're getting a lead from Bengaluru City. I'm just trying to see if we can pop up that number. Yeah, Griha, go ahead.
One more, constituency number 121, Co-op. Congress is leading.
Co-op, yeah. Vinay Kumar Sorake of the Congress is leading. That is coastal. So it's interesting there. Remember, 21 seats last time. BJP won 20 out of 21. If the Congress is opening up something there, it's going to be interesting. Co-op, the neighboring city of Udupi, also Yashpal of the BJP, Yashpal Suvarna, was there in that whole hijab movement. He's now leading in that constituency of Udupi. Remember, he was changed. He's a new candidate who's been appointed there. We're also getting, let's go back up and check again. We're getting a lot of results from Hyderabad, Karnataka, surprisingly. Constituency number 93. This is again from Bellary. You have Sri Ramalu leading again from the BJP. So their entire family, both the neighboring constituencies, Bellary City and Bellary Rural, you have the BJP leading there. Griha has more. Yeah, Griha.
Yes, we're getting leads from Kalburgi, Zaka, constituency number 46, Alan. Congress is leading from there. So that's one. I'm getting more phone calls, but 46. 46.
All right. Constituency from Basva Kalyan, Sharanu Salagar of the BJP is leading. So where we are sort of getting most numbers from is Hyderabad, Karnataka. We've got a few from Old Mysore, a couple of seats in coastal Karnataka as well, and one from Bengaluru City. I'm trying to see which that seat is. It looks like it's Yashwantpur, but it's a BJP lead. We'll go check back in on what that seat is. But clearly from Hyderabad, Karnataka, we're getting a lot of numbers from Old Mysore as well. JDS is populating the screen. It's not like the JDS is out of the contest. This is from Hole Narsipur, H.D. Revanna, Mr. Kumaraswamy's elder brother. He's leading in one seat in Old Mysore. And then you have Chamundeshwari, where G.T. Devegowda is leading. Chamundeshwari, of course, used to be Siddaramaia's old seat, but Griha has more. Yeah, Griha.
Yes, we are getting, Zaka, one from Basaf Kalyan, constituency number 47, where the BJP has a lead. 47.
Sharanu Salagar of the BJP in Basva Kalyan. Last time, again, he had won with a margin of 17,000 votes. The neighboring constituency of Aland, where Bhojraj of the Congress is currently leading. Remember, in Hyderabad, Karnataka, last time around, the Congress did not do particularly well. We haven't got much from Kittur, Karnataka yet. That's going to be another very, very big belt, 56 seats there. But Old Mysore, don't count the JDS out. I mean, it seems like Mr. Kumaraswamy might be in business, because look at this pocket of browns you're seeing. In Priyapatna, you have Mahadeva of the JDS leading. In the neighboring constituency of Hunsur, you have GD Harish Gowda leading. Again, in the neighboring constituency of Krishnarajnagar, Sara Mahesh of the JDS is leading. So the JDS populating that Hole Narsipur, like I said, Revanna is leading there. In Channapatna, H.D. Kumaraswamy is leading. In the neighboring constituency of Ramnagara, his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy is leading. So the JDS might not be out of business just yet, at least in that belt of Old Mysore. Griha.
Yes, we are getting one more from Belagavi. This is constituency number 16. Congress leads Zaka. 16. 1-6.
All right. Just checking in on Belgaum, because remember, that is a part of Kittur, Karnataka, Bombay, Karnataka, and the BJP needs to win big there. Mahante Shivanand of the Congress is leading in constituency number 16 by Hongal. Remember, he had won with a very slender margin of just about 5,000 votes last time around. So as the map is getting populated, you're seeing a lot of colors pop up in Hyderabad, Karnataka. You're seeing a few here in Kittur. I think it'll take some more time. That'll be the last region to report. In coastal, again, it's filling up. Lots of saffron and blue there. And then JDS. Don't wipe out the JDS here in Old Mysore. Yes, Griha.
Okay, one more from Bidar, constituency number 52, BJP leading, Zaka.
All right, Bidar, again, the Prime Minister had campaigned there. Aurad seat, Prabhu Chavan of the BJP. Last time won by 10,000 votes. This time he's currently leading. The big Bs were a problem, is what Maria said. So Bidar happens to be one of them. Early leads for the BJP there in Bidar.
If they crack Bidar, or if they are able to do well there,
and in Bengaluru,
then Congress wanting to try and get into those and make inroads will get defeated. This is early days, ladies and gentlemen. Please understand that 65 out of 224, the leads have come in 29, 26 and 10. That's where the score reads. But these are still postal ballots being counted. So these trends could change. But are they indicative? Pan Karnataka, there are trends and everybody seems to be in the mix. Prakash Belawadi ji is also with us. Namaste, good morning. Shehzad Punawala and Dhruv Jatti also with us. Namaste and good morning. Prakash ji, is that corridor of uncertainty? Is that all?
Well, you know, even before I came here yesterday, I spoke to many RSS people. Okay, I met them by accident. As I was heading to the airport, and they have a number. They feel they'll get between 117 and 120.
23.
Yeah, that's
118 to 123.
Yeah, and they're looking very gung-ho and very happy. So if they fall, they'll feel really bad, I think. You know, but they were confident, and some kind of reassessment seems to be happening, and you can sense that the mood is not as euphoric.
What it was before the Prime Minister's arrival.
No, not just that. Even the exit poll mood that it created has got somewhat moderated, I think. You know, we don't know. See, that's the thing. I'll just at the moment.
What happens is BS Arun is also with us. BS Arun, I'm asking. Usually, what happens is especially when you're casting your vote, in the sense you wake up on counting day, and as the results are pouring in, there is a sense in your head. Head and heart may be a conflict, but you know which way it's going. Do you have that clear sense this time, or is it still feeling muddled?
Well, not at all clear. I mean, there are many points of view whether which party is going to get majority, or will there be a hung house like the last 3 previous occasions in the last 20 years. So there is a lot of uncertainty, as Prakash said. This real corridor of uncertainty.
Real corridor of uncertainty, Shehzad. Griha's got more leads, the number of leads swelling within 2 minutes of us chatting here in the studio from 65 to 89. Yes, Griha.
Okay, Koppal district, we're getting another lead. This one's going to the Congress party. 63, Zaka. 63, Yelburga.
All right. So again, coming back to Hyderabad, Karnataka, you're seeing a lot more blues than you saw the last time. In the constituency of Kanakagiri, you have a Congress candidate leading. The neighboring constituency of Sindanur, again, Hampa Gowda of the Congress is leading. In Manvi, again, Hampa Nayak of the Congress is leading. But just broad trends in coastal, I just want to check. The BJP, like I said, last time won 20 out of 21. Other than 2 seats, I think Baindur, where Gopal Pujari of the Congress is leading. And of course, you have from Kaup, Vinay Kumar Sorake of the Congress is leading. And you have one more seat, I think this is Mudbidri. No, sorry, this is the Puttur seat, where again, the BJP had changed its candidate. 3 constituencies in coastal, the Congress is leading. The rest of them, the BJP seems to be sweeping. Griha has more. Griha.
Yes, so Bangalore urban we were talking about, Zaka. Now finally we've got 2 leads. One is 156 from Mahalakshmi layout, where you have BJP leading 156. And the second one is from BTM layout 172, where again there is BJP leading.
All right, very interesting. BTM layout is Ramalinga Reddy's seat. B.S. Arun is here. He knows that. He's an 8-time MLA, Ramalinga Reddy. If the BJP is leading, again, very, very early days. These are just postal votes, folks. Don't jump the guns just yet. Yes. The data that I have on the magic wall, the BJP in Bengaluru city is leading in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Congress leading only in 2. Again, very, very early days. This is not how Bengaluru city has voted so far, at least. But has the Prime Minister's roadshow made a difference? We'll wait and see. As of right now, 6 leads are going to the BJP in Bengaluru city, and only 2 to the BJP to the Congress, and there is 1 independent as well in Bengaluru city. But again, I keep coming back to this. You are seeing JDS in business in some of its pockets in the Old Mysore region. There are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats. 8 out of the 12 leads for the JDS currently are in the Old Mysore region. We have more from Bangalore. Griha has more. Yes.
Yes, more from Bangalore urban, Zaka, Malleshwaram, constituency number 157. There's a BJP lead, 157. There is another one, 161, where again there is a BJP lead, CV Raman Nagar, 157 and 161.
seat. That's where the BJP party headquarters, the state headquarters is. He's, of course, a three-time MLA from there. I don't think he can get dislodged there. But like I said, from Bengaluru city, there's now a JDS lead. I think this is the outer Bengaluru constituency, the rural Bengaluru constituency in Devanahalli. I think you have one JDS lead there. Meanwhile, 6 BJP, 3 to the Congress. So the Congress playing catch-up. But like I said, again, I'm adding this caveat and I will continue till about 9 o'clock or so that these are postal ballots.
Postal ballots and more leads from Griha. More leads from Griha. 119
more
leads
from
out. Yes,
Bangalore
Griha.
Urban. More from Bangalore Urban. Which one is this, sir?
176.
Constituency number 176. Bangalore South. Again, BJP has a lead. 176 Zaka.
All right.
Bangalore South.
So what we are seeing in the Bengaluru city seats is that the BJP is holding on to the seats that it won last time. Remember, Congress won 15, the BJP won 12. The BJP holding on to that. Now the Congress has 4 leads, I believe, 4 leads out of what we have for Bengaluru. 1 to the JDS. The BJP has 6, and there is 1 independent also who's leading in Bengaluru city. But in the wider state, watch out for what's happening in Old Mysore. Like I said, the Gaudas are not out of business just yet. They seem to be holding on to some of those seats. All right, Griha has details on Old Mysore even as we talk about the JDS. Yes.
And we're talking about Ramnagara, Channapatna 185, where we have Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy. He's leading. JDS is leading there, Zaka.
So,
185 from Channapatna.
So Channapatna, H.D. Kumaraswamy leading there. Neighbouring constituency of Ramnagara, his son Nikhil Kumaraswamy is leading there. So both of those constituencies, I think, will stay with the JDS. What I'm looking at is overall trends. In the coastal belt, where the BJP swept last time, the Congress leading only in 3. The BJP leading in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10, the BJP is leading. Only 3, the Congress is leading. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, slightly more evenly split. And I think the Congress may be making a comeback in Hyderabad, Karnataka. Kittur, Karnataka, we don't have details yet. But in Belgavi, for example, the BJP seems to be leading. Old Mysore is the belt to watch out for, where the JDS seems to be holding on to some seats. Griha has more. Yes, Griha.
Okay, from Haveri, we are getting constituency number 85, Congress leading.
Okay, leading.
Bayadgi, 85.
All right. So again, Kittur, Karnataka, I think would be the last to report simply because, the data there is coming slowly compared to other regions. But Kittur is very important for the BJP. Out of 56 last time, they won 34. They have to have that kind of a strike rate to be able to come back with the kind of margins that we saw last time. Right now, 62 to the BJP, 53 to the Congress, and 15 to the JDS. So JDS has already hit the lower end of what the exit polls were predicting.
Exit polls were predicting, but more importantly, 132 leads. The BJP with its nose ahead so far in the leads. 62 leads, Congress 53. Shehzad Poonawalla, Dhruv Jatti, good morning. Quick words before we go back to the live result hub and also on to the magic wall. Shehzad Poonawalla, are you sweating? Is the gut feeling saying, oh, this is going away from us?
No, absolutely not, Anand. In fact, if anything, my faith is only being reinforced by seeing these very early postal trends. Although these are opening up in areas which are not traditional strongholds of the BJP, you can see the BJP is ahead. Obviously, it's too early to call it. But, there are 3 signs on which you can see the insecurity of the Congress. 1, they started booking resorts. 2, their leaders have started talking to independents apparently. And 3, the Congress leaders themselves are betraying a sense of lack of confidence that they will be able to manage to form the government by themselves. So these 3 signs, along with the results that we can see right now.
I'm also looking at another sign, Shehzad Poonawalla, that after a long time, the AICC headquarters already Dhol Nagada is happening. So that has not happened in a long time. So unless the Congress is absolutely sure, AICC wouldn't be celebrating. Dhruv Jatti, how would you want to respond to Shehzad Poonawalla? Good morning. 151 lead, 70 for the BJP, 65 for the Congress. So the gap narrowing, JDS 15. Yes, Dhruv Jatti.
Morning, Anand. I think very premature to make any comments on what's happening because it's just the postal ballots. But in response to Shehzad's comment on insecurity, the real insecurity lies with the BJP because you saw Mr. R. Ashok's statement and what did he say? That we're not saints, and during elections they want to use Bajrang Dal, but when it comes to the result time, they want to speak about being evil, about poaching MLAs and horse trading. So if you speak about insecurity, it lies in the Bharatiya Janata Party's camp. And maybe an hour and a half or so from now, we'll be able to see who's going to be having the lead.
But is there confidence within the Congress party, or are you a little surprised that the dhols have happened at the AICC headquarters? Even before counting began.
We shouldn't be overconfident. What we're looking for is to wait for the entire 224 constituencies to be out. The magic number 113 is playing on our minds. and we're not being complacent at the same time. We're being calm and we're looking at what's going to happen. The camp more or less is,
Well,
very
Dhruv
calm
and
at this point of
Shehzad,
time.
please bear with us because we're getting lots of results coming through. So if we come to you intermittently or interrupt you, it's not on purpose. It's just because we've got to go back to the results. Live result hub, Griha and also Zaka on the wall. Over to you. Yes,
We are
Griha.
getting more leads from Belagavi, Anand. From constituency number 18, we have a Congress lead from Ramdurg, Zaka. 18.
Yeah.
1-8.
All right. Ramdurg, the constituent there is Ashok Mahadeva Patan of the Congress. Last time he won by a very slender margin of 2,800 votes. This time around, also I just want to quickly, Lakshmi Hebbalkar is leading from Belgaum Rural. Last time, remember, she won by 50,000 votes. You also have in the neighboring constituency where Satish Jarkiholi is also leading, Lakshmi Hebbalkar from Belgaum Rural, and then you have Satish Jarkiholi leading in the neighboring constituency. So in Belgaum, where the BJP swept last time around, it seems like slowly the Congress might be nibbling back. But further north, it's a sea of saffron. Closer to the Maharashtra border, Srimant Patil of the BJP from Kagwad. You have from Nippani, Annasaib Jole, again, he's a multi-term MLA, he's leading there. Mahalingappa from Raibag. Griha has more, yes.
Yes, we are getting from Vijaypura, Zaka, from Nagathan, 31 constituency. Congress is leading, 31.
All right. So in Hyderabad, Karnataka, it seems like Congress is again clawing back better than what it did. This is a Lingayat-dominated seat, constituency number 31. It was won by the BJP last time around. This time, Katankot Vithol of the Congress is leading. Yes, Griha.
One more from Vijaypura, from constituency number 28. There's a BJP lead, Zaka. 28.
All right. This is Kallappa Sangappa of the BJP. Last time he won by a margin of just 3,000 votes. This time he's leading in that constituency. So if the BJP manages to win those close contests in Kittur, Karnataka, as well as in Hyderabad, Karnataka, then the BJP is very much in the game. But in coastal, I can certainly see a lot more blues than what we saw last time around. Just want to quickly check. From Sringeri, the Congress candidate there is leading. In the neighboring constituency of Mudigere, again, the Congress candidate there is leading. Gopal Pujari is leading in Baindur. Then you have from Kaup, like I said, Vinay Kumar Suraki is leading in the neighboring constituency of Kundapura. Again, Kundapura is where all this hijab stuff started from. In Kundapura, the Congress candidate Kiran Kumar seems to be leading. So some inroads the Congress seems to be making there in the coastal belt. But again, I'm interested in the JDS number. They're already at 17. They're already at 17, but Griha has more. Yes, Griha.
Yes, more from Bangalore, Urban, Zaka. We're getting it from Chamarajpet, 168. There's a Congress lead from 168.
Chamarajpet, of course, is Zamir Ahmed Khan. I think that's the seat he's fighting from, if I'm not mistaken. So the Bangalore city seats, from what I can see, the Congress has currently only 3 leads. The BJP running away to 7 leads. The question is, will it stay like this? Like I said, again, I'm saying this again and again. Postal ballots, folks. Hold your horses. This is not the real results yet. But Anand, yeah.
Well, it looks fascinating and exciting. And I can see, Prakash Belawadi, B.S. Arun and Rashid Kitwai slowly going up because the adrenaline, you can feel it too. As the rush is
like a big race.
It's like a big race. And we're putting the race on top of our screens. I'm just quickly explaining our screen. Once we show you the key race alerts, we'll also explain to you how to understand the CNN News 18 election dashboard or the screen that's in front of you. We try to create a dashboard for you, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some of the key race alerts. Siddaramaiah is leading in his constituency of Varuna. The next key race alert, Lakshman Savdi, once again, the defector from the BJP in Athani, currently leading. These are early stages, early leads, but right now he's leading. B. Sriramlu, the strongman from Bellary, he is also leading at this point. We also have H.D. Kumaraswamy from Channapatna. He is also leading. So clearly, the big names so far leading, doing well. We also have C.T. Ravi from Chikmagalur. He's also leading. Early stages, early days, postal ballots, plus the first, perhaps the EVMs will start opening around 8:30. But some of the key race alerts, Basavaraj Bommai in Shigao, he is also leading at this point. And so, largely, no upsets so far with even Jagdish Shettar, Hubli Dharwad. Many believe that Tenginkai should give him a run. But right now, he seems to be leading with the initial postal ballots being counted. And also Nikhil Kumaraswamy in Ramanagaram, he is also leading. Hubli Dharwad update coming in from Griha Atul. Yes, Griha.
Constituency number 73, Shettar is leading. Jagdish Shettar, Anand was just talking about it. 73, Zaka.
All right, just want to quickly run our viewers through a couple of more editions we've got on the Magic Wall. This is the halfway pie as it stands right now. I'm going to go back and refresh this page. But it seems like it is the BJP with 83, and the Congress with 72, if I'm not mistaken. Here you go. This is 83 and 74. This 49 has not been declared. 17 to the JDS. I'm interested in the JDS figure. And then you have, we've taken out a cricketing terminology as well. The worm. The worms between the two teams. At 8:05, the Congress was trailing. 8:10, the Congress trailing. By 8:20, it's far more neck and neck between the Congress and the BJP. Griha has more. Yes, Griha.
Okay, I think in Chennapatna, the BJP has got a lead now, 185, Zaka. HD Kumaraswamy fighting from that seat. BJP has a lead, 185.
All right, very interesting. Channapatna and Ramnagara, the two neighboring constituencies. On the wall, it's still showing HD Kumaraswamy as leading from that constituency. But like I said, it's very early days, folks. On postal ballots, elections don't get decided.
This is like a photo moment. You know, just save it that in Channapatna for a short period of time, there was somebody from the BJP
What
who was
Prakash was saying, just add to that. I was speaking to one of the BJP leaders and he said that abhi hamara Dhoni bat karne nahi utra hai before Prime Minister's arrival. And now you are seeing the numbers, whether it will hold or not, that remains to be seen. But the confidence that the party has, that he will be able to carry an election, and he has won multiple states for the BJP.
I think critically, more importantly, those parts which were the problem areas for the Congress. Now, has he been, there is an update on DK Shivkumar. Yes, Griha.
Yeah, we have an update on DK Shivkumar. Kanakpura, he's leading 184 Zaka. So DK Shivkumar is leading Congress.
Last time as well.
Last time he won by 80,000 votes, I think 79,000 odd. This time they're saying that he'll win by 1 lakh votes, but we'll see. I don't think that's a problem so much for DK Shivkumar, but look at the old Mysore region, and I think I'm very, very curious to see. The JDS is not out of the game yet. They're already at 19, which is more than what most opinion polls gave them, and 19 is not a bad number at all.
No,
they could cross... Yeah.
Except for 2 opinion polls that gave them below 20, everybody else gave them above 20.
But Prakash, this is out of 180 seats, not out of 224. Out of 180, they've already got 19, so I suspect they might reach 25.
But you know the areas that have not opened up are not JDS.
Yeah, of course.
They're not JDS areas. But point is, if
unless
the JDS
they get 20, they're not in the game.
But if JDS crosses 20, then phas gaya hai. Then it is very difficult for a
Then that is the reason why HD Kumaraswamy is so miffed.
Just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, explaining the screen, the dashboard, how to understand. Right on top of us, right here, is the halfway number. So the race, that's what's happening there. The latest leads, and you see the grey area. That grey area is the one that needs to be covered right now. 87 with the BJP, 87 leads. They are closer to covering that halfway number of 113. Right below is the leads and of course the scorecard. 87, 74, 19, and that's the total number. 181 out of 224. The leads, you can read that very well. The corner there, at the bottom corner, are the key candidates. So you can understand the candidates and, of course, the key race alerts which are flashing on the screen. So this is how you should understand the entire election dashboard. That's your screen right now. Let's go across to Griha Atul from the live result hub. Yes.
More from Bangalore urban, Anand. We are getting it from the constituency number 159. There's a Congress lead. 159, there's a Congress lead. We are also getting a lowdown on how are people standing. If we look at Nikhil Kumaraswamy from Ramnagara, 183, he's leading. HD Kumaraswamy is trailing, like I mentioned. And we also have G. Somashekar Reddy from Bellary City. We still, he still has the lead, right? Yeah. He has the lead. BJP has the lead there. Dharwar again from 73 constituency. Mahesh Tengikai is trailing from the BJP.
Hubli Dharwad Central, that is Jagdish Shettar's seat, but let's see again, postal ballots. Tengikai is now trailing currently in Hubli Dharwad Central. But I think a couple of things are happening. Region-wise, if you look at it, in coastal, which was a complete sweep of the BJP last time around, you're seeing a lot of pop-up of blues this time. BJP is managing to retain seats in the outer Bengaluru constituencies, Tumkur, Kolar, that belt. In North Karnataka, in Hyderabad, Karnataka, you're seeing a mix of blue and saffron. And here in Belgaum, where I think that is very, very interesting, because Belgaum, the BJP will have to hit big if they have to win the state big. There in the rural constituencies, it seems like the BJP seems to be retaining what it had in 2018. But in the urban pockets, in Belgaum city, Lakshmi Hebalkar is leading, Satish Jarkioli is leading. So we'll wait and see how that battle plays out in North Karnataka. So far, the map looks neck and neck. It's not runaway. And gentlemen in the studio, please jump up and speak whenever you want to speak. Like Prakash Balawadi said, you got to seize the moment. Carpe diem. That's what you need to do, Rashid Kidwai and B.S. Arun here, because there's so much happening and it's happening thick and fast. You can go ahead with observation any moment. Yeah, it's thick and fast. But more importantly, nobody's running away. No party, Zaka, at this point seems to be running away with everybody seems to be in the mix and in hunt with each other, especially the JDS thinking ki
I can play kingmaker.
Yeah,
20.
imagine,
they've got to the 20 round.
Kumaraswamy just half an hour ago saying, you guys have not given us anything. You've given us 12, 15. Right now, they're at 20. They're already at 20. These are leads. These are postal ballots. Shehzad, I think, wants to make a point. But by and large, it seems like 88 to BJP, 76 to Congress. As things stand right now, it could change. Shehzad.
Zaka, what happened to all those people who were saying that this was a runaway anti-incumbency election? I know it's too early to say anything one way or the other, but clearly the telltale signs of anti-incumbency aren't existing in the kind of results we are seeing in the postal ballots as of now. So clearly there are some people who are over-amplifying the so-called anti-incumbency effect, the so-called 40% corruption government effect, and they were doing it for a particular purpose. I think the fact that it is such a tough contest even now, where a state has a history of not repeating governments, itself indicates a lot of things.
शहजाद, अगर कांग्रेस 65 से 113 पहुंच गया और आप 104 से 113 या 117 से 113 पे नहीं रहे, then clearly anti-incumbency wala logic works. Dhruv Jatti, please jump in, okay? Please jump in. Please put your hand up and jump in. Yeah.
And there is also a traditional view that postal ballot actually tends to favor the BJP.
Yes.
I mean, pan-India actually.
And if it is 76-90, that means the Congress is making some kind of...
Yes, Dhruv. Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Anand, if you have a close look at what's happening in coastal belt, which the Bharatiya Janata Party tried to woo with communal issues like the Bajrang Dal, what you're seeing with the postal ballots is a lead for the Congress in the coastal belt. So that's a very interesting development. And speaking about governments, if you actually look at it, since 2013, we haven't had a people's mandate. In 2018, what they did was they ended up purchasing MLAs. So this election, on the whole, is a victory for the people of Karnataka when the Congress party touches 113.
People's mandate, little rich coming from the Congress party. 2018, Congress didn't have the mandate, but they formed the government with the JDS. In Maharashtra, Congress didn't have the mandate, but then the breakaway happened and the MVA formed the government there. So people's mandate leaned towards the single largest party. That's what you would want to concede, be it Maharashtra, be it Karnataka. B.S. Arun, you want to weigh in? Looking at what's happening?
I'm seeing, of course, it's postal ballot, but B. Sriramulu trails. He is a minister, a very powerful leader of the scheduled tribes, and he is contesting from the tribal-rich area of the central Karnataka.
So you're seeing, so you're keeping your eye on the key race alert.
Yes,
so everybody is looking at the screen at different points and saying, picking out points. Yeah.
One more, Ballari Brothers.
Ballari Brothers.
It says he trails G.S. Reddy. Somshekar Reddy is from the Ballari rural, I think. So this is one.
R. Ashok is trailing. Kanakapura, bottom of the screen. Wow. Let's go across.
That's against DK Shiv Kumar.
He had no choice. I don't know. There's great politics that R. Ashok was fielded there in the first place.
So give us a gossip, yeah.
See, the idea is that who is the Vakaliga leader is the question. You know? So if you can prove, I feel there's a bit of match fixing has happened there. If you can prove, and I think the candidate against Ashok, is not such a strong candidate. So some adjustment has happened, I feel. I'm not sure, but...
some adjustment has happened. Griha, once again, Griha, yes, live result hub.
We're getting a lead from Koppal there, 64. We have JDS lead, Zaka. Constituency number 64.
Koppal is not a JDS district, or it's not a JDS stronghold. The gentleman C.V. Chandrasekhar of the JDS. Remember last time it was a BJP seat. You come back and check in on central Karnataka. A lot of it hasn't opened up yet, but we're getting from Shimoga, Davangere, etc., where the BJP seems to be holding on to what it had last time. K.R. Purnima from Hirayur is leading. Let me just come back down and check. From Turuvekere, Masala Jairam of the BJP is leading. From Gubbi, SD Dilip Kumar is leading. These are of Tumkur Rural. Suresh Gowda is leading. So the BJP managing to hold on to some of those rural belt as you come into central Karnataka, the Lingayat belt as it were. But the JDS, interestingly has one seat in Karwar. This is Vishweshwar Hegde Kageri. Sorry, this is the BJP seat. Suraj Nayak Soni of the JDS from Kumta. Kumta again is in the coastal belt.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in the postal ballot, JDS is again the kingmaker or potential king.
That's what we need to say. Please,
in the postal ballot,
EVMs will start opening only by 9 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we are putting it out there. EVMs will start opening by 9 a.m. As far as the postal ballots are concerned, these are the leads you are seeing. Out of 201 seats, 94 to the BJP, 82 leads to the Congress, and 22 leads for the JDS. So as per the postal ballots, JDS is in pole position to play kingmaker. Priyank Kharge is through with us. Good morning, Priyank ji. So the postal ballots are saying
that you are
this could get hung. This could be quite muddled as of now. EVMs have not yet opened, but postal ballots are saying that the JDS could play kingmaker.
We still have another 14 rounds to go. अभी तो start हुआ है. आगे देखेंगे क्या-क्या होता है.
प्रियंक, चित्तौड़गढ़ में आपकी लीडिंग है. आपका कितने what are you picking up from your agents there? What is the margin of your lead?
I'm not sure about the lead because I've not been speaking to my agents as of now. I'm on my way. But there is strong undercurrent against the BJP, and I'm sure we'll cross the 120 mark.
And what about your father? Where is he? I mean, the Congress president, this is an important election for him.
He's headquartered in Bangalore, as you know.
There seems to be a quiet confidence about you, Priyank Kharge. How is it that both the Congress and the BJP are claiming similar numbers? This is something that is stumping everybody. Both have rejected the exit polls. So that's why I'm asking you.
No, see, I haven't rejected the exit polls. I said I'm not a big fan of the exit polls. Having said that, they're very indicative. And like I said earlier, there's a strong undercurrent against corruptions, against price rise, against unemployment, and the pride of Karnataka. And I'm sure that probably in a couple of hours, if you have me on the show back again,
we'd love to have you back on the show.
You'll be asking how we won the election.
No, not just that. I want to specifically ask you this because the Congress starting from a base of 65, and if the Congress has to get to about 120, as you're expecting to do, or get to 113 also, it's a lot of ground to cover. Where do you think the Congress is going to make gains? I'm sure you have done your assessment across the polling booths and where the votes have been polled. Where do you think you will make the maximum gains? Will you be pinching seats from the JDS or from the BJP, and from which regions?
I think my personal opinion is we'll be pinching a lot of seats from the BJP. And the fortress of Congress is the Kalyan Karnataka region, where there has been an increase of polling close to around 2.5%. And the coastal region, which is again a big favorable belt for the BJP, has seen close to 1.5% dip in polling. So people are unhappy. The common man is unhappy. The housewives are unhappy. They're unable to run households. And the youth are unhappy with the employment rate that is in Karnataka. So I'm sure that probably by noon, we'll be crossing the 100 mark and late in the afternoon.
Priyank, just one question. Zaka Jacob here. While in Chittapur, you're leading in the neighbouring constituency of Gurmitkal, which your father represented in multiple terms. It's not the Congress or the BJP candidate, it's a JDS candidate who's leading there right now. Are you surprised?
Well, they were already the last time JDS had won. But I think this time we'll be coming back quite heavily, and it's already been almost close to 2 decades since Mr. Kharge vacated that seat. But yes, the people of Gurmitkal have always been kind to us, and I'm sure that this time also they will vote for the Congress.
And Priyank, celebrations have already begun at the AICC headquarters. Dhol nagade wahan pe shuru ho chuke hain. Is there preparation? Because you are pretty confident about an undercurrent. So tell us, what is the nature of celebration that has already been planned?
Well, we are not counting our chickens before they hatch. We are extremely confident that we will form the government. We're just playing wait and watch till we get the final numbers.
But Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy is clearly saying that the exit pollsters have said that he doesn't have a chance. So, but the postal ballot shows that he could very well be the kingmaker or potential king.
See,
the JDS hasn't really collapsed.
See, the postal ballot cannot be the right way to figure out the final numbers. It's just the beginning. And like I said, give us a couple of hours, let the EVM round start, and I'm sure that we will be able to overtake the BJP quite handsomely.
Well, Priyankji, you seem to be en route. What we'll do is a couple of hours later, we'll try and connect with you again. Irrespective of how the scenario is, we look forward to speaking with you again. Thank you very much and all the best.
I would like to say something.
Yes, Prakashji.
Mr. Poonawalla, what he said about anti-incumbency. In Karnataka, ever since Devarajars was dislodged and the party split, and then Ramakrishna Hegde's government came, but quite by accident.
Yeah.
Since then, there has been a fractured verdict, one way or the other. And nobody since 1984 or 85, nobody has managed to come back.
Yeah. Revolving door since 89.
And it's not because of, and I'll agree with the idea that it's not because of anti-incumbency, because there is a fixed vote in Karnataka. Once Virendra Patil was sent out from the airport, from then on, see how the Lingayat saw it was that Bombay was not allowed to continue, and Virendra Patil was very respected, very good chief minister he was, and he was summarily dismissed. Since then, they feel that it's a symbiotic relationship. It's not just that the BJP needs Lingayats. Lingayats also need a party. So they have adopted the BJP, and I don't think they're going to abandon it so quickly. I'll just finish one. The same thing has happened to, the Vakkaligas, because they feel that their own Devegowda could not complete a term, as chief minister.
Yeah.
And whenever Kumaraswamy has come, he's been removed before he could complete, let's say, a significant term. He's been removed. So they also feel like, they need a party to
represent them.
The thing is, if DK Shivkumar can actually split the Vakkaliga vote in the old Mysore region, we're talking about a big change. Otherwise, it'll be just business
so between
Yeah.
JDS and the Congress, a potential shift.
That's it. Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
It should move to Congress.
JDS has given a Vakkaliga who became a prime minister. No, H.D. Devegowda ji. So that prestige aspect there. Yeah, be a Sarun. Yeah.
Just to add what Prakash said about the Lingayats, there is one more point why the Lingayats are backing BJP. That was because in 1999, Ramakrishna Hegde, who was earlier thought of as the Lingayat leader, though he was a Brahmin, Hegde joined hands with the BJP in the 1999 elections. So from then onwards, Lingayats came behind the BJP, and Yediyurappa continued that.
Yediyurappa has continued. BJP on 100 leads. So 3-figure mark touched by the BJP on 100 leads, 211 out of 224 postal ballot leads coming in. BJP on 100. 3 spokespersons all wanting to come in one by one. Imran Pasha first, Dhruv Jatti, and then Shehzad Poonawalla. But first to the lady at the live result hub, Griha Atul. Yes, Griha.
I'm getting an update about the current Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Basavaraj Bommai. As far as the postal ballots are concerned, this one is coming from Haveri. Basavaraj Bommai is leading. Congress is trailing. That's a big update. We are getting more updates from Davangere. So this is an important update for Basavaraj Bommai. If we look at Davangere, Zaka, constituency number 107 and 106, Congress leading on both of that. There are 109 and 108, again Congress lead. So Davangere is dominated by the Congress, except from Honali 110, which has a BJP lead.
All right, so Davangere is Shamanur Shivshankarappa's seat. So I don't expect much changes there. But what I would like to see is what's happening in Shimoga, what's happening in some of the other central pockets, which of course is the Lingayat belt. One interesting thing that Prakash was also referring to, the Lingayat vote. I don't see any significant breach in the Lingayat vote because Yediyurappa is still with the BJP. He's happy with this arrangement of his son being given the Shikaripura seat. But interestingly, I think the JDS is holding on, at least in its pockets. In Hassan, it's just Swaroop, who was the candidate who was backed by Kumaraswamy. He seems to be leading. Now again, H.D. Kumaraswamy is back in the lead in Channapatna, Nikhil Kumaraswamy leading in Ramnagara. So the JDS has 23 already, but the Congress doing not so badly in the wider Mysore region. In Virajpet, you have the Congress candidate leading. In Hega-Devanakote, again, the Congress candidate is leading. In Gundlupet, Ganesh Prasad of the Congress is leading. In Varna, of course, Mr. Siddaramaiah is leading. In Nanjangud, the Congress candidate is leading. So in the wider Mysore region, I think you are seeing some Congress gains. But like I said, don't count out the JDS just yet.
Shivamogga update from Griha. Yes.
Yes, we're getting a lot of updates from Shivamoga. Important one, constituency number 115. Yadurappa's son is leading, so BJP has a lead there, Zaka. 115.
Yeah, from Shikaripura. Remember last time Yadurappa won via 35,000 vote. This time Vijendra is contesting from that seat.
We've got an update also that EVM counting has started. Dharwad Central
Yes.
EVM counting has started. So
There's
ladies and gentlemen, from about 8:40 a.m. EVM numbers are also now going to get added into the leads that you're seeing structured. One by one, each constituency, EVMs will be starting to get opened. Imran Pasha, Dhruv Jati and Shehzad Punawala, thank you for your patience. Imran Pasha, अभी JDS क्या कह रहा है? कुर्सी की चाबी मेरे पास ही है दोस्त.
या कुर्सी ही मेरे पास है.
या कुर्सी मेरे पास है.
Harka, thank you so much. It was a really very pleasant day for us based upon the survey what the media partners have been given. The Karnataka people mood was actually off, not only the JDS party mood. Okay, now it seems not even a 1 hour completed post ballot paper counting, and we are in a very much good position. 45 minutes. And going forward, we will get more than this. Actually, as we said earlier also that in this Karnataka election, 2023 election, JDS will not be only the kingmaker. We will form the government on majority.
Okay.
We have a hope for
So
that.
at 23, you're hoping that you could form a government on your own.
Yes. Because just let's wait for a few more hours and see what exactly the final result will be. We cannot decide and we cannot come to a conclusion.
इमरान जी, this is Anand here. दिल बहलाने के लिए ये ख्याल भी अच्छा है. But we keep saying this to everybody. I'm just going to go across to Shehzad Punawala. Shehzad Punawala, the JDS could play kingmaker at this point. Yatindra Siddaramaiah has now said that my father should be chief minister. So there is already the kawayat for who will be chief minister within the Congress party.
You see, in Congress, गांव बसने से पहले ही लुटेरे आ जाते हैं. But unfortunately, as the results are, early trends are showing, they're not going to get an opportunity.
Oh, that is big.
What I only want to say a couple of things, Anand, because
Jagdish Shettar is trailing. Yes,
Anand,
Shehzad,
because
complete.
you,
That's the
Maria,
update.
Zaka, yeah, because you, Maria, Zaka, all are on the panel. Can you take an assurance from the Congress before 9 a.m. that they will not start blaming the EVMs by 11 a.m.? Today, will the EVMs be vindicated whichever way the results go? Can you please take that assurance? Because what will happen is that Mr. Khadge has just said to you that we will wait for the EVMs. Let's wait for the EVMs. At 11 a.m. when the EVMs give the result, these people will say EVM ko tamper kar diya, hack kar diya. So please take that assurance. And secondly, on a more serious note, that look, Zaka and Anand and Maria, where is that entire narrative that was being built? Please give credit to the fact that the BJP is fighting this election in a state where there is no trend of repeating governments. And if we are still leading, even in a postal ballots, there is none of that narrative that was being built every day in the morning on English channels from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., 11 a.m. You remember the narratives that were being built that Karnataka is the most corrupt state, Karnataka people are the most corrupt, there is corruption everywhere. All of that is clearly not
Karnataka people nahi bola, netas in Karnataka tha. The allegation was about the netas and of course the administrative bureaucratic corruption which is there. But is that a key factor?
Like a 20-year-old narrative.
It's a 20-year-old narrative and it's cutting across parties. Just coming back, we've got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
We are getting to know, Anand, that Siddaramaiah is leading from Varuna 219. So Siddaramaiah has a lead. Jagdish Shettar is trailing now. Constituency number 73, Dharwad. He's trailing.
BJP went all out in that constituency.
Yeah, Hubli Dharwad Central has always been a BJP seat, not just with Mr. Shettar, even before Mr. Shettar, it's been a BJP seat. But just a quick update on Varuna. Remember last time Yatindra Siddaramaiah won from there. He had a 90,000 lead. This time they are hoping that Mr. Siddaramaiah will win with like a 1 lakh lead. But having said that, just quick check back in on the North Karnataka seats. I think the BJP is managing to hold on to some of its gains from last time, at least in the rural pockets. In Belgavi, of course, Lakshmi Hebbalkar was leading in Belgavi rural. Last time I checked, Satish Jarkiholi was leading. Yes, Lakshmi Hebbalkar is leading in Belgaum rural. Satish Jarkiholi from Yamkan Mardi. So the Congress sort of making some gains back. But we have two inner city seats, Belgaum seats, which are not reporting yet. We'll wait and see how that plays out. But I think the mix is really this. In Kittur, Karnataka, BJP has to come back as strong as it did in 2018. In Hyderabad, Karnataka too, it should hold on to whatever gains it had. In Coastal, you are seeing a bit of a change, couple of seats. Just a quick update on how Coastal is planning out. In Kaup, the Congress candidate there is leading. You have one more, UT Khadar. Remember, he's the sitting MLA from Mangalore South. He's now back in the lead as well. So other than these two seats, the Congress not making much gains in Coastal. You have in Bayandur, Gopal Pujari of the Congress leading. But other than these three seats, Coastal seems to be going with the BJP.
219 leads in. So 99, 93, Congress now catching up. So there was a 10 to 12 seat gap between the BJP and the Congress party. That's narrowed down to just 6 seats now. But more interestingly, it just seems that the entire map is populated. There's a
You
pan
can see
presence.
the worm. And the worm, I think, you know, the gap was a little wider at 820, 825, 830. At 840, I think it was the widest, but now it's sort of catching up again. I think the blue worm is trailing up.
No party will form the government. But some of the other people are telling me, sending WhatsApp messages and all that they say the Congress is actually ahead there. I don't know what is the kind of source
Well,
of
see,
these things.
we are going by the actual numbers. The actual numbers from the counting centers, 36 counting centers, and we've got 87 reporters on ground, and that's where the numbers are coming in from. And these numbers will now start accommodating even the EVM numbers, because the EVM have started to be opened. So by the next half an hour, you would have perhaps a change in the leads, or perhaps consolidation of the leads, how you would see. Dhruv Jati, yes.
A quick point on the Lingayats. So if you see, the Congress party is the one that made Sri B.T. Jati the president of India. In the Bharatiya Janata Party, a Lingayat hasn't even crossed the union government. Now back to Shehzad's comment. He's speaking about EVMs. Let him promise, on television that they're not going to end up purchasing MLAs post 11 a.m. But on the other hand, we're confident of a 113 majority, and we're looking at the magic number to be in our favor. Speaking about Jagdish Shettar's seat, the information that we are getting from our own internal party command sources is that he's currently leading, but that is a close seat on the whole, because it has been dominated by the Bharatiya Janata Party. We will see that switch this time. But again, the Lingayat vote share is something that you will have to decimate and see closely after this election, because of the ousting of two Lingayats, and also, the narrative that's built around BL Santosh's anti-Lingayat narrative, which is playing across huge amongst major community organizations in the state. So I think we're too quick to judge the Lingayat.
If that was to manifest, then right now the Congress should have been, even in these early trends of the lead, they should have already been about 115. They should have passed the majority number, but abhi 100 पे तो आ गए, पर lead कम होता दिख रहा है शहजाद पूनावाला. JDS का पलड़ा भारी होता जा रहा है. 222 or 224.
I've never seen somebody from the Congress come. I have never seen somebody from the Congress come and start insulting their MLAs even before they are elected by saying they are Bikao, not Tikao, and obviously expressing a fear that they will be sold at a drop of a hat or purchased at a drop of a hat. Imagine what the Congress MLA must be feeling listening to their spokesperson, that they don't even have faith in us, that once we get elected, we will be with the party. This is the state of their affairs. Secondly, as far as the Lingayats are concerned, who said Lingayat corrupt CM? It was Mr. Siddaramaiah. Who was the one who was saying, I will give the reservation to Muslims on religious basis and I will snatch away the added reservation given to Lingayats? It's the Congress party. So I think the Congress party, from Virendra Patil to the other leaders of Lingayats who they've insulted, should be the last people preaching about Lingayat pride. They should focus on the fact that why after...
Key race alert. One moment, Shehzad. HD Kumaraswamy is trailing. Zaka?
Yeah, CP Yogeshwar of the BJP is a fairly big leader. But look, like I said, these are postal ballots. And I'd be very surprised if too many Vokaligas in Channapatna vote by postal ballot. But let's see how it plays out. Bangalore City, I think there's something interesting happening there because Mr. Modi's road shows and stuff. Bangalore has traditionally voted Congress, but this time Congress only in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leads. The rest of the city seems to be going with the BJP. Let's ask Griha. Griha, yes.
Okay, I've got two leads for the BJP, CT Ravi and V. Somanna. CT Ravi from Chikmagaluru, 125, Zaka, and V. Somanna from 223, both of them leading. We have a BJP lead that's coming in.
All right.
Now it's changed. See.
Yeah, the numbers have changed.
All right, now it's gone back up again. I think the Congress has managed to cross the 100 mark, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? The Congress,
yes, 101.
The Congress has gone up to 101 and the BJP at 94. Remember, Somanna was also contesting in 2 seats. He was contesting against Siddaramaiah and Varuna and, of course, his traditional seat. So he will likely win one of it. Again, just like Ashok from Padmanabhanagar as well as, of course, from Kanakpura. But I think the meta-narrative is what I'm looking at. Again, I keep coming back to this. In Coastal, BJP holding on largely to whatever it won last time. UT Khadar won last time as well. He was the lone Congress MLA from Coastal. He's holding on. They've got a couple of more in the coastal belt. In wider Mysore, Madikeri, all the way up to Nanjangud, greater Mysore as it were, you are seeing the Congress make some significant inroads. In the old Mysore Vokaliga belt, the JDS seems to be holding on to what it had last time around. Griha has more. Yes, Griha.
Okay, word here on Lakshman Savdi, the BJP turncoat. He is leading from Athani constituency number 3. Congress is leading, Zaka. 3.
See, that is the one that
Yeah.
you can, at micro points, the Lingayat vote may have split. And you can see in Belgaum, for instance, that may be the effect actually.
So Athani again, it was a very narrow lead last time. He won by just 2,000 votes. He's currently leading. Again, just looking at quickly some of the rural Belgaum constituencies. From Kudachi, you have a Congress candidate leading. From Chikkodi, again, a Congress candidate leading. These are all very, very small. You have, like I said, Satish Jarkiholi and Lakshmi Hebbalkar are both leading in the rural constituencies. You have one BJP lead, I think Belgaum South. Abhay Patil of the BJP is leading there. So let's see.
And the leads are widening.
Yeah, lead is widening for the Congress party. Nikhil Kumaraswamy, there is an update on Nikhil Kumaraswamy. Yes, Griha?
Yeah. Okay, he is leading from Ramnagaram, 183 Zaka. Nikhil Kumaraswamy leading, JDS leading.
Last time they won with a 20,000 vote. Nikhil Kumaraswamy likely to keep that seat. But in the neighbouring constituency of Channapatna, it's CP Yogeshwar who's currently leading. Will he trounce? Will he trounce the former Chief Minister and the scion of the Gowda family, Mr. Kumaraswamy? We'll wait and see. But I think the trends are clearly... 2-3 things are standing out.
Yes.
One, in Greater Mysore, the Congress seems to be winning much more than what it did last time. Again, in the north, in Kittur, Karnataka, certainly in the rural Belgaum pockets, the Congress seems to be clawing back in. In Hyderabad, Karnataka, where the Congress traditionally does well, the BJP seems to be leading there. In coastal, other than 1 or 2 seats difference, there is no major gains for the Congress in coastal. But Bengaluru city, and again, very, very early days, it used to be a Congress city. Last time also it was 15 to 12 out of the 28 seats. But it seems like the BJP is the one that's leading right now in Bengaluru city. Will that be enough to make up for losses elsewhere in the
Zaka,
state?
JDS hasn't really collapsed. Again,
Oh, absolutely. 26.
224 postal ballots, early EVM, Shehzad Poonawalla, it's the mega poll of polls that is manifest. आप देख लीजिए 105 कांग्रेस, 91 बीजेपी, 26 जेडीएस एंड 2. सो ओवरऑल आपसे 1 सीट और कांग्रेस से 2 सीट, जेडीएस 23 था, 26 है. बट ओवरऑल इट्स कमिंग टू अराउंड द सेम प्लेस कि जेडीएस विल से आओ पधारो. Who makes the best offer?
Well, you know, we'll, Anand, if that question was to me, we'll wait for the trends to solidify in some time. Obviously, by 11:30, we'll get a more clearer picture. But Anand, once again, I'm saying with all responsibility at my command, look at the meta trends as Zaka puts it. Where is that entire, if it was an anti-incumbency election, the BJP should have been at 50 or 60. That's what some pollsters have even predicted in their,
currently is
their
down from
mind,
117 to 89. Currently from 117 to 89. So that means there is an anti-BJP vote that is going in favor of the Congress, which has gone up from 65 to 107, even if it is leads.
I think.
Yeah.
78 to 107.
Well, Anand, we will wait till 11:30 when we have the rough estimate of the final numbers. So I still see that the BJP numbers will consolidate. The BJP is doing well in urban areas like Bengaluru city, which was something
Dhruv
that
Jati wants
the
to
Congress
say
wasn't
something.
expecting.
Dhruv Jati 109.
And therefore,
So
it would be wise to wait till 11.
109 leads.
Anand, interesting to see the BJP spokesperson stance from the start of the show to 9 a.m. right now. And 109, what we're seeing for the Congress is nothing but the efforts that the party has put in for the past 2 years. Let the Bharatiya Janata Party and the spokesperson himself say that they don't preach anarchy and they're not going to break rule of law and they're not going to purchase MLAs and then we'll speak about what ethical politics is. And
just a quick thing, Bellary City, Dhruv, once again, Bellary City, both the Bellary seats, the Congress is leading. This is the Reddy brothers' stronghold. Both of those seats, you're seeing the Congress lead. In fact, if you go further north in Raichur, Yadgir, etc., there seems to be a little more blue than last time. Griha has an update there, yeah.
We have Chikmagaluru updates, Zaka. We are getting to know that CT Ravi of the BJP is leading from constituency number 125. That's the only lead that the BJP has. We have Kumaraswamy, 124 from Mudigeri. JDS has a lead on 1 seat, 124. The rest are going to the Congress party. BJP has one more 127. From Kadur, Belli Prakash of the BJP is leading, 2 to the Congress. So this is what the Chikmagaluru report card right now looks like. We're getting 2 leads to the Congress party, 2 to the BJP and 1 for JDS.
And in the number board, if you look at it, Zaka, the numbers are moving between BJP and Congress as far as JDS is concerned.
It's
it
more
is
or
more
less
or less
stuck. It's more or less stuck. I think the bulk of the seats are contest between Congress and BJP.
yes.
Just a quick check now. I believe the Chikmagalur seat, it's Tammaya, who used to be C.T. Ravi's personal secretary, his points man. He was poached. He was poached by the Congress. He's now leading in Chikmagaluru. So there's been a bit of a reverse operation. Kadur, like Griha said. Arun wanted to make a point about it.
Zaka, in Chikmagalur, the candidate opposing Ravi, as you said, he was the close aide of Ravi. And then he is a Lingayat.
Okay.
And Ravi is a Vokaliga.
He's a Vokaliga.
Yes.
All right. So that'll be interesting again. So in central Karnataka, again, you're seeing more pockets of blue than what you saw last time. You're seeing again from Tarikere, Srinivas of the Congress is leading. From Sringeri, Raje Gowda is leading. I just want to check once again on from Hosadurga, a Congress candidate is leading. From Sandur, again, a Congress candidate is leading. What you're seeing, and you can compare this map to what the map was in 2018. All of these portions in central Karnataka were a sea of saffron. Suddenly in 2023, it's not so much saffron. You're seeing a lot more blue here. So whether it's Tumkur, Kolar, that belt, or even further north, Ballari belt, it seems like there are a lot more blues. Here again, you can compare this part. This is the wider Mysore region. You go all the way up to Nanjangud and then further to Coorg, Madikeri. If you go back and check in 2018, it was a lot more JDS here and a few BJP here, not as much blue. But now, if you check that belt, there's a lot more blue here. There's a lot more blue here. This is, of course, like I said, Kolar, Tumkur, and further north to Ballari. Let's see how this plays out. In coastal, like I said, other than 1 or 2 seats, the Congress doesn't seem to have come back in any formidable fashion. In North Karnataka, in Belgaum and in Bagalkot, there seems to be a lot more blue than saffron. Look at this belt. This is 2023 as it stands right now, and look at 2018.
But these are still early stages. It's just 9 a.m. on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. First round of the EVM countings should start now. In some of the constituencies, it started around 8:40. So we have multiple rounds of EVM counting to go. Now, this leaderboard could also change this way or there, or it could just consolidate where it is. Griha Atul is with us. Yes, Griha.
We're getting leads from Shimoga, Anand. We're getting to know the Shimoga constituency number 113. You have a BJP lead. Channa Basappa of the BJP is leading 113 Zaka.
All right. Shimoga Rural, the BJP candidate seems to be leading there. Shimoga City as well, I believe, which was the seat, Ishwarappa's seat. I believe there also a BJP candidate is leading. He was hoping that his son gets the ticket. So in Shimoga City, which is always MP Renukacharya is leading from Honali, again in the outskirts of Shimoga. So you have, and of course in Shikaripura, you have Vijendra leading. So you have about 5 or 6 seats in that district where the BJP seems to be leading. There's one JDS lead from Bhadravati. Appaji Sharda of the JDS seems to be leading there. But the BJP managing to hold on to whatever it had last time around in the Shimoga belt.
Will be interesting to see how many rounds of counting we'll see overall. Let's quickly get you the key race alerts. Let's just bring you this fantastic morning view on Air Alexa of Bengaluru, and there we will also bring in a certain level of visual effects that we've tried to work here. Our graphics team has tried to put something which will be a visual delight for you, ladies and gentlemen. Here, that's what we do at Alexa. This is the key race alert. Importantly, if you were to look at it, C.T. Ravi from Chikmagaluru right now is trailing. We just discussed his secretary, Lingayat, was poached, and he is a Vokaliga in that core belt. Is that going to matter? Are people going to rise above their caste and vote? We'll have to wait. Priyank Kharge, who just spoke to us a short while ago, continues to lead in Chittapur. He's confident of retaining that seat, but we'll have to see. Dinesh Gundurao in Gandhinagar leading. He's quietly gone about his job. The former PCC president, as far as Karnataka is concerned, his father was the chief minister at one point in time. Jagdish Shettar, the defector from the BJP, continues to he's trailing at this point. He's trailing at Hubli Dharwad at this point. He's trailing. So sometime back he was leading, now he's trailing. So that's important. So did the BJP do the right thing? Will that trend stay? We'll have to see. In Shiggaon, Basavaraj Bommai continues to lead. He's very confident that he will come back as an MLA. He's also confident that the BJP should get the mandate, although the leaderboard at this point points otherwise or indicates otherwise. V. Somana of the BJP
is currently trailing in Varuna. He is up against the former housing minister. He's the current housing minister. He's moved from Govindraj Nagar, his constituency in Bengaluru, that has gone to Umesh Shetty, and he is taking on Siddaramaiah. Now, in his bastion, in Siddaramaiah's bastion. HD Kumaraswamy is trailing in Channapatna. A very interesting trend. This could change as more rounds of the EVM counting come through, because for HD Kumaraswamy to lose in Channapatna is like the sun rising from the west. But Satish Jarkioli, he is from the Yamkamadi seat. He is leading at this point. Satish Jarkioli leading. So some of these key race alerts in this lovely Bengaluru morning point to the fact that some of the defectors may find it tough. Others may continue to be strongholders. They continue to hold on, like Lakshman Saudi in Athani. He's also somebody who moved out of the BJP and he's joined the Congress. Is there the vote is loyal to the leader, or does it look at the fact that who did he go and join rather than fighting as an independent? Then we have B. Sriramulu in Ballari, the strong man from Ballari. He is actually trailing. Now, this is again a shocker if this happens, because many believe that nobody can move Sriramulu out of Bellary or take that constituency away from him. That's what they believe as that strong man. B.Y. Vijendra, B.S. Yediyurappa's son, is leading from Shikaripura. That is a seat that Mr. Yediyurappa was happy that has been given to his son. But is that going to result in the Lingayats overwhelmingly voting in favour of the BJP? We'll have to wait and watch. So some of these key results, the Congress, even as we speak, G. Parmeshwara is actually leading. And he was the one who said that there are other options too, beyond DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah as Chief Minister if the Congress comes and forms government. Congress consolidating its lead further to 109, even as DK Shivkumar is leading at Kanakapura. So another key race alert that comes to you. So Congress moving to 109 leads out of 224, BJP at 90, JDS at 23. So this is the story at this point. Let's quickly go back, and one more key race alert. We've got Ajay Dharam Singh from Jawargi. This lead is still awaited. Some of these seats have not yet started counting. They're not even looking, they're not flashing on the leaderboard. Those white areas, Zaka just moving up across to you.
And
some of those leads not actually
from
coming.
26 to 22 now.
22
Yes.
and Congress moving into the Nelson figure.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
1 foot.
Just short of 112, 113 of course would be 1 plus halfway.
Yes.
Gali Janardhan Reddy is leading from Gangavati. So just a word, while his brother-in-law Sri Ramalu seems to be trailing, his brothers are trailing from the Bellary constituencies. But in Gangavati, Janardhan Reddy seems to be leading. In Koppal, we have a JDS lead for Mr. Chandrasekhar. But I think what you're essentially seeing, I'm going to go by the meta picture, you're seeing a lot more blues in Hyderabad, Karnataka, all the way from Bellary upwards, Raichur, Yadgir, Bidar, and of course Gulbarga. And in Kittur, Karnataka, again you're seeing a lot more blues in the rural parts. This is of course again a Lingayat belt. This is Belgaum and Bagalkot. Other than of course the Belgaum city seat where the BJP seems to be leading, the rural seats the Congress seems to be making a big comeback there.
Halfway for Congress, Zaka, 112, halfway for Congress.
Just hit halfway, 112, BJP at 89. The question is, what is the upside? What is the upside further here
Going
from
further
the
Zaka.
Congress? The JDS is coming down. JDS is coming
now
down
it's
to
a
21.
downslide. It's a downslide
Yeah.
for them.
I want to make this comment on that. If that trend holds, and if we
Yes.
can see the comparison in the old Mysore area, if the Congress is making a gain, then DK Shivkumar will claim that it is because of him that it's happened, that he has done the unthinkable and he's made the Vakaligas actually shift.
Yes,
and
to
he
look at
deserves to
him
be Chief
as the
Minister.
leader rather than the JDS.
And yesterday he has said, I have brought to Congress, which was in a crisis mode, to this stage.
To this stage, and he's really laboured. Not that Siddaramaiah hasn't, others haven't. Griha, yes, Griha.
Okay, we're getting more leads from Bangalore rural, from Devanahalli 179. There's a Congress lead, Zaka. We're also getting to know that in Chikmagaluru, if we look at Shikaripura, not Chikmagaluru, Shikaripura, we have Vijendra leading. So the hunter of Shikaripura, his son has risen. There is a clear lead that he's maintaining. Shikaripura 115. There is also another update from Shimoga, from constituency number 116 from Sorab, where there is a Congress lead. Bangarappa is leading from the Congress, 116.
Madhu Bangarappa from the Congress, the son of the former Chief Minister. So that again is a traditional seat. Madhu Bangarappa has already won that seat last time around. Yeah, he's contesting against his brother who's fighting from the BJP. But I think, interestingly, in Shimoga, it seems to be by and large, the trend is that the BJP is holding on to some of the rural seats in Shimoga district. But I think really the story for me that is happening is in Hyderabad, Karnataka, as well as here in Kittur, Karnataka, where in both of those regions, just look at the blues here and the blues here, and you compare it to 2018, it's a different picture. A lot more saffron. But that's, I think, really where, at least in the northern part of the state, that's where one big change has happened. And then, of course, in Greater Mysore. In Old Mysore, you can see a whole sea of blues here. In coastal, I think BJP is managing to hold on. Couple of gains for the Congress, not much. But really the story is here in Hyderabad, Karnataka and in Kittur, Karnataka.
And in Kittur, Karnataka, it's also the consolidation of the Karubas for the Congress.
Look, the Kurubas are there across the state. Yes. There might be 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, in some constituencies even 50,000. But here, the northern Karnataka belt is really about the Lingayats. I'm going to hold my judgment on whether there's been a break or a crack in the Lingayat vote bank, because in Shimoga, for example, they seem to be backing Yediyurappa and the BJP. But further north, in Belgaum, let's see how
many rounds of EVM counting overall, Griha? Do we have an update on that? And so far, have the EVMs been opened? Has EVM counting been?
Do we know? Okay, I think the EVM counting is still underway, so we do not yet know how many rounds are underway. It's just about begun 5 minutes back is what we are getting to know. But we do have a VVIP trail list and who exactly is leading. Like I just mentioned, Shikaripura, Vijendra is leading with the BJP. There is CT Ravi, who's now gone on to trail there, Anand, from Chikmagaluru. So CT Ravi is trailing. There is R. Ashok, who is also trailing from Ramnagar. So R. Ashok, again BJP trailing in Ramnagar in constituency number 184. DK Shivkumar is maintaining his lead from Ramnagar there in Karnataka. So R. Ashok is trailing there. That's what we're getting to know. If we look at HD Kumaraswamy, that again is something that the JDS is having to battle, because HD Kumaraswamy is also trailing in Channapatna. So all of these star VIP candidates, their GDS is feeling the big blow. The phones continue to ring. Siddaramaiah also continues with his lead. So DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah have their leads through.
And Jagdish Shettar continues to trail.
Yeah, Jagdish Shettar, I think in the Hubli-Dharwad seats, Jagdish Shettar, of course, is trailing. But in the neighboring seat, in the Dharwad South, Hubli-Dharwad East seat, a Congress candidate, Abhay Prasad, seems to be leading there. But in the Hubli-Dharwad Central seat, of course, the Congress candidate there, Jagdish Shettar, is trailing. I just want to quickly once again check in on the Old Mysore belt. Yes, Nikhil Kumaraswamy is leading, but his father is trailing in the neighboring constituency to CP Yogeshwar of the BJP. Just checking further down, DC Tamanna of the JDS is leading in Madur. All right, Griha has an update on the Chief Minister.
Okay, so far 5,795 votes have been counted is what we are getting to know, Zaka. We have an update on Basavaraj Bomai from Haveri. He is constantly maintaining his lead in Shigaon in constituency number 83. So that's an important update. Basavaraj Bomai maintaining his lead, and right now 5,795 the number of votes that have been counted.
All right, so Basavaraj Bomai last time won in Shigaon with about 9,000 odd votes. Looks like he will repeat that performance. Maybe the lead might even increase. Just a quick check on Hubli-Dharwad, the Hubli-Dharwad Central seat. As you know, Jagdish Shettar, who has held it for multiple terms, he shifted to the Congress just before that election. He's now trailing to Mahesh Tangnakai of the BJP. But I think the meta picture, I keep going back to the meta picture, what you're seeing is from Bellary upwards, northwards, that is, towards Yadgir, Bidar, Raichur, Gulbarga, that belt, you're seeing a lot more Congress blues as compared to 2018. In the rural parts of both Belgaum and Bagalkot, here in the north, in Kittur, Karnataka, again you're seeing a lot more blue. Coastal stays by and large with the BJP, 1 or 2 gains for the Congress. In Old Mysore, in the Greater Mysore belt, from Nanjangud all the way up to Madikeri, you are seeing the Congress sort of reviving. In the Bangalore city seats, and again, this is very interesting, the Congress had the lead and always continues to have a lead in Bangalore city seats. But this time around, the Congress leading only in 5, whereas the BJP is leading, as per the current trends, leading in about 9. So it's going to be interesting to see how...
who are these others? You know, because loss for JDS is also meaning gain in others category.
There is one other who is leading in Bengaluru city. We don't know who that candidate is. There's one in Gauri Bidnur, where Puttaswamy Gowda is leading. And there's one in the central part, which is Gali Janardhan Reddy, of course, is leading from Gangavati, which I mentioned earlier. So these are the 3 guys who are aside of the main parties who are leading. But largely, I think the trends are beginning to now crystallize. Congress is thereabouts, very close to the halfway mark, 112. BJP at 89, JDS at 22. By and large, the Congress seems to have been making up for the losses that it suffered in 2018, particularly in Hyderabad, Karnataka, to an extent in Kittur, Karnataka, and of course here in the greater Mysore region.
So the Congress is up from 75 that it had?
It had 80 last
80 last time.
It's now up to 108. So you can see how the margin with which it's coming back.
And the gains are coming from...
Like I said, these are the three regions where the Congress seems to be... look at this corridor. All right, we have visuals of Mr. Basaraj Bommai from Shigao.
Well, he seems to be walking around up and about, speaking to the leaders. We'll see if we can get Swastika, who's been tracking Basavaraj Bommai. But these are pictures of him. Is he going to speak? No. Refusing to say anything right now. These leads will consolidate. Congress once again slipping down from 112 to 108. BJP climbing up from 84 to 90. The JDS also moving up to 23. So these leads are changing, ladies and gentlemen, and they will continue to change. The reason being EVM counting has just begun. There are at least 8 to 9 rounds of the EVM counting which will happen. Griha is with us from the Live Result Hub. Yes, Griha.
We're getting Chitradurga leads, Anand, from Holakiri 102. There is a Congress lead, constituency number 102, Zaka. There's a Congress lead from there. There's one more coming in from Udupi, constituency number 120, where there is a BJP lead.
So overall, if you look at it, and as Griha was pointing out, roughly around 5,000 votes have been counted as per the EVM machine.
That's probably about one round, maybe even, maybe
perhaps less.
just about one round.
And on an average, assembly constituency has around 1.5 to 2 lakh voters. Which means even if it is a voting percentage of 70 or 65, still it's a substantial number of vote which is yet to be counted.
Yeah, you probably have at least 12 to 15 rounds more to go. But I think, in terms of what the picture is, it's clear that the Congress leads. It was at 112, 113. It's come down to 108. The BJP is in that late 80s, early 90s figure. JDS also in the mid-20s, as it were. Whether this will move further in the direction of the Congress consolidating its leads and being able to go past the halfway mark, we'll have to wait and see. But otherwise, I think the broad meta picture, and I keep coming back to this, North Karnataka seems to be flipping. Both Kittur Karnataka and Hyderabad Karnataka seem to be flipping, and that's where the Congress seems to be gaining a few seats.
Well, we've got an update coming through. Let's quickly get this, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening is at this point that there is news coming through. News is that there has been an instruction that's been sent. Priyanka Vadra there, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra there, praying at the temple in Shimla. So prayers are being offered. So everybody is doing the temple run. And everybody doing the temple run, getting the blessings of the people there. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the thick of campaigning. How much of an effect will her campaigns have for the Congress's fortunes in Karnataka and beyond? We'll have to wait and watch. But slowly, she's getting there on ground and keeping the fight local, talking about the local issues, the real issues, and ready to take on when required, even the Prime Minister. Now, let's quickly get you this. The Congress has sent out news, ladies and gentlemen, an update. The Congress has asked all its candidates to come to Bengaluru. Congress is asking all the MLAs to reach Bengaluru. All those who are going to win, all those who are getting in the Congress, asking all these MLAs to reach Bengaluru at the earliest. Now, are we seeing the grounds being made ready for resort politics, or is it just precautionary that they will flaunt their MLAs and they will move towards whatever is the resolution once the eventual results are in place? The Congress asking all its MLAs to reach Bengaluru. That's the election update right now, the election breaking here on Air Alexa. We're getting you this detail. Now, Mohan Kumar Mangalam, Neeti Jain with us at this point. Congress at 110, BJP at 86, JDS at 25. So Congress in pole position at this point. Mohan Kumar Mangalam, why are the MLAs being asked to come to Bengaluru?
They're going to go to Bengaluru because they're a very important part of the decision of who should be the chief minister. So I think this must be related to that. I think as you go ahead, I mean, it's too early right now to actually look at trend lines, frankly, because the EVM rounds itself haven't really started. But if you look at the trends as they are now, and if you take it at face value, then it seems that Congress is going to cross the halfway mark. And if that's the case, then the MLA should come to Bangalore. So we should not delay the process of selecting our new chief minister. So this is probably related to that.
And on the BJP side, Neeti? Quiet optimism, or is it too early again, as you have been saying?
No, it is too early because you yourself have said that the EVMs have just started the counting and all. Many rounds are left. So one box opens and the entire picture changes. We all have seen that happening earlier as well. But again, the point is the Congress is... they have not been confident about whatever they are getting into, and that is the reason since yesterday they have been trying to get their flock together.
No, that's surprising. Neeti ji, good morning. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Quite surprising for you to say Congress is not confident. Everybody is thinking, are they becoming overconfident because the Dhol Nagada started even before the counting had started today. This is a departure from the norm with the Congress party. But we have T.R. Prasad Gowda of the JDS with us.
That desperation to be alive right now.
Yeah, you would call that, but they are celebrating. They seem to be very, very confident. Before I go to T.R. Prasad Gowda ji, quick update from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
We are getting two updates right now, Anand. From Bengaluru urban seat, we are getting an update from Mahadevpura, constituency number 174, Zaka. There's a Congress lead. The other one is coming in from Haveri, from constituency number 87, where we have a Congress lead.
Okay, so all these constituencies are in...
No, so Haveri again is the home district of the Chief Minister. He's from Shigao. Other than the Shigao seat, there seems to be a bunch of Congress leads in that district. Haveri main seat, of course, what Griha was referring to, Rudrappa Lamani of the Congress leading. In Bayadgi, again, a Congress candidate leading. In the neighbouring constituency of Hirekerur, again, a Congress candidate leading. So the Congress has got about 4 or 5 seats there in Haveri, except, of course, Shigao. Excuse me, where the Chief Minister is leading.
So around 15 more or perhaps more rounds of counting that is left.
Yeah.
It's early round, perhaps only one EVM machine votes have been counted.
One
Griha's
round,
update.
yeah.
One round perhaps, yes. Griha?
Yeah, we've got one more from Bangalore urban, Maria. This one is coming from constituency number 170, where there's a BJP lead. So, and there's one more from Bomanahalli, 175. So 170 and 175. 175, you have a BJP lead? Okay. And there is one more, Vijayanagar, 167. There is a Congress lead. So there is a toss-up between BJP and Congress from Bangalore urban. At least more of the seats are going to the BJP.
Yes.
But right now we're getting to know two of them. One of them is gone to the Congress party, Vijayanagar 167.
So Zaka, is the Bangalore picture changing from what it was in 2018 and what it was, say, an hour back?
Yeah, I think so. The Congress leads are about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 now, and the BJP is leading about 11. Remember, Bangalore has always been a Congress city, and Arun is from Bangalore. Arun, what do you make of this change? Is it the Modi rally effect or no?
Yes.
Both of you, yeah.
See, one interesting factor about Bangalore was in that 2018, 12 of the seats had a margin of just 15,000.
Yeah.
6 of them were won by BJP, 5 by the Congress. So I think that's what is I think
playing
behind
itself
this. Yes.
Prakash?
Actually, Bangalore reflects what happens overall in Karnataka, in the sense that there is a 35 to 40% vote set for the BJP, 35 to 40 set for the Congress, and about 15 to 20 for the JDS. That's how it's been. And some 6 to 10% of the people swing the election this way or that way. That's it. That is the thing. So when you say Kurubas, there are some 15,000, 10,000, you're right. But even from those days, when I was a journalist, we used to have toured rural places. The Kurubas are confident. They'll say, this time we'll make Congress win. This time we'll make
So
JDS.
they shift.
They know clearly that that's all that counts. That's it. The other numbers are set already.
So it's essentially that shifting vote that they move depending on who they see is most formidable in that election.
Yes, because well-settled people, young people in Bangalore, they may not even vote, okay? So these people who come from rural Karnataka or in Bangalore, they actually reflect in a way what happens in the rest of Karnataka.
Interesting that you say that, because they said in these 28 seats of Bengaluru, whoever gets closer to 18-19, if there is a scenario that there is 18-19 seats,
18-19 is sweep.
yeah, so then it's a party with single majority. If it is stuck between not 1 or 2 seats separating the BJP and the Congress, that means eventually the result will also get stuck with one of them marginally in the lead, the other one is there, and the JDS coming into play. So Bengaluru is reflective of what happens in Karnataka. But today, if you look at this map on the wall, Prakash Belawadi, Bengaluru is not reflecting what is happening all across Karnataka.
I think Bengaluru seems to have, region-wise, there seems to be much more BJP, much more saffron imprints here. The Congress, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 leads. The BJP leading in 11 in Bengaluru city. Yeah, Griha has more. Yes, Griha.
Okay, Anand, Zaka, I'm getting to know more updates from Belagavi. Belgaum Uttar, constituency number 11. Ravi B. Patil of the BJP is leading, 11.
Right. So that's again Modi
So
effect.
both the Belgaum seats,
Yes.
the north seat and the south seat, both of those city seats, Belgaum Dakshin, Abhay Patil is leading, and in the north seat, another BJP candidate is leading. So both the Belgaum city seats, it seems like the BJP is leading. But look at that. These are 2 orange spots, saffron spots, and the rest of it is just blue. So the Belgaum rural seats are all seemingly moving
early on, the votes seem to be going in those regions which are supposed to be BJP strongholds, seem to be shifting away towards the Congress party. That's why you're seeing the kind of gains that the Congress is showing right now. But these leads are early leads, ladies and gentlemen. We keep saying that. If these trends hold, then the Congress is in pole position. And right now, it is actually reflecting a very similar scenario as the mega poll of polls at this point. T.R. Prasad Gowda ji, 26 leads for the JDS. So you are still in the hunt. Are you expecting this to breach the 30 number overall or 40 number?
Sir, it is still, I can say it is a still premature stage. Many rounds has to is there to go, and we are expecting some good number of seats again. We will touch up to 40. Up to 40. That is our prediction as of now. And
why was Kumaraswamy ji so upset in the morning? He just seemed to be berating the media and the exit pollsters. You have hardly given us any seats. Don't come and ask me anything. Go to BJP and Congress, who claim that they are going to form government on their own.
Yeah, because he is upset because he tried very much and he wanted to give very good governance to the state of Karnataka with simple majority. He has gone before the public with clean hands with all his programs. So even after traveling across the state, north and south, 12,000 kilometers, people are still.
But you would see, T.R. Prasad, you're a senior man with the JDS. Let me ask you, aren't you guys shrinking as a party, or are you growing? Where is the impact of the JDS's growth pan Karnataka?
We are regional party. We are regional party at all angles and at all levels. We are the people. We are going to, because whenever last 2018 elections, after 2018 elections, all national parties will target our MLAs only, our peoples only.
Yes,
and
but interestingly, yes, what the point that he is making, unlike say UP, where Mayawati shrunk to a level of insignificance, here still JDS is holding on, maybe little less.
I have something interesting. We don't get this data usually. This is an addition that we've done to the magic wall. The vote share difference between Congress and BJP. BJP had 36. They've gone up by 2 percentage points to 38. The Congress had 38. They're now up at 44%. So if there's a difference of 6% between the Congress and the BJP, then we're looking at the direction
clear majority and a sweep.
Maria, only the relevance of JDS is if there is a hung house. If there is not a hung house, then perhaps, in the long run, JDS would split. And somehow, HD Kumaraswamy trailing constantly is also an indicator.
No, but if HD Kumaraswamy trails, but the party still manages a 25 number, then somehow the magic figure the Congress hasn't crossed. And the others are the political parties we really do not know which way they'll go. That could be independence of the BJP.
So the party that comes from behind it tends to have a momentum and the tally would go up.
Yes, there is an EVM update coming from Griha. Yes, Griha.
Yeah, so Maria, we're getting to know the 2 rounds of EVM counting now stands complete. So that has happened. We're getting more updates from Bangalore Urban, like you were discussing, more seats to the BJP. And the other one, Yelahanka, constituency number 150, Zaka, has gone to the BJP. 150. And there is one update that we are getting from Yadgir, constituency number 38, that also is with the BJP.
All right. So again, you go back and check in on North Karnataka, the Belgaum city seats, the 2 city seats the BJP is leading in, but all the rural seats, it seems like the Congress has managed to come back. You quickly check in on coastal Karnataka. Again, the BJP by and large winning that entire belt except 2 seats, Mangalore South, which UT Kadar seat, and you have 1 seat here further north in Baindur. And of course, 1 seat here, which is the seat of Puttur. Again, Puttur, the BJP changed its candidate. But largely the coastal belt, the BJP seems to be able to retain. Here in the old Mysore belt, you're seeing a sea of brown. These are again very rural constituencies. Krishnarajpet, the JDS leading. Nagamangla, the JDS leading. Shravana Belagola, again the JDS leading. Hole Narsipur, Mr. Revanna is leading. The problem for the JDS seems to be that CP Yogeshwar right now is holding on to his lead in Channapatna, but Nikhil Kumaraswamy is leading in Ramnagar. But the JDS, if that number holds above 25, then it's going to be difficult for either party to be able to. All right.
But Zaka, what you're saying is also the 10%. Yes.
Just hold your thoughts, Maria. Update from Griha on Kalaburgi. Yes.
Kalaburgi, if you look at constituency number 35, Jewargi, this is Ajay Singh of the Congress party who's leading, and there is an independent candidate. This is constituency number 34, Afzalpur. An independent candidate is leading, Nitin Venkaya Gutedar.
All right, again at Jewargi, of course, is Dharam Singh's constituency. His son Ajay Dharam Singh is now contesting. Last time he won with a 16,000 margin. These are very, very impoverished, very rural constituencies. He's, of course, leading Ajay Singh in that constituency of Jewargi.
Right now, let's just look at the halfway mark. Let's just understand what's happening where. Because if you look at the numbers and the possibilities, and once we show this out here on air, Alexa, ladies and gentlemen, the halfway mark, the race to 113. Now, in this race to 113, who is where? The Congress is there at 107, and it's still not crossed the halfway mark, has it? No, it's not crossed the halfway mark. It's not there. The BJP seems to be holding back a little. Will it be able to cross this number? That is what is important. This is where the BJP is at 86. Now, interestingly, if you do the arithmetic, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP at 86 plus the JDS will come to about 113. Yes. And the Congress plus the independents will come to 111. So, फिर ये मामला यहाँ फिर फंस रहा है. That's what will happen. Now, in this scenario, what will the Congress party do? What will the BJP do? And more importantly, what will the JDS and these independents do? Because both parties seem to be doing much, but so near yet so far. Mohan Kumaramangalam, a similar scenario for the Congress party right now as it was for the BJP the last time around. Mohan, please hold your ears and update going to that. Yes, Griha.
Okay, the tables seem to be slightly turning in Bangalore urban. We are getting 2 updates, one from Hebel, constituency number 158, and the second one from 159, Pulakashi Nagar. Both of them have Congress lead, Zaka.
All right.
158 and 159.
Pulakashi Nagar, again, now I don't know if Hebal is inner city or outer city now. It used to be outer city 20 years ago, but Arun, you want to weigh in on that?
The result in Pulakashi Nagar will be important because it was here that communal riots took place, and Congress
this is the DG Halli, KJ Halli riots.
And Congress denied ticket to Srikhanda Srinivas Murthy, and he is contesting. And this constituency where this Murthy won by the highest margin in the state, 81,000.
All right.
Okay.
So does Karnataka have bellwether seats? I'm asking that because bellwether seats, as they are called bellwether, there aren't any.
See, when you look at this election, it seems there aren't any. But see, when you look at, you see.
But Mohan Kumaramangalam, this is not a happy situation for anybody. Right now, the way we are seeing it, it's not a happy situation either for the Congress or the BJP.
But it's getting better for JDS.
The only happy person who will be is Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy and the JDS.
And the interesting scenario would be
let me
losing
just say,
and the party winning, getting the numbers.
Yes, Mohanji. Yes,
let me just say there is the fact that Mr. Kumaraswamy is trailing, or I think even as significant, Sri Ramalu trailing on his seats says a lot. If you look at Sri Ramalu's significance, his community, which is the ST Naika community, literally consolidated and voted for the BJP last time because they said they're going to make him deputy chief minister. He himself trailing says a lot about that community's vote. And as far as the Lingayat community's vote that was talked about earlier, I think a big reason for their consolidation in the last election was Mr. Yedurappa's leadership, which is missing here. If Mr. Jagdish Shetty left,
but these are
Lakshman
two
Sawhney
rounds.
left, and Mr. Bombay was
I'm just
sidelined.
saying that the Congress
I don't
party
see
would
that
not want to be at
consolidation
108
happening.
seats. We come back to you in just a bit. Some updates from Griha. Yes, Griha. HD Kumaraswamy update.
Yes. Anand, we were getting to know that he was trailing earlier. Now we're told that he is in fact leading. The third round of EVM counting is currently underway. So he's leading from Channapatna, 185. HD Kumaraswamy, JDS has a lead there.
In all 15 rounds, 3 rounds done, 12 more rounds to go. A long
Two
way,
rounds
sir.
completed, third round is currently underway.
Third round is underway.
So it's a long way to go. So don't jump the gun. These numbers are changing.
But Neeti Jain, abhi current scenario mein, if the BJP, Charu Pragya is with us. Good morning, Charu Pragya. If the BJP goes with the JDS, the independents go with the Congress party.
Still 112.
It's truly 112, 112. Right now.
Anand, good morning. And yes, I have been listening into you play out all possible scenarios, but it's still early hours yet. And what I am certain of is one thing. The government should be of a party which wants the good of the people, which is going to focus on what the people of Karnataka need, not what they need personally, and that party is Bharatiya Janata Party. So whichever permutation, combination you come up with now, the end result is going to be that the government will be formed by our party with the best intentions, going forward with the best vision.
So you're saying
and
that
in any case,
कुछ भी हो सरकार हम बना रहे हैं.
we were a party.
You're saying कुछ भी हो सरकार बीजेपी बना रही है.
नहीं, मुझे पहली बात तो let's say one thing about the independents now, because we're discussing the independents. A lot of them are people who were probably vying for a Bharatiya Janata Party ticket, but they could not get one because of the very tough competition within the party camp itself. They are people who are aligned to the BJP with their ideology.
My point is, in the current scenario, Charuji, in the yeah, Rashid.
Charu, yeah, I'm Rashid. Charu, what happens to Prime Minister's description of JDS as a family, private, limited party, and the fact that JDS brings instability, etc. I mean, it's all gone within a fortnight.
So it's very convenient for you to focus on one specific line which suits your narrative today. Let me be very honest.
Not mine. The narrative is the Prime Minister who spoke there.
Karnataka, first we have to make sure. No. So I am not discounting what the Prime Minister has said, but that being said, I am very clear on one thing. You want to do any good on the ground, you can only do that when you are in a position to do so. And like I said, it's still early hours yet. Let's wait for an hour or so more.
Yes.
And by then we'll have better clarity.
But again, Charu, the JDS numbers are going up. And at 29,
Yes,
SD Kumaraswamy
yes,
can very well say what he said in the morning, that you guys underestimated us. They are a factor.
Yeah, Maria, there I have to say that you are quite correct, because even I did not think that JDS is going to be having this kind of a number. I'm being very honest and very apolitical here. But that being said, it leaves a lot for the other political parties and the cephalogists, because seems like all our predictions were wrong.
If you look at it, we have
Yes.
the worm graphic, as we call it. It's a cricketing analogy that we have borrowed. The switchover, really, the BJP was leading till about 8:50, 8:53 or so. And the switchover, the blue worm overtaking the orange worm, happened around 8:54,
When the
8:55.
EVMs opened.
And then you're seeing the blue worm consistently ahead, the gap only widening between the blue and the orange. But here again, the brown worm, which is the JDS worm, you can see in the last half an hour or so, from 9:05 till 9:35, suddenly there is an uptick. They were plateauing out here in the first hour or so, but from 9:05 to 9:35, there's a sudden uptick in the JDS. It could well change again. Who knows? Like in cricket, this can change as well. But I think one big update that my colleague Harish is sharing is some big ministers in the BJP government are all trailing, including Caste, who was the health minister. I just want to quickly check in on his constituency, Chikbalapur, where I believe right now a Congress candidate is leading. BC Patil is trailing. He's trailing, of course, from Hirekerur, which is in North Karnataka. Narayan Gowda is trailing from KR Pet and from Ballari Rural. I think somebody mentioned Sri Ramalu. Sri Ramalu is also trailing from Ballari Rural.
And Sudhakar.
Yes, K. Sudhakar is just mentioned. Yes,
Sudhakar from Chikbalapur.
Narayan Gowda is significant because this area falls within the old Mysore region. And Narayan Gowda, a minister now, who was a turncoat, he wanted to join back Congress. But Congress and the local, leaders didn't allow that. So now he's trailing.
So now he's trailing. But 2 rounds of the EVM, ladies and gentlemen.
yes.
Quickly want to show you the vote share, how it is panning so far, how it's looking so far. Here on Air Alexa, we'll just call up the vote share pie. At this point, what it looks like at this point is that the BJP has 38% vote share, so they are up by 2% from the last time around. But look at the gains the Congress has made. The Congress has moved up at least about 6 to 7% in vote share. This gap, this awning gap of 7% means that the Congress should have a decisive mandate. The JDS has 8%. Others are polling about 9% of the vote share. So seat conversion, vote share to seat conversion for the BJP is higher even with a lesser percent, but if the margin is more than 2 to 3% between the Congress and the BJP, then the BJP seats will go down. Okay. That's the story as far as when we look at these vote shares are concerned. This will all change as we continue to count more rounds of the EVM and they come in. Round 3 is underway. There are at least 12 to 15 rounds of the EVM counting. Will this scenario change? We have to wait and watch. The BJP once again slowly moving up a little. Congress now sliding down from 112 right on the halfway down to 107. The JDS picking up from 23 to 29. So these scenarios could evolve and continue to change. Griha has got an update. Let's go across to her and then bring it back into the studio.
Yes, Anand, we are getting all the Harveys right now, and we do know that constituency number 86, Zaka already mentioned that from Hirikerur, there is a gap margin of 2,000 votes from which the Congress candidate is leading, and BJP is trailing by 2,000 votes there. So Basavangauda Patil trailing by 2,000 votes. We also know that other than Basavaraj Bomai from Shigaon, no other BJP candidate right now is leading. It's only Mr. Basavaraj Bomai who is leading in the Haveri district. Otherwise, all the other 6, where there is Hangal, there is Haveri, Bayadi, Hirikerur, and the other constituency, all of them have a Congress lead.
You know, one interesting thing, and of course, Hirikerur, there's a sitting minister of the BJP there, he's trailing. But one other interesting thing, while we look at the vote share, 45% to the Congress right now, 38, 39 to the BJP. Look at this. The JDS has come down to 8%. They had 18% vote share last time, 20% before that. But at 8%, there is clearly a differential between their vote share and their seat share. You cannot be winning 30 seats or 29 seats with just an 8% vote share. So I suspect that JDS figure might actually come down, unless this vote share increases dramatically in the next couple of hours.
See, D.V. Sadananda Gowda is with us.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
In the earlier discussion, we brought this up once. It is if the Muslims have decided to vote
for the Congress,
for the Congress entirely,
en masse.
And if Shivakumar has managed to split the Vocaligas, then that is the narrative that could hold. But again, it's just, you don't know, that 9% is just so small. It's like,
yes.
I don't think
to win 30
30
seats with 9%.
30 seats is unimaginable. I mean, if it would have happened in a bigger state, then that party would have collapsed completely.
It's concentrated in one particular region and in one particular area, and that's where they're trying to dominate.
So I want to tell you, there was a meme that has been shared in my alumni group, with 3 photographs, where in one, Siddaramaiah and Mr. Rahul Gandhi are praying. In another one, Basavaraj Bomai is praying. And in the bottom, Kumaraswamy is praying. They've got photographs, 3, and they're saying one is hoping for a BJP majority, one for a Congress, and one praying for a hung verdict.
Hung verdict.
Griha has a quick update. Griha? What's the update?
Yes, we're getting an update. We're getting an update, Maria, from Hubli Dharwar Central. Jagdish Shettar is trailing, and I also would like to tell our viewers of the number of votes. Right now, Mr. Tengikai is leading with 12,137 votes.
He's opened up quite a big margin.
75-11 is what Shettar has at the moment. So he's badly trailing right now against Mahesh Tengikai.
At least 5,000 vote difference. D.V. Sadananda Gowda ji is with us. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your time. The numbers not looking very healthy so far for the BJP. You were very confident that the BJP will have absolute majority.
Sir, practically it is too early to say anything about the final results, sir. But still I am hopeful that we will have the absolute majority. We will cross the magical number by the end of the counting, sir. I hope that we will form the government.
You are
now,
confident?
I am so much.
Ji, please complete.
Hello?
You are confident that the Prime Minister will swing about 2 to 3% votes?
Sir, the results from various corners, we see the fluctuations is very narrow, very narrow. You can see, for example, in Shetter's constituency, we are leading by 5,000 votes. Similarly, in other places, the difference is so small between Congress and BJP. At the end of the day, certainly we will be able to reach out.
Sadananji, when we look at various regions, there are certain pockets which are turning blue from what it was in 2018. If you look at the gain and the gap between the BJP and the Congress, it's turning out to be over 20 seats now.
Yeah, that is what I told. It is too early because the numbers are fluctuating like anything. Earlier, BJP was leading in about 8 to 10 constituencies. Sir, after counting for 1 or 2 rounds, there were fluctuations. I think that by the end of the day, we will be able to reach out.
Okay, so Sadananji, again, when we look at the numbers, what are you picking up? Because you must be getting calls from the constituencies. There must be that war room that has been set up by the BJP. What are you picking up? Of course, these numbers are reflecting, but आपके पास क्या information है?
Sir, we are just given the reports are given by our cadre in the booth level. Especially, we have prepared page prompt also. So they know the pulse of each and every voter in their booth, and their reports have been sent to us, and we believe them. And according to me, and according to their report, certainly we will cross the magical number and we will reach out 115 to 120 seats by the end of the day.
So there is still confidence despite the early trend, Sadananda Gowda ji, because many are saying that the Congress is making inroads in some of your strongholds and doing away with some of the leaders may come back to hurt you. Did you get that sense, or you still believe your Panna Pramukhs and the booth level update?
See, practically in some of the areas, of course, there were some changes, and of course the Congress is playing some good game in and around in a few constituencies. I don't dispute that, but it doesn't mean that BJP won't win that constituency, because certain areas in that constituency which initially it may be favoring, those booths may be favoring Congress, but the subsequent booths which will favor to BJP. So ultimately the result will come out only after 12 o'clock. We will be able to predict the reality, what will be the final results.
The picture that is emerging, particularly from Bengaluru, is very interesting. Because in Bengaluru, for 2 days, the Prime Minister carried out those 36-kilometer long road shows. Do you think that could be the deciding factor in other constituencies also? Bidar or Belgavi, these are the constituencies where the BJP really focused and ensured that the Prime Minister canvasses.
Sir, practically Prime Minister had 18 road shows and public meetings across the state, and a huge crowd. Unexpected. For example, I will tell you, in my Bangalore North constituency, we had a rally of about 4.5 kilometers.
Yes.
We expected that about 1 lakh people will gather. But according to the media, according to the police report, it was more than 3 lakhs. So automatically at least 1 to 2% vote shift will be there because of Modi's rally. And the image of our Prime Minister is accepted by the public. The roadshow itself is an example for that.
You know, I just want to point out on the Bangalore city seats, including outer Bangalore, some of the rural seats, out of 32 seats, BJP is leading in 18.
Yes.
Congress is leading only in 11. I think definitely the Modi
Their
rally
number
has
was
made
19 seats, Zaka.
Yes.
The BJP was planning, I think Tejasvi Surya to multiple leaders of the BJP said Bengaluru they're targeting 19 seats, and right now you're saying they're leading in 18 seats.
And in fact,
that is significant.
BL Santosh had actually talked about it in that Twitter
Yes.
spaces as well.
He spoke
talking
about
specifically
and not
about
just
the
that, for BL Santoshji to mention 39,000 booths where they've done and 4 ACs on his tweet and put it out there also means a lot. But Sadananda Gowdaji, one more question, but I'll just get an update from the live result hub and come back to you. Yes, Griha.
Anand, we are getting live updates right now about Nikhil Kumaraswamy from Ramnagar. He is leading by 3,196 votes. That's the kind of lead that Nikhil Kumaraswamy has from 183 Ramnagar constituency. And right now the third round of EVM counting is underway. There's one more update that we are getting from Mandya, where constituency number 190, we have a JDS lead.
Mandya, again, it's a stronghold of the JDS itself, so JDS should be doing well there. But Sadananda Gowdaji, is the BJP open to forming government at any cost? Is there a point there, no matter what, we have to form the government? Is there a decision that's been made there?
No, practically the final decision will be taken by our central leaders, and according to their directions we will go ahead while forming the government. But according to me, I also toured nearly more than 12 or 13 districts. There was a very good response for BJP because of the Prime Minister's assistance to the state of Karnataka and the implementation by the Chief Ministers Yediyurappa and Basavaraj Bommai. And as far as the assurances, we have nearly 90% of the assurances given by us has been complied in the last 3.5 years rule here in Karnataka by our Chief Ministers.
And those visuals that are coming in are of B.S.
people will bless
Yediyurappa, in
us.
fact, watching the trend, the early trends that are coming, and perhaps he's watching CNN News 18. Anand, he could be watching you, Mr. Gowda.
The larger question is, Sadananda Gowdaji, did the BJP voters come out early on to vote or towards the latter half of the day? Are you counting on the later rounds for the BJP votes to come through? Why do we get a sense that that's what you're hoping for? Sadananda Gowdaji, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
So did the BJP voters come out to vote after 3 p.m.? Is there a reason why you're believing the later half of the EVM rounds will favor the BJP?
No, counting will go according to the booth numbers. So certain booths in certain areas, the booth numbers, the initial booths, it may favor Congress. But the subsequent booths where the counting need to take place, it may favor BJP. That is our expectation, sir.
Since you're a member of parliament from North Bengaluru, as you pointed out, sir, I want to understand what are the factors that could be going, because the map in Bengaluru in particular seemed to have shifted from what it was in 2018. The colors are saffron.
You are true, ma'am. You are true. Practically in my constituency, out of 8 constituencies, at present we are leading in 5 constituencies and 2 constituencies very narrowly we are, but we are hopeful that we will win in those 2 constituencies. So I was really, a little bit worried because how that 2 constituencies, Hebbala and our Batrayanpura, why you are trailing, I don't know, but to be very frank with you, I hope that out of 8 constituencies, I will be able to win 7 constituencies in my constituency.
In your Lok Sabha constituency. Sadananda Gowdaji.
A quick, you can thank
him. Thank you, Sadananda Gowdaji. We are moving on to the updates. Look forward to you joining us very soon.
Just the Bangalore updates. I want to see, this is how the map of Bangalore looks right now. Like I said, 12 to the Congress and 17 to the BJP. Just a quick check of where the BJP, Rajarajeswari Nagar, Muniratna is leading. No surprises there. From Mahalakshmi layout, K. Gopalaya is leading. From Malleshwaram, Ashwat Narayan is leading. Again, no surprises there. Rajaji Nagar, Suresh Kumar of the BJP is leading there. In Gandhi Nagar, which is Mr. Dinesh Gundurao's seat, the BJP candidate seems to be leading there in Gandhi Nagar. That would be a giant killer. In Shanti Nagar, Shiv Kumar is leading of the BJP. From Shivaji...
That's Harris.
Yeah, from Shanti Nagar, if N.A. Harris is trailing to K. Shiv Kumar of the BJP, that's a big one. You also have from C.V. Raman Nagar, S. Raghu of the BJP is leading. Just a quick check of where the Congress is leading. In Sarvagya Nagar, Mr. George is leading. In Pulakeshi Nagar, A.C. Srinivas Rao is leading. In Shivaji Nagar, Rizwan Arshad is leading. Zamir Ahmed Khan, of course, is leading in Chamrajpet. And one final one, this is again outer Govindraj Nagar. Priya Krishna of
Zaka,
the Congress is
interesting
leading.
update that in about the swing seats. That's what Somnadeep is telling us. In 8 of the 10 swing seats, BJP, Congress is actually leading, BJP in 1 and JDS in 1. That means where the margin of victory has been less than 5% in the last 3 assembly elections, the Congress is winning 8 of the 10 swing seats. We'll plot that on the wall in just a bit. But yes, Griha, you got an update.
Yeah, we're getting an update for Basavaraj Bomai. We do know now the number of votes that he's leading with. It's 3,847, Anand, from Shigao, constituency number 83. That's the lead that Bomai has. We also have a lead about Vijendra from Shikaripura, Yadurappa's son, 115. He's leading with just 1,600 votes from Shikaripura. Also about another BJP candidate, C.T. Ravi from Chikmagaluru, he's just trailing with 365 votes. That's how low the margin is from constituency number 125. C.T. Ravi there, trailing by 365 votes.
The total postal ballots is 12 lakh, plus you had the senior citizens who were allowed to vote via postal ballots. DP Satish saying that only 90,000 of the senior citizens had opted for the postal votes or to vote ahead of time. So now that means that base is very small. Overall, you are looking at nearly 3.9 crore voters out of the 5.3 crore voters who have polled. 73.17 or 73.5% of 5.3 crore plus voters is around 3.9 crore voters, ladies and gentlemen. So that number will slowly solidify, and these numbers will keep changing.
The 11 swing seats, Congress is leading in 8, BJP in 2, JDS in 1. Just want to give the names of those seats. Ramdurg in Belgaum district, Nagtan in Bijapur district, Hangal and Hirekerur in Haveri. Hirekerur, of course, a sitting minister of the BJP who's trailing. Rani Bennur also in Haveri district. Sringeri, the seat in Chikmagaluru district. Tumkur city seat. Chintamani seat. The Hoskote seat. And of course in Periyapatna in Mysore. So Periyapatna and Mysore, the JDS is leading. Tumkur city, the BJP is leading. All other 8 seats, which are swing seats, which have always gone whichever the winning side is, the remaining 8 seats are swinging towards the Congress.
Nistula Hebar joins us in the studio. Nistula, morning. You identify with the numbers?
Yes, and I also have this real nice feeling of being right. So I'm, I went there and I traveled and I kind of had this feeling that this is what we were going to be seeing. Even on the day that we did the poll of the polls, I did stick. As in our discussions, I did say that, the Congress is ahead and we don't know how far that inclination will be going when the exit polls are also showing the hung assemblies, etc.
Now, in a hung assembly scenario, do you feel that the BJP is determined to form government no matter what?
Even if they
I don't think
if
they
you look
will.
at it, 81, JDS 28 and others at 4, still they can't form the government.
No, at this point they can. If 81 plus 28 plus 4, they can form the government. They will have the numbers, but just only so.
Yes. So if you have to kind of dial back to 2018, and I remember we attended a press conference after the Karnataka elections. Mr. Amit Shah was party president at that time. And somebody asked him, are you going to make an attempt to form a government? He said, let them all come out first. Because, there's no victory procession, nothing, nobody from the Congress is doing anything. They all got onto buses and went off to Hyderabad. And very quickly that government was formed. So it'll take a while, and it took a while for the BJP also to get its act together and then, reach out to JDS MLAs, Congress MLAs who wanted to break off.
One interesting thing is if you look at who the party is that is gaining and which are the parties that are losing, I think it's very clear. BJP is down 23 from last time.
Like it is going to
JDS is down 9 from last time, and the Congress has got all of those gains. So I think by and large, the trend is that the Congress is very much within striking distance.
And it is also here is the question on this. If the BJP if those numbers hold in the vote share, BJP has increased its vote share by 2%. Then where are the votes coming to the Congress? There is no anti-incumbents against the BJP. There is some other nature of consolidation. And I go back to that story I'm holding on to, that it's coming from the Vakaligas and from the Muslims voting en masse.
You're right. All right, Siddaramaiah is speaking. Let's listen to him.
Okay, sir. He will go to voting center, come back and then talk. He won't speak. Guys, he won't speak. Go aram se.
Siddaramaya's place, and they're saying he will not speak now. He will go to the voting center, then come back and then speak.
The son has staked claim. to form to be the next chief minister. He says it was because of my father, he should be the next chief minister.
That is a fight of kaun banega Mukhyamantri, but overall, in terms of whether they are sure of the Congress given 3-4 rounds of counting, or are they going to wait? Will these numbers settle? At this point, Congress looks in a place where it could not just emerge as a single largest party, but also have absolute majority if these trends continue. Out of the 224 seats, the aspect of JDS coming into play, Kingmaker, doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think 111, 112 is the halfway mark. They're about 1 or 2 short. I think they will cross over. As you see, Siddaramaiah, I was there with him in Varuna on a day, checking out his campaign. You can tell that he is a mass leader, perhaps one of the last few. Yediyurappa, Siddaramaiah, probably the only 2 remaining mass leaders in Karnataka. And you can see, even on result day, the sheer number of people outside his house. It's a small house in Mysore in the city. And he's now going to Varuna, which is in the outskirts of Mysore. Let me go back to Griha, who has updates from the live result hub. Griha.
Yeshwantpura.
Yeah, Yeshwantpura.
Yes, Griha.
Okay, we are getting updates on Bangalore right now. Bangalore urban, we're getting updates on 3 seats, Zaka. Yashwantpura, 153. There's a JDS lead. This is the 5th round of counting that's currently underway, and the JDS is leading with 3,500 votes. If we look at constituency number 158, I beg your pardon, 158, there is a BJP lead. The lead is by over 3,500 votes. This is the 3rd round of counting. And the last one, constituency number 176, again, this is Bangalore South, again a BJP lead. The lead is by 6,500 votes. First round of counting.
Just very interesting for me, the story is also how Bangalore city has sort of changed hands, if you will. Out of the 32 seats in the wider Bangalore, Greater Bangalore region, 17 to the BJP, 13 to the Congress. Congress down 4. And places like Shivaji Nagar, where Shivaji Nagar, of course, Rizwan Ashad is winning. But in CV Raman Nagar, the BJP is leading. In Shanti Nagar, which is Harris's seat, again, the BJP candidate there, Mr. Shiv Kumar, is leading. Even in the outskirts, you go to Dasarahalli, the BJP candidate there is leading. Rajrajeshwari Nagar, again, the BJP candidate Muniratna. I don't think there's any surprises there.
It's only the Modi factor here.
All right. Let's just check South Bangalore. Padmanabh Nagar, Ashok is leading. In Jayanagar, C.K. Ramamurthy of the BJP is leading. That's Soumya Reddy's seat. The neighbouring seat of Bomnahalli, again, Satish Reddy of the BJP is leading. In BTM layout, of course, Ramlinga Reddy is leading. He's an 8-time MLA. So the Congress sort of being restricted to some of the stronghold seats in the city, but they're not able to capture the outskirts, even in the eastern side of the city. If you were to check.
Scenario changing within the last 90 seconds. The lead count, the Congress has slipped from 111 to 107. The BJP surging to 86. The JDS again slipping to 27 from 29. So with increasing number of rounds and votes being polled, is there a change even in the color pattern in other regions like Kittur and Kalyan Karnataka?
I just want to quickly check where Kittur and Kalyan Karnataka are right now. Remember, in Kittur Karnataka, out of 56 seats, the BJP had 34. This time it's Congress 33, BJP 22. This, of course, is the belt northwards of Hubli and Dharwad. You've got Bagalkot, Belgaum, etc., where the Congress has got a gain of 14, the BJP down 12. Quickly check Kalyan Karnataka, the Hyderabad Karnataka, erstwhile Hyderabad Karnataka, where, of course, it's a personal battle for Mr. Kharge because he's from Gulbarga. Again, the Congress getting 19, the BJP 16. Importantly, the BJP has not gained here. The Congress is down 2, others have gained 2, but the BJP has not gained in Kalyan Karnataka. It's more or less even Stevens. But I think the story is also, as much as it is in Bangalore city, the story is also in Kittur Karnataka, which is a big Lingayat belt. Like I said, other than the 2 city seats in Belgaum, where the BJP is leading, and of course in Hubli Dharwad, 1 seat, the southern seat, the Congress is leading. Hubli Dharwad Central, the main seat, the city seat, Jagdish Shettar is trailing. But look at the blues here. Look at the blues in the rural parts of Belgaum, Bagalkot, Bijapur. There, the Congress has taken hugely. Just compare this to 2018. This is 2023 right now. 2018, look at the sea of saffron here. It was BJP 34 out of 56. The Congress only 19. But this time around, in Kittur, Karnataka, it's almost the opposite story. Congress at 32, the BJP at 23.
Nalin Mehta is joining us here in the studio. Nalin, when we look at these numbers, it's 10 a.m. already.
So, look, we still have to wait for these numbers to settle down, but I think there are 2 or 3 key stories here. One, in the old Mysuru region, there is a Vokalika consolidation, but that's going towards the Congress's way. The JDS is going down. and that's what is making a huge difference there. Because the JDS vote is basically the anti-BJP vote, and it's which gets split between the Congress and the JDS. And because the JDS always got a higher number, it was to the detriment of the Congress. Now the Congress is gaining there, and then you are seeing the story in Bangalore. You're also seeing in Hyderabad, Karnataka, which is also the area of Mallikarjun Kharge. You're seeing the Congress consolidating there. And Mumbai, Karnataka as well.
The SC is there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, just a word on Old Mysore. This is how Old Mysore is playing out. 57 seats. We've kept out some of the urban seats, but in the 57 seats, the Congress is 24, up 7 from last time. The JDS is 18, down 9. So a large part of these losses for the JDS have gone to the Congress, 2 have gone to the BJP. BJP at 13. So the gap between BJP and JDS in that Vokaliga belt is narrowing. Maybe not in this election cycle, but maybe in an election cycle or 2 from now. BJP will be hoping to be the number 2 party in that belt.
May I also add that something else is happening with Lingayat votes. In the Lingayat dominated seats, which are spread across north and central Karnataka, you are seeing a shift. The BJP is holding on, but the Congress is doing much better than it ever did before. Last time, BJP had about 38 Lingayat dominated seats, Congress had about 21. Currently, as of right now, the tally is around 38-24 in favor of the Congress there. The Congress
36-26 is what we have. Again, what is happening here is there seems to be, whatever the losses of the BJP is going to the Congress. The JDS, of course, not much of a player in central and north Karnataka, but Congress leading in 36 out of the 67 Lingayat-dominated seats, BJP leading only in 26. Quick check back on how it was in 2018. The BJP swept those seats. They got 40 out of 67. The Congress had only 20. So there seems to have been a bit of a flip in the Lingayat-dominated seats. I wouldn't go so far as to say that there's been a complete crack in that vote bank, but certainly in those seats, it seems like, again, when you say Lingayat-dominated, Vokaliga-dominated, they are the dominant community. Doesn't mean that the others are not voting for the winning party. So even in the Lingayat-dominated seats, the SCs, the OBCs, the other backward classes, how are they voting will also be very critical to watch.
The number of seats where they hold sway, the Lingayats actually is quite high in terms of intent. But the total number of vote share base, if you were to see, then the SCs and the Dalits actually have a huge vote base. Now we just quickly get and then Maria can take it forward. We've just got the vote share numbers, and this is the update, ladies. There's a 7% vote share difference now. Earlier it was about 8%. Now it's 7% between the Congress and the BJP, 37% and 44%. Look at the JDS, from 9% they are up to 12% after about 5 or 6 rounds of the EVM counting. 7% of the vote share has gone to the others. It was at 9% a short while ago. It's at 7% now. But overall, if you see, this is the awning gap. The 7% gap that the Congress has opened up with the BJP, that's where the seat numbers are going up for the Congress. Vote share to seat conversion has always been higher for the BJP, with lesser vote share, 2 to 2.5%. They would still get in higher number of seats in terms of conversion. But this is a huge gap. Will this, in the subsequent rounds, another 10 rounds, if not more to go, will the BJP close the margin? We'll have to wait and watch. Right now, it's the Congress in pole position with 107 leads, the BJP at 85. The others have gone up to 5. The JDS crawling back up to 27, Maria. Yeah.
Yes, and Rajiv Gowda of this joining us. Mr. Gowda, how are you looking at these numbers? Of course, it's 10 a.m. and it's consolidating for the Congress. But you're still not very close to the halfway mark. It's 113.
I think these are trending in the right direction, and I would have loved to have seen another 20-25 seats, favoring us. But I think these trends are going to hold, they're going to strengthen, and the Congress is going to be in a comfortable majority in a few hours from now.
You're hopeful for the Congress. GVL Narasimha Rao, also of the BJP, will be joining me in just a bit. Prakash ji, here in the studio, when we look at, because it's 10 a.m., we always make an assessment at 10.
You know, there is one thing that seems to be returning in these election results, that we always held that the BJP did well in urban clusters.
Yeah,
that seems to be coming back from the graphs you're showing. So they're always talking about the next delimitation, when because of urban concentration, more seats will be given to places like Bangalore. So I think that if that trend holds, I cannot see, like Nistul has just said, I cannot see that BJP will be very upset with all this. They may, they may be looking at next year rather than
Lok Sabha 2024, but they were very keen to retain government in
going to
Karnataka.
Bengaluru was also part of that. Basically, it was the cadre were very unenthused before he made his campaign stops. At least he got the cadre out. There was some enthusiasm after that. And spending 2 days in Bengaluru, I think, seems to have paid off. And it was also, I think, aimed at 2024.
See, look at the Bangalore city seats. I mean, out of 32, BJP is leading in 18. It has never happened that BJP gets more seats than the Congress in Bengaluru.
Now, will these stay? We'll have to wait and watch. Rajiv Gowdaji, good morning. This is Anand here. May I ask you, if this current scenario stays, is this a problem or an opportunity for the Congress, sir? At 106, plus if you were to even rope in the others, you would still be short. So how are you going to form government? Are you going to reach out to the JDS then? Is there a thought process there?
As I said, we do need to hold our horses and be a little patient and wait for a few more hours. Only then will we know whether this question arises at all. We are quite confident, and you yourself are talking about a 7% margin between the Congress and the BJP. That's going to translate into a lot more seats. So we just have to wait a little longer. I don't anticipate the kind of situation that you're talking about arising at all. So I don't need to answer that at this point.
Okay. Rajiv Gowda, just a quick check on, before we go to Griha, are you surprised about the Bangalore seats? I mean, 18 BJP, 13 Congress. Do you think that Mr. Modi's roadshow did have an impact?
No. See, we had 12 MLAs out of 28 in the last round. And when we went to the polls, we are confident of winning another 3, 4, 5 seats. There are a lot of strong BJP MLAs in Bangalore, so them getting double figures is not a surprise. But 18, they once actually did very well, I think in 2008, but they've never been able to, repeat that. And I don't anticipate that will happen. See, we had launched a very interesting initiative focused on apartments and RWAs and voters who had historically not been tapped by the Congress. The response has been tremendous. So these numbers are very surprising to me. So let's see. It's still early.
Let's get a word from Griha. Griha, at the live result hub, how many rounds over?
Okay, so different constituencies, different counting rounds that are currently on. We have a word about DK Shivakumar. The lead that he has is massive, Maria. 25,406. That is the number of votes he is leading with. Right now, their fourth round of counting is currently underway. And if we look at Shikaripura, the Vijendra has only managed to make a steady lead. Earlier it was 1,600. Now the vote percentage of number of votes that he's leading with has gone up to 2,000. So that's the lead that he's maintaining. If we look at HD Kumaraswamy, his lead has also increased massively. In Channapatna, 14,400 votes. That's the number of votes he's leading with.
So DK Shivkumar and HD Kumaraswamy will retain they will win there. It's comforted. Like I said, sun will have to rise from the west for HD Kumaraswamy to lose Channapatna. So that is proven there. But
yes, overall, when we look at it, in fact, DK Shivkumar's strategist has been claiming that the margin of victory in Kanakpura for DKS would be highest among all the 224 constituencies. What is giving them that confidence? And Zaka, if the Vokaliga split is happening in Old Mysuru, then DK Shivkumar will stake claim for the Chief Minister's chair.
Yesterday, I think Arun was saying this yesterday, that if the victory margins are like 107, 110, then DK will become Chief Minister. If it's 120 plus, then Siddaramaiah will become Chief Minister. But just a quick word on DK Shivkumar. Kanakpura, last time he won by 79,000 votes. I think it was the second or third highest in the state. This time they're saying he'll win by 1 lakh plus votes. Whether that happens or not, we'll see. Just a quick word, if any of them need these 5, who are these 5 independents who are leading? Gali Janardhan Reddy is leading, of course. In Gauri Bidnoor, we have Puttaswamy Gowda, who's leading. In Darshan Puttanaya is leading from Melkote.
He's an ally of the Congress. So,
okay, all right. So just a quick check of, which way these guys could likely go. A couple in the north as well. One is in Afzalpur, where you have Guttidar, an independent who is leading right now. You have, like I said, Janardhan Reddy is leading in Gangavati. Lata Mallikarjun from Harpanahalli, she's leading there in that one constituency. So these are, and there's one, I think, in the Ballari belt. Again, Gauri Bidnoor, like I said, Puttaswamy Gowda is leading. So these
Congress,
are the 5.
Congress plus the independents. GVL Narasimha Rao ji, good morning. Congress plus the independents is government. Right now, this scenario stays.
Good morning, Anand. Good morning, Anand. It only shows today's trend so far prove that the so-called big majority for the Congress party and the rout for the BJP that was estimated only a few weeks ago has certainly not proved to be right. We have done far more creditably than what anybody else expected us to do. In terms of even vote share, our vote share on the Election Commission side shows that we have improved our vote share compared to last election.
Yes.
Certainly it appears to be a hung house. Nothing conclusive can be said as of today, as of now, but it's heading towards a hung assembly.
Yes.
And those who predicted a big win for the Congress party certainly need to relook at their
What about
numbers.
those who predicted a big win for the BJP?
No one predicted a big win for the BJP for that matter. The BJP was confident of emerging ahead of the Congress party because we could see that our vote share our support in the electorate was improving, which is also borne out by the vote numbers. But if the Congress manages to win significantly more votes than what they did last time, that could only be because somebody else.
What is becoming also clear that because the BJP is making gains, say in Bengaluru and in other pockets where the Prime Minister campaigned, this number would have been perhaps more less had it not been for the Prime Minister carrying the entire elections on his shoulders for the party.
Maria, I couldn't agree with you more. Certainly the impact of because a state which has never returned a government for many decades, possibly for nearly 2.5 decades, you cannot even put up a creditable performance like this when you were actually fighting a fairly significant amount of anti-incumbency that was all evident. It's purely because of it's largely because I would say of the Prime Minister's campaign image and the national leadership's role. We have certainly put up a creditable performance. Our increase in vote share is even evidence of that.
Yes, because the Election Commission website, as you were pointing out, is actually showing 36.5% vote for the BJP and 43.4% for the Congress at the moment. We are going straight to the live result hub. Griha is joining us live. Yes, Griha.
Maria, we're getting to know that Nikhil Kumaraswamy is trailing right now by 4,108 votes. Right now, the number of votes that he has got are just 25,921 and still trailing by over 4,000 votes. A big update there coming from Ramnagara. And there is another update from constituency number 71 from Dharwad Rural, where there is a Congress lead. So Vinay Kulkarni is leading from Dharwad Rural.
Okay, Zaka?
Just a quick check on Channapatna and Ramnagara as Griha was saying. In Channapatna, H.D. Kumaraswamy currently is in the lead, but in the neighbouring Ramnagara, Iqbal Hussain of the Congress has just taken a slender lead. Just a quick check of where the whole Vocaliga vote is as of right now. And where the JDS is losing. JDS has lost 7% vote share compared to 2018. 7% vote share, down 12 seats in this belt. That has been evenly split, 4 to the BJP and 7 to the Congress. So in a sense, in the Vocaliga dominated seats, the BJP has made inroads, maybe not to the extent that the Congress did, but just take a look at this wider map. And like I said a moment ago, the Congress leading in almost all of those constituencies. Just quickly run through: Kanakpura, DK Shivkumar leading, Ramnagara, Iqbal Hussain leading. Then you got Magadi, CH Balakrishna of the Congress leading. Dr. Ranganath is leading from Kunigal. Then you have the neighbouring constituency from Nagbangla. You have Chelluvaranayaswamy who's leading. What's also happened, Ravi Kumar Gowda is leading from Mandya. In Maddur again, I saw a Congress candidate leading. Udaya KM of the Congress is leading. What's happening is all of these seats, both their big leaders, Shivkumar from Kanakpura and of course you have Siddaramaiah from Varuna, both of them will have an impact on some of those neighbouring seats. And you're seeing that happen here in this old Mysore belt. Griha has more.
Zaka, we're getting an update. We know how many of the leaders have shifted to political, turned political parties. Right now, we're talking about a BJP turncoat. This is the constituency number is 62 from Gangavati. He's not joined the Congress. He is contesting as an independent, and he's right now leading with over 2,800 votes. We're talking about Janardhan Reddy.
Gali Janardhan Reddy, yeah.
Yes, and constituency number 62, fourth round of voting currently underway, and over 2,800 votes is his lead. He's fighting as an independent.
It's fascinating. Janardhan Reddy is leading as an independent from Gangavati, but his brother-in-law Sriramlu is trailing in Bellary Rural. His brother Somshekhar Reddy is also trailing in Bellary City. So both, I mean, some big names are getting trounced.
Here all again, it is third, fourth round of EVM counting. So all of this, they believe, a lot of them are believing that this should change eventually when we come to 8, 9 rounds. We'll have to wait and watch. As we don't know the margin of the difference of votes. If it's less than 3,000 votes, then it's not going to. An update on Basavaraj Bommai, and then I'll come back. Yes, Basavaraj Bommai. Yes, Priya.
Okay, Basavaraj Bommai is leading by over 20,000 votes right now.
So he's winning that
seat. A lot of votes, yeah, 20,000 votes, over 20,000 votes. That's the lead.
Last time he won only by 9,000 votes, so obviously he's got
earlier it was around 8,000. It went from 3,000 votes. In 2 minutes, it went to 8,000, and now the lead has gone up to 20,000.
See, as the boxes, as the EVMs are opening, a lot of scenarios could change, is what some people are expecting. Some believe that it's only going to going to consolidate. Yes. Just an update, Rajiv Gowda-ji, so far, there's a tech update that has come from our team where they're saying Congress is leading in 41 of the 75 seats, which reported a voter turnout of more than 80%. Jivel Narasimha Rao, please weigh in after Rajiv Gowda-ji. BJP is leading in 35 of the 60 seats, which reported a voter turnout of less than 70%. How would you infer this, Rajiv-ji?
Well, the straightforward inference, Anand, is to say that people came out with a lot of anger, and that's why you have such a large turnout, and that's why you have such a positive set of numbers for the Congress party. That seems to be what a straightforward interpretation would be.
Yeah, Jivel Narasimha Rao, so that means there are the voters who have come out to vote against you, clearly.
No, Anand, that would not be the right way to analyze any voting trends. Always you should look at the differences over time. There are some districts, some constituencies which traditionally report higher turnouts, and there are some which report lower turnouts. So what is more important is for you to look at what change constituencies where vote share, where turnout has increased by say more than 5% or 10%, have they flipped from the compared to last time, have they flipped more than the other constituencies? So looking at turnout in this election in isolation would not give you any meaningful interpretation of data. But what clearly the trend so far suggests. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but GVL, you know the point that you're making, less than 70% in the sense that in constituencies where there has been more or less average voter turnout, they are staying with the BJP. But even in that, your performance is not 100%.
No, Maria, what I am saying is, looking at turnout in absolute terms in this election alone will not give you the trend. You should always see the change over time. You see, the overall turnout in Karnataka remained almost at the same level as last time. Last time it was 73, and the last reported I saw in Election Commission was 72 plus something, so which is more or less the same. No, so I don't think turnout played a very big factor in this election.
Jivel, I just want to add two things. I think there's a story here as well. The SC reserve seats and the ST reserve seats. Last time the BJP had won quite substantially in the Dalit reserve seats. This time around, just to run that once again, this time around, this is 2018. Yeah, this is 2018 where the SC reserve seats, the BJP had won, I think, 18 and the Congress, the BJP had 16, the Congress had 12. This was in 2018. In 2023, that story seems to have flipped a bit. Congress is leading in 17, the BJP leading only in 11. So it's a gain of 5 for the Congress, a loss of 5 for the BJP. Similarly, in the ST seats, the STs are, of course, a substantial chunk in North Karnataka, particularly in the Bidar, Raichur, that belt. Again, the Congress leading 12, BJP leading only in 2. The Naikas, who usually have backed the BJP, this time, at least in this North Karnataka belt, seem to have come back to the Congress. Compare this to 2018, where I think Sriramlu is also a Naika, and he's losing from Bellary Rural. In 2018, the BJP had 6. In 2023, the BJP has only 2. So I think there's a story. I said this in the exit poll show as well. I think there's a backward class consolidation that's happened. Certainly in the ST reserve seats, you can see that. And also in the Dalit reserve seats, you can see that as well. So GVL and Professor Gowda, you want to weigh in on that, please?
No, Jaka, on the SC trends, SC reserve seat trends, they seem to be more or less following the state pattern. But in the ST reserved seats, what you mentioned, from 6 down to 2, if that becomes the final result, it's certainly a matter of worry for us. It's something that we will have to look into as to how we did not perform well in those seats, because we have actually increased the reservations for STs from 3 to 7%. Something that the previous governments had promised and did not deliver. So we have done a great we have taken a great decision to increase 3 to 7%, and we even implemented that in various recruitments in the state government. So if we are not improving our performance in the ST reserved seats, I would certainly be quite surprised, and I would certainly see that as some amount of a setback.
While you are being cautious, and rightly so, on the Congress side, from Bengaluru to Delhi, laddus have been distributed, are being distributed.
Bajrang Bali ki gada aur tasveer bhi hai, Rajiv Gowda ji.
Nistula has a point here. One moment. Yeah.
So on the SC and the ST point, I want to say that the communication from the Congress on these issues, especially in the aftermath of the reservation policy announced by the Bombay government, I found that to be very, very good, and it actually reached a lot of the voting population. There was a very strong feeling that the SC reservation, especially the quota within quota and other things, which has to be done with the consent of Parliament. This was done in October and it had not been pushed in Parliament before that. So they said that if they were sincere about it, they would have done it. So there was a very strong feeling that there was a less of a sincerity in terms of the BJP. This was an election issue. And the Congress was very successful, I felt, in communicating that. Much more successful, very rarely that happens, much more successful than the BJP in the communication game.
Mr. Amit Shah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to support what she's saying. Mr. Amit Shah himself openly said this should have been done earlier. He said that openly.
He said that in the Hindu interview, actually.
Yeah, he said that.
Did say that.
He said that this should have been done earlier. But Rajiv Gowda ji, is this? Would you think it's a little premature, or would you think it's well deserved? It's quite a departure from the norm for the Congress party that at the AICC today, the Dol Nagada and the celebration started even before counting got underway.
I think the Congress nationally is very eager to see trends shape up, starting with Karnataka, and that's why I think you see the celebrations. But on the SC/ST issue, see, historically there have been a bulwark of support for the Congress party. The BJP had taken away some of that support, but as Nistula just pointed out, the whole reservation attempt was seen as a transparent attempt to really mislead these sections of voters, including, in fact, Vokligas and Lingayats, because the government has done nothing in Parliament to follow up, or at least with the central government. Now, the other effect that you need to look at here is the Kharge effect. Hyderabad, Karnataka, Kalyan, Karnataka, the tallest leader from there is Sri Mallikarjun Kharge, who is a Dalit himself, and therefore seeing a sort of groundswell of SC support across the state in recognition of the Congress's honoring Sri Kharge with the national presidentship is not surprising at all. Further, the ST votes are also coming back because, again, we are seeing that an inclusive agenda is something that characterizes the Congress, and certainly we have made no attempts to try and fool the people with false promises of reservation.
Pratap Kanagal of the JDS is also with us. Pratap ji, looks like Vipaksha, no Sarkara this time.
No, it's I didn't get you the last word. What you said?
I said Vipaksha, no Sarkara.
Okay. Anyways, it's for us, we would like to wait till maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock. We'll get a clear idea. But as far as the numbers, what we have been what numbers, what we're getting right now, it's really disappointing. But we are sure that we will by towards the end of the counting, we will cross at least 40, 45.
You still believe, even after 5 rounds of counting almost everywhere, you still believe that the JDS will move from 27 down 10 from the last time to 3+ from last time to 40?
Yeah, we believe that, yes. That's what the ground report from our party and our candidate says that.
And
so we'll wait for the final result, and then we will...
I'll bring in Nalin now. Nalin, there is an interesting, insight, as Anand was saying, is coming from our tech team. They are saying that the BJP appears to have an advantage in geographically smaller constituencies. So less than 100 square kilometer and generally urban. So, that's what we are seeing perhaps also in Bengaluru play out. It is leading in 23 of the 33 smaller seats.
So I think if you look at the urban-rural split, then I think last time the BJP did far better in rural areas. It did well in urban, but it did far better in rural areas. This time the BJP is in let me just look at the urban split immediately. In the urban areas, the BJP is ahead. It's around 33, 35 seats in the urban areas. Congress on 21, 22. But when you look at rural areas, the Congress is doing far better. So there is a urban-rural divide coming up in Karnataka now, which is different from the last election. The Congress is ahead in the majority of rural seats, around 95 odd seats. The BJP is ahead in about 44 of those. That's a major difference. The BJP is held on in urban areas to more or less held on.
Bengaluru actually.
Yes.
Gained in
Yes.
Massive gain in Bengaluru.
It's held on in coastal Karnataka. It's done better in Bangalore, but in rural areas is where the Congress has surged.
And North.
Griha has an update on Siddaramaiah. The BJP slipping to 81 leads. The Congress moving up to 109 leads. The JDS again inching up to the closer to the 30 mark with 28 leads. Yes, Griha.
So we have an update on Siddaramaiah. Anand, we are getting to know right now for Varuna, the first round of counting is underway and Siddaramaiah is currently leading by over 2,700 votes. We also have an update on Priyank Kharge, who is leading from Chitapur. We yet do not know the number of votes. There's an interesting update that's also coming from Afzalpur, constituency number 34, where there is a battle between two brothers. One of them, a BJP turncoat, now fighting as an independent, and he in fact is leading, defeating his own brother. Right now the lead is like Nitin Guttedar, who's fighting as an independent, a BJP turncoat, is against his brother Malikai Guttedar, and Nitin right now is leading from Afzalpur, constituency number 34.
All right, just a quick check. You know what the Varuna effect is. This is Varuna, right? And he's leading by 2,500 or something votes. His son won last time by close to 60,000 votes. They're hoping that margin will increase. What the Varuna effect is, you look at all the neighboring constituencies. You go further south, Chamarajnagar, the Congress is leading. In Kollegal, the Congress is leading. In Nanjangud, the Congress is leading. Again, in Gudlupet, the Congress is leading. What it has had is the neighboring constituencies. It has had an impact where all of these seats were either orange or brown last time, led by the BJP or by the JDS. But this time, the Congress seems to be coming back. Even in Mysore city, one seat the BJP is leading in. The Krishna Raja seat, T.S. Srivats is leading. Tanveer Seth is leading from Narasimha Raja. That's no surprise there. G.T. Devegowda is leading from Chamundeshwari. Chamundeshwari used to be Siddaramaiah's old seat. But G.T. Devegowda, it'll again, expected lines, some would say.
Siddaramaiah at the counting center as the BJP slips to 80, Congress at 109 and JDS moves up to 28. 7 others, the independent numbers or the other numbers also going up to 7. Siddaramaiah there at the counting center, he said he'll visit the counting center and then speak, higher level of security. Sometimes GVL Narasimha Rao, the indication of where the attention is, even of the police officials, security and intelligence also is an indication.
Anand, the trends so far clearly show the Congress in the lead, but it's still, I would say, a couple of hours. We'll need to wait to know where the final numbers are going to be. So I think the police and the administration, they always know where to, who is likely to be the next boss and make a beeline. So I won't be surprised. But even otherwise, senior leaders certainly will be given
now, the BJP is below 80 now, GVL. BJP is below 80. This is for the first time that they have gone below 80. 4 rounds of EVM counting is over. Griha has an update. Griha, yes, go ahead. What is the update on Jagdish Shettar?
Jagdish Shettar, Hubli Dharwad, right now the 4th round is currently underway. It's over, in fact. And the number of votes that he's trailing with Maria is over 7,400. That's the number of votes that Jagdish Shettar is trailing with. We were earlier talking about Shikaripura, Yadurappa's son Vijendra. That was the 2nd round of counting where he was leading with just 2,000 votes. Right now the 4th round is complete and he is gone up to a lead by over 19,936 votes.
Interestingly, the BJP went all out to send that message that Jagdish Shettar
Oh, absolutely. Amit Shah said this in an interview that he will lose and he must lose. I think Yadurappa also made it very personal that Shettar must lose. Interestingly, in Hubli Dharwad East, the neighbouring constituency, the Congress candidate Abhay Patil is leading there. But Mahesh Tanganakai of the BJP leading in Hubli Dharwad Central.
And so Lakshman Savadi is leading.
Yeah, he is.
In
Athani, yeah.
Yes. And some more inside Zaka, BJP is leading in 23 seats which were won by the Congress in 2018. And in 7 seats which were won by JDS in 2018. So while it may be losing the seats that they had won in 2018, but it's making gains in some, unknown pockets.
The swing seats, I think Shomu was putting out this data, the seats that always fluctuate between BJP and Congress, out of 10 of those seats, 8 are now going to the Congress. It's a gain of 5. Whereas to the BJP, it's down to only 1 seat the BJP is leading in and the JDS leading in 1. And this is across. There is 1 in Old Mysore, there is 1 in the Tumkur Kolar belt. There are a couple of seats in the central part and 2 in the northern Karnataka part. But I just want to quickly, where the BJP maxed out last time around. All right, Kumaraswamy update from Griha. Yeah, Griha, go on.
Kumaraswamy is leading Zaka right now. The 4th round of counting is complete and he's leading by over 19,398 votes against the BJP candidate. So the vote margin has now become huge against HD Kumaraswamy and the BJP candidate. That's the update that we are getting from constituency number 185, Channapatna, of HD Kumaraswamy.
Quite literally assured of a win there. But more importantly, the BJP is slipping below the 80 number in terms of the leads and the Congress inching closer to that halfway number. Now again, it's changed a bit. Now, will further rounds change this scenario, or is the trend very clear? And is the Congress, we are given to understand, Pallavi Ghosh saying that they're in touch with the independents too, even as they've called all their MLAs to come to Bengaluru and they're going to stay at...
7 independents is a fair number.
There is a hotel stay.
Actually, Darshan Puttanaya is actually their ally. The Congress has fought 223 seats. 1 seat they gave to him.
Out of the 7, actually, I think 1 or 2 independents.
Even the Gutedar candidate wants to be a Congress rebel, so he will likely go.
The Puttanaya story is interesting. See, he was a very respected farmer leader, farmers leader, and he had very independent views. He used to get elected as an independent even before. Basically, he's a very from the Raita Sangha kind of person. He's always been an independent person, and see how sentimentally people have voted for him. He would have won whichever constituency, whichever party he had joined. He would have won. So he may align with the Congress simply because they'll be very against the BJP.
Just on the independents, last time around as well, the independents helped form the government. From Ranebenur, R. Shankar is trailing, and from Hirekerur, B.C. Patil, who was made minister, he's also trailing. So I think the message is also to those guys who shifted loyalties after the polls. I think
but not really, Zaka. I really wouldn't agree, because in Bengaluru, 4 people had shifted in, had turncoat and joined the BJP, and in Bengaluru, BJP is doing quite well.
Dr. Sudhakar, can you imagine? Dr. Sudhakar is trailing.
Losing,
that is a big message.
K. Sudhakar trailing is a big message.
During COVID, he was the health minister.
He was also a turncoat.
Also, he did pretty good initiatives, although they didn't communicate it well, but he did, so.
Again, coming back to, somebody made the point about Sri Ramalu. Sri Ramalu was the health minister when COVID hit. And, Sudhakar was brought in because he was not able to do it. And look at that.
Hardly campaigned this time too.
Yeah.
There's been issue with the brothers there. He himself has hardly campaigned this time.
Sri Ramalu?
Yeah. I just feel the next 90 minutes are very critical. The next 90 minutes, by the time we get to the stroke of noon, we may either have a change, as the BJP believes, a change in this entire scenario and a far more muddled or a different picture, or we may just see the Congress going stronger and stronger and moving very clear towards a clear majority, nearly about 120 seats. The next 90 minutes will decide, because by the time we get to noon, we'll have about 9 to 10 rounds of counting, and a large number of votes will be polled. The game will be perhaps where the vote lead is less than about 3,000 votes. So there will be the close fights of the game where
one of those is, by the way, Darshan Puttanaya's seat. CS Puttaraju won it last time for the JDS. This time, Puttanaya could be leading. Let's see how it plays out. But there are 7 independent candidates. Gali Janardhan Reddy happens to be one of them. But I don't know. I mean, look, 111 is just one short of 112, which is the halfway mark. I think if these trends hold, even some of those close fights, it will tend to go. Generally, it tends to go with whoever's taking the stage.
Let's not say the unsayable.
I think we have to wait for show, Anand. But
in terms of how those seats go.
But one thing Zaka has been constant, Anand, for the last half an hour, 45 minutes, is that vote share difference on the election website.
That's gone up.
It remains at about 7+%.
7%.
With the Congress around 43% and the BJP around 36%. and that's remained constant for almost 45 minutes to an hour now.
Correct. Yeah,
Zaka has it on the
I
wall.
was waiting. Yeah, so it's 43-36.
Yeah.
BJP is more or less where it was last time. This has gone up by 3 plus 2, 5%. But look at this. From 18%, it's fallen down to 13%. This is the JDS's vote share. And consistently, there used to be a 20% plus party. It's a bit like the BSP used to be in Uttar Pradesh, right? The 20% plus party, a 1 in 5 votes for that party. That's consistently come down. It's now from 1 in 5 in the last decade or so. It's gone from 1 in 5 to 1 in 10. I think that story.
And the
That's
shift
almost
seems
like a
to have
collapse.
happened
You would
directly.
say that.
Straight
But-
swap to the Congress party.
Yeah,
See,
a
now,
bunch of
straight
this has
swap
gone
to
to
the
the-
Congress.
But Zaka, 13% at present it's showing 28 seats.
I don't think it'll be 28 seats.
It won't be 28
you cannot
seats.
win 28 seats with just 13% vote share. It's again.
I have to say, Zaka, that the JDS vote share, which you were showing has gone down, has fundamentally been concentrated in 3 districts historically.
Yes.
Right? In the old Mysuru region. Now, what we are, if you juxtapose this with the old Mysuru region results, you will see that there's been a complete flip there, that the JDS number going down is corresponds with the Congress number going up.
So the Congress number has gone up by 8, the JDS number is down by 7, the BJP at 9.
So the trade-off has happened there between straight swap, almost a straight swap
this is
between Congress and
vocally
JDS. Quick update, Election Commission of India website is now showing a 43.2% vote share for the Congress, 112 halfway mark, that's where it shows, but that scene could be changed a little. And also Soumyadeep coming back with some more insights, saying constituencies with high literacy appear to be favouring the BJP leading in 35 of 56 constituencies with literacy rates above 80%. That's the 2011 census data. Congress leading in 18 and JDS in 3. And out of the 7 constituencies in Mandya, the Congress has actually gained 3. So more inputs coming through from
Didn't
our
win a
team.
single seat in Mandya last time, if I remember. They didn't win a single seat in Mandya district
And so
last
this time they've got, and Hassan out of 7, JDS is actually trailing, leading in 4 and trailing in 2. 2 from the last election rally. Both districts considered to be the party's political capitals. So interesting. Congress clearly in position right now, ladies and gentlemen, by noon to touch that 120 mark if this vote share lead continues to remain, this gap between the BJP and the Congress. Yes, Griha, you have an update.
Yes, Anand. Sorry, I was just taking that juice break. We do need our energy drinks because we are running around since morning.
And then tell us.
Okay. So we are getting an update from Bangalore Urban, and this is from Chamrajpet, constituency number 168, Zaka Zamir Ahmed, Congress candidate, leading by 30,000 votes. Do we know the round, sir?
Right. Quick update from sir. Before we come back to Karnataka, big update coming in from Uttar Pradesh. BJP is set to sweep the UP civic polls. Yogi Adityanath, as BJP say he's leading. BJP civic polls sweep is what we are given to understand. The latest numbers that are coming through at this point show very clearly that the BJP is set to sweep the Uttar Pradesh civic polls. The Nikai Chunav that happened, Yogi is leading the BJP civic poll sweep. That's what we are given to understand. Big update. We will tell you the final set of settlement, how the numbers settle eventually. But right now, it is going the BJP way. The civic polls being swept by the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, led by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, let's swing back to Karnataka.
Okay, Prakash, you had a point.
See, in Chamrajpet, which is one of the smallest among the small constituencies in Karnataka, certainly in Bangalore, Zamir there is very popular. He's always been there, but they fielded an IPS officer there. Was a former commissioner of Bangalore, police commissioner, Bangalore City, Bhaskar Rao, who first went to AAP. And then he left. After he retired, he went to AAP and then he quit AAP and joined BJP. And he's been given that constituency. I don't think he had any time to work there. And generally people in Bangalore City are not very forgiving for people who change their minds so quickly politically. He will have to stay with the party and work there maybe for a few years.
Quick thing, the BJP had tried about 70 odd faces, 75 new faces is what they said. And look at this, 41 of those seats the Congress is leading, the BJP leading only in 16, down 6 from last time. I'm not sure that experiment necessarily worked.
No, but like you yourself said, many of those seats they were not going to win in any case.
Of course.
But Zaka, talking specifically about that Mandya region, out of 7 constituencies in Mandya, the Congress gained 3. Earlier it was 7 out of 7 for JDS.
No, absolutely. They didn't win a single seat from Mandya. This is SM Krishna's home district, and this is where the Vocaliga dominance of the Congress party. But look at how it is now in southern Karnataka. The Congress has gained 8 from last time, and the JDS is down 7. The BJP is also down 2. There's one independent who's leading, which I think is Darshan Putnaya's seat. But again, I keep coming back. More than the Hasan Mandya belt, it is the greater Mysore belt where the Congress seems to be resting back seats.
South Karnataka, DK Shivkumar said we will win 25 seats. That number is looking at 25 right now, Zaka. So DK Shivkumar will turn around and say, I deserve to be Chief Minister. Griha, yes.
That's true.
More updates on Jagdish Shettar. So that entire bid of him leaving the BJP, joining the Congress doesn't seem to be working, Anand, because he is trailing by more than 16,000 votes, is what we're getting to know from Hubli Dharwar. Right now, the kind of votes that he has on the 5th round of counting, Shettar, right now the votes that are being counted, 10,655. Mahesh Tengikai, on the other hand, is on 27,459.
Griha, quick update. Can you please check and say how many average number of rounds, how many rounds have been counted?
So this is average,
how many more to go?
Fifth round.
Average
Fourth
is fifth
round.
Fourth and fifth round counting going on. Overall, how many rounds?
So I think it'll go up to 6 or 7. Overall, kitne rounds honge, sir? How many rounds in all?
10 more to go.
More than 10.
More than 10. More than 10. So this is on 5th or 6th, 4th or 5th right now.
Fourth or fifth, so at least another 5 to 6 rounds of counting more to go.
So more than 1 lakh vote yet to be counted in most of these constituencies. That's a fair assessment to make, and that's the reason why when we say Jagdish Shettar, if the margin has gone up to 19-20, by 11, it's almost that he would be losing that constituency.
Yeah, anybody opening up a 20,000 plus or nearly 20,000
in an
plus
assembly election,
it's highly unlikely.
That's a high margin.
A quick check on the Belgaum seats.
Yes,
I was just checking. Ramesh Jarkiholi is leading from Kittur. No surprises there. Neighbouring constituency, his brother Satish Jarkiholi of the Congress is also leading. Lakshmi Hagbalkar seat, which is the Belgaum rural seat, which has become a bit of a battle of egos and pride. She's currently leading in that seat. Just a quick check on the Nippani seat. Nippani seat is now being led by an NCP candidate, Uttam Rao Saab Patil of the NCP. Presume he will go with the Congress if he wins. But I think in Kittur, Karnataka, and I think this is one of the stories of this election. In Kittur, Karnataka, last time the BJP getting 34 out of 56. This time it's the Congress 32 out of 56. The BJP down from 34 to 22.
So this is Kittur, Karnataka, where the BJP was hoping for that consolidation also of the Lingayats.
Yeah.
So that
I don't know if it's
as I told you, Maria, when we discussed during poll of the polls, the question that we started with at the beginning of the campaign, Congress was able to keep to that question till the end. And I think that has paid off for the Congress. So even if Mr. Shettar is trailing, the symbolic sort of effect that was being required by the Congress by kind of co-opting him in his party seems to have worked for them.
Yes.
Griha.
Yeah, we have an update on Lakshman Savdi. Again, a BJP turncoat, now joined the Congress. He is benefiting the Congress party. He is, by the way, leading by a huge margin. The margin is over 25,000 votes, Maria. Right now, the number of votes that have been counted that are in his kitty are over 40,225 votes. And this is the 7th round of counting that is happening in Athani.
So what worked for him?
No, what worked for last time when he won on a BJP ticket, he won by a margin of 2,300. So right now, he's leading by 25,000. So I think clearly, look, rural parts of Belgaum, Bagalkot, Bijapur, that whole North Karnataka belt, the rural parts, it seems like, the Congress has made some significant inroads. Like I said, in Kittur, Karnataka, it's flipped almost. The Congress is at 32 out of 56, the BJP only 22 out of 56. Last time around, it was the other way around. It was 34 to the BJP and only 19 to the Congress. And I think that story, it's not just Savdi. Shettar may be losing his own seat because it's a city seat, but the rural seats, Athani being a classic case, it's fascinating. Last time winning by 2,300 votes, this time leading already by 25,000 votes. So I think you can safely say that Lakshman Savdi, he seems to have benefited from jumping from the BJP.
One word from Griha. Griha, quickly give us some update on Mr. Parmeshwara. In the meanwhile, comment on this, Prakashji. What Zaka is saying essentially is that what is working for Sewardi is essentially this, that it was because of a rural constituency and that is not working for Jagdish Shettar. Both turncoats.
I think it is even more complex than that. See, because the cities have a mix of populations, but you'll have continuous belts of, it's like the more homogeneity you'll get in
levels of class are multiple.
So the influence of a Lingayat religious leader or a Matha will be much stronger, much more in those rural parts than in cities. I think they'll hold sway. And I think Jagdish Shettar's problem would have been that his voting base came from the Sangha Parivar, from the RSS and all that. And for him to quit the party for an MLA seat, for a person who's been chief minister, would have been a very big thing. That kind of the problem would not come to accrue to, say, Lakshman Sawant.
But one aspect, we've got Dinesh Karnik ji, Captain Ganesh Karnik with us. Captain Ganesh Karnik, rural Karnataka is voting against the BJP.
113.75.
113.75. Congress in clear position. Congress has simple majority at this point, ladies and gentlemen. As per leads and results, Congress has simple majority at about 10:47 a.m. As per the leads and results hold, Congress has simple majority in Karnataka. The BJP only at 75 leads and seats at this point. The JDS at 29 and others at 7. Congress past the halfway mark, and if these trends hold, they should go towards a comfortable majority. Rajiv Gowda ji, moment to savor, 10:47. Confidence of the Congress party manifest on the leaderboard.
Well, I'm happy to see those numbers. I'd like to see another 10-20 seats added to Akiti. So I'd wait to celebrate for another couple of hours. Thanks.
So you still
first
okay,
win comes in. Yes, Griha.
Yes, Griha.
Okay, Chitradurga, we're getting the first victory from constituency number 98 goes to the Congress party. In fact,
counting.
Still counting.
It's called Challakere constituency. T. Raghumurthy of the Congress. I believe he is leading in that constituency.
Okay, and as per the Election Commission website, it's 114 for the Congress, the BJP at 71, Independents 3. And the JDS is at 32.
32. JDS.
So they have more or less, it's not that bad as they have not slipped below 30.
So what is that percentage? So it comes from when you look at the overall Karnataka.
The percentages on the Election Commission right now are 43.1% for the Congress, 36.1 for the
and
BJP,
12.9.
12.9 JDS.
So then in that case, 12.9 translating into 30 or even 29.
No, but I think it'll come down. I think many of these are close fights. These are in southern Karnataka. What is surprising for me is JDS has got 3 or 4 seats in other regions. Appa Gowda is leading from Basavana Begadi, again on the JDS seat. You have from Devdurga, Mr. Karema is leading of the JDS ticket. From Gurmeetkal, Sharna Gowda is leading. So some of these people are folks who've not been given tickets either by the Congress or the BJP. From Aurad, again, Prabhu Chavan of the JDS is leading.
JDS is leading in Bidar, is leading in Badami.
That's what I'm saying. So outside its traditional belts.
28 seats out of the 12
is with us.
that they fought.
Good morning. Not a very good morning for the BJP, the way the scoreboard is looking right now. Congress way past the halfway mark, 116 leads. BJP only at 74 so far.
So let us see, it is still very early to come to, it's a very closely fought election. Now Congress party is leading, we agree, the Congress is leading in most of the constituencies, and we are in the second position. Let us see, wait for...
You are saying you will make up 38 seats, sir? You are saying you will make up 38 seats. Rajiv Gowda ji, Ashwath Narayan ji believes 38 seats, this gap can be narrowed. 38 seats to 112.
I don't think so. You can't say. Even last time, see, in the 2018 election, in 2018 we were leading in 125 constituency.
But Mr. Ashwath Narayan, what do you think did not work for the BJP? What are the reports that are coming in from polling the counting centers?
We in the state, we were not, the good work what was done by our government, we were not able to showcase it very strongly. Probably we could have done it much more strongly, because Bharatiya Janata Party, we have done extremely well as in a government, we have done extremely well. It is disheartening to see Congress party leading. Anyway, we need to accept the verdict of the people. Let us see, wait and watch.
The rural-urban divide is also very visible. That the BJP seem to be doing well in urban centers, and the Congress is taking away those rural pockets from you.
We are doing, actually, the acceptance of Bharatiya Janata Party is extremely good, to be very frank with you. This election, we need to analyze much seriously and deeply how things went wrong. And I am of the fullest confidence. Bharatiya Janata Party has done extremely well. We can debate, discuss in all aspects. Congress Party per se, I don't see, though the verdict has come in their favor, we need to accept, but it's a party, it will be a disaster for the state of Karnataka.
Dr. Ashwat Narayan, just a quick question on the Bangalore city seats.
Yes.
It seems like the BJP is doing better than last time. 16 seats where BJP is leading, 15 seats where Congress is leading. In Malleshwaram, last time I think you had a 50,000 margin. This time, what are you expecting?
Definitely, we are looking for the same margin in this election also. We're looking for the same, achieving the same margin. Let us see, we are still, the 8th round is completed. We are having more than 20,000 lead is there.
But Bangalore city, out of 28, what is your expectation? Out of 28, right now you're leading in 16.
Yeah, we are expecting 16 to 17 constituency in the city of Bangalore. We are planning to win not less than 16 to 17 out of 28 constituency in the city of Bangalore.
Rajiv Gowdaji, would you see that as a setback in Bengaluru, or would you look at the overall numbers and say that we will take this?
I think that we would be happy with winning the state, but we've put in a tremendous amount of effort to win the city as well. We've reached out to apartment voters, RWAs, and of course, we've always had this wonderful connect with the poorer sections of the city who have really benefited from Congress governments and our welfare schemes over the years. So it would be a big disappointment if 16 goes to the BJP. I am actually expecting the numbers to be reversed and Congress to get 16 plus in Bengaluru city. I don't think that when Mr. Ashwat Narayan talks about BJP's good work, their good work in terms of raising commission rates to 40%, that is what the people of Karnataka have really paid attention to, and that's
Corruption
really
Commission is Congress Party.
Thank you, Ashwat.
You'll be seeing this ATM. Don't worry, Mr. Rajiv. Your party is a ATM. Yours is a corrupt to the
ATM
core.
or not, right now,
nothing but a corruption party.
PCM seems to be hurting the BJP.
You will be such a disaster party.
Ashwat Narayan ji, right now,
Ashwat
Narayan ji, right now, PCM seems to be hurting the BJP.
I don't
your party, 100%, 40%, 60%, all belongs to you and your party.
You know, the vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress is now 7%. Ashwat Narayan, something must have gone horribly wrong in your campaign. Or you failed to convince the people of Karnataka for double engine. That was the calling card.
No. See, basically, Bharatiya Janata Party is more strong or having more presence other than South Karnataka. South Karnataka, we were trying to expand in South Karnataka. That's how you can see even in the previous government, if you look at the voting percentage, the share of votes will be the same numbers. But when it comes to the numbers, always we used to have a better numbers.
One moment.
Probably we need to...
Zaka has the numbers on South Karnataka. Mr. Ashwat Narayan, one moment. On the magic.
BJP has been trying quite a bit to expand into the Vokaliga belt, into the Old Mysore belt. But unfortunately, right now, BJP is only at 8 seats out of 57. The JDS at 18, but the Congress is at 28 seats. Part of it is the caste factor, no doubt about it, and Dr. Ashwat Narayan knows this. The BJP has been trying to project Vokaliga leaders in this belt. But I think what has also happened is, since both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar come from this belt, and a lot of losses have happened to the JDS as well. JDS is down 9. That has gone to the Congress, including Nikhil Kumaraswamy, by the way, who's trailing right now from Ramnagara. So I think one of the things that you're seeing in Old Mysore is a reversal back to the Congress of its fortunes. Griha has more details, particularly on the Ramnagara seat. Yeah, Griha.
Yes, for Nikhil Kumaraswamy, Zaka, you were just mentioning, we now know the number of seats, the number of votes that he's trailing from. It's gone up to 14,781. So earlier, that margin was just about 4,000 votes, and now we know that it has gone up to 14,700, so almost 15,000 votes that he is trailing with.
So Iqbal Hussain of the Congress is leading in that seat. Remember, last time they had a victory margin of 22,000 votes. Let's see how that story plays out. In neighboring Channapatna, Kumaraswamy last time won with 21,000 votes. This time he's currently leading in that constituency. But I think the story for the JDS is also in Mandya district, where they swept last time. This time they've lost 3 seats. Again in Hassan, where they swept last time, they've lost 2 seats. Yes, in Holi Narsipur, Mr. Revanna is leading. In Krishnarajpet, H.C. Manju is leading. From Hunsur, Harish Gowda is leading. From Chamundeshwari, G.T. Devegowda is leading. But really, I think the story is the gains that the JDS had last time in Old Mysore, a lot of it is going back to the Congress. The BJP still has some work to do before they can make serious inroads in that belt.
Mr. Ashwath Narayan, you certainly would have wanted a triangular contest, but what is increasingly visible is that it turned out to be a bipolar contest towards the end, and those are rare visuals now coming in from the Congress headquarters, where their celebrations, which started perhaps at 8 a.m., is still continuing. Go ahead, Mr. Ashwath Narayan.
It is too early for the Congress party to celebrate. Probably the reversal can start. I am very sure it will be the worst situation is a fractured mandate. I don't see a clear mandate, a clear, comfortable, simple majority. No party is going to get at present situation.
What about JDS?
And I think Congress,
if we were to look at the numbers, Ashwath Narayan ji, if we were to look at the numbers right now, even if it is BJP plus JDS, still you are very far away from the magic number of 113.
It is too early. It is too early. I am of all the confidence. It is too early for anything to be, the final numbers. Probably we need to wait for 2 more 3 hours. Then we'll come to the numbers. And full of confidence, Congress will no way come to the power in the state of Karnataka.
What about JDS? You would have wanted them to fight a little better, perhaps,
Let us see.
And ensure that they remain consolidated in their bastions. That was not to be. If you look at the numbers,
our strategy was very clear. We wanted a strong presence to come on our own with a comfortable majority. That was our strategy. The JDS, whatever we have, we have taken much of the JDS vote in southern Karnataka. That's how you can see some numbers of Congress increasing. It is not because people wanted Congress in southern Karnataka. No. Congress is completely unacceptable. So because of the triangle fight in southern Karnataka, we are seeing some kind of numbers increasing for...
Okay. Thank you so much, Ashwath Narayan ji. We'll have perhaps elaborate chat in the evening. It's already a vote share gap of 7%, Zaka.
Yeah,
gap between the BJP and the Congress.
It'll take a minute or so for it to load up. But I think one thing is very clear. The JDS's vote share is going down over the years. From 20 plus, they were 18% last time. This time they're 13%. The Congress is 43. The BJP is 36. BJP might have increased just a little bit. It was 36 point something last time around. It could be closer to 36, 37 this time. But 43, from 38 to 43, that's a 5% increase. JDS from 18 down to 13, that's a 5% decrease. Again, I keep going back to this. At 13% vote share, I don't see the JDS winning 27 or 28 seats. It might come down. Many of these are close fights. Many of them are under 5,000 votes margin. But the Congress's gain has largely come from the loss of the JDS. In the longer term, what is of worrying consequence for Kumaraswamy, for Mr. Gowda and his party, is that this is now getting reduced to a 1 in 10 party. It used to be a 1 in 5 party before, a 20% vote share party, but now they're being reduced to a 1 in 10 vote share party, which I think is worrying for them long term.
In 2018, at 36%, the BJP managed 104.
Yeah.
At 36% right now, they are at 76 seats.
Yeah, but the conversion, it's a question of conversion. And again, I keep coming back to, North Karnataka, Central Karnataka, Kittur Karnataka, and, where the BJP maxed out, and I hope we can show this. It won big in Central, it won big in Kittur Karnataka, of course in Coastal, which has always been the BJP's belt. I just want to take these two. This is where the election seems to have flipped. This time around, the BJP is down to just 31. Yeah. Down 23 from last time. The Congress gaining 21 of those 23 losses. The Congress had 45 out of these 80 seats. This is this whole belt, from Shimoga, Chitradurga, all the way up to Hubli, Dharwad, and then all the way to Belgaum, Bagalkot, Bijapur. This belt, where just look at the you see blues here, you see blues here. Look at how it was in 2018. It was saffron all the way here. It was saffron here. It was saffron here. Far less blues in 2018. This time, far more. I think it's seemingly turned in these two regions. Coastal, I don't think there is that much of a difference because the BJP continues to hold on to its sway. It, of course, swept last time around 10-3. I don't think there's any great change really there.
See, they're minus 28 right now, Zaka, and the bulk of it has come from that Kittur.
A bulk of it has come from Kittur, Karnataka.
Kittur, Karnataka, and that's where they've lost a lot of place. Let's quickly look at the halfway number. Right now, the Congress way past the halfway mark, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we will try and focus on at this point. There you go. Here comes the rockets in, and the Congress is rocketing in very, 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 very comfortably past the halfway mark. 114 is where they stand at. They've actually gone up to 115 at this point. And of course, the BJP trailing far behind. 76. Will they even make up in the subsequent rounds if they claim that these booths will favor them, as they are still hoping against hope? Looks highly unlikely that the Congress is going to be beaten, or the BJP is going to make up this gap of nearly 29 seats from the last time around, and so far short from that halfway mark, that is 113. Right now, the Congress comfortably beyond that halfway, and also the majority number with 2 seats plus. 112 is the halfway and 113 majority. 114, 115 is the lead right now. That's where they are as far as the Congress is concerned. So very, very comfortable in pole position to form government on their own. No Khichdi Sarkar. The trend very clearly shows it's a single party, not just a single largest party, but the party that will also have absolute majority to form government. At present, it is the Congress party. As the rockets zoom out, let's straight away zoom across to the live result hub in Hyderabad. Yes.
First results, Anand. Congress is winning from Chitradurga constituency number 98 from Challakere. It is Mr. Raghumurthy of the Congress party winning. So that has been announced. That's the first win that's been announced.
Interestingly,
98.
Yeah, Raghumurthy of the Congress. In fact, in Chitradurga, other than Shimoga, most of the central districts seem to be going with the Congress this time around. From Kudligi, a Congress candidate is leading. From Sandur, again, a Congress candidate is leading. That whole belt from Vijayanagara, Congress candidate is leading. And I talked about Ballari. All seats, Ballari city seat, Ballari rural seat, all of those seats, it's the Congress that seems to be leading. So I think there is a shift that's happened certainly in this belt as far as Congress is concerned. If you go back and check in on this belt last time around in 2018, the BJP would have got a large number. Here you go. All of these seats in the Chitradurga constituency were won by the BJP last time around. This time, the Congress seemingly doing better.
If we were to look at it from the caste point of view, which is the caste which is staying with the BJP?
All right, just give me 1 second as we wait for the filter to go back up.
Umbrella.
All right. I think the Lingayats, there is definitely a story there. I'm just going to put in the Lingayat filter. There were 67 seats that the BJP dominated last time. I think there is a story there. I think the Lingayat seats have split. The BJP has lost in some of those Lingayat seats. They're down 17 from last time. They're down to 23, the Congress 37. And those Lingayat seats are concentrated in central and in North Karnataka. I think that's really a story. You just compare the blues to the saffron that happened last time around. Look at this. The whole thing, other than a few pockets of blue, the whole thing was saffron. This time it's almost the inverse of it.
Zaka, if I may add to the Lingayat point, what we are seeing, because we saw the defections of some, Jagdish Shettar and others, you're not seeing a collapse of the Lingayat vote for BJP, but you're seeing a major erosion of it. Yeah. So it's got split. So the numbers are very clear.
Vote as well.
Exactly. So in coastal Karnataka, for example, Jagdish Shettar is losing, but Lakshman Sewadi is winning in the other seat, right? So overall, there is a major there is a decline in the Lingayat seats for the BJP. It's not a wipeout, but there's a major
that decline. Is it only because of the leaders, or is it also because a lot of the Mathadishis, the Mathas among the Lingayats, are not very happy with the way some of these Mathadishis were even asked for commission or bribes? The other aspect is the entire game of Panchamshali Lingayats, quotas for them. Did they actually vote?
I think with removing Mr. Yediyurappa. All he quit, and suddenly we had a news break saying he had come to meet the PM. Yeah. And he said, no, I just came to meet whatever. Then he goes back, and then the news comes out that he has quit as Chief Minister. And then all these Math people come to him, and there are all these visuals of him sitting with the Math. It's a very plain fact that this time around, a critical difference was made to the BJP's fortunes, especially among the Lingayat community, because it was not Mr. Yediyurappa who was fighting to be Chief Minister of the state.
But and was he actually campaigning to the extent
Yes.
with which it will do? Or would you look at the fact that these are also rural belts where the Congress's 5 guarantees came into play?
Yes.
The cost
5 guarantees, yes.
the 2,000 rupee to the women, the Mahila votes, because a lot of these seats also have women voters who are who are dominant.
Certainly,
and if you see
we
the
had
rural
raised this
belts and
point
the
earlier as
interior
well.
belts, is there a certain level of dissonance saying that, or perhaps what the state should have done actually has not been done, irrespective of what the centre was doing for this grouping? And the result may be different in 2024 Lok Sabha, but right now there is a certain punishment that had to be meted out. I'm just asking.
There are two things. One is that when you look at many of these central government schemes, they matter in relative terms much more in North India than south of the winters, simply because there are different levels of living.
No, or saying no.
But may I make
comes
another
to the
point?
Center, I'll give it
Here's
to the
an
center, I
addition.
won't give it to the
May I make
center.
another point?
Center and state, it
Sure.
will be different elections. So they are anyways benefiting from the central
Yeah.
schemes. So this is an
Exactly.
addition. Five promises of the Congress is in addition to what is
Absolutely,
what is
it's
coming
in
from
addition.
the
Those
BJP.
promises mattered, and also on the ground, you've not had a very efficient state government, and that has percolated down. It's an election fought on local issues, and the Congress managed to keep the attention on local issues. The Congress was resisted the temptation of making it national.
See, I want to make 3 points. See, the 40% government thing was a very Bangalore thing. It has not had any great effect in Bangalore, though. But there's a corruption thing that was very simmering in rural Karnataka, especially in the parts that he's showing of recruitment. That there was a recruitment scam, but it never made big news in our papers. But there was a great deal of disgruntlement about that. And two, it's not just Lingayat votes; it's the ST votes that seem to have gone there. That's why I'm saying you should look at those numbers. I don't know whether we'll ever get it correctly, but I think that also is something you need to look at. It's not just the Lingayat votes. I think.
I'm just looking at central Karnataka again. This is Chitradurga, Davangere, Haveri, Shimoga. Chitradurga also, we tend to forget that whole scandal in that matha was in this belt. So, there were a lot of Lingayats who were unhappy because of that. Griha has an update, but look at this. Out of 26 seats in these central districts, 17 have gone to the Congress, a gain of 12. BJP down 13 in single digits. I think that, again, is a story. But Griha, yes, go ahead.
Zaka, an update from Bangalore Urban. Chamrajpet is a constituency where Zamir Ahmed Khan has won. So this is the second victory that's been announced. And the margin of votes is over 40,000, 160.
Last time he won with
At Chamrajpet.
33,000 votes. This time the margin is increased despite Bhaskar Rao. I think he's a former police commissioner. He switched over to the BJP. Zamir, I think, had famously said he's not going to campaign. And I guess he had reason enough to say that. But again, the Bangalore city, now the Congress has gone slightly up 16 to the BJP's 15. But BJP has gained 4. The Congress is down 1. So let's see. I think some of the older Congress stalwarts, Harris is back in the lead in Shantinagar. I think Mr. George is in the lead. So some of the older Congress guys are still leading. In the outer sort of constituencies, the BJP seems to have
Zaka,
made
what
some
about
gains.
those 72 new faces that the BJP had fielded?
Yeah, let's just take a quick check. I think a lot of them were in, let's say, the old Mysore belt. All right, Siddaramaiah speaking. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರದಂತೆ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಯನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ 65-70 ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಆ ಥರನೇ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ನಾವು 120ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅದೇ ತರ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ 25-26 ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ.
Out of 75, Congress 144.
So ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ
But then a lot of these new faces
120 ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಗೆಲ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇನ್ನ 5 ರೌಂಡು 6 ರೌಂಡು 7 ರೌಂಡ್ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ರೌಂಡ್ಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು.
The JDS and what was predicted with the JDS, it is somewhere around that. This is 5-6 rounds, 117 seats for the Congress. They should get further consolidated is what his point is.
ಸ್ವಂತ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
ವರ್ಣದಲ್ಲೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಲೀಡ್ ಇದೆ.
ವರ್ಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ 3 ರೌಂಡ್ 4 ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. 8,000 ಲೀಡ್ ಇದೆ.
Now he's talking about his own constituency. About 4 rounds of counting has happened in Varuna, and he says he'll win much more comfortably. The lead will get consolidated.
ಸೋಮಣ್ಣವರು 2 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೆ. ವರ್ಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೆ, ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರದಲ್ಲೂ ಸೋಲ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸರ್, ಟೋಟಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ನಾಯಕರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರ ಅಲೆ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದ್ರು, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾರಿ ಬಂದ್ರು, ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತದಾರರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಲ್ಲ.
So no matter how many times PM Narendra Modi or Home Minister Amit Shah come and conduct rallies and whatever, it is not going to have a big impact in Karnataka. Karnataka voter is different, they think differently and the issues are different.
ಇವರಿಂದ ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಜನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
sir. So Siddaramaiah saying as more rounds are counted, he is confident that Congress will consolidate the lead. Let's just set down Air Alexa and quickly look at how the chart looks. How does the Vidhana Saudha look at this point, ladies and gentlemen? What is the story as far as the Vidhana Saudha is concerned? Let's just set Air Alexa down right next to the Vidhana Saudha as we come to that beautiful building. Right now, the Congress party is sitting in government comfortably all alone. The rest of the contenders will be sitting in the opposition. The treasury benches belong to the Congress party. This is how the entire pie, the arc looks like. Halfway past, 117 leads and wins already in for the Congress party. Comfortably past the halfway mark of 112, 5 seats plus. So not very unsettling. Will the Congress want it to be further consolidated? 120 plus? Yes, they would. And this would be also bucking a trend. It's after a long time that Karnataka is voting in clear majority. And that's what is important. The BJP slipping down to 73 now. No way they're going to come back in contention irrespective of how many more rounds are left and whatever chances they talk. They have huge amount of introspection to do. What are the issues that did not work in their favor? But more importantly, the Congress proving that by keeping the issues local, they can challenge the BJP directly. They can fight this election, and if they can win Karnataka 224 seats and come back and fight like this, does that set a template for the other states that will go into the polls ahead of Lok Sabha 2024? And how does this place the Congress party overall? Of course, the local story right now in Karnataka is who is going to be Mukhyamantri. And there it's not just DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. There is another person who's thrown in the hat. G. Parmeshwara has come out and said a Dalit should be the chief minister now. Nistula.
Please find out how he's doing, from your colleague there, how he's doing in terms of his lead and etc. Because he has always maintained that Karnataka deserves a Dalit chief minister at this point. And there has been a huge Dalit consolidation and ST consolidation for the Congress in these elections, and therefore he feels that it's the right time to stake.
You know, the buzz in Bangalore was that Mr. Parmeshwara is doing this at the behest of someone else. He's being sort of propped up by somebody else for this whole narrative of, the first Dalit chief minister of Karnataka. But look, I think...
No, but he said this before. So
yeah, he has. New. Even during the campaign, he said this.
No, even previous years.
Even before that.
He's been saying it for a long time, and he has been deputy chief minister under
correct.
Kumar Swamy.
Sorry.
Rajiv Pratap Rudy of the BJP is with us. Rajiv Pratap Rudy ji, namaste. Not a good day for the BJP.
How do you do?
The Congress seems to be not just in pole position, but absolute majority in Karnataka.
Well, I've been going through all the channels, and it has been there. It looks like they have a marginal advantage. But I still, as a politician, as a representative of the BJP, would like to hold back for a few more hours. Having said that, most of you are talking in one direction. Of course, I appreciate that. But there are other channels also contemplating, and then we cannot write off JDS. We cannot write off BJP's better performance. So I'll prefer waiting than commenting, because.
But this lead is so far open, Rajiv ji. It's so far open. 118 seatons mein some wins confirmed for the Congress party already. The BJP is at 72 leads right now.
Do you really believe that there can be a comeback possible with about 5 to 6 rounds more of counting to go?
You see, I've been contesting elections for a very long time. And that's why I always reserve my opinion. My excitement or my failures or my defeat, I do not come back to it as fast as most of you would be doing it. Because for you, it's of course a very exciting, for the viewers, of course, it's very exciting. It's like a match which has to end with few balls. But for me, it is always wait and watch, and then we conclude. And then we have things to say after that. So please excuse me as far as claiming a victory or claiming a defeat.
But looking at the trends, Rajiv Rudiji, see rural Karnataka, core belt of Lingayats and even the tribal dominated seats, all these are swinging towards the Congress party.
So I'm not talking...
कुछ तो अध्ययन करना होगा सर.
मैं अध्ययन करने के लिए यहाँ नहीं बैठा हूँ और ये मैं बिल्कुल स्पष्ट रूप से आपको कह रहा हूँ कि मैं अध्ययन करने के लिए यहाँ नहीं बैठा हूँ. चुनाव हो चुके हैं, परिणाम आ जाएंगे 2 घंटे के बाद. आप प्रत्यक्ष रूप से मुझसे पूछ लीजिएगा कि परिणाम क्या हुआ, नहीं हुआ और क्यों नहीं हुआ और क्या होना चाहिए था और क्या करना चाहिए.
जो रुझान है,
इस पर सभी विश्लेषण पर हम आ जाएंगे. But the point which you are saying is that you are asking me to admit defeat. Is what which
no, I'm not asking you to admit defeat. I'm looking at it and saying, is this not below par for the BJP?
You have the entire freedom. You have the entire freedom to discuss and tell me that, look, watch out. It's dangerous ahead. I'm watching out. I'm listening to all of you. I've been listening to all the channels. And there has been ups and downs. Of course, I see on the figures which is rolling out on your screen.
Yeah.
You are 118, BJP is 72. Others are 7. There is something with the JDS as well. So why can't we wait? And please carry on with your analysis of all the places which we have lost our victory. But we will wait and confine myself to the outcome, which will happen in about 2 hours from now.
Rajiv Pratap Rudy, I wanted to know, when we look at these numbers, even if it is not as per your expectations, 72, is there a sense that perhaps that gamble that the BJP went for, which worked in multiple states, including Gujarat, did not work here because you went in and changed 72 of your faces and went for newer faces? That could have, been played differently because several veterans actually quit and went, jumped the ship.
Well, that is a thing which I would love to discuss, and I would still say the elections were very localized. The state issues, the division of the voters, the rhetoric which was built up. We have to look into it. But I did see that it was a lot of polarization of a different kind. And there weren't any national issues involved as far as Karnataka was concerned. So it does happen in the states, and we have seen this happening in the states. When we talked about Gujarat, it was 100%, we would say, a nationalistic elections. And when we look at Karnataka, it was an election voiced at that point of time and that state. So there is a difference. And we are not seeing a national mandate for these elections. So that is one thing which actually has been obvious in this election.
But you would also admit...
This is my take on what you have said.
You would also admit, Rajiv ji, that the fact is that when parties are able to keep the issues local, the BJP finds it difficult. And the Congress now has a handle to show that by keeping the issue local, they can get the better of the BJP.
This could be a kind of analysis on your part. But we always want to make it a national campaign, and which of course is a larger and a more profiled campaign. But unfortunately, the states do go for poised and pinpointed situations in the state, which we are seeing it. So every political party does have a strategy. I think Congress may have had a strategy, but at times it also doesn't work. And when local elections or the local politics aligns with the national politics, it becomes very different, and that is what I have been observing for a while.
Another lesson perhaps for the BJP, as Rohan Gupta of the Congress party joins us, is that when you claim a double-engine Sarkar, then both engines have to fire on full cylinders. So it can't just be the Prime Minister and the centre, the front engine. The rear engine also has to do well. Rajiv ji? Would you agree? Rajiv Rudy ji, would you agree that when you claim a double-engine Sarkar, then both engines have to fire on full cylinders?
You're asking me?
Yes, yes.
You're asking me, Rudy here?
Yes, Rajiv Rudy ji, yes.
Yes, of course. And I think you have got the You got it very correct. And then if there is a disconnect, because we have a huge momentum, as I can see, even I come from the state of Bihar. Despite all the changes which has happened politically in that state, we see a huge momentum when it comes to the Prime Minister. And I think the Prime Minister did extremely well in Karnataka. But maybe the rhetoric which was built up locally was far too strong for the national campaign, which could have been, because Karnataka we have seen has been a lot of BJP for a while now. So where was the miss? I will still not admit that there is a miss at this point of time, but this needs to be analyzed, and local politics did prevail. But I think the effect and the impact of Prime Minister and his visits and did work in a very big way. What you say that both the states and the center, where we have a national government and the state government as well,
interestingly,
have to align itself for a larger purpose and a larger victory.
Yes.
So that may have been a miss, but it would be too early to analyze it as of now.
Okay, Rohan Gupta of the Congress is also joining us. Rohan, the analysis certainly is, and as per the details that is coming in from our research team, that the Congress is actually sweeping the entire tribal dominated seats. I mean, 10 of them are being swept by the Congress party. What do you think is working for the Congress in the state of Karnataka?
I have been in Karnataka for at least 45 years. One thing is very clear. JP needs to understand that they cannot fight all the state elections like in Lok Sabha style. You have to localize them. You cannot have same rhetoric, same issue, insult of Modi ji and all, because at the end of the day, you need to see what you have delivered to the people in the state. See, you should not forget that BJP was in power in Karnataka for 5 years. For them, it was very easy. If they had worked on ground, it was very easy for them to communicate to people. I think one of your panelists was talking about one engine working and other engine not working. No, both the engines have worked against Karnataka, whether it is GST dues or injustice to Karnataka on many ways. I have been here. The local issues of 40% corruption by state government had penetrated in the minds of people where BJP could not do anything.
But more than your campaign of 40% corruption, was it also pro-Congress vote in terms of the 5 promises or 5 guarantees that you gave?
That was I was about to tell you that. At the same time, when people knew that it's a 40% corruption government, we ensured before 1 year that all our 5 guarantees, they penetrate well with the people. Okay, people are not happy with BJP, but what is the alternate? You cannot fight and win elections always on negative narrative. You have to give strong alternate to people of Karnataka. That's what we gave. We did press conferences of all our CMs there of the delivered scheme in their state. Suppose Gehlotji came, he spoke about what we delivered in Rajasthan. Chhattisgarh CM came, he spoke about Chhattisgarh. Himachal CM came, he told that he finished.
Is that what worked? We'll have to wait and watch. But clearly, the Congress seems to has the edge. Not just edge; it's touching that 120 number at this point. It's 119, so comfortably above the halfway mark and majority. Just one aspect, big news coming through. Rohan Gupta, one second. There's just an update that the BJP has lost the Hassan seat. JDS's Swaroop has won. That means this was a gateway into the Gowda bastion.
Between Revanna's wife and Kumaraswamy's candidate. Kumaraswamy's candidate, by the way, HP Swaroop, he's the guy who's won. The BJP was hoping to make inroads in this Hassan belt. But look at the JDS seats. I mean, this is Hassan, like I said, Swaroop has won by, I think, over 10,000 votes. Neighbouring constituency, Revanna's constituency, Hole Narsipur, he's currently leading there. Again, neighbouring constituency, Arkalgud, A. Manju is leading from the JDS. Krishnaraj Pet, HT Manju of the JDS is leading. CN Balkrishna of the JDS is leading from Shravana-Belagola. So they've got 5 seats in this district where the JDS candidates have won. And I think the Hassan seat was a prestige fight. It was within the family, and it seems like Kumaraswamy's candidate has prevailed.
So Congress 120, we've got Shankarana of the JDS, and we also have Harish Upadhyay with that update. So yeah, just Harish, and then I'll bring it into the studio. Yes, Harish. So as Zaka was mentioning, clearly the BJP not able to win Hassan.
Absolutely. Remember, Pritam Gowda was their hope. In fact, when we spoke to Mr. Amit Shah also, he said they're hoping to increase the number of seats in Hassan, and Hassan city was their gateway for this Gowda bastion, but they've lost that seat. There was a fight within the family itself. Remember, Kumaraswamy was backing Swaroop, Revanna was backing his wife, saying that it should go to Bhavani Revanna there. Finally, Deve Gowda deciding that it will go to the local candidate Swaroop then getting the support of Kumaraswamy, and now he is likely to win this by around 8,000 votes. and that's a huge defeat for Pritam Gowda. Even Mr. Amit Shah had campaigned there. The BJP had excessively focused on Old Mysuru. Mandya and Hassan were two crucial regions, and both these places they haven't made any gains. In fact, they've lost the seat in
40 seats plus from 2018 for the Congress. In fact, more than 40 seats, because if they were down, they were defections, they lost ground, but they've made such phenomenal ground. Now it's 119, 120. That's where the leads are. Just bringing it back, Shankarana of the JDS also with us. So JDS also losing 11 seats, Shankarana ji. So 37 to now 26, and you will be sitting in opposition if these leads hold, if this status prevails.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We are still hopeful and will wait till 2 o'clock. We are still hopeful and will wait till 2 o'clock. But one thing I would like to say, if Congress again gets a simple majority and forms the government, the people of Karnataka have lost a golden opportunity to have a regional party of its own. Because again, Karnataka will be run by the people sitting in Delhi, be it Khalsa Banduri issue or the border issue. And not only that, who will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka will not be decided by the people, but nominated by the Congress as per their whims and fancies. That is the worry. That is the reason I wished.
No, but the Congress party fought these elections on a very local issues. It were the local leaders, Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, who were fighting the elections. It was not anybody from centre. Even Rahul Gandhi, when he went for that Bharat Jodo Yatra, it was ensuring that the two leaders come together. The push and pull was not so visible. So how can you say that this is some kind of imposition of outsiders on Karnataka?
If that was the case, why at the last moment, Congress, which said they will ban PFI when already PFI was banned, they also, like the BJP, tried to lure the Muslims and they tried to fool the Muslims.
I just have an update. Sorry, I'm interrupting. In Kolar, surprisingly, the JDS seems to be doing well, including in Kolar city seat. Remember, Siddaramaiah was contemplating. He had in fact even announced publicly that he'll fight from Kolar. It's the JDS's CMR Srinath who's leading in Kolar. In neighbouring Srinivaspur, Venkatesh Reddy of the JDS leading. In Bangarpet, Mallesh Babu of the JDS leading. In Mulbagal, again, the JDS candidate there leading. So I think about 5 seats, the JDS is leading in Kolar. And Kolar, I want to come back to Kolar for a moment because the entire thing around Rahul Gandhi started from Kolar. And he went to Kolar, he campaigned there, and he was advised to keep it to local issues. Don't talk about national issues. Don't talk about Adani and the controversy around the Modi surname. He kept it away from that. But the Kolar seat seems to now be going to the JDS. So I guess in hindsight, Siddaramaiah knew that standing from Kolar, and if he lost, like he lost last time, one seat he lost and the other seat he won. If that were to happen, that would be bad for him. So he decided not to contest from Kolar, and with good reason, because the JDS seems to have won quite a few seats in this Kolar district.
And so, Nisula, you wanted to come in and make a point.
No, I basically wanted to agree with the point that you made, which was that the Congress actually fought this election more like a regional party.
Regional party.
And they raised a lot of regional issues, including the milk cooperatives and, things like that. I think that at some point, the JDS will have to acknowledge that they did it better than them. Because the JDS started talking about regional parties and being a regional party, but the issues on which the Congress was able to create a lot of noise, JDS was not able to.
And this is something which is not going to be advantage BJP going into Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh. Even as I want to throw and say who should be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Congress would now figure, those are straight fights. We have Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, straight fights between BJP and Congress. 3 big states. The Congress has now figured this out, that as long as they keep the issue local and they don't allow it to be nationalized at all, they have an advantage along with the promises, the guarantees or the freebies which they would say, welfare promises which they come. So Nalin and Prakash Belwadi.
So those are the visuals coming in of D.K. Shivkumar actually watching the election results. Prakash ji?
Like Obama in a situation room.
Yeah.
What exactly is the situation here?
Now, would you want to see a Dalit CM or a Vokalika CM or a...
No, if it becomes 120 seats for the Congress and plus, he was saying, Shivkumar has been saying it will be 141 seats, remember,
Correct.
okay? So it may go up a lot more now, okay? So, but if it becomes that, it'll become more and more difficult for him to become the chief minister. Then what will the story be? See, the tribal seats winning I'm telling you, that's an issue I don't understand, because something happened with that reservation idea, the internal reservation and all that, and it has put off the ST votes. I can't make out what has happened.
It's a massive 15 seats.
Full sweep. Yediyurappa's house from
12 ST reserve seats, 12 of them have gone to the Congress, only 2 to the BJP. And ST Naikas were a big, BJP vote bank, as it were. But look at this. I mean, it's a sweep.
I mean, maybe it has something to do with the protests that were held outside Yediyurappa's house in Shimoga, by the Banjara community.
Signaled at that moment itself. Actually, as soon as the reservation idea was, they went and protested in front of Yediyurappa's house.
Yes, they did.
Right.
The Banjara community did.
Yes.
They said that their share of the pie was being taken away or reduced.
It's about how you communicate that reservation thing.
And Siddaramaiah then oversimplified it by saying 75% reservation. So went out and said everybody will be kept happy if I come back. Now, who should be?
See, the other thing I will tell you is that including BJP supporters in Karnataka, in urban areas certainly, will be happy with the result, because they are really tired of this
khichdi.
Yeah, because it's this 40% happens because of that too.
Clear mandate is important, but who should be the chief minister?
No, I feel like if they make Siddaramaiah the chief minister again, see, Siddaramaiah's issues, he was not like that as he came into power. I'm talking about Siddaramaiah from the 80s. He was not like this. He was a very business-minded, very focused. He was the finance minister and all that. I don't know who got him to get into this identity politics thing. Now he's committed because he's made so many statements. He'll have to stick to that story. And because it is just turned, whatever the Supreme Court verdict finally will happen, once you touch this internal reservation issue in Karnataka, I'm telling you, it'll boil for at least two
he got into hot
terms,
water in 2018 because he spoke about Lingayat being a separate religion.
The thing is, like, for the Congress, because of what you said, see, if you concentrate on regional issues, JDS will increasingly become irrelevant. That's the point. See, look at the Vokkaliga vote, for instance. See, the Kolar Vokkaligas are very different from the Hasan Mandya Vokkaligas, okay? See, they're Gangadakara Vokkaligas, these are Marasu Vokkaligas, they're Telugu speaking, all kinds of things are there, okay? So, a pocket of them seem to have gone in one direction, So,
if you see that map there right now, it's gone, it's all gone to the...
See, all that is the thing, this change has indeed happened. It's not business as usual now. So if a consolidation happens as a bipolar election, it is definitely advantage Congress, because the old Dalit communities and the Muslim vote can come to them, and Siddaramaiah's Ahinda may work. But it will also have repercussion, because then there'll be a polarization.
We have B.K. Hariprasad, leader of opposition in Karnataka Legislative Council, now joining us. He's also former General Secretary of the Congress Party. Mr. B.K. Hariprasad, it's certainly good morning for the Congress Party, and a much needed one after a very, very long time.
Great morning for the Congress and the country, Maria. The results has come out very clear that Congress is ahead of all the political parties in the state.
B.K. Hariprasad ji, namaskara. This is Anand Narsuman here. Congratulations. It looks like you are all set to form government if this position stays. But does that also mean that the Congress now stands up and tells everybody that we can challenge and defeat the BJP in states in direct confronts?
No. Bharatiya Janata Party is no issue. The so-called Vishwagurus and Chanukyas, the way they entered Karnataka during the elections, they had no face to face the people of Karnataka, because they were never seen during the days of COVID. They never came around Karnataka when there was a flood and rain. When there was a landslide in Karnataka, nobody came in. And at least there was a tradition, whenever there is a natural calamities, Prime Minister, the Home Minister used to have an aerial survey. These people never turned up towards Karnataka. Only during the elections they have come as election machinery. And the people, of Karnataka, the most self-respected people. When their self-respect is harmed, definitely they will give a befitting reply. This is not the first time.
What worked for you? What worked for the Congress party? What do you think worked for the Congress party on ground?
Well, it was totally against the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party at the center. The way they came into Karnataka, and definitely, and there was in the mind of the people, for no reason, Rahul Gandhi was disqualified for the speech he made in Karnataka. And for no reason, they tried to blame him for the OBC issues. One second, OBC issues.
Okay.
And the OBCs have given a befitting reply that we are the pioneers in the reservation. Right from days of Nalvadi Krishnaraj Odear, the reservations is on in Karnataka, and we need not learn from the people who are anti-reservationist.
So the reservation aspect is important, but you believe was the mandate more towards towards the leaders at the center, or was it the leaders of the state in BJP?
Yes.
Or was it more because of the 5 guarantees that the Congress party made, including that 2,000 rupees for the women?
Mandate.
Yes, sir.
Mandate was very clearly against Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Nadda, because they were behaving like a state president and the state home minister and the state chief ministers. None of the state Bharatiya Janata Party state leaders were projected during the elections as if the elections were for the Delhi.
But Mr.
And the people have given a befitting reply to these people.
Are you not discounting the positive campaign of your party? You know, you were coming with an alternative. You were talking about 5 guarantees. You were not just looking at negativity. So tell us about that, sir. What do you think worked? Was it just about anti-BJP vote or some aspects for you?
No, it is not that. I am telling you, it was anti-Mr. Modi, anti-Mr. Amit Shah, anti-Mr. Nadda. Our positive campaign was because to counter what Bharatiya Janata Party could not bring out a proper manifesto in Karnataka. You just see the last 3 days, the advertisements of both BJP and the Congress. And we were talking about the day-to-day life of the people, and they were talking about the religion and the caste. And this is the difference between the Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party. We were responding to the people's woes.
So, Mr. Hari Prasad, just an update that Lakshman Saudi, who defected from the BJP and joined you, he's won from Athani. So that's one big win that has happened. Let me ask you, the question now is who will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka? So do you have a preference, or do you have a name in mind?
You know, this is nothing new to me. I've been in the party for a long time and in the ACC. And this question is basically as to only Congress. Congress has got a tradition and practice. After the elections, the elected MLAs will give their opinion to the High Command. High Command, after taking the opinion of the MLAs, they will decide who will be the leader of the
But in your wisdom, who should it be?
Well, it is for the High Command to decide after taking the opinion of the elected MLAs.
But B.K. Hari Prasad ji, this election was fought by Mr. Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shiv Kumar. It will be settled between the two of them. Do you think that? Or there will be other stakeholders
Mr.
as well?
Parmeshwara believes that Dalit should be a CM.
Maria, you know the tradition of the Congress party, right through. It is the opinion of the MLAs which is being collected by the observers, and then with consultation with the High Command we will decide the Chief Minister. People have the aspirations, everybody has got nobody is a saint here like Bharatiya Janata Party, though they call themselves saint and they want everything worldly pleasures on the earth. It is not like here in Congress.
Okay,
We
last
have fought
question.
the battle, and whoever
Last question, will the Congress now tell other regional satraps, you know, in Mamata Banerjee, in KCR, in other leaders, that they are the real party which can take on the BJP, because it's about 100. It's about 150 Lok Sabha seats where there'll be a direct contest between them.
Well, Maria, let me make it very clear. At the national level, it is the Congress party alone can fight Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the regional parties are concerned, they are the satrapas at the regional level. They will fight BJP. There is no doubt about that. At the national level, it is the Congress party alone has got every unit in every villages to fight Bharatiya Janata Party and its fringe elements.
So do you think this settles the entire argument as to who is going to be the fulcrum of the opposition for Lok Sabha 2024? Does this win in Karnataka settle it?
Well, definitely, because it is not the first time. Way back in 79 also, when Indiraji was disqualified, it was Karnataka which gave a befitting reply to the anti-Congress forum. Now the anti-Congress is BJP, and definitely we have given a clear signal for 224. And you may say that in 2019 also the same issues were there. For that best answer, Mr. Malik, the former governor of J&K, has given how they won in 2019.
B.K. Hariprasad ji, thank you very much.
And
Once
congratulations.
again, congratulations are in order because it looks like the leads are settling.
Thank you.
We would have loved for you to answer who you think should be the next Chief Minister, but we'll wait and watch. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I stick by my old theory. I think Siddaramaiah will be Chief Minister. There will be a Vokaliga Deputy Chief Minister and possibly a Lingayat Deputy Chief Minister because the Lingayats have voted so much.
So what happens to the Dalits?
Yeah, he's leading in Bableshwar. Last I checked, I think he's leading in Bableshwar.
I think now his stock will also be quite high, looking at how
Sure,
the party has done.
And what happens to Mr. Parmeshwara then?
I don't know.
So he'll have to wait a little longer.
I don't know.
Well, the leads seem to be consolidating. We'll just check if Griha's got another update. How many rounds already? At this point, it just seems to be settling here, ladies and gentlemen. Like we said, that the Congress, the moment it got to that 111 number, it would only increase. And if it has opened up a 7% vote share gap between itself and the BJP, it was inevitable that it was going to steamroll this election and get into a position of absolute majority. That's where they are. Will they further break into the 120s? It's unprecedented in the recent times, isn't it? The last time a party had...
I think Siddaramaiah, when he won in 2013, had 122. So it's more or less in that
So nearly a decade that we are seeing a position like this. Yes, Griha, what's the update? How many more rounds to go across overall? And
so Anand,
how many seats which are still tight fights?
Depending on the constituency, it depends on the number of rounds that are going on. We're talking about Chamrajnagar right now. The rounds that happened was 17 here. V. Sumanna has lost by over 7,000 votes against the Congress candidate here in Chamrajnagar constituency number 224. Putturanga Shetty of the Congress party has won from here. There is another update, Zaka, from Dakshin Kannada. In all likelihood, 203 is the constituency number. Bangalore City South. It is going to be a BJP victory there in all likelihood. We are not yet declaring it, but the vote margin is huge, and that's why I am saying in all likelihood BJP is going to win from 203.
Is it possible for you to find out with Rajesh Raina and the team which is sitting there, how many seats are tight fights so far? Are there how many number of seats where the margin of lead is less than about, say, 2,000 votes or 2,500 votes? Because and with how many more rounds to go? Because that would then bring the picture possible that whether or not is this lead now settling and consolidating, or is there a change in the picture possible?
Absolutely. Anand, I will collate that data for you. I think we've got another victory, so there's a lot of action that is happening over here.
Please.
Sir, Chamrajnagar, one more victory you were mentioning about.
Chamrajnagar district in Kollegala district. So Congress candidate A.R. Krishnamurthy win.
Okay, so one more Congress candidate has win from Chamrajnagar.
Kollegala constituency. Kollegala constituency.
Do we have the constituency number, sir? 222.
Constituency number.
Yeah, so Kollegal A.R. Krishnamurthy has won. These are all sort of outskirts of Mysore, greater Mysore as they call it. So Kollegal, the Congress candidate, has won. The neighbouring constituency of Chamrajnagar, Putturanga Shetty has won. Again, Gudlupet, the Congress candidate, Ganesh Prasad is leading. In Heggadevane Kote, again, the Congress candidate is leading. Nanjangud, the Congress candidate is leading. So Varna is sort of the heart of this. I mean, it's the outskirts of Mysore. And then you have the further districts, so the further constituencies away from there. There's been a massive swing in the Congress's favour, not just here, but going all the way up to Virajpet, where A.S. Ponnanna is leading of the Congress, and also in Madikeri, Dr. Mantar Gowda of the Congress is leading. So I think in that entire belt, greater Mysore going all the way up to Coorg, I think the Congress seems to have done well.
That's amazing.
Yeah. 120. See, that number of 120 has arrived. In fact, were you the one who took the call, the punt that day and said...
so we had internal bets.
Internal
we
punt,
had internal
and
bets,
was the one who said 120 Congress and now...
Yeah.
So, and 80 BJP there, they are about 8 shots.
Done the same in my office, but I haven't received any congratulations.
Any congratulations so far.
So I will be sending a message.
But the point is that there is a huge, one is this aspect of who's going to be chief minister of the Congress party, but for the BJP, this is a big, rap on the knuckles.
Oh, absolutely. There needs to be, I'm very, very clear about this. The BJP needs to find a new leadership in the state. I don't think Mr. Bommai is the person who's going to lead the party for the next 5 years. Griha has more updates. Yeah, Griha.
So one thing that we are getting to know, Zaka, it's an interesting update that's coming from the live result hub, is on the Bharat Jodo Yatra and its impact, especially in rural Karnataka. What we are learning, and we have it through the data, that Congress is doing very well in rural Karnataka, and it's all because of the 22 days that Rahul Gandhi spent in Karnataka, and that is getting the numbers in its favor. And that's why we are seeing that swing and the margin of votes that are also huge between the Congress and the rival party, whether it is the JDS or the BJP, especially in rural Karnataka.
And what about those JDS seats, 26 that we are looking at, Griha? Can you give us a sense of which pockets they are coming from, and what is the difference between JDS candidate and the nearest rival?
Candidate, yeah.
So what we do know is that they have managed to retain strongholds like Hassan, one victory of the JDS, the sole one right now that's been declared. So can we look at the JDS numbers if we get an idea on where exactly? So right now we only know about Hassan.
Okay.
And anywhere else we know about the leads where the JDS is leading majorly?
Okay.
Not yet. So right now there is no clear margin for the JDS except for that win in Hassan that's been announced. So right now it's still tricky to actually call out any of the numbers of JDS except for that victory.
At least as far as these leads are concerned, they've got it in pockets. In Hassan, they've got 4 seats, including the Hassan city seat, which Swaroop won. In Outer Mysore, in Hunsur, Harish Gowda of the JDS is leading. In Chamundeshwari, again, GT Devegowda is leading. Again, in the Greater Mysore region, in Hanur, Manjunath of the JDS is leading. And in T. Narsipur, again, you have a JDS candidate, Ashwin Kumar, leading. In Kolar district, which, like I said, 5 seats, the JDS is currently leading. So they've got a bunch of patches in Hassan, in Kolar, and in Greater Mysore. Also a couple in the north, which
old Mysore party.
Yeah, I mean, the northern seats seem to be interesting for me because, again, in Belgaum, Bagalkot, they're leading in 2 seats. These are rural seats, Devar Hipargi. In Raichur, in Gurmeetkal, I think it was a sitting seat. I think they had defeated Mr. Kharge's candidate last time in Gurmeetkal. That gentleman seems to be leading there. And also in Devdurga, Karema of the JDS is leading. So JDS seems to be getting, pockets here and there, which is beyond just this Hassan, Mandya, Ramnagara belt. I think in Mysore a few seats, in Kolar a few seats, and a couple of seats.
28 seats that they gave to outsiders.
Candidates
who
were rejected by the
chance of
BJP.
winning.
Whether that's work. Aparajita Sarangi is with us. Aparajita ji, namaste. Not a good Saturday for the BJP, especially with the Karnataka numbers the way they are right now.
That's right. Congress is doing very well and BJP is not doing so very well, but I can only say that we had put in our best efforts as far as the election campaign was concerned, and all our leaders who had gone campaigning received massive positive response from the people. We would continue to work for the people of Karnataka, but I can only say that BJP's vote share is more or less intact, and which makes us happy. The counting is on. And in many of the seats, in fact, the difference is less than 500 votes. So I think we need to slightly more, have patience.
You still have your hopes up.
About my party, Bharati.
Despite a nearly...
we never lose our hope. We never lose our hope, but I can only say that here is a party with a difference. Bharatiya Janata Party either wins or learns. It never loses. But so we are going to learn in case we are not able to have the numbers.
But this is a tough lesson.
But
a tough lesson, Aparajita ji, tough lesson this one. Because Karnataka में सबने बहुत कुछ effort लगाया, but there are some strong lessons. Bharat Jodo being dismissed. Now the data is coming through saying that wherever Bharat Jodo went and wherever Rahul Gandhi went, the Congress has reaped benefits.
See, I would not look at the Congress. I would look at my chessboard, the way we have played. We would be going back to the chessboard and we would see where we went wrong. In fact, we had put in our best efforts, as I said, and we had a good strategy too. Our Prime Minister and others had received tremendous response.
Yes.
So I'm sure something must have gone wrong with our way of working. We would look into it and we would correct ourselves.
Ma'am, will you accept that perhaps what may not have worked for the BJP and visibly has not is that you could not convert this into a local election while you did not have answers to the questions that were being asked by the Congress party locally? You were trying to make this about leaders coming from Delhi campaigning.
See, to give answer to your question at this stage would be premature on my part. We would be going back to the table and we would be looking into the reasons. There would be number of reasons, I'm sure, because we had put in our best. I can only say for sure, and we really enjoyed the entire campaign. And we cannot say that we did not work for the people. 5 years, in fact, all our people had worked tremendously, and that is why maybe, you know, the vote share is intact. We would be improving ourselves.
In southern India, this was the big citadel, or should I say, you know, the window to the south. You have lost that window. Now there is only Pondicherry, which has a BJP government. Do you think... Yes, NDA government. So should you not be concerned going ahead in 2024? The catchment areas that you're looking at, you know, Telangana you're counting as one, or even in the certain pockets in Andhra Pradesh, what happens to that?
See, I would definitely not link Karnataka election results with 2024 elections. Don't forget that we have been winning in Uttar Pradesh right now. In fact, we have swept the entire mayoral election. And we just won in Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya. We had the governments. Last year we had governments in 5 places. So just because we are losing Karnataka, we can't say that we would not be forming the government in 2024. In fact, there is no vacancy in the seat of PM in 2024.
Well, Aparajita ji,
in many of the states, we are doing very well.
Well, Aparajita ji, mayoral polls, if you're not wanting to equate assembly polls with 2024, we should not look at mayoral polls. But big news coming through, it's on Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri within the Congress camp. DK Shivkumar's camp says, Ab ki baar DK Sarkar. We will not give up the ambition to become Chief Minister, and exactly what they are claiming. They are claiming the turnaround has happened in Old Mysore because of DK Shivkumar and his work. What the Congress is seeing as gains in Old Mysore, Southern Karnataka is all because of DK Shivkumar's hard work, and the DK Shivkumar camp will not give up, won't give up the CM ambition. Chose to go to jail rather than join the BJP, fought and guarded the party during the many elections and attempted political coups is what the DK camp is saying. Harish Upadhyay joining us. Harish, DK Shivkumar had said that loyalty should get loyalty.
Absolutely, and they are making a huge argument. Primarily, one, they are saying that the gains that the party is making in Old Mysuru is because of DK Shivkumar. They are saying although the exact vote share is yet to be calculated, they are saying a significant number of Okaligas have backed the Congress party in various places, and that's because of DK Shivkumar, because the community believes that DK Shivkumar has the possibility of becoming next Chief Minister under the Congress regime. Second, they're also banking on the goodwill that they enjoy with the Congress High Command, with the Gandhi family. They also point out that he went to jail when it came to Ahmed Patel's election. He had the option of going to the BJP. He didn't take it up. He's stuck with the party. He's gone to the jail. Still, he's been loyal. And they're also making a larger point. They're saying after humiliating defeat of the Congress in 2018 and 2019 parliamentary elections, he was the only one who was willing to take up that charge and challenge and work on ground. And they are saying for relentlessly since 2019 and 2020, even during COVID, he's worked, and his contribution to the party, to the increase in vote share should be recognized. They are saying that we will not give up so easily, and they're hoping that the goodwill that he enjoys with the Gandhi family really works for him.
What about him? So he also believes in goodwill that is coming from the Dalits, and now Mr. DK Shivkumar is talking about the Vokaligas.
Well, if you look at the argument that G. Parmeshwar made, I spoke to him day before.
Yes.
He said in 2013, under my leadership, the party won. You denied me a chief minister's seat because I did not win Kortegere. But if this time I win, it's not that the doors have been closed on me. The party has been backed by the Dalits, something that's very clearly visible in the elections today, the results today. Most of the ST seats going to the Congress. So he would be making an argument that the Dalits have backed the Congress for a number of decades. Even in this election, despite the BJP, remember, increasing the reservation for the SCs and STs, they've backed the Congress in most of these seats. So he will say it's time that the Congress has a Dalit chief minister, and he's won. He's got the party majority in 2013, and his work should be recognized. So clearly, all these senior leaders saying that what we've done to the party should be recognized. More crucially, Parameshwar also said it's not just DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. There are several other senior leaders, inclung me.
They
And
should
we
all
all
be
are
appointed, but there has to be one clear leader.
How many chief ministers then?
No, I think the
Zakir has actually given that formula.
I have always maintained that Siddaramaiah will be chief minister.
I
don't
also
think
agree
there will
with that.
be a change.
If this kind of numbers, Siddaramaiah will.
And he has also said that this is his last election. So
No,
that
last election or otherwise,
sympathy is there.
आप ground पर जाके देखोगे ना, the only Congress leader, one of the Congress who has a pan Karnataka appeal.
Yes.
He's a leader who has a pan Karnataka appeal across
Okay.
sections of society and large parts wherever he
But
goes. Siddaramaiah draws
DK
crowds.
really believes in his gambit for the chief ministership.
Yes.
I don't see him backing down very
No,
fast.
wasn't there a time when BJP had like 4 deputy chief ministers or
Yes.
5 deputy chief
Yes, they
ministers?
did. They
So I guess the Congress will also do the same thing.
No, but
Vocally
they're going to
deputy chief
dilute
minister.
point
DK's
here is
further.
that it's a race for the top job.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to have somebody who will be satisfied with waiting.
Being deputy chief
All
minister.
right. That's not worked out well for the Congress in Rajasthan. Forget about Karnataka, where DK Shivakumar is a much
Bigger leader.
more rooted sort of a leader than Sachin Pilot.
See, I want to say this. I'm slightly of different vintage, so I may be wrong also. But I'll say this: when this happened in 1982-83, the first time it looked like the Congress will no longer be the only party in Karnataka in power. Ramakrishna Hegde, when he was brought in as a compromise chief minister, the Vakkaligas and the Lingaites were brought together into the party. And the Muslims were there substantially with the Janata Party that time, and also a significant number of Dalits were with it. Now, if you push for the Ahinda thing, there will be a reaction of this consolidation of Lingaites and Vakkaligas. It's really possible, I'm telling you. That is the danger of this. That's the danger of identity politics. It has up to a point, it's fine.
There'll be a pull and there will also be a push, a repulsion.
Because you see, BJP, they gave that thing to the Dalits because their internal survey showed that they were not doing well at all. That is the problem.
Because in fact the entire Lingayat moved to the BJP, or initially away from the Congress and then later to the BJP from the late 80s, early 90s onwards, was a reaction to the Hinda push of the...
No, the Congress has to show something or do something for the Lingayats in this election, because the Lingayats have transferred quite a bit in central and in North Karnataka.
Mr. Patil then.
I don't know who the tallest Lingayat leader is, but somebody should be.
Yes.
They clearly can't put MB Patil as a chief minister. He will come as,
deputy
like he
CM.
said,
Deputy
DK Shivakumar as a one deputy CM and
Or perhaps
with
DK
a plum
Shivakumar will say,
portfolio.
let me continue as KPCC and wait out.
With a
for
no.
You know,
Mr. Siddaramaiah
nobody
to
wants
exist.
to be KPCC president, especially when the party is in power.
Right, we've got the. Let's bring the halfway mark and let's bring the rockets to get them to zoom in once again, and there they come from Dhaka side as they make the entry, and the rockets zoom into the halfway mark, 113, and it's the Congress that's zooming in, not well past the halfway mark. It's like comfortable at 120. Ab thoda money bags, Operation Kamala, none of that is going to work at this point at all. That's what the Congress would say. 122 is the lead. Very comfortable, sir. The BJP far behind. At 71, they have some serious introspection to do in terms of fractured leadership, whatever was organized, who was hurt, who was not, choice of tickets, who was let go, who was not, and more importantly, did you actually understand the pain of the people on ground, or did you try to think that, okay, we can nationalize the issue and get away with it? The BJP prides itself on its electoral mechanics, but in a lot of the state elections, they have got the pulse of the people wrong. Wherever they've got the pulse of the local people right, and they've got the right leadership in place and got the organization set in place rather than in fighting, they've done well. Wherever they have not been able to manage, be it Himachal or be it Karnataka, they have struggled. Exactly as it has played out in Himachal, it's played out in Karnataka. factions, everybody trying to push the other person down, deny the other person, and it has hurt the BJP. But for the Congress party, they have kept the issue local, they have used their regional bahubalis effectively on ground, and they've communicated the message where they wanted. They focused on areas where they were weak. They have also continued to consolidate on their strengths, and there has been a mood which said we want a clear government, and that clear government this time with absolute majority is the Congress party. What they do with this mandate, we have to wait and watch. Is there yet another dance of democracy or not? We have to wait and watch. But right now, it's the Congress that looks to form the government in Karnataka. Does this set the tone going forward, sir, for Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh? Formula ready ho gaya hai. Sab jagah it's the same thing, bisat, local issues, and figure it out.
Yeah, not really.
See, I have a theory about Karnataka elections. Just as it's a standalone election, there are no other states clubbed with it. It is a discrete category in itself. Happens in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, Telangana. That is up to those states and how those party units fight those elections, where they have, what leadership they have. Also, in terms of Madhya Pradesh, etc., the appeal of Prime Minister Modi, even in what do you call it, state elections, could translate into a better conversion than it has done in Karnataka. And let me remind you, in 2013, Karnataka had gone to the Congress, but 2014 immediately they posted the worst ever Lok Sabha election.
Gujarat, they sorted their leadership out. Okay, in Himachal, the leadership was diffused. There was fractured mandate for the BJP. I'm being very, let's just break it down clearly. In Karnataka also, there was huge amount of factionalism. A lot of leaders were upset without the interference of certain leaders from the center, and also with the sidelining of certain leaders on the in the state. So there was a lot of diffusion. The real issues were they actually addressed. Look at Madhya Pradesh. There is a leadership fatigue which is clear and evident.
Yes.
Look at Rajasthan, there is a diffused leadership. There is no clear leadership as far as the BJP is concerned. Look at Chhattisgarh. They don't have a counter to Bhupesh Baghel right now. So the BJP, for it to think about its electoral mechanism as far as the state elections are concerned, clearly the voter is clear.
I think one
Lok
other
Sabha
thing,
is different, state is different. Lok Sabha is different, state is different in the mind of the voter, very
other
clear
than
now.
Local issues, I think one of the things that the Congress did, state leadership. Both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar are very, very strong state leaders.
Yes.
I think that is another big takeaway.
And they also said, we'll keep you in the hunt.
Yep.
You set aside your differences till the
And
time,
yes.
let's win first.
Let's win.
That is something they've sorted out. Now, if they're able to sort that out with Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, let's win first.
That is unlikely.
Or let them decide. Let them decide. See, if they can choose Gehlot, allow Gehlot to be Rajasthan Chief Minister over AICC President, that means Gehlot holds sway.
That
So
works when you are in
Pilot go.
opposition, perhaps.
That's
When you
for
are in
Congress.
opposition, you send a
But
different
BJP
message to
में कौन है मुझे
that.
बताइए ना. BJP में 10 leader है who think they can become Rajasthan Chief Minister, and they don't have a counter to Rani Sahiba. They don't have a counter to Rani Sahiba. Sorry, Nalin. Yeah.
I was saying that a few months ago, I spoke to one of the senior most leaders in the Congress who actually said from Karnataka, who said, अगर हम ये चुनाव हार गए तो हमारी पार्टी टूट जाएगी कर्नाटका में. So the Congress Karnataka is one state where the Congress is a very strong machinery still on the ground.
Yeah.
They all came together, they fought a united battle, and they kept it focused on local issues. Now the thing is, there's no question. Four things. First, no question. This is a huge morale booster for the Congress. It will strengthen its hands with in terms of opposition unity, all of that. The Congress will believe it. If it had lost, it would be a very different story. But this kind of a victory with this margin,
43%.
Okay, the Chief Minister has
one.
won. The Chief Minister has won. Quickly. Let's quickly go to Griha. Griha, what is the margin of his victory? Basavaraj. Yeah, now
Okay,
former
the
Chief
margin
Minister,
is
yes.
not yet clear, Maria, but it's a clear victory for Basavaraj Bommai from Shigaon. That's a given because he was actually leading from a huge vote margin. We are yet not sure of the kind of votes that he's leading from. There is another BJP victory that's been confirmed, and this is from Belgaum Dakshin. 12 is the constituency. That is also gone to the BJP. So two big victories for the BJP. Shigaon, of course, going to Basavaraj Bommai, and there's another one from Belgaum Dakshin, 12.
Interestingly, other than Shigaon, all the other seats in Haveri district, which is the Chief Minister's home district, have gone to the Congress. Other than Shigaon. Every other seat has gone to the Congress, which was not the case 5 years ago, which was not the case in 2018.
So the Chief Minister's popularity is just limited to his constituency.
Not just that, the pat on the back from Siddaramaiah seems to have saved Basavaraj Bommai, if I were to
Okay,
say
tell
it.
me, what did Yedurappa did not do? Prakash ji.
See, Yedurappa, I think like he's always been asked to leave, kicking and screaming, and I mean, I personally like him, so I might speak with some prejudice. He's a person who listens to people and he talks. He's a very good
old world politician.
He's very good negotiator, and he has managed the anger of the Lingayat community leaders. I'll tell you what the real anger is, in my opinion, is that BJP wants to broad base its electoral constituency in Karnataka. They do not want to be a caste-based party. They want to be a Hindutva-based party, a larger grouping they want. This kind of irritates
the Lingayats.
The Lingayats, and of course from the beginning the Vokkaligas, they don't like that. Okay, it's a kind of all these old terms of Brahminizing, Karnataka. All this comes up. All those terms are no longer used, but that anger is there. And what Yediyurappa did was that he managed, okay? But, if you were him, you would manage in such a way that, see what happens if I'm not there, also you can communicate. He has done enough to keep BJP there, but
so
not more.
After half an hour, the Congress's number is going up from 120.
Yeah, I think it'll settle sort of 125. I think 125
and the
to
JDS is
130. Probably even 130, yeah. On the Lingayat question, I think there is a story there because certainly the Lingayats, some sections have moved away from the BJP. Look at this, 67 seats, the Congress leading in 38 out of those 67, BJP down to 23, down 17. Almost all of those gains have gone to the Congress. Just compare this to 2018 for a moment, because 2018 out of those 67 seats, it was almost the opposite picture. The BJP won 40, the Congress 20. I also want to take you back to 2013 because Yediyurappa had left the BJP, he formed his own party. The Lingayat vote definitely split in that election. And if you look at 2013, it is similar to the story now. That time too, the Congress benefited because of the fracturing of the Lingayat vote. The BJP was down to 13. And now 10 years later, the BJP is down to 23 seats, 10 more than a decade ago. But look at the Congress. The Congress almost at that level where it was in 2013. It had 40 in 2013. It's got 38 this time around. I'm very, very clear. Two things. One, the Congress will have to give a senior Lingayat leader a senior position in its government. And two, I'm very clear about this. This sets the stage for Mr. Vijayendra to be projected as the next leader of the BJP.
Yes.
Very, very clear about it.
So this also allows him to grow. This also allows him to grow. He sits in the opposition.
So there is a generational shift.
So I have to tell you.
But the Lingayat domination in BJP discourse remains. Yes.
The day I landed in Bengaluru, we were supposed to meet Mr. Yediyurappa in the evening. Suddenly we get a call saying that he's been asked to go to Hubballi and camp there because the party was determined that there has to be some sort of a damage control, and of course Shettar has to be defeated and he has to sit there and manage all of those things. And so I was a little, in fact, when I got the appointment in Bengaluru itself, I was a little, I thought it a little strange because it was in the middle of the campaign. I would have thought he was traveling and he gave me a middle of the day time where most of these people are not available. And that's when I realized that Mr. Yediyurappa, of course, wants the party to do well, but I don't think
his heart was in campaigning anymore.
No, I mean, I think he was very clear that since he was not going to be chief minister, there was only so much he was prepared to do. And he didn't share this with anybody, but it is my idea that it is better for his son that the party had lost.
In Shimoga district,
because if he had been made MLA, if he had been elected MLA and not been made minister or not been given a huge responsibility or something, that would be a bit
just look at that.
In Shimoga district, other than Shikaripura and one other seat, I think Tirthahalli is the other seat. These are the two seats that the BJP has won. The JDS has won two. Can you believe it? In Shimoga city, the JDS has two seats.
They're another kind of Vokkaligas. They're Namdari Vokkaligas there.
Okay.
The Vokkaliga groupings have split. The same may have happened with the Lingayat.
DK Shivkumar.
Waves and goes back.
If I may add to what Nitula was saying, in the last few days of the campaign, they asked Vijayendra to campaign in several neighbouring areas. Many of the BJP's other Lingayat leaders, apart from Yediyurappa, the ones who defected, they are different. But the ones who stayed back, they've also lost.
They've also
lost. In some of the things. So if you have to have a Lingayat face now.
No, not just the Lingayat face. This seeding and 5 years of building your profile and becoming a big road, that's another. So Griha's got another win, and we also have Charan Singh Sapra and Sanju Verma with us. We'll go to them in just a bit. Yes, Griha.
Anand, another win from Shimoga, from Sorab, 116, where there is a Congress candidate, Madhu Bangarappa, who has won. Right now, the number of votes that have been counted, 30,000 still left to be counted, but he's already leading by over 31,000, and that's why he's been declared a winner. So, Sorab, 116, it's a Congress victory. There are also a lot of margin of votes that we were looking at, the earlier question that you were asking. And we do know how from Kanakapura, DK Shivakumar is already leading by over 42,000 votes. And right now, this round 8 of the counting that is completed.
So no doubt about his winning.
So that is, yeah, so that's there. There is a little bit of tricky situation for Varuna, but right now the round of counting is only on 4. That's how slow the counting is when it comes to this fight between Siddaramaiah and V. Somanna. So that we will get to know a little later, but Siddaramaiah has a clear lead of over 10,000 votes there also.
An interesting imagery. DK Shivkumar comes out and does pranam on his own. He is by himself. There's nobody accompanying him. Siddaramaiah did the same. They are, of course, in different cities, but when it is about the first imagery that you want to project, you would have wanted to send a message.
Who has got the police around him? Who's got the cops camped right outside him? The intelligence message. The intelligence message.
Congress MLAs have been called to Bangalore. Who issued that?
Who issued that call?
Whether it was KPCC,
Who issued that?
KPCC
DK Shivkumar or KPCC would have done it, but I'm just saying early morning, the first thing you see the police bandobast is around Siddaramaiah. So clearly the indications are there, and he is amongst all these leaders the tallest leader in the state.
Also, if MLAs are electing, it will be Siddaramaiah. I think he'll have majority.
Sanju Verma and Charan Singh Sapra, namaste, good morning, or sir, should I say good afternoon now? Charan Singh Sapra, congratulations are in order. The Congress clearly above 120 at this point in time. But Sanju Verma, this is not a very happy position for the BJP.
Anand, I hate to say this, but whether we are winning or losing, we never try and jump the gun. As you have been saying, I've been listening to your analysis. In every seat in Karnataka, there are about 20 to 22 rounds. And at this point, as we speak, maybe 4, 5, 6, at least 8 rounds of counting has been done. I have been told by my karyakartas in Karnataka and our people who are watching the situation there from close quarters that we are seriously in contention and in the race in at least 106 seats where the margin of victory or loss is barely 400 or 500 odd seats. So I would say that this will be a closely contested election, which will in the next couple of hours go down to the wire. Point number 1. Point number 2, I will concede one thing though, that at this point in time, the only major disappointment seems to be from the old Mysuru region, where we anticipated to do a lot better. But Bengaluru, the BJP is, marginally leading. In central Karnataka, it's again a closely contested fight with the Congress leading. But coastal Karnataka is a sweep by the BJP. So yes, the good thing is we've held on to a vote share of 36.3% despite Jagdish Shettar's defection, which was supposedly meant to cut into our Lingayat vote bank. That is not happening. And Jagdish Shettar, I'm told, is trailing. But so I think there are many ifs and buts.
If you look at what Zaka is showing on the magic wall, there is a shift in the Lingayat vote.
There's a massive shift. Out of 67 seats, Sanjuji, just for your information, out of the 67 seats, the Congress is leading in 38. Last time around, out of the 67 seats, the BJP won 40 out of the 67. These are Lingayat-dominated seats.
So that's
I saw that.
Yes.
I saw that, Zaka, but my limited point is this, that after Lakshman Savdi's defection and Jagdish Shettar's defection, I keep coming back to that because it raised a lot of stink in terms of, getting a debate around his defection from the entire media, which said that he's been an ex-CM, Lakshman Savdi has been an ex-deputy CM, both are Lingayat stalwarts in their own right, and the BJP is likely to see a massive fall in vote share and number of seats. So while in number of seats, we might have seen a slightly bigger decline in terms of vote share.
Sanju Verma, we have a win declared in Mysore. I have to interrupt you. Going to Griha. Yes. Yes, Griha.
Yes, Anand, something that is known to be a JDS stronghold, we are getting to know that it is, in fact, the Congress party that is winning from there. This is constituency number 213, Zaka. Congress win.
All right, just checking on the seats. The one city seat that the Congress seems to be leading in is Chamaraja. K. Harish Gowda, they're leading. Krishna Raja, the BJP's T.S. Srivatsa seems to be leading, and of course in Chamundeshwari, G.T. Devegowda is leading. I just want to check 1 second on 213. All right. It's Heggadevana Kote. Anil Chikmudu of the Congress has won there.
Interesting point that Sanju Verma, the fact is you may say that you've got your vote share intact, but that need not necessarily be the Lingayat votes itself. The fact is Prakash Belawadi just made that point that the BJP is trying to become a pan-Karnataka, pan-caste groupings, pan-community party. And you may have got votes elsewhere, but that is also upsetting the core caste groupings of the Lingayats and the Vokkaligas. Charan Singh Sapra, what do you think worked for the Congress? On ground in Karnataka, if there was something which you feel that that was effectively done in Karnataka, which would you want to replicate going forward in some of the other states? Like Basavaraj Bommai speaking, coming to you after this, Charan Singh Sapra.
As a political party and as a national political party, we'll not only analyze and we'll see that what are the gaps and what are the deficiencies were there at different levels. We'll look into that and improve upon it, and we'll take this result in our stride, and we'll go ahead and reorganize the party and come back during Lok Sabha election.
It seems like he's conceded the election to the Congress party. So further congratulations in order, Charan Singh Sapra. Back to that question. What do you think you'd want to implement going forward?
See, Anand, as the time passes, we are watching that lotus is withering away, and just now, Mr. Bommai has, practically he has conceded. I feel Congress has won and BJP and the Prime Minister has lost. Because the Prime Minister in this campaign or BJP in this campaign, they largely made this campaign as a referendum on Prime Minister. Like the way they campaigned and they said ki Ashirwad milega Karnataka ki janta ko and all. So I feel this is a loss for BJP and Prime Minister. And as far as your question is concerned, that how Congress should go ahead in other states, I feel this is a big lesson for all the Congress leaders in the state which are going to elections, from Himachal as well as Karnataka. The way the leaders have coordinated well, the senior leaders, they have seen what is the pulse of the ground level worker or the ground
analysts
level
in the studio have a different view to what your analysis particularly of referendum is.
So I don't think this is a referendum on the Prime Minister at all. I feel that the Prime Minister stepped in when he realized that this was really going to go down. The numbers for the BJP were actually quite bad, which is the point at which he stepped in. And there were two reasons for if you look at his campaign. One was to actually energize a very, very dispirited sort of party cadre, because a cadre-based party like the BJP fights on the strength of the party workers' enthusiasm. Unless the party worker is enthusiastic, party doesn't win. So him going there, doing those road shows, etc., was to energize the party cadre that please go out and get other people also to the polling booth on that day. And in Bengaluru specifically, he felt that if he put in an effort, there would be some seats that could be flipped.
I think Modi going there and campaigning not only enthuses the cadre, I think he staved off what would have been a much worse defeat. You added a few. You look at the results of Bangalore city.
So Priyank Kharge wins. So better than as Nalin speaks, just that update on the screen. Also, Priyank Kharge has won from Chitapur.
Vote share and in seat share. So I think Modi going there, it may not have affected other seats, but it certainly affected the cadre.
It's a state
and somewhere there, yes, although the Congress may want to score those political points because, between the BJP and the Congress, they love to hate Rahul Gandhi, the BJP, and they love to hate Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But to analyze it very clearly, they kept the issues local. And Charan Singh Sapra hit the nail on the head where they said that the local leaders, the senior leaders, got the local pulse and focused on that. And they kept it there. Griha's got another update. Yes, Griha. So Priyank Kharge wins.
Yes, Priyank Kharge has won. So Kalaburgi is Congress's. So Chittapur, it's gone to Priyank Kharge. JDS, no, in fact, an independent candidate has won. Janardhan Reddy, he's fighting on an independent ticket. He has won from Gangavati 62, and we are getting a BJP victory from Bangalore Urban, where Ravi Subramanyala has won from constituency number 170. So BJP and Congress, and also an independent. So 3 more winner announcements have been made.
And Prakashji, should we also not discuss Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge now? Because with his son winning.
No, I don't think, Mr. Kharge, even if it has come out in, that he may be a candidate, was ever in the reckoning, really. I mean, it was never going to happen.
But home state of the Congress president, he has actually managed to win that. I mean, the credit is not his, but then optics.
There was a Kharge factor.
I think there was a Kharge factor. I think in areas like Hyderabad, Karnataka, where there are strong Dalit voters, it did make a difference. Mr. Kharge is a pan Karnataka leader. He does matter in Karnataka, and you should give him credit for this, I think.
Priyank Kharge himself is, is quite liked by many people. It's not just Mr. Kharge, he's been around for some time.
And he's really put in the hard yards. Priyank Kharge has really put in the hard yards.
Yes.
It's not that he's not, and he's really wanting to take on the mantle from Mallikarjun Kharge, who has said that he's not going to contest going forward.
Not assembly, but
even in Varuna and in Mysore areas, etc., where I went to SC-dominated areas, there was a very strong feeling for Mr. Kharge, saying that since he has been made AICC president, a Dalit from Karnataka, if he doesn't win in his own state, what is he? It will be a negative for him, and therefore, for that reason,
look at the Dalit-dominated seats. Out of the 39 seats, the Congress is leading in 22, a gain of 4, and it's the JDS which is the number 2 party in the SC reserve seats. The BJP is down to just 5. It had 12 seats out of the Dalit-dominated seats. So I think there is something that has certainly happened there.
Tribal, ST reserved, in a lot of these pockets where the BJP thought that these are places where they have made gains in the past, they seem to be losing ground along with their core voter base, that is the Lingayat votes or the Lingayat community. So a lot of observations there. Griha's got another win. Yes, Griha.
Yes, if you can spot me beyond these terminals, my feet has almost given up. We are getting another win there. Anand from Udupi, constituency number 120. It's Yashpal of the BJP who has won by about 5,000 votes margin.
Yashpal Suvarna was again changed. I think Raghupati Bhatt was the candidate before, after this whole hijab stuff. He was a new candidate, Yashpal Suvarna. Again, OBC candidate. If you look at coastal, other than 2 or 3 seats, the Congress leading in Bhatkal, Mankal Vaidya of the Congress is leading. You have the Baindur seat where Gopal Pujari, I think this used to be Janardhan Pujari's seat if I'm not mistaken. Baindur, the Congress is leading. Kumta, we have an update in Kumta where the JDS candidate is leading.
Actually,
Suraj
that
Naik.
JDS candidate wanted the BJP ticket. He's a BJP guy.
He was denied.
Not given. He was denied, and JDS gave him the ticket. And the JDS fellows told me that our guy is going to win because Nivedita Alva is the Congress candidate. His campaign was going on, but they said, look, this is one seat where we know that we are going to win.
So in terms of trying to see that we'll get new guys, new faces and try some people, have you really actually given tickets to people or denied tickets to people who could have assured you seats? And is that coming back to hurt the BJP? We'll see. Right now the Congress going on from strength to strength. Clearly 12 seats above the halfway mark at 124 leads and wins as they continue to consolidate in favor of the Congress party in Karnataka. The BJP at 70. Far, far lower. They've really slipped about 34 seats from the last time around at 104 in 2018. So that's a big message. The JDS slipping about 12 seats, others at 5. These leads look like they are consolidating and all in favor of the Congress party. The story and the battle for Karnataka is that the Congress has won it hands down with an absolute majority. The story going forward is Kaun banega Mukhyamantri, because that's why many people are staking claim. We're going to take our first break in a long while. We'll be back in a short while. Stay with us.
Namaskara everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with our rolling coverage of Verdict Day in Karnataka. And it's a clear mandate, it seems, for the Congress party, not just the single largest, but well past the majority mark. It's a big win coming in for the Congress that has been searching for that big win in quite some time as far as national politics is concerned. And this is going to give them a fillip ahead of 2024. A lot of reactions are now pouring in from both sides. The BJP conceding defeat, wanting to look inwards. This was a tough election to begin for them. And whether the Prime Minister was able to at least make it a face-saving defeat for them is something we'll discuss. I'm Shivani Gupta. Joining me in the studio are not just our guests, Rashid Kidwai and B.S. Arun, senior journalists, but my colleague Anusha Soni is also joining us. And we'll get you more of the numbers, Anusha, and break them down.
And before Shivani gets you on the magic wall, this was a battle of prestige, both for the BJP, Congress and the JDS. And it looks absolutely clear that the Congress has been able to secure its prestige. This was a victory that was very important for them, for their survival at the national level. What worked for them, and can similar factors work for them in the run-up to the 2024, that big fight that everybody is looking forward to? Well, let me take this to Shivani and she'll break it down in the different regions on the magic wall, how they have performed, what are the bastions that the BJP is still holding on to, and which are the key bastions they have perhaps lost to the Congress party. Shivani, what does the magic wall tell us, especially in terms of, say, coastal Karnataka or the city of Bengaluru?
Yes, so a lot of interesting results coming in, especially for the incumbent and the winner, in this case, the Congress party. Because remember, the Karnataka elections in many ways were 5 to 6 mini elections taking place. Each region to region is throwing up a fascinating story. But I want to give you an overall picture first up. So this is the seat number that we have on our home screen, 125 for the Congress party right now. That's as massive as it gets. They may have talked about 140, but they will be more than happy with this 125 if it stays like this. 69 for the BJP, 25 for the JDS. And here's the vote share I want to talk about, because this is becoming very interesting, the story of the Karnataka elections this time. You look at 2018 and 2023, the BJP vote share is consistent at 36%. That's the orange bar. The Congress has improved by 5% from 38 to 43. And all of it has come from the JDS's kitty, 18% last time around to 13%. The others are also remaining consistent. So it's basically the story of JDS becoming less relevant, or at least a lot of their vote share going predominantly to the Congress party. The BJP's only consolation is they have retained their vote share. But let's go across to now look at some of the mini elections that we've been talking about. So this is a confirmation of the big numbers, 125 plus 45 for the Congress party. As I said, anything over 115 they would have taken by both hands, and a big decline for the BJP, minus 35. This was a tough election, anti-incumbency, plus it's a state that swings every time. So this was going to be a tough one for them from the very, very beginning. But let's go region by region now. So let's talk about Bengaluru. Bengaluru is a region that is obviously a region of great prestige. So this is the 2023 result. The BJP has actually won, or is leading, at 16. The Congress at 15, which is a plus of 4 for them. So the Congress has gained from last time around. The BJP has just about lost 1 seat. So they've held on, but they've not done very well. Let's go. All right, the numbers actually have switched. Let me just take that one more time.
Right.
Yeah, 32 seats, the Congress 16, the BJP 15. Last time around, it was the BJP, the Congress a little bit ahead, but that's the vote share from last time around. So this is the seat, and they will not be too upset with this performance, because the Bengaluru has always been a little bit difficult for them. Let's go across to the other regions. Let's go across to coastal Karnataka, because this was a region that I traveled to as well, and this was a region that they had done very well. People, you often confuse it as a stronghold of the BJP. Not really, because in 2013, the Congress had actually swept this region. So it's not really something that stays with the BJP. But here too, so the 13 seats in Udupi and Dakshin Kannada, they had swept 12 out of these seats.
Right.
13 seats. This time they're down to 10. But more or less have retained. So this is the only really good news for them. But I think after that, if we go to all of these regions, let's go to Kittur, Karnataka first up, because this is where there's going to be a little bit of a change for them. Look at the number. The BJP has lost 14 here. The Congress has gained a straight 14. Kalyan, Karnataka, another region that was going to be tough for them. And these are big regions that have a lot of states, so they can be swing regions for the state. So again, 27 seats here in Kalyan, Karnataka, plus 6 from last time. The BJP's come down by 7 and others have gained 2 because there have been some rebels in this area as well. Very quickly, southern Karnataka, this is also extremely crucial, and let's see if we can figure this out, because here is where the JDS's big losses have happened. The Congress has gained most of it, minus 11 for the JDS and plus 13 for the Congress party. They've gained a little bit from the BJP as well. So you can figure out what the story is. The story is that basically the JDS has become a little less relevant. I won't say they've been wiped out completely, but they have, of course, gained. Now, Central Karnataka is the only good story for the BJP, where they've gained plus 11. Mallikarjun Kharge is speaking. Let's listen in.
ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳು, ಡಜನ್ ಗಂಟಲೆ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸು, ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮೆನ್ ಪವರ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲ್, ಮಸಲ್ ಪವರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ತಮಗೇನು ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಜನ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೋಸ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಗೆದ್ದಂಥ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಲು ಗೆಲುವು ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಮುಂದೆ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳಿರಬೇಕು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಜನರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೆಲುವು ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅಮೃತಗಳಿಗೇನ, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ 2024 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? 3 ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶ, ಛತ್ತೀಸ್ಗಢ, ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಫ್ಲಿಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಅಮೃತಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಜನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಬಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಡೂ ಗುಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫಲ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ವಿಚಾರ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನೇ 12 ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಗೆದ್ಕೋತ ಬಂದೆ. ಒಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಏನೋ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆಯ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಂದೇನದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಸೋಲ್ರಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಡೆಮಾಕ್ರಸಿ, ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಖಂಡರು, ಅವರು CLP ಲೀಡರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, PCC ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬೇರರ್ಸು, ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬರಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಏನೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನಾನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬಡವರು, ದೀನದಲಿತರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನ ಮತ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಆಡಳಿತದಿಂದ ಬೇಸತ್ತು ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗತ ಬಟ್ ಅವರಾಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶೋಭೆ ತರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಏನೋ ಅನೇಕ ಜನ, ನಾನು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನೋಡೀನಿ, ಬರಬೇಕು ತಮ್ಮದು 4 ಕಡೆ 8 ಕಡೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಂದೇಶ ಏನಿದೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ತಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಓಣಿ ನನಗಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ ಅನಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಎನಿವೆ, ಅವರು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಅದು ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ. ನಾವ್ ಹೇಳ್ದೇವೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗೇನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಗೆದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮದು. ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್, ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ರೂಲಿಂಗ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಅಪೋಸ್ಡ್ ಅಸ್, ಯಾರೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸರಿಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಡೆಮೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ.
Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, saying that the muscle and the money power did not work in these elections and the people have voted for real issues. We'll continue tracking all of that. My colleague Griha is also reporting from the live election result hub and getting us all the updates. Griha, some big results coming in. DK Shivkumar has won from Kanakpura.
Yes, something that we are flashing on our screens. DK Shivakumar, it's a big victory there, Anusha, because the vote margin that he's won from is over 52,000. So that's the margin of victory that DK Shivakumar has managed from Kanakapura. There are other interesting updates, especially for HD Kumaraswamy. Now we're being told that from Channapatna, he's only leading by just over 500 votes. That's how low the vote margin is. Another interesting update is about Mr. Jagdish Shettar, the BJP turncoat that's now joined the Congress party. He in fact is massively trailing, and right now we know about the 11th round of counting that's underway, and he is, by the way, trailing by over 37,570 votes. So that entire gamble of leaving the BJP, joining the Congress, doesn't seem to have paid off for Mr. Shettar.
It's very interesting actually. If you look at some of these rebels, Anusha, you know, some of them are winning. For example, Lakshman Sawadi has won. And Jagdish Shettar was a former chief minister, 6 times sitting MLA from Hubli Dharwar Central, and I visited him. He's not winning, and he's not winning by a long shot.
So all those big names that went to the BJP, from the BJP to the Congress, not all the gamble worked.
Yes, and a lot of them became independents, and I believe some of them are causing damage to the BJP.
Some of them are causing. Before we take it to our guests as well, who are in the studio, Mr. Syed Zafar Islam from the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today. It's not a good day for the BJP, perhaps one full of lessons, sir.
Well, party always in prospect, even after winning the election or after losing any election where we have lost. We in prospect, we evaluate every single booth, whether we have got the votes or whether we haven't got the votes. We do analysis of each and every booth where the poll has been done. So we will do introspection here as well. It looks like that Congress is definitely going to win this election because it's already going to be 12:45 and we were waiting till 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Perhaps we will have much more clarity than what we have just now, but still there are many seats where they are leading by, we are trailing by 500 votes or 600 votes or 800 votes or 1,000 votes, but less than 2,000 votes. Still we are hopeful, but Congress clearly looks ahead of us at this point in time.
All right.
And if they
Zafar Islam, just stay with me. Charan Sapra of the Congress is also with us. But I want to go across to the next big election update we're getting. Kumaraswamy's son has lost. So it's not just the overall big picture where, you know, you've got the JDS's vote bank being depleted by the Congress party, something that was being anticipated, but to what extent nobody could really say. But now they've got another ignominy of sorts coming in. Nikhil Kumaraswamy has been defeated, Kumaraswamy's son losing. So is the family hold or, you know, this kingmaker tradition ending in Karnataka? Charan Sapra, how do you look at it? Is it becoming more bipolar now in Karnataka, you think?
Largely a bipolar contest because people of Karnataka, they have seen a triangular fight all these years and they have given a clear mandate to Congress party, and basically the advantage to Congress was that we had taken local issues and BJP had a fractured leadership, their campaign was confused, and finally we could stop the juggernaut of BJP or like the media says, gateway towards south. We have stopped BJP from entering the gateway towards south. Largely Congress had targeted the issues of people, whereas the BJP was only talking about the national issues or they were trying to polarize. And also if you see the caste combination, nearly all the castes, whether it was Lingayat, whether it was Vokalinga, Dalit in a major way have supported Congress party, or the Muslim vote, they have largely supported Congress party. So I feel across the religious section also, if you see, all the people have voted for Congress party majorly because they feel that Congress can lead this state towards prosperity
all
and
I
towards
can
progress.
say is that
they never
clearly,
believed in double engine.
Clearly, the hyper-local approach that you've taken in these elections seems to have worked for the Congress party, and it has worked across in different regions. I want to cut across to our reporter as well, Rohini, who is with us on the broadcast. She's joining us from the ground, getting us a sense of where the laddus and the dhols are and how the Congress party plans to go further. Who will be their chief minister face? Perhaps that's the next big question to watch out for. Rohini, what are you picking up?
Well, I'm right outside Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's house, and this is the place where the AICC chief is. He just came and briefed the media very clearly, very happy with the results, because when I spoke to him also off camera, he did tell me that they were looking at 120 to 125. Clearly, they seem to have had their ears on the ground and they knew where the numbers were coming from. He also said that this is Janta Janardhan ka decision hai, and this is how people have voted in favor of the Congress. He also thanked the voters and especially the people who have won. But more importantly, when it came to the question of who is going to be the chief minister's face, he said that that decision will be taken unanimously after a meeting of the AICC High Command. And when we said that he himself is part of the High Command, he said it will be done in a democratic process. But clearly we have people like, we have senior leaders like Siddaramaiah, DK Shivkumar, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, MB Patil also throwing their hat in the ring and saying that they would like to be chief minister of Karnataka once the whole election process is complete and the numbers also come out. But at the same time here, they will also be looking at which particular senior leader has MLAs on their side and who is more of a mass leader. And preferably there's another, what I'm getting to here is possibly they're also looking at a combination where they could give us between the 5 years, split it between two leaders as well, or other ways and other combinations. But those combinations, permutations will be discussed in their AICC meeting, which will discuss that. But very clearly here, he also said, when asked a question about the BJP's targeted campaign against the Congress and especially Prime Minister Modi's blitzkrieg in Karnataka, he said that the Prime Minister should have kept closer to his post as a Prime Minister of the country and not come into Karnataka, made it personal and literally beg people for votes for his party. People here have seen through that, have seen through the complete through the BJP, and they thought that the BJP's entire campaign has been a farce, and that is why they have helped and they have supported the Congress this time. So clearly, those laddus were distributed just a minute ago to celebrate this victory, but the bigger celebration will be in the Congress office and where all the leaders will come with their certificates, because they have been told to catch flights and helicopters and land in Bangalore and to ensure they remain as a flock. Because remember, in Karnataka, it's always about drama. It's always better to keep the flock together and ensure that these numbers that they have, there are no
Rohini,
more...
they shouldn't be worried about keeping their flock together. If at 130, which they are at right now, they can't do so, then it's a problem.
No, absolutely. That kind of confidence, that kind of victory, they are really happy about. But at the same time, they want to ensure that they are together, and they need, as they have shown a united front during the political campaign throughout the elections, be it with their two senior leaders, that is the Congress state chief DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah as a united leader. And
Rohini, we're getting some visuals from DK Shivkumar's residence, I believe, and a lot of supporters are thronging him. He's expected to speak. And as you were saying, there's a lot of drama expected with the Congress party in Karnataka, and now the big drama will be who will be the next chief minister. Both Sidda camps and DK camps have already started pitching for their respective leaders. I'm not sure if we're getting some audio from where DK's frame is, but let's listen to some of those slogans, and some of our guests in the studio can also come in. How do you see this battle now, B.S. Arun, between Siddaramaiah and DK? Because through the campaign and even as voting was happening, everybody believes Siddaramaiah is the tallest leader. He has pan-state recognition and people recognize him and follow him, not so much DKS. But if you look at the turnaround for the Congress party in Old Mysuru, especially amongst the Vokalika community, then DK will pitch his claim.
Yes, certainly he will. DK is also an organizational man. He was the one who put in a lot of effort, put in perhaps resources, and if the party has come to this stage, it was a combination of the factors that both the leaders contributed to the party, and that's why the party is in such a robust
But who do they pick? The man who's retiring after this assembly session?
That is the bigger question.
I think, Shivani, this is a tricky bit, and this is going to be a litmus test for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who incidentally belongs to that state and knows the key players. Just one thing I want to say about Mr. Shiv Kumar that we must remember, and he had said it in the interview to CNN News 18, that he was given a choice to to become a deputy chief minister or go to jail, and he chose to go to jail.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of mental makeup of Mr. DK Shivkumar. So I don't see a instant any kind of rebellion or disquiet.
And when the Congress party makes that choice, not just the Vocaliga factor, even the Lingayat factor, which seems to be with the Congress party in this election, is something that they'd have to take into account, and that's where the likes of Mr. Siddaramaiah really come in. Mr. Kidwai?
See, Anusha, I think you see the Congress having burned its fingers in Rajasthan and elsewhere, and even Madhya Pradesh political crisis, I think they'll go strictly by the MLA's choice and be it in a very transparent manner, the selection of chief minister.
I think Mr. DK Shivkumar is about to speak. Let's try and listen.
ನಾನೀಗೇನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ.
The troubleshooter for the Congress party, Mr. DK Shivkumar, refraining from making any kind of statement. He's been on a temple run from Ujjain Mahakal to the Chamundeshwari temple. He's been the man who has also openly asserted his claim to be the next chief minister of the state. So that infighting / competition within the Congress
more
party.
than once actually.
Yeah, more than once.
Even after the polling day, he was making his claim. Let's just try listen and then we'll show you the Vocaliga and the Lingaya dominated seats.
ಅಖಂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮಹಾಜನತೆಗೆ ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾದಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟು ನೀಚವಾದಂತ ಬಹುಮತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗೇನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರೆಲ್ಲ ಆವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಲಿ ಈಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರೆಲ್ಲ ರಾಮನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಯಾರ ಕೈಗೂ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ನೀವೇ ಬಂದು ಇಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಜನ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಂದು ನನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಲಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
You seem emotional today. It's a big win for the Congress party.
Whom do you credit, sir? Whom do you credit for this victory, sir?
I credit my party cadres and all my leaders. They have worked hard. People have exposed faith in us, and the leaders have supported us. It is a collective leadership, and we have jointly worked. I have said in the beginning, joining together is the beginning. On the day I took the oath, thinking together is the progress, working together is the success. That is what I said on the day. I assured Srimati Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi that, and Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, that I will deliver Karnataka to their fold. I can't forget Srimati Sonia Gandhi coming to meet me in jail when all these BJP people put me under jail. So I rather choose to be in jail than having an office. That is the confidence what Gandhi family and the Congress party in the entire country restored on me. I thank all my leaders in the state, including Mr. Siddaramaiah, all the MLAs, all the party officers and the workers from the block to the booth level who took up the responsibility. It is not one effort. including my ACC office bearers, my general secretaries, in charge general secretaries, secretaries. They work like a block on our office bearers, and all of them are responsible. I have a lot of things to tell. I will come later. I will meet you in my Bharat Jodo Bhavan, and I'll meet you and discuss with you.
Your supporters have come in large numbers. They are all saying what will you tell your supporters?
It is. I don't want to tell anything. There is only one support, Congress support.
So one thing,
big moment there, isn't it? B.S. Arun, Rashid
very
Kadwai,
emotional
big
moment, yeah.
poignant moment there. D.K. Shivkumar breaking down, talking about the tough times he's faced because of the cases against him and spending time in jail. He's almost, coming out and saying that I proved to the Congress that I'm with them and I'm loyal. I stayed with them. A quick comment, B.S. Arun, if you just want to add to what he said, just said.
It is his time. And
it is his
trying
time.
To flaunt it. So,
not Siddaramaia's time, who's fought his last election.
Both of them tried very hard together, and they presented a united face.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main reasons why the Congress has won today.
But Rashid Kadwai, this is a tough one for the Congress.
Yeah, Shivani, I think it was almost like a acceptance speech of, he was thanking everyone, including Siddaramaiah, bringing Sonia Gandhi, becoming a tad emotional, etc. I think it's going to be a tough call, but again, I said the Congress would try to be as judicious as it can by ascertaining views of the party MLAs and putting it on full display in a transparent manner.
Okay.
I think that would be the best.
That's going to be a very tightrope walk for the Congress party.
It is going to be. I think this is
the
going to be a problematic
factor that worked for the Congress party, and especially in the old Mysuru region. We have that up on the magic wall as well. And the gains that the JDS had made in the last elections have went back to the Congress party, Shivani. That's
so basically this is why D.K. Shivkumar can actually stake his claim almost to the same pedestal as Siddaramaiah, because it was accepted, conventional wisdom, that Siddaramaiah is the taller leader, while DK is the organization man, best as the Congress president. But Siddaramaiah was a larger former chief minister face and had greater acceptability across regions in Karnataka. But you look at the Vocaliga dominated seats, the Congress has increased its tally to 18, up by 10. BJP has managed to gain 1, but the JDS has lost 12. So this is where most of the JDS's losses have come. And this is, of course, the old Mysuru region only. The Congress has managed to breach that bastion of sorts. And because of DK's background, of course, he can claim that a lot of this turnaround has happened because of him. Because in the Lingayat vote share, B.S. Arun, we expected there would be possibly some losses for the BJP. But that has not happened because of any other reasons, but for the fact that Yediyurappa is not a factor in this election. So that was BJP's factor, not so much the Congress's factor. Here, Vocaliga is the DK's factor.
And also, in addition to Congress victory here, it's also the losses faced by the JDS. Because JDS had been the numero uno here. And they have sort of taken a huge setback. And that has propelled the Congress to gain power in Bangalore.
Let me just quickly show you the Lingayat dominated seats as well, just to get an idea of the big talking points before the election. Now, of course, Yediyurappa is not a factor in this election. It was bound to hurt the BJP and their new leadership. A lot of them, Shettar, Lakshman Sawadi, others left them. So they've obviously had some losses here, lost 17 of those seats from last time. Still 23 seats out of the 67 Lingayat dominated seats, but the Congress has gained 19 of them. And most of them are these seats. The northern regions of Karnataka, the Kalyan, Kittur, Karnataka, central Karnataka as well. So a lot of that, sea of blue that you see, Anusha, is predominantly because of these two caste factors. And on both of those parameters, the Congress has gained. One at the cost of the BJP and one at the cost of the JDS.
I also want to talk to you, Mr. B.S. Arun, about the factor called Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa. And, there are some expert opinions doing the rounds that perhaps he did not put his entire heart and soul into these elections in getting the Lingayat votes to his side. Would you agree with that assessment at all?
See, it's difficult to say, but one factor is, maybe BJP has not used it, or he himself was a bit reluctant. We didn't see Yediyurappa as he was in the earlier elections, going around the state, addressing people, doing the organizational work. All those things were missing. Of course, he perhaps was very happy that his son got a ticket and he's in any case.
There was full confidence and faith that was put on Mr. Yediyurappa by none other than the Prime Minister. He was the go-to man.
That is true. Party leadership showed that much of confidence, and But beyond that, I think Yediyurappa didn't move into the masses, into the people, and addressed the gatherings.
And
But
Mr. Kidwai, how tightrope of a walk this is? The Vokaliga and the Lingayat factor, the reservation politics has been hotting up in this state. There are, of course, the OBC concerns, the ST concerns, the tribal seats also seem to have come with the Congress party. So it's an intricate balance they need to strike, perhaps.
Absolutely. I mean, if a political party gets, 43, 44, 45% of vote, it means that it's got a wide support from various sections and, caste-wise. I think we have not seen the kind of, upsurge the Congress may have got in terms of, the scheduled caste votes because of the presence of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and his active participation. The shift in, of Muslim votes perhaps from the JDS to the Congress, perhaps that explains why JDS has lost substantial, votes, not so much seats so far. But I think another point what my friend B.S. Arun was saying and you had asked, see, generational change, Anusha, is a desirable thing, but it is not easy. I mean, the Congress has been accused of it umpteen number of times. But look at the BJP, and they had benched Mr. Yediyurappa, then brought him back in a different capacity, and you can go on, kind of labeling whether how much, hard work he did. I think if he was in good health, perhaps the BJP should have gone ahead with him rather than looking at the 75 par kind of deadline.
After what we heard from DKS, and he's almost made his case, I think, a very emotional appeal, we're expected to hear from Siddaramaiah as well. Interesting to see what he says, because DKS did thank Siddaramaiah as well, all his party workers, but thanked, of course, the Gandhi Parivar and talked about how much he has suffered in the state. And before, as we wait for Siddaramaiah's press conference, I do want to ask B.S. Arun, what happens to Kumaraswamy and family now?
Well, it's a big setback because their numbers now, it's showing 21. It may
the days of being kingmaker are gone.
And not just that, the party, is in such a shock that it perhaps never expected its tally to come down from 37 to 21 or even below that. And another thing is, second successive defeat for Kumaraswamy's son, Nikhil, and that he has lost in the Vokaliga heartland is a big,
At least
setback.
one thing what the Prime Minister said, Rashid Kidwai, has come true, that, this very family-based politics, if this is what the trend is from Karnataka too, certainly that is losing its sheen, isn't it? You cannot only on the basis of family and old, your bastions continue to do your politics and do nothing else.
Yes, Shivani, I think in case of JDS, they had overplayed their cards and there was a lot of division and disquiet within the, H.D. Kumaraswamy's family in the sense with his relations with Ramanna and that thing with this, over ticket distribution, etc. There were a lot of problems for that. I think, this kind of family business has a law of diminishing returns and it becomes a problematic. But Mr. Modi has also, while Shivani, he criticizes dynasty politics, he's tried to make some amends. He says that at entry level, it is fine, but it is that party should not be owned by the family. But I think that's a problematic
But that's what the BJP has always maintained, that you cannot have one family who's always the president, who's always the decision maker. That's the problem that the BJP maintains, that they have with dynastic policies, and where they are different. They obviously have people who have come from families who get tickets as well. And this election was a showcase of that as well.
And as we take the conversation forward, I'm told that Griha has an update from Hyderabad. Yes, Griha, what's the latest update? All right, I see. We'll try and connect with Griha. There's an update that we're getting from the live election result hub there in Hyderabad. There are victories coming in, confirmations coming in. Griha is back with us on the broadcast. Griha, the update you have.
Yes, we're getting to know about 2 more victories by the Congress party that it has managed to clock in, Anusha. There's one from constituency number 32 in the Bijapur district where Yashwant Gowda Patil has been declared the winner. Another one is coming in from Belagavi, constituency number 17, where Vishwas Vaidya of the Congress has emerged victorious. So 2 more announcements there, and both of them going to the Congress party.
All right, Imran Pratapgadi from the Congress party is also joining us on the broadcast. Imranji, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon. It is a good day for the Congress party. Siddaramaiah's shots are also on the screen right now. These are the live visuals coming in. He is indeed a very, very happy man today. You heard DKS Shivkumar some time ago choking while he was giving that address to the media. almost sounded like a acceptance speech, but let's see. DK Shivkumar versus Mr. Siddaramaiah, that contest between the Congress party, at least in the elections, they were able to put that aside and work together as a team. Will this continue as they decide on the Chief Minister face is also a wait and watch. I want to cut across to Imran Pratapgarhi as well, who's with us on the show. Imran ji, congratulations are in order. Who will be the Chief Minister of the state is $1 million question for the Congress party.
सबसे पहले तो बहुत शुक्रिया। दूसरी बात है कि कांग्रेस ने बहुत बड़ी जीत हासिल की है। अब आपका सवाल बहुत जल्दी है ये कि कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर होगा। मेरा ख्याल है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी में एक डेमोक्रेसी है और उसमें विधायक दल की बैठक में नेता चुना जाता है। जिसे विधायक चुनेंगे वो चीफ मिनिस्टर होगा। डीके शिवकुमार जी हों, सिद्धरमैया जी हों, वो कांग्रेस के चीफ मिनिस्टर होंगे।
इमरान जी, आपकी पार्टी की पद्धति में पूरी तरह से समझती हूँ और यही बात अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मिस्टर शिवकुमार ने भी बोली एंड आई एम श्योर मिस्टर सिद्धरमैया भी वैसा ही स्टेटमेंट देंगे। लेकिन पार्टी में जो अंतर्द्वंद है या जिस तरह की प्रतिस्पर्धा रही है डीके शिवकुमार और मिस्टर सिद्धरमैया के बीच में, दैट इज अ वेरी वेल नोन फैक्ट। वोकलिगा, लिंगायत, डिफरेंट कास्ट इक्वेशंस अराउंड व्हिच द कांग्रेस पार्टी हैज टू।
हेल्दी कंपटीशन होना अच्छी बात है, उसमें कोई बुरा नहीं है। हेल्दी कंपटीशन होना और पार्टी को मजबूत करने के लिए अपने इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे कोशिश करना, इसमें बुरा क्या है? एक अंतर्द्वंद, मैं इसे अंतर्द्वंद नहीं मानता, इसे मैं बहुत एक स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा मानता हूं, हेल्दी कंपटीशन मानता हूं। तो अब विधायक जिसे चुन लेंगे वो चुना जाएगा। दरअसल ये लड़ाई भाजपा के यहाँ है। उन्होंने येदुरप्पा जी को हटा करके बोम्मई को सीएम बनाया था ना, असल लड़ाई तो उनके यहाँ थी। हमारे यहाँ इस तरह की कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ जो भी सीएम बनेगा वो।
इमरान जी, सिद्धरमैया is speaking right now. Let's cut
shows that Congress party would get comfortable majority. I have been consistently telling during my campaign that Congress party would get around 130 seats. That was my assessment of the situation in the state. Almost it comes true. We may cross 130 also. It's a big victory to Congress party. The people of Karnataka wanted a change. In Karnataka because they were fed up with BJP government. There was a strong anti-incumbency against the BJP government. The BJP did not come to power. Whether it is in 2008 or in 2018, there was no mandate by the people, the BJP party. In 2008 also there was a fractured verdict. In 2018 also there was a fractured verdict. In 2008 also they came to power through Operation Kamala. In 2018 also Operation Kamala. They have spent a lot of money in Operation Kamala. The BJP asked some of the MLAs who defected from Congress and JDS by giving them money, and all MLAs who are defected and involved in Operation Kamala They were all sold. Many of them were taught a lesson in this election. The people of Karnataka are politically very matured people. They know which party would save the state, because there was a threat by the BJP to the secular fabric of the state. There was a hate politics. The people of Karnataka are not tolerating hate politics or communal politics. They tried to win this election by money power. They could not succeed with money power. And Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, Mallikarjun Kharge ji, they also campaigned Congress party aggressively. The Padayatra of Rahul ji also helped. It enthuses the workers, the cadre in the party. I think this election is a very crucial election. This result of this election will be a stepping stone for the coming Lok Sabha election. I hope that all non-BJP parties come together and see that BJP is defeated. I also hope that Rahul ji may become the Prime Minister of this country.
Sir, is this mandate against the Modi and Amit Shah who campaigned aggressively for 25 days?
Definitely, 100%. It is a mandate against the Narendra Modi. It's a mandate against the Amit Shah. It's a mandate against the Nadda. It's because Narendra Modi has come to Karnataka 20 times. He addressed 20 rallies. No vibration in the car. Has campaigned like Narendra Modi. Hey, yaar, discuss karappa. ಅದು ಹಚ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆ
Sir, if that is the case, why did Congress not do well in Bangalore and coastal area? Congress has not done well in these two regions. What is the reason?
See, in the last election, we won only one seat in Bangalore. This time we expected 3 to 4. But Ramanath Rai, Bantwal, we expected. And also Beltangdi, Utikadus, ಒಂದು 3-4 ಪುತ್ತೂರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಆಯ್ತು, 4 ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಉಡುಪಿನಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಬೈಂದೂರು ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಬೈಂದೂರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗುವ.
Community and Makkaliga community get away from Congress in the last election.
No. considerable number of Lingayats also voted Congress party. Considerable number of Okligas also voted Congress party, including Brahmins. See, Congress party is a party. This is the only secular party in the country which is taking the votes of all communities, all religions. It is the only party. See, as far as BJP is concerned, not a single Muslim was given a ticket out of 224. Not a Christian was given a ticket. Narendra Modi ji was telling, "Sabka saath, sabka vikas." How far? Hey! How much lie he made? See, Narendra Modi could not fulfill his 9 years tenure. The major promises which he has made to the people of the country. No, I was not apprehensive. I had no apprehension that Operation Kamala will do it. But because BJP is known for it. With money power, they will go to any extent. But I was not under the apprehension of that BJP is going to make this Operation Kamala, because Congress party would win in this election and more than 130 seats. That is what I expected. So that is what happened also. It is going to be happened. In 130 means, see, JDS less than 25 seats. That is what I said, 20 to 25 seats. BJP 60 to 70, 65. That is what my calculation. You are more powerful than us. I thank Mallikarjun Kharge ji. I thank Rahul ji. I thank Priyanka Gandhi ji for their campaign, aggressive campaign in Karnataka. So far as the Karnataka Assembly election is concerned, Sonia Gandhi ji also. And all the general secretaries, particularly Venugopal, Surjewala, and other secretaries who are in charge of Karnataka, I thank all of them.
CLP meeting का कब प्लान किया? When will the CLP meeting?
नाಳೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Tomorrow we want to have a CLP meeting, but all MLAs may not come. Newly elected MLAs may not come tonight. Therefore, we will think over it. Anyway, CLP meeting is called.
Still ban the Bajrang Dal as you promised. Will you still ban the Bajrang Dal as promised?
It won't make any effect. You're not read the manifesto. What we said was the organization belonging to Hindus like Bajrang Dal and PFI, if they do hate politics, such organizations should be banned. That's what we said.
Sir, the next question, this is very important and emotional the next for you also, that you said it's going to be your last election. So what's the next
Both of you are asking that.
The next CM
One at a time.
Same thing, sir. So this is an emotional moment for you. You said that this is going to be your last election. The next question in front of you is who is going to be the CM face, sir? CM face. People are curious.
Hey,
we are not asking. People are curious.
newly elected MLAs, they will give their opinion. On the basis of the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs, the High Command will take a decision. That is number one. ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕನ್ನಡ. The High Command will take a decision on the opinion given by the newly elected MLAs.
Sir, Bommai has said that instead of all the hard work, PM came, everyone came, but we cannot meet the majority. But we will reorganize the party and come in the Lok Sabha. How do you see it, sir?
See what he said before the counting. What he said before the counting. Huh? Tell me. Please go there.
Okay, sir, one question, sir, one question.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಸುಮಾರು 130 ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಈಗಿನ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ 130ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅದರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಅದು ಈಗ ಸತ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಜನರು ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ, 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ 40% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೆಂಪಣ್ಣ, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ, ಅವರು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು. ವೃಕ್ಷ ಅಂತ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗೆ. ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ
ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಕೆಂಪಣ್ಣ has written to Prime Minister regarding the corruption here.
ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ.
But no action was taken against that. Hence,
ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ತೊಲಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಪಾಠ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ, ನಡ್ಡಾ, ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ, ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಏನು 150 ಸೀಟ್ ಅವರು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
Amit Shah, Nadda, Yadiyurappa and Bhattacharya Bommai knew everything, but still they lied.
ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಸೋಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೂ ಹೇಗಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಹಣದ ಬಲದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
They knew about the corruption in the state.
ಡೆಟರ್ಮಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿನ ಸೋಲಿಸಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ.
People had decided to defeat BJP in state of Karnataka.
ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಏನೇನೂ ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬೀನ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ 100 ಸಾರಿ ಮೋದಿ ಬಂದ್ರು.
There has been no influence of Modi in Karnataka. I have been telling this.
ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಬಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತದಾರರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಲ್ಲ.
Even if Modi and Amit Shah come to Karnataka even 100 more times, there will be no effect on the people of Karnataka.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಯ ಗಂಟೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ
This
ಲೋಕಸಭಾ
is a warning sign for the BJP.
ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ
For the Lok Sabha polls.
ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವರ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ವೋಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಇತರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
This is a warning sign for Narendra Modi. People of India will vote against the BJP in Lok Sabha polls.
It's not going to be repeated. It will be more than. ಈಗ ಸುಧಾಕರ ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಸ್.ಟಿ. ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುನಿರತ್ನ ಸೋಲ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಂ.ಟಿ.ಬಿ. ನಾಗರಾಜ ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿರಾಣಿ ಅವರ ಕೆಲವರು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಬಲವಾದಂಥ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಕಡೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಕೊರತೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಹಿನ್ನಡೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಹಿನ್ನಡೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅವರು 10 ಕೋಟಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಪಾಪ ಬಿ ಫಾರಂ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಆರೋಪ ಇತ್ತು. ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಈ ಗೆಲುವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟ ಬಲ ತುಂಬಿದೆ?
ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ಪಂಜಾಬ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ಒರಿಸ್ಸಾದಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ಬಿಹಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣದಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ, ಮಧ್ಯಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ? ನಾಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಈಗ
Siddaramaiah pointing out the fact where BJP is not in many of the states of India.
Sir, in 2024, do you think now Congress can bargain easily with all opposition? In 2024 Lok Sabha election, do you think now Congress can bargain easily?
Bargain?
Yes. What opposition is
alliance and
alliance.
ಬೇರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಗೆದ್ದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್
ಕೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ, bargaining. It is not a bargaining. The hopes of Congress party is your answer. See, this result, this enthusiasm in the workers, in the cadre. That is why I said, the result ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಚುನಾವಣೆಗೆ ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಭಾಳ ಲಘುವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು. ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ ದಿವಾಳಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಾನು 13 ಬಜೆಟ್ ಮಂಡಿಸಿರೋ. ಐ ನೋ ದಿ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಏನು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 50-40 ಸಾವಿರ ಕೋಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಫೋರ್ಡ್ to spend and implement these programs.
Sir, yesterday Mr. R. Ashok made a statement that even if BJP does not get majority, that they have a plan B in place, sir. R. Ashok, sir.
What plan they have? You have got absolute majority. What plan they are going to have?
ಹೊಸ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ತಗೊಂಡಿರಿ ಸರ್? ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಯಾವಾಗ?
ನೋಡೋಣ, ನಾಳೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Because ultimately High Command has to send the observers and they have to take the opinion, collective opinion, on the basis of opinion.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ
ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವೇ ಸಿಎಂ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ
ನಾನು ಪುನಃ ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ.
ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಹೆಗಲಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನೀಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಹೆಗಲಿಗೆ
Mr. Siddaramaiah holding the press conference and talking about what made the Congress party victorious. Joining us on the broadcast is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the third-time sitting MP, member of the CWC, also the chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee, Jurish, and the national spokesperson. Dr. Singhvi, always a pleasure to speak to you. Today is a day of victory for the Grand Old Party. There must be introspection and victory as well. What worked for the Grand Old Party, sir?
You see, the broader, larger points are more important than the nitty-gritty in this election.
Sure.
The first is that what worked was that the people of Karnataka, their intelligence, their incisiveness, and their difference of understanding between the right and the wrong, between the fake and the genuine. Let me tell you my first point. There has been no election where I've seen speeches begun by the top leadership of the BJP, by the middle leadership of the BJP, with directly, openly, crudely, communal, symbolic, religious, symbolic, divisive speeches. I'm not talking only Bajrang Bali. I'm talking of every speech starting with Sampradayic symbols, with divisive symbols. That the people of Karnataka stood firm shows their intelligence and incisiveness. Secondly, I am reminding through you the Honorable Home Minister who said to the whole nation, please take it in writing from me. It's going to be 150 seats minimum and remind me after the elections. But I'm only following his orders and reminding.
Right.
Thirdly, do you know the amount of money spent on these elections by the BJP? If all the parties are put together other than the BJP and multiplied by 100, even then it would not match. Somebody was telling me some fantastic, unbelievable figures for the cost of merely the petals and the flowers showered upon the Prime Minister. So here is a party with resources 100 to 1,000 times more than all the others put together, getting roughly half the seats. And I think it's important to note that there is now a clear understanding that the ambience is changing, the Vatavaran is changing. From Himachal to Karnataka, in Chhattisgarh, they have absolutely, the BJP has no setup. If you were to ask the name of a leader, Mr. Raman Singh's political history, there is no leader. In Madhya Pradesh, a good weather vane is the direction in which several BJP leaders are moving. There's a clamor at the doors of the Congress to join the Congress. That's usually a good weather vane because these people understand which way the wind is blowing.
So are you suggesting, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, that this is some sort of a statement ahead of 2024? Because many people would argue that Karnataka one swings from one party to another and people vote differently in state and general elections is a trend that we've seen. What do you think it signifies for the Congress nationally?
No, I just told you nationally that the ambience, the atmospherics is changing. This projection, false projection, fake projection, but effectively managed projection because of money power by the BJP of arrogance and infallibility is being slowly demolished. They can be beaten, they are vulnerable, is being now absorbed by the people. I don't believe, of course, that a state election result can be replicated or duplicated at the center. That's not what I'm saying. But on the one hand, we have some years of good governance left to show before 24, at least a year and a half or a year, before we are able to show good governance and be the contrast which the people of Karnataka have from the 40% sarkar, from the open, candid, camera captured moments of corruption, etc., etc. Then I think that makes a difference.
Sir, can I ask you a follow-up question on this issue only? The thing is, the Congress fought rightly so and successfully so a very local election. But when you get into the national issues arena, that's where the Congress seems to be lacking behind the BJP. So that's, in states, a hyper-local election may win. But on the larger national narrative issues, do you believe the Congress will get a fillip from this?
See, if you are asking about, I don't agree with that. There are states, I agree. There are some states in North India where an issue like Burqa or Tipu Sultan or this kind of Bajrang Bali issue may have resonance. I will also concede that Mr. Modi is very adept at exploiting it. But large swathes of Indian territory do not get swayed by such absolute, utter rubbish and nonsense. There are swathes of territory which we don't count just because we live in North India, or just because we live in East India, or just because we live in West India.
Sir, the last point on which
Tamil
you
Nadu
can
doesn't move
briefly
like-
touch upon is the leadership question for the Congress party. Well, as the Congress party says, there's only a healthy contest and no internal differences. But the competition that we have seen between Mr. D.K. Shivkumar and Mr.
It is the
Siddaramaiah...
same. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, madam, we keep hearing this is nice copy for the print and the visual media, but it's the same two persons,
Yeah.
the same 6 other leaders we have, the same people like Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. Shivkumar, Mr. Moily, Mr. whoever is there, Mr. Parameshwaran, etc. The same Mr. Surjewala, the same Mr. Venugopal. They all worked as a team under the leadership of the rallies of Rahul Gandhi, the rallies of Priyanka Gandhi, the rallies of a Karnataka person who's the head of the Congress, Khargeji. I think all of it is the synergy and the collectivity. And let me tell you, for an old party with a legacy, I would be very sad if there was no spardha, no ambition, no competition like this.
Okay.
Very positive to have multiple talents and leadership, but ultimately, just like smoothly we went through on a collective synergy with this figures and result, I think we will have the same smooth transition to a chief minister elected after the representatives of the centre talk to each and every MLA, get a sense of the consensus, and then you will have this news within 2-3 days.
Well, sir, all eyes on that synergy and that transition that is to happen at the state and within the Congress party. Thank you, Dr. Singhvi, for joining us on the broadcast. Here on CNN News 18, we'll continue our non-stop coverage about the big Karnataka election. The Congress party clearly has the mandate. What lies ahead? Who would be the key face? The different voices coming in, slipping into a very short break.
लोगों के सामने रखना चाहूँगा। पिछली बार 92 सीट्स जीत के हमने सरकार बनाई थी, आज से लगभग 1.25 साल पहले। वो एक वेव थी आम आदमी पार्टी की। उस वेव में भी जालंधर की लोकसभा सीट में 9 विधानसभाएं आती हैं, उन 9 में से हम केवल 4 जीत पाए थे, बाकी 5 कांग्रेस के पास चली गई थी। तो ये इतना ज़बरदस्त कांग्रेस का गढ़ माना जाता है कि 9 में से 4 ही हम जीत पाए। उस वेव के अंदर भी 5 सीट कांग्रेस जीत गई। आज उस 9 में से 7 सीटें आम आदमी पार्टी जीती है। केवल 2 जालंधर सेंट्रल और जालंधर नॉर्थ की सीटों पे हम थोड़ा पीछे हैं। पिछले साल असेंबली का जो चुनाव था विधानसभा का, उसमें हमें पूरे पंजाब में 42% वोट मिले थे, लेकिन जालंधर में हमें बहुत कम वोट मिले, हमें 28% वोट मिले। आज इसको हमने बढ़ा के हम लगभग 34% वोट पे हैं और जालंधर जीत रहे हैं। पिछले बार असेंबली चुनाव में 4 विधानसभाएं ऐसी थी, शाहकोट, आदमपुर, फिलौर और जालंधर नॉर्थ, जहाँ पे हम तीसरे नंबर पे थे। आज इन 4 में से 3 सीटें हम जीत गए हैं और 1 सीट पे हम सेकंड नंबर पे हैं। और 2019 के चुनाव में, लोकसभा चुनाव में, जालंधर सीट से, लोकसभा की सीट से हमें केवल 2.5% वोट मिले थे। आज हमें 34% वोट मिले हैं और हम जीते हैं। दूसरी पार्टियों ने, बीजेपी ने एक नेता के, अटवाल साहब के बेटे, चरणजीत सिंह अटवाल के बेटे को टिकट दिया था। कांग्रेस ने
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. It's jubilation in the Congress camp. We've heard from DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah already, both in celebratory mood. And now we're getting some more pictures coming in. DK Shivkumar with his brother, DK Suresh. We're also getting pictures of Randeep Surjewala with the KC Venugopal. I think they're feeding each other laddus. Let's go across to Prakash as well, our guest. This is going to be a big moment for the Congress party, even though this is a state which swings every term and you expected the incumbent to be battered a little bit. But the way the Congress has won with 134 in their tally right now is a big win for them.
It's a big victory because, you know, even when they won in 122 seats in 2013, it was, post the Yediyurappa government, Yediyurappa going to prison, and then there were two other chief ministers that followed him.
Yeah.
So it seemed like an easier election to win, but till the very end, most of us kept saying, we can't tell, it's a difficult election to call. For the people, it wasn't difficult at all. They were very clear, about this.
Yeah, interestingly, as we were discussing, the BJP vote share is magically retained at 36%, but their conversion of seats has come down quite a bit. All of the JDS's chunk has gone to the Congress party. It seems like the consolidation of the anti-BJP vote has helped the Congress party and helped in a manner where, then you just run away with it.
It helped because, had the 5% been concentrated, the loss of those 5% been concentrated in just a few districts of South Karnataka, it would have been different. But it has been spread over everywhere in Karnataka. You see, JDS is no longer concentrated. If you look on that map, they're all over Karnataka now. That spread has definitely eroded, the possibility of this conversion of voting percentage to seats that BJP used to have as an advantage.
Let me throw a tough one at you. We're all wondering what happens in the Congress camp now. You've seen both DKS, who was very emotional, cried, shed a few tears. You've heard from Siddaramaiah also. What did you make of both of their body languages and tone and tenor? And what do you think is going to happen? Who's going to be the chief minister?
I think the relaxed manner in which, Mr. Siddaramaiah was talking to, people who were throwing questions at him suggests that he's confident that he will become the chief minister, and possibly he will become, I think, too.
Yeah.
But, Shiv Kumar's outburst, that emotional nature also suggests that he will eventually come to terms with it, and he'll see that there's a great opportunity with such a mandate to be there for 5 years and bide his time maybe. I think they will form a stable government that will last 5 years, and I think many people, even BJP supporters, after the initial shock of defeat, will come around to think, and this is a good idea, and they'll welcome a stable government,
Yeah, that's the most important thing, because Karnataka hasn't seen that in some time.
The political stability and the political drama has been very characteristic of the politics of Karnataka, at least for the last 5 years, Shivani. That's exactly what we have seen.
And in that sense, this is a good verdict in that sense, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is
there
this
should
really...
be this stability and
absolutely
none of what we saw last time.
The manner in which the JDS votes has gone to the Congress party, including the BJP votes that have been transferred, all that is a fascinating story for a state like Karnataka. We'll continue tracking all of this and the breakdown of the victory for the Congress party and all the voices here. For now, slipping into a very short break. the result is well known. If this was a battle of prestige for the Congress, BJP and the JDS, the Congress party indeed has saved this one for themselves. This election was very important for them, keeping in mind that this is a precursor not just to the upcoming state elections in the Hindi heartland, but also in the upcoming elections, the big fight of 2024. What do the numbers tell us? Let's put it out for you here on the graphics that we are putting out, and this is the number as they stack up. For the BJP right now, it doesn't look too good. It is 65. They're down to 65. The Congress party at 133. The JDS has got into huge losses this time, even in their bastion of the old Mysuru region. So if you look at these numbers, this is a story of how the Congress party has been able to hold on to the gains that they had made earlier, say about a decade ago, especially in a region like old Mysuru. Significant gains that they've made in coastal Karnataka as well. But overall, this is an assertion of the grand old party, the Lingayats, the Vokaligas, getting the caste calculus right. And here is also a story how a regional party like JDS, is this the beginning of the end of regional politics for which the JDS is known? They will not be the kingmaker. It's a clear mandate that the Congress party has got this time. But what is the rural-urban divide in this election? How has the city like Bengaluru voted? And are the voters really divided keenly on the rural versus the urban issues? My colleague Shivani will tell you on the Magic Wall.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Anusha. Let's begin with the Bengaluru region, because on the Magic Wall, this is the only region that is coming as a little bit of a bright spot for the BJP. So you look at the Bengaluru region, out of the 32 seats in this very congested area, the Congress has retained 17 of its seats. The BJP has won 15 though this time around, which is up 4 from last time. And all of their 4 gains have come from the JDS's kitty. So this just goes on to show that there is only that bright spot in Bengaluru, the Prime Minister's roadshows, obviously a lot of their big MPs, big faces campaigning here. Some result has come here, but I want to, because we're talking about Bengaluru, which has both urban and rural, I want to go across to some of our filters. Let me see urban seats first, because urban seats, traditionally speaking, the Congress does well. I beg your pardon, the BJP does well. But if we look at the overall urban seats, here's for the entire state. I beg your pardon. This is just, there's another filter here. And we go to overall urban states. So there's about 46 of them. And 26 have been won by the BJP, which is up 5 for them. So,
which is countering the trend.
Which is countering the trend. This is the only bright spot for them, actually, because otherwise, region after region, barring Bengaluru and possibly coastal Karnataka to a certain extent, and section after section, they've continued to lose seats. But this is the only positive trend for them. And I want to quickly show you how much they have lost as far as the...
They've said it's switched now, Congress
It's switched now.
and BJP.
Let me just redo this. But let me do rural.
Yeah,
so rural is where the Congress has made such a massive dent. And you look at all spread all across Karnataka. Plus 40 seats for them. And I think ahead of the 2024 elections, given the conventional wisdom that the poor votes for Narendra Modi and for the BJP because of the beneficiary, model, and because they've gained so much from the central government, they might be a little bit concerned by this. But I'll only add a caveat, Prakash, that the people do vote differently in state and general
Yadurappa, I believe, is speaking
elections.
right now. Let's just cut across.
ಕೇವಲ 2 ಸ್ಥಾನದಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಂತ ಬಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಈ ಫಲಿತಾಂಶದಿಂದ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಧೃತಿಗೆಡುವಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪರ ಆಡಳಿತ ನೀಡಿದಾಗ್ಯೂ ಸಹ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿನ್ನಡೆ ಆಗಿರೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆತ್ಮವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗುವುದು. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸದಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನತೆ ಈ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮತದಾರರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡಿಫೀಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ನ್ಯೂ ಟು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. Started with only 2 seats. BJP has grown to form the government in the state on its own strength. Party workers need not to be panicked by these results. Although the BJP government, under the leadership of the popular Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, has given a pro-development administration in the state, we have lost the election. We will introspect about the party's setback. We will give all cooperation for the development of the state. I respectfully accept this verdict of the people of the state. I want to thank the voters of the Karnataka state. Thank you.
Sir, Congress.
Sir, what do you think has gone wrong this time for the BJP in Karnataka?
ಸರ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಲುವು ಸಾಧಿಸಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಈಗ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ನೀವು ಏನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಿ ಈಗ?
ನೋಡಿಯಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನೀವೇನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಯನ್ನು ಕಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಭರವಸೆಯನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
We did go to every places with our report card to tell people the kind of work that we have done it. Tried approaching them all that way.
ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೀರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪರಿಣಾಮ
It will have no effect on the Lok Sabha election.
Sir, what do you think? Sir, एक second. What do you think has gone wrong with the BJP this time as far as the strategy is concerned? And also, sir, you were not at that actively campaigning as well.
No, madam, that is not correct. From last 3-4 months, I toured and attended the state, and you know very well, I have not even one day I have not taken rest. Even then, we lost the election. Natural.
Sir, but what do you think has gone wrong as far as the strategy of the BJP is
Too early
concerned?
to say anything. We will introspect about all these things, and we will come back to you.
Sir, they also say local anti-incumbency. Sir, where do you think the BJP went wrong?
Yeah, that was B.S. Yadurappa's not really answering questions that were being raised by journalists. But right now, yes, the focus is on the Congress party, and we have Congress strategist Naresh Arora joining us live. Mr. Arora, congratulations. You have been working very closely with D.K. Shivkumar for over 2 years. What do you think worked for the party, and particularly when it looks like, you know, anti-incumbency vote, or is it also pro-Congress vote?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for your wishes and greetings. Yes, I think that it is a combination of both. But the biggest factor, according to me, has been the consistency and the sustenance of the Congress party in last 2 years. Because generally, if you see in different elections, the Congress party just comes to get the things going in the last 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, max 6 months. But here it has been a consistent effort of 2 years. And Mr. Shivkumar has been on the ball from day one. Since the day he came out of the jail and he was made the PCC president, and since the time we joined in, he has not seen him resting for a day. And of course, when he's not resting, he's not allowed anyone else to rest also.
So he has not let anybody rest. But then again, you know, is it that the Congress this time around had an answer to the questions that you were raising against the BJP? That in the sense that it was a positive campaign, and the push and pull that has been there of D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, that you know visibly was ironed out during the campaign, and perhaps now that we are seeing post the results, it will be settled later. Was that an understanding between the two leaders?
Of course, both of them are seasoned politicians and have seen many elections, and they were of the clear view that they have to see that the party doesn't suffer because of any internal competition or whatever we can say, that they have to bring to the fore a united face, united leadership, and the message has to be clear to their own workers and cadres, and of course the public. And for that, they made some conscious decisions. You would have seen them on camera, you could have seen them on social media, and in ticket selection, which is always a contentious thing in Congress party. And both were of the view that the winners need to be given tickets. And from there it started off, and you can see the results today.
And how much of that promise that was made by the Congress, the 5 promises that made to various, you know, each and every home, I would say, in which people would come and flash that ye Congress ne promise kiya, how much of that worked?
First of all, the word was guarantee. And the word guarantee was chosen very consciously. People and Mr. Shiv Kumar was of the clear view that the people need to believe in us also, that whatever we are saying, we are going to be delivering it to them. And if you would have seen one video of Mr. Shiv Kumar and Mr. Siddaramaiah, in which both of them in one voice said that in the first cabinet meeting, they are going to get those guarantees implemented. They have calculated, we sat for hours, and it was not that these guarantees came up just out of thin air in last 2 or 3 months. They have been worked on since last 1.5 years. What all are the issues which matter to the people? What are the issues which we can address? Because making frivolous promises is never going to catch any kind of attention, as you have seen in many other elections. For example, we have a recent example of Gujarat, in which a same party who had ridden the wave of guarantees in another state was not able to make that much of impact, because people need to believe in you and you need to give them a way forward. So those guarantees are very close to the party's heart, the party president's heart, and of course they are committed to deliver them as and when they are sworn to power.
And you made that comparison that these were the same set of guarantees only also in the state of Gujarat, but it did not work, but it worked in the state of Karnataka, and now we are looking at a number of 135 plus. Was this a number that you all were expecting?
Our internal number was 141, Maria, and Mr. Shiv Kumar has many times said it on camera as well. So I think that there are some misses which close seats we are trailing or we have lost. But still, it is a satisfying victory, because it is not an easy battle, that to contest against BJP's election machinery and with the other things which come along with it. And then, of course, you have to mobilize the Congress party cadres, the Congress party leaders need to be kept together. There are many challenges. And guarantees which I was talking about were not about the Congress party's guarantees in Gujarat. Another party, Aam Aadmi Party, which gave the guarantees in Punjab, gave similar kind of guarantees in Gujarat, which didn't work. So my point in case here is that guarantees also need to have credibility. It needs to be coming from the people who people can believe in, that this could be delivered, this can be worked on. And then you lay out the path also, the roadmap also. So I think Mr. Shiv Kumar was conscious of that effort, and in our internal meetings, in the meetings which were held with the stakeholders, it was worked upon, and then these guarantees were arrived at. And I'm pretty sure that they are committed to it, and they will be wanting to get them delivered as soon as they can.
Was there an effort to say that DK Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah do not have issues, and it is about ensuring that the party wins, and only post-election will the chief ministers, who will be the chief minister, that question will be answered?
In any case, this is not a chief ministerial election direct. It is an election which elects MLAs, and then MLAs elect or select or nominate or whatever the process the party goes through for the chief minister. But as I said earlier, both of them were very conscious of this fact that they need to get the candidates winning. If the candidates don't win, then there is no position of chief minister to discuss about also. So now the candidates have won. Congress has the majority. Now I'm sure both of them will sit together with the senior leadership, whosoever are the decision makers, and they will make a decision which is in the good interest of the state.
So you are, what made Mr. DK Shiv Kumar get emotional after the results?
Maria, we all are very emotional because it has not been an easy battle. Mr. Shiv Kumar was in jail. Mr. Shiv Kumar was facing cases, and those cases, if you remember, in one of your own shows, when you were speaking to him, that was the first time in publicly he admitted or I would say acknowledged that he was offered deputy chief ministership, and he chose not to become deputy chief ministership. And then, of course, the consequence was that he was raided and the cases were put against him. So it is an emotional moment for him. I myself was raided. I mean, a political consultancy being raided is the first. There's not a single political consultancy in the country who has been raided. I was raided for 3 days. So it was a turbulent ride. And we all are emotional today. He is more emotional than most of us that it has reached a logical conclusion, and we hope that it continues to stay that way.
And the Vocaliga constituency, which seemed to have shifted from the JDS, the traditional JDS, to now to the Congress, do you think that credit goes to Mr. DK Shiv Kumar?
It is a pretty obvious thing that the Congress party was projecting 2 leaders along with some other leaders. By protocol, CLP and the PCC come from their respective caste, and Mr. Shiv Kumar represents the caste which you are talking about. And if the vote is being shifted, he has worked very hard in those areas, and the results are there. And definitely, I think that because if you there was a tweet I made on the day of his nomination in Kanakpura that Mr. D.K. Shivkumar is going to be winning by the highest margin in the state. I'm just being told that the margin of victory is 1,22,000.
Naresh, just hold on to your thoughts. We have to go straight to the press conference that is being addressed by the Congress chief.
You describe this win, sir.
Silence. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾರಿ ಬಹುಮತವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾತ್ರರಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನನಗಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಜನರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ನಿರಾಶೆಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನು ನಾವು 5 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆ 5 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ನಾವು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ತರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪೂರೈಸತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್ವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜನ ಈ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಸತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸದ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಏನಿವೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಕಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಅವು ಜಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತರ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದರ ನಂತರ ಮಾಡೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹುಷಾರಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರು CLP ಇರಬಹುದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಇರಬಹುದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಬೇರರು, ಸಂಘಟಕರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸು ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್, ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಭಾರಿ ಬಹುಮತದಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ದಿವಸದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದರದೊಂದು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಅವರ ಗೌರವಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾತ್ರರಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗಳು AICCಲಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತು ಸುರ್ಜಿವಾಲಾ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ, ನಾವು ಒಬ್ಬರ ಹೆಸರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಒಕ್ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಶೋ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಕೂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಅವರು ಇವರು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನತೆಗೆ, ಅವರ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧತೆಗೆ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮೆಚುರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ एक पूछे तो बोलते
All right, welcome back on this special broadcast here with CNN News 18 as we continue to track all that's happening in Karnataka right now. Look at those numbers, 138, 65, 18 and 13. The Congress party clearly with the huge leads. Well, let's show you this here. For the Congress party, right in the center, 138 out of the 223. This is the winnability score, 62%. These numbers are largely about how the party has been successfully able to consolidate their vote share. The voting percentage, how the BJP has kept it intact, that might be another story. But this is how the conversion has really happened seat by seat for the individual political parties. And this time, Congress party clearly has an edge, which is a differentiator from the last time. The BJP with just about 29% and the JDS down to 9%. This election is also a story about the decimation of the JDS, how they seem to be losing their bastions, and perhaps this is now a clear two-way fight. It was a clear two-way fight between the BJP and the Congress. I want to cut across to my colleague Shirin Elizabeth. She's tracking all the developments from the Congress party headquarters. There you see all the doles and the laddus. It's the day of the Congress party today. Sharon, what's happening on the ground? Give us a sense about what is the mood at the Congress party headquarters.
Well, a very upbeat mood after a very, very long time that we are seeing at the AICC headquarters, and the celebration starts.
All right, we seem to be losing that audio of Shirin Elizabeth. We'll just try and fix that in a bit. But as Shirin was pointing out, the mood is quite upbeat, and as expected, so on the expected line, look at that number sharply going up to 138. We'll try and establish that link with Sharon in just a bit. But in the meanwhile, let me cut across to Shivani. She has some things to show us on the magic wall. The rural versus the urban divide. What does it tell us, Shivani?
Yeah, just a quick confirmation of the overall seat, map. It's a sea of blue this time around, all across Karnataka, virtually in every region, minus a little bit in Dakshin Kannada and Udupi, which is coastal Karnataka, which the BJP has managed to retain quite a bit. And this is a map of Bangalore as well, and I will show you this in detail. Here also the BJP is not done too badly, the only two bright spots for them. So if I want to talk about Bengaluru region, just a confirmation of the numbers we were showing you earlier. As I was showing you earlier, the BJP's gained 4 seats here, the Congress lost about 1, but these numbers are switching a little bit. The JDS loss is turning out to be the BJP's gain. But the more important factor, let me go to home.
All right, so those are the different numbers that Shivani is just pulling out.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah. Going back across to the filter, and I wanted to show you the urban versus the rural divide.
Seats,
So last time the numbers were jumping just a little bit. This is the confirmation of the urban seats. 46 urban seats. The Congress has gained 4, but the BJP has not lost too much. This is the only place, because of the Bangalore effect as well, they've managed to retain a little bit of their hold on urban seats, where they usually tend to do well. They are, of course, known as a party which is an urban party, preferred by the middle classes and upper middle classes. But this is a confirmation of that rural switch. And this would be a bother for them. They've lost 30 of these rural seats. The Congress has gained 44. So the minuses of the BJP and the JDS all have gone to the Congress. And I was saying earlier, there are gains for everybody here in the Congress. And of course, even as we continue to talk about the chief minister post, Siddaramaiah as the tall leader, former chief minister, and of course, all around acceptability, vocal factor for the DKS. There's, of course, Rahul Gandhi, who did Bharat Jodo Yatra. The constituencies where he passed from have actually done well for the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge comes from Karnataka. First big win for him as the Congress president. So a little bit for everyone. A lot of the credit, though, they'll give to the Gandhi family. Let me go across to Shireen, who's back with us. Shireen, what's the mood like, and who are they crediting with this win in Karnataka in the Congress office?
Well, the mood is, of course, very upbeat, and the mood was like this since 7 in the morning. In fact, even before the counting could begin, there were dole and nagadas at the AICC lawn, and even now, the celebration, in fact, continues. If I ask my camera person to pan and show you, these are all the Congress supporters who have, in fact, gathered here in large number to celebrate the victory of Congress in the Karnataka election. Now, we have been told that Rahul Gandhi is, in fact, in the premises of AICC and will be, in fact, meeting the Congress supporters. supporters also will be addressing the media any time now. Now, as far as the credit goes, while the Congress High Command, while the Congress senior leaders have also have all been crediting the win to the local leaders, to the regional leaders like Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, but at the same time, these leaders are also in fact giving the due credit to Rahul Gandhi, to Sonia Gandhi as well. They also have been saying, one of the senior leaders here also said that the Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra has also yielded positive results as far as the Karnataka elections are confirmed.
So Shireen, are we
of course,
expecting
anytime
Rahul Gandhi to come out, meet the party workers, make some kind of address? Is there a plan of action?
Well, that's right. In fact, if I ask my camera person to show you, that is the gate from where Rahul Gandhi will be entering. And you can see from there itself, Congress supporters and in fact party workers are in fact there in large numbers. So he will in fact be meeting them, will be speaking to them. And at the end of this lane is where the podium has been kept and he will be addressing the media as well. So at that point of time, we have to see.
Sharon Elizabeth getting us all the details from the Congress party headquarters.
For his hard work, if he becomes a CM, I'll be very happy.
Sir, what about the legislative meeting tomorrow?
The leaders have called for a legislative party meeting, so you should ask the leaders what will happen.
But so you still say that you want him to become the CM? You still want
Jocelyn taking place there.
That's
Siddaramaiah's son, of course. He's talking about if he becomes the chief minister, he'll be very, very happy. I think we'll try and play that out again.
Politics of hate, corruption, and they have shown that Karnataka is always for secularism, for harmony, and for honesty politics. So we have the people have reposed faith in our party, and now we will deliver it.
Father as a CM, father as a CM.
Congratulations. I've already told you, as a son, I want him to become the CM, and as a citizen of Karnataka and a congressman, also I would like him to become CM because of his efforts, because he toured and campaigned extensively throughout Karnataka. The Congress has won. His contribution is very large in this election result. So if he becomes, I'll be happy.
Any message to Modi ji, Amit Shah, the aggressive campaign?
I've already told him the politics of hate and the politics of corruption doesn't work in.
So congratulations, Congress has won it. Your father has won it from Varuna.
Yes, the people of Karnataka have rejected politics of hate. They have stood for peace and harmony in the state, and they have stood for secularism. So this is a win for our values, our ideology of the party.
So there's also
rejected the corruption also. Karnataka has seen a massive corruption in the last 4 years after BJP has come into power. So they have rejected corruption and politics of hate.
But sir, now there's a huge curiosity about who is going to be the next CM.
As I have already told you, there's a process in our party. So the first elected MLAs, they have to elect a leader of the opposition, the leader of the assembly first, and with the approval of the High Command, that person will become the Chief Minister of Karnataka. But as a son and as a congressman, I have seen how my father has toured the entire state and how he has given his everything to for the victory of the party. So for his hard work, if he becomes a CM, I'll be very happy.
Sir, what about the legislative meeting tomorrow?
The leaders have called for a legislative party meeting, so you should ask the leaders what will happen.
But so you still say that you want him to become the CM? You still want him to become the CM?
Yes, as I told, no, as a son, as a congressman, as a citizen of Karnataka, I want him to become CM again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
That was Mr. Siddaramaiah's son, and you heard from him. A lot of jostling around. My colleague Ritu getting us that exclusive voice and conversation. Shivani, let's also talk a little bit about the factor of the Gandhi family that you were earlier talking about.
Yeah,
and how
I
the
have a
campaigning
list
is happening,
very quickly.
and he's on air right now.
Yeah, very quickly. I have a list of the constituencies or the districts he went through in his Bharat Jodo Yatra. 7 of them, the Congress has a good strike rate, meaning 50 or over 50% in all 7 of those districts. Chamarajanagar, Mysore, Mandya, Tumkur, Chitradurga, Bellary, Raichur. Out of 51 constituencies that his Bharat Jodo Yatra crossed, they won 36. So that's not a bad strike rate for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that's why he will be given credit in Karnataka.
Bharat Jodo Yatra was seen as a precursor to some kind of success, political success that the Congress party can build in the state. It has happened. Well, Rahul Gandhi right there, all set to address the media. It is the regional stalwarts like Mr. D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah who have got this party this victory. But yes, the central leadership was critical in their role in terms of ensuring that there are no differences.
Hey, hello, how are you? वो ढोल बंद करा दो. राहुल जी जिंदाबाद. राहुल जी. सर जिंदाबाद. Are you ready? What is this camera? Camera from India. Take it there. No. Take it there. Not you. Take it there. Hey, take it there. This is not the place. वो ठीक है भैया उधर ले जाओ. No, remove it. Everybody should be there, brother. Will you take questions? I can. भैया ये पटाखे बंद करवा दो.
साथियों, राहुल जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे, प्लीज शांत हो जाइए.
I switched it off.
शांत हो जाइए. साथियों शांत हो जाइए. राहुल जी अभी प्रेस को संबोधित करेंगे. शांत हो जाइए प्लीज.
नमस्कार. 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 नमस्कार.
एक मिनट पहले राहुल जी बोलेंगे. साथियों शांत हो जाइए. अभी राहुल जी बोलेंगे. शांत हो जाइए.
नमस्कार. 2 minutes. हाँ, नमस्कार. सबसे पहले मैं कर्नाटक की जनता को, कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब कार्यकर्ताओं को, सब नेताओं को और जो हमारे सब नेताओं ने कर्नाटक में काम किया उनको बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं. देखिए कर्नाटक के चुनाव में एक तरफ क्रोनी कैपिटलिस्ट की ताकत थी, दूसरी तरफ गरीब जनता की शक्ति थी और शक्ति ने ताकत को हरा दिया. और यही हर स्टेट में होगा. कांग्रेस पार्टी कर्नाटक में गरीबों के साथ खड़ी हुई. हम गरीबों के मुद्दों पर लड़े और मुझे सबसे अच्छी बात यह लगी कि हमने नफरत से, गलत शब्दों से ये लड़ाई नहीं लड़ी. हमने मोहब्बत से, प्यार से, दिल खोल के ये लड़ाई लड़ी और कर्नाटक की जनता ने हमें दिखाया कि ये देश मोहब्बत इस देश को अच्छी लगती है. कर्नाटक में नफरत की बाजार बंद हुई है, मोहब्बत की दुकानें खुली हैं. ये सबकी जीत है. सबसे पहले ये कर्नाटक की जनता की जीत है. हमने चुनाव में कर्नाटक की जनता से, गरीब जनता से 5 वायदे किए थे. मैंने अपने भाषण में कहा, खारगे जी ने भाषण में कहा, सब नेताओं ने भाषण में कहा था कि हमारे 5 वायदे हैं. हम इन वायदों को पहले दिन पहली कैबिनेट मीटिंग में पूरा करेंगे. मैं फिर से कर्नाटक की जनता को दिल से बधाई देना चाहता हूं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। नमस्कार, जय हिंद।
थैंक यू। Thank you.
Address of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi once again making this entire victory about the hate politics versus the narrative of the Congress party. Let's see how much of that really is successful at the central level when the elections happened for Lok Sabha. This was a state election and clearly completely different factors at play, but that's the narrative that the Congress party is asserting right now. A victory coming for the grand old party and a much needed one. They needed this precursor, and especially if they want to remain in the opposition space as the largest party leading the state or setting the narrative ahead of 2024. Rahul Gandhi making that statement. I want to cut across to Prakash ji as well, who's with us in the studios. Rahul ji, Shivani mentioned those, interesting factors and the statistics that exist about the areas from where Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra crossed and how there has been a good success rate of roughly above 15%. But the manner in which the campaign happened for the Congress party was hyper-local. It was not, about a grand narrative that the party had projected. In fact, many would argue that the national leadership or the big faces like Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi were not really the front runners when it came to the campaign of the party or, leading the baton for the party.
In a way, for the non-Congress parties, this has been the perfect storm. For the JDS, it's physically the weakening of Deve Gowda ji, who could not campaign everywhere like he could before. He came in a wheelchair, in fact, to campaign in Hassan, I think. And for the BJP, one that Mr. Yediyurappa, their only mass leader in a sense, he wasn't there to do what he could do, and there was no promise that he could become the chief minister at all. So because of age or whatever reasons they had, then the charges of corruption, which I still don't believe were the major factor. Was a major factor because it's not like people have voted for this government, the Congress, because it will not be corrupt.
Yeah, it's not as if Congress didn't have the corruption issue. I mean, DKS himself had those charges. But can I just mention, Prakash, even as I welcome Tuhin Sinha and Ram Mohan Reddy of the Congress party joining us, BJP and the Congress party joining us, the fact that the Congress, speaking of Rahul Gandhi, ensured that he doesn't talk about Adani and other issues, talks about local issues. Also, in Gujarat, he had almost no role. Here, he had a muted role. They let DKS and Siddaramaiah do the talking. Of course, the guarantees worked on the ground. The fact, I think one of their biggest credits, and Ram can come in here, is that despite differing ambitions at the very top of DKS and Siddaramaiah, at least throughout the entire campaigning, they kept it together. And I think this is to their credit. Yes, Mr. Reddy?
I would like to start my line by reciting the slogan, Jai Bajrang Bali. Because Lord Hanuman stands by the side of Dharma, truth, courage, and love. But he showered his blessing upon Congress party because this is the party which emulates his ideology. But not with the party which uses his name for the sake of politics. And Karnataka people has acknowledged once again that the line taken up by the Congress party here is we want to maintain that harmony and we want to safeguard the unity and diversity, and our promises are going to be fulfilled and their fate is going to be changed by the by putting up their trust in a reliable government.
Okay.
See, we have made so many promises as assured by Rahul Gandhi ji as well. We are going to implement them in a proper way.
Yeah, that's your big challenge, Mr. Reddy, because in Himachal Pradesh, the criticism has been you did offer a lot of these quote-unquote goals. You didn't quite manage to fulfill them. Even in a government that was formed long ago in Rajasthan, there was criticism. The loan waivers didn't happen. But let me bring in Tuhin Sinha as well. Tuhin, how do you reconcile the fact that the BJP hasn't lost its vote share, but it still is a massive victory for the Congress party and you've been left behind? Traditionally, you had a good conversion rate from your vote share to seats in Karnataka, but this time around that didn't work for you.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate the Congress party for a well-fought victory. Let me also offer my gratitude to all the BJP karyakartas who worked relentlessly and put up a great fight. Yes, while the actual seats may be much below our expectations, the consoling factor, the redeeming factor is the vote share. I think we still have 35.8% vote share, which is merely 0.4% less than what was last time, and which gives us the confidence that, a quick introspection, stock taking, which we are very capable of, unlike the Congress party, which goes off on a holiday after a defeat. We never do that. So I think by evening, in the next couple of hours, serious stock taking will begin.
There's this also factor of, ministers losing, and these are some key faces. As I look at the list, about 12 of them have lost this election. You're right in pointing out that the vote percentage the BJP has been able to get in the right place and not really lose out on it. But BJP is also a party that it's known to get the calculation correct, to understand this first past the post system very, very well and have the consolidation in the right place. With these big names losing in, how do you reconcile with that factor, Toheen?
Well, the incumbency factor surely was a much bigger factor than we had anticipated. And, in hindsight, it seems that local issues completely dominated the elections. One data which has just been sent to me points out that out of the 75, I have not verified the data yet, but that points out that out of the 75 newcomers who were given tickets by us, only about 12 have won. Yeah. So all these factors would be reviewed. Our stock taking and review is a very fast process, and the course correction will be very fast. I can assure you that in the next few weeks, we'll bounce back to ensure a clean sweep during the Lok Sabha elections.
You have to be a dynamic opposition. That's all we can say. Mr. Virappa Moily in conversation with my colleague Harish Upadhyay.
Yuri, tea coffee alla kodi. Robert. Yuri, tea coffee alla kodi appa.
Yeah. Okay.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Rolling.
We have former Union Minister, Mr. Virappa Moily, joining us, sir. A decisive mandate for the Congress party. What really worked for it?
See, I think our workers, Congress workers from the booth level to the state, also the leaders, they worked day in and day out. It is, their perspiration, their strategy, which really worked. People, by and large, Karnataka is always a bastion of Congress party, Indian National Congress. Not today, since so many years. That is how not even a single time BJP could get proper majority. It's only Congress, if at all any period, we got a majority, it is only the Congress which got a majority, like this. And, our performance also, particularly on the question of inclusiveness, taking all people together, unlike the slogans which is given by Narendra Modi, saying that, I take care of everybody. No, they don't take care of anybody. For example, they have not given even a single seat to a Muslim or a Christian. At the same time, the social justice is a casualty, always with them, either in the center or in this state. Insofar as the manifesto implementation is concerned, Siddaramaya's period, there's a 99% implemented, whatever he issued. That record is there with the Congress party. Whereas these people, not even 10% they implemented whatever they promised. Here, the Home Minister of the country comes and says, there will be riot everywhere if you vote for Congress. Is it not a threat to democracy? Threat to the Constitution of India? Threat to the peace of India, peace of the people? And this answer is properly given by the people.
Sir, you spoke about social justice. There has been a call for the last few years and months that it's time that the Congress should think of having a Dalit chief minister. The Dalits have stood with the Congress party for a very long time. How do you see this appeal, sir? What is your opinion?
I don't think, that is an issue before the people. The chief minister of that time is always elected on the basis of the consensus obtained from the MLAs. If the consensus comes for in favor of a Dalit chief minister, we do not hesitate to implement. Even during my time, the SP Chaman, who was then the chief minister, and Prime Minister was P.V. Narasimha Rao. Even though P.V. Narasimha Rao had committed to somebody else to make chief minister, they talked to each and every MLA, recorded it. One of the copy was with me. And 90% of the MLA supported that I should be the chief minister. You cannot take a contrary decision Despite the fact that the Prime Minister of that or the President of the ACC willed something else. S.B. Chavan said that, this is the assessment and we have to go by the assessment of the MLA's opinion.
But
that is
already
how I was selected as a Chief Minister. I am telling you.
Well, these are the shots of Mr. D.K.S. Shivkumar. He earlier was very emotional, almost choked while he was speaking to the media. He's, amongst the party workers, waving and clearly one of the key contenders for the position of Chief Minister in the state of Karnataka. Let's see, will he be successful in this bet that he has placed with the Congress party? A loyalist. He mentioned how he was thrown inside the jail, how this has been a struggle for him. There's been also internal fighting, which is a precursor within the Congress party in the run-up to the elections, but that was quietened down after the intervention of the Congress High Command. And it's true that Mr. Siddaramaiah and Mr. D.K. Shivkumar worked as a team, but would that continue when the party decides on the Chief Minister's face? Let's also get a sense on the numbers about there were new faces that were thrown in by the BJP. There's also the new leadership that is coming in, or a generation change which is being talked about within the Saffron Party. What kind of results it actually yielded? My colleague Shivani Gupta on the Magic Wall.
Yeah, so take a look at the 28 seats where the sitting BJP MLA was dropped. Out of that, the BJP's managed to retain only 13. They've lost 14. And all of those 14 have gone to the Congress's kitty. So from one of those seats, so BJP had 28 out of those seats. Out of those, the Congress has now managed to gain 14 seats where their sitting MLA was dropped. There was a rebel situation here also. That is why there's a difference of 1 seat. But you would see here, this is Udupi. This is where they changed 4 out of their 5 sitting MLAs. They've managed to retain that. This is also in Dakshin Kannada. This is also in central Kannada part. So, these are the areas where they were anyway strong. So here, changing the candidate for them has not really hurt them. That was the wisdom for coastal Karnataka in any case. But in rest of Karnataka, changing their sitting MLAs has not worked. I have one more filter which is also very telling. As I think our BJP representative was talking about, there were about 70 plus new faces, 75 new faces. You look at those new faces, again their strike rate is good here in coastal Karnataka and Dakshin Karnataka, which is more communal as it is called. The communal issues work here a little bit better. But rest of Karnataka on this map, both JDS and Congress have done okay. But the Congress has gained 18 seats here where the BJP fielded new faces. 8 from the BJP, 11 from the JDS. So that anti-incumbency factor that the BJP was wanting to cut hasn't quite happened. Usually they change a lot more. For example, from Gujarat earlier to Karnataka, they didn't make a wholesale change, and maybe that held them back a little bit. But 75 out of the 224 new candidates didn't quite cut it for them. It's clear that the anti-BJP vote has consolidated. So even though their vote share has not gone down, because the JDS's vote share has not collapsed but come down by quite a bit and gone directly to the Congress, it has meant that all across Karnataka, barring coastal Karnataka and maybe Bengaluru, the BJP has lost quite a bit. So those are just some of the analysis we'll continue to do. We have to slip into a very short break. As it stands right now, it's a massive win for the Congress party, but the biggest issue for them is, will they be able to cordially set the next chief ministerial phase, or could there be trouble there? You see D.K. Shivkumar almost on a victory lap. We'll get you more visuals from Karnataka in just a bit.
not only analyze and we will see that what are the gaps, and we will go ahead and reorganize the party and come back during Lok Sabha election.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching the big verdict day coverage live and rolling here on CNN News 18. It's a big victory coming in for the Congress party in Karnataka. Very much on their expectations and the claims that they had made. So they're hovering about the 135 to 137 number, which by far is one of the biggest wins that the Congress has had in the state of Karnataka. It seems like everything worked in their favor. So they've managed to, of course, make sure that their leaders work together and bring all of the castes and the sub-castes together. They've managed to ensure they keep the election local, barring a few hiccups. They've also managed to ensure that their guarantees reached everybody on the ground, and therefore the results are pouring in. The other big story of this election, of course, is the fact that the JDS's vote share is going to the Congress's kitty completely. The BJP not losing much of its vote share, but actually losing a lot of the seats that it had. And it has lost seats from across Karnataka. It's not really just one region alone. That's the confirmation of the numbers of the vote share. 36% stays virtually the same for the BJP, but 43%, and all of it has come from the JDS. From 18, it has gone down to 13% for the JDS. The big update is that we've heard from both Siddaramaiah and DKS. Both of them are going to make their claim. There is a legislative party meet that's going to happen tomorrow for the Congress party. But while DKS was emotional, Siddaramaiah was supremely confident. Exactly who will become the next chief minister is possibly the only hiccup for the Congress party. And Anusha, here the issue is that Siddaramaiah is the mass leader. He will continue to be that mass leader. He has been obviously told that some indications are coming in from our correspondents in Karnataka that he is someone who was seen as the head. And DK Shivkumar possibly as his deputy will possibly have to wait for a little bit of time. Will he do so or not is the big question. How will they manage those ego equations?
You also have that pitch coming in that perhaps there should be a Dalit phase that the Congress party should field in. There are a lot of tribal seats and perhaps Dalit belt where the Congress party has been able to get some kind of seats and numbers. The Congress party also made this about some kind of OBC reach out. You remember there was this entire controversy how Congress party is not respectful towards the community when Rahul Gandhi got embroiled in that controversy after his comments, after a speech that he had Karnataka, for which he also faced and suffered disqualification in a court of law. But the leadership question is the million-dollar question for the grand old party. DK Shivkumar versus Mr. Siddaramaiah, well, that has dominated the headlines in the mainstream discourse. Now, will the party be able to quieten down this competition? Will this remain a healthy one? And how will those caste equations really be balanced? The Vokaligas, the Lingayats, the two dominant communities, both the communities in a substantial portion and number have voted for the grand old party. Well, one thing that seemed to have worked clearly in the favor of the Congress party was the Vokaliga factor. They have a face like Mr. DK Shivkumar, clearly something which the BJP does not have, a Vokaliga face, and that is one key reason why the grand old party was able to make inroads and was able to get the vote share in the old Mysuru region, which has been dominated by the JDS, at least in the last election. Well, this election is also a story how a regional party like JDS, dominated by the Gowda family, run by the Gowda family, seems to be losing grip over the politics of Karnataka. It's becoming BJP versus the Congress. Right now, look at those numbers, 137. That is the number that the Congress party is clocking right now. Shivani, on the magic wall, which are the key areas where the Congress party has been able to make inroads? What does this graph really tell us?
Well, this is just a graph to show you that at the very start, possibly when only the postal ballots and the ballots that were the home ballots were opened, the BJP was slightly ahead. But since then, once the blue worm took over the BJP's orange worm, and that was about the 9 a.m. mark, it has been Congress all the way. And if you look at these two worms, then the gap between the two has been rising. The only other story here is, of course, that this is not dipping too much. The BJP vote share is not dipping too much. This is the BJP seats not rising too much, but their vote share hasn't dipped. The Congress's seats have continued to go up steadily. Small, wave for them in the sense that it's rising. It's not a massive hike, but by 3 p.m. they've obviously crossed actually more than this. So if we go back across, you were asking about the regions. The regions, we'll go and take it in the map. The regions all across Karnataka, the BJP has suffered and the Congress has gained. Let me go to southern Karnataka first because that's where the story has played out. 36 seats, up 19 for the Congress party in the 57 seats in southern Karnataka. This is also where the old Mysuru belt is, where the JDS was strong. So the JDS here has lost 13 seats, down to 14. The BJP has lost 6, down to 5. The others have had no difference. So the Congress, the big gainer here, and this is the story really. All across other regions, barring coastal Karnataka and maybe Bengaluru a little bit, the BJP has held on. But other than that, they've lost everywhere to the Congress, and the Congress majorly has gained from the JDS as well.
Well, what is it that the Congress party has done right? It's a combination of different factors that seem to have worked for the grand old party. And those different factors are getting the caste equation right, caste calculation rights, the different dominant communities in the state of Karnataka, and how to ensure that those two dominant vote banks, the Vokaligas and the Lingayats, they are on the right side of both of them. But the Lingayat vote largely, of course, is with the BJP. That's abundantly clear. The halfway mark is 113, and the Congress party is clearly well past that halfway mark. You look at those numbers, 136, that's exactly what the Congress party has at this point in time. Who knows, it may go up or it may stay at this, but this is a huge lead. This is indeed a very emphatic win and an important one that has come in for the Congress party. The exact timing of it, the manner in which it has come in, the regional satraps have been very, very critical in that. The story for the BJP is not so great. Indeed, this is a story where it tells us that the BJP has been not been able to get the consolidation right in its favor. If the vote share is intact, like it happened for the Congress party last time, and if you're not able to get the numbers right in terms of seat conversion, there is clearly something wrong. Let's talk about the JDS, and this is the party that has always seen itself in the role of a kingmaker, and clearly the kingmaker factor is not something that is working for the JDS this time at least. Cutting across, Akshara and Ritu, both of whom are joining us on the broadcast. They've been getting us all the voices. Ritu, first to you. You spoke to Mr. Siddaramaya's son. We saw the kind of sloganeering and celebrations which are happening all across. Tell us what the mood really is. Is there any meeting which is likely to happen anytime soon? Last we heard that all the MLAs were asked to be in Bengaluru.
Well, see, that's the norm basically every time, when there are elections and the results are out. So all the parties would be calling their winning candidates back to the city, and where, the next day that the legislative meeting actually takes place, where the key decisions are being made of what has to be their forward way. So that's one part. On the other part, you see that you are asking about how's the mood like. So of course that, because I was tracking Siddaramaya, the former chief minister, an important face, the mass leader, you see, since morning that I should really say this, but a huge crowd that had gathered in front of his house even before the results actually came out. All that supporters were there raising slogans. They were very confident that Siddaramaya will be winning from the Varuna, and moreover, you see, they already knew that they were very confident that he would be going on to become the chief minister as well of the Karnataka. So that was the mood of the supporters in the in Mysuru, especially where I was in front of his house. Now what we are given to understand is that he's just moved to the counting center here in the Mysuru to collect his certificate, and after that is likely that he might be visiting Varuna as well, where he might go to visit one of his family member, and then he would be moving to Bengaluru, where what we are given to understand again from our Congress sources is that there will be a meeting that is likely to take place today in the evening. So that's the reason he's been asked to rush immediately that way. But earlier, as per the Siddaramaya's team's plan, it was like around 5 p.m. that he was supposed to move from Mysuru, but now looks like he might leave a bit early because there's a full celebration moment in the Bengaluru as well. So of course all those supporters, the party leaders are also waiting for the Siddaramaya to get back to the city, that there can be a double celebration there. But what is really interesting over here is that even as now the results are very clear about who's who has gone on to win. But on the other side, what remains to be the hot topic is that who is going to be the Karnataka's next chief minister?
Absolutely.
Because there are two faces that we know right now, that DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah being in the race. So both of them are denying right now to speak about it openly, because they have been given that standing instruction from the High Command that they have
and
reached
they've
so
held
far
good to
with
that
unity,
promise.
trying to show
This entire election is testament to the fact that the two top leaders of the Congress party did not let any of their fight come out in open to the extent that it could hurt them. They fought the election, keeping their mouths shut to a great extent and not talking about this, despite the media asking them repeatedly. My colleagues, apart from Ritu, Akshara is also in Bengaluru, and Rohini is also in Bengaluru. Rohini, who do you think has the edge now?
Well, if you say, it's the answer that we're getting from the Congress is that they will take a decision and they'll do it democratically. They will sit down with all the elected MLAs and then they will take a call on it. But yes, if you see, you'll have to break it down and see. Let me say it's very simple. Among the elected MLAs, who has more support? Is it Siddaramaiah or is it DK Shivkumar? But also there are interesting questions that were put to the AICC National President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, whether he's also in the running. Because initially, when we saw during the campaign of the Congress, there were nearly 10 contenders who wanted to become Chief Minister from the Congress itself. But now it's down to the people who have made it work. We did see how DK Shivkumar came up with this emotional appeal and spoke to people, thanked not just the leaders and the senior leaders from Delhi as well as in the state. But remember, he also thanked Siddaramaiah because they put this united front. And what we just heard Ritu also saying, they have put a united front, both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, to show that the Congress is together, and they would like to do that till the end. But finally the CLP meeting is the one that they will finally make the decision with the other senior leaders as well. But edge, if you ask me, I still think, and I'm not going to be saying this based on information that I've just heard about, but this is from people who are in the Congress, that Siddaramaiah does seem to have an edge, but at the same time, it's DK Shivkumar, the great organizer, the guy who's put, the man who's put everything together for the Congress as a state chief as well, and ensured that the Congress wins as many seats.
And Rohini,
Siddaramaiah also has his star factor.
He was clearly
DK
very
Shivkumar
emotional
also
today when he
factor.
made that address to the press, and he said that I've gone through a lot to cement this victory for the Grand Old Party. I'll just come back to you, Akshara. What does the mood look like to you? I see a lot of people behind you. Where are you? Tell us what's happening.
Well, right now I'm here at KPCC office. From morning I'm here, and at 10 a.m. they started celebrating here. People started gathering in large numbers. Right now we're witnessing large crowd here. I'll ask my VJ to pan the camera and show you the visuals. They're also seeming to burn effigy of Chief Minister Baswarath Bommai and also BJP leaders, as you can see in those visuals. And they're celebrating. And on the other hand, you also have cultural groups here performing. They're also waiting for other leaders to enter the KPCC office. They're welcomed in, and cultural groups are performing. And also I'm accompanied by Congress leaders, various Congress leaders. We have Nagaraj Yadav, Congress leaders here. So, sir, the result is out. So, did you expect this mandate?
Of course, we had a plan to win 150 seats, and our Adhyaksh was very clear to say that 141 is our target to reach at any cost, and he went on to say it will become 146 out of 150. But we are still want to know where the 5 or 6 seats have gone, and we are supposed to get it. I hope by the end of the counting, by evening, we should have 140 seats in place. And we are very happy and thankful for the people of Karnataka. 6.5 crore Kannadigas have posed a trust on Congress party, and we will deliver according to their expectations.
Sir, and also the next question is, the result is in your favor. So the main question that needs to be answered is, who will be the next Chief Minister from Congress? And how will the High Command decide on that?
One of our Congress leaders will be, one of our Kannadigas will be Chief Minister.
Well, that's absolute, but you also know there's just one answer to that.
110% our MLA's opinion will be taken into consideration, and the High Command will take a call, and everybody will go by the High Command decision. And we are the people who believe in collective leadership, and we will definitely continue to be the same way to defeat the BJP in the upcoming 2024 Parliament elections.
And also, last question, sir. So Congress, while campaigning, it majorly banked on the poll promises, and the other parties are stating that, keeping the financial issue in mind, they can't fulfill it. They can't, afford to do all these things. So what do you have to say about this?
No, we will keep up all our promises made by the manifesto, and definitely in the first cabinet we will take a decision of the 5 guarantees what we are given. No doubt about it, because for us the people's life is more more important than anything else. Politics comes secondary. For us, country and the people becomes first. And the poor people's policies, what we are given, we will see that is ensured and given to them. The people, BJP, why they rejected him is because they were not sensitive towards the poor people's problems. People were against Annabhagya, they were against Indira Canteen, they were against in all Congress welfare schemes. Why is that? They are poor, anti-poor. Actually, if they have any sense of humanity, they should have supported the poor people and they should have reduced the prices. What is the gas cylinder today? 1,200 rupees. When we are in power, we only have 450 rupees was the thing. What does it show? That is their anti-poor. And second thing, that the corruption to the level of 40%, and officially said is 40%, it is beyond 40% in Karnataka state. Who will tolerate, which Karnataka will tolerate this?
You say these reasons summed up help the Congress.
Not only things. The positive campaign of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah Sahab and Kharge Sahab's advice was taken in collective leadership, and we have reached every voter of Karnataka state, and we have to compliment every booth president, booth worker, block president, everybody taken the work as a challenge, and we have delivered and done it. Okay. The positive campaign has given us this many votes, and the negative and anti-incumbency and anti-people policies of BJP has given us this kind of result.
So there you go, Congress leaders stating that their positive campaign combined with the BJP's governance, the bad governance which they claim is the reason why they got this positive mandate in the Karnataka elections.
All right, let me cut across to Rohini. She continues to be with us on the broadcast. Rohini, political ambition is often the antithesis of some kind of cooperation, especially if you have two stalwarts like Mr. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar. And both have put a lot at stake to engineer this victory in the state of Karnataka. While the party might say diplomatically that they'll come up with a consensus, MLAs are going to decide, but we know it's a very, very tricky decision for the party to make. And the central leadership will have a huge role to play into this. Both the leaders are close to the Gandhi family.
Absolutely. And they will be also putting their case forth, because that is what the entire CLP meeting is about and will be about. And we will see also which are the MLAs who will be supportive of either of the candidates who put forth saying they would like to be the chief ministerial candidate for or the face for the Congress. But let me tell you also that this work has already started much earlier. Insiders have been saying that both DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah have been rallying their support between their MLAs and their supporters earlier itself. But we'll have to see into who it is. But let me tell you that there is also the fact that Siddaramaiah is the only chief minister after Devraj Ars who has completed a full 5 years for the Congress as a chief minister and delivered the Congress government after we saw that the BJP lost when Yediyurappa had to step down. After that, that is one reason why he is a front runner for the CM post. But at the same time, one can also have to talk about DK Shivkumar, the way he organized. And listen, today his speech was so clear. He said that I went to jail for this. And if you remember that there was one time when DK Shivkumar spoke in the CNN News 18 town hall, and he said that he was offered a position by the BJP, and the choice was between deputy chief minister under a BJP government or going to jail, and he chose jail. So these are the kind of emotive stance that he has taken. Apart from the fact that he has really worked hard, both of them, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, have fired up the party workers, and this is one reason. And both of them have told me that they were very well organized right from the ground level all the way to the top. And let me add that one more point that has added to both of the Congress and DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah coming together and helping this win was also the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi, which has helped them tremendously in putting the party cadre together. Right. Again, the question is who is going to be the chief ministerial face is still something that we need to toss the coin up in the air.
Yeah, well, let's see how that battle plays out, because so far they've managed to keep it under the lid and not let it disrupt their campaign. Will it disrupt a little bit of their victory celebration remains to be seen. But I think the Congress would have seen it coming as well, because they were confident of a victory. They would have seen it coming, that they will have to deal with this question, and they might be a little bit prepared of how to deal with this question. Ritu is continuing to be with us. Ritu, I believe you are outside Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. Is that correct? And are more and more people coming to congratulate him? It's a win of sorts for him too, the Congress president. Ritu, can you hear me? Looks like a lot of congratulations all round for the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge being visited by Randeep Surjewala.
Very true. You see, what we are now understanding is that the Sujaiwala Kesu Venugopal has now reached Mallikarjun Kharge's residence in the Bengaluru. So, of course, one is that the celebration, but also remember that they really have to sit and now chalk out what has to be their next step. Because one really will have to try and go back to, understand what DK Shivakumar had also earlier made his statement that, he didn't wanted any of these leaders, whoever were actually backing Congress or supporting Congress or joining Congress as a party worker as well, that he had really given out the statement with very confidence, saying that the party will try and occupy all of them, try and give them all of them, one or the other position within the party and also in the key portfolios as well. So all of them should be united this time. So that's how DK Shivakumar this time tried, taking these leaders and the party workers all together this time. So yes, now they'll have to sit and chalk out that as well. But before that, that's a great moment for the Congress, where we are seeing this kind of a celebration taking place, whether it's about the picture outside Siddaramaya's residence in the Mysuru as well, where there has been a music blaring, lot of dhol nagada there, the dance there, also people coming up with the poster calling him the next chief minister of the Karnataka as well. So yes, that's the kind of atmosphere that right now we are witnessing. But however, you see, Siddaramaiah really, even after having pain in his right hand from a long time now, he was severely suffering with that pain from couple of days now. Even with that also, he looked very confident. He was very happy about that fact. When we asked him about the CM face also, he said that this is not the time that I really want to think about it. What really matters to me is now that there are new MLAs as well who have actually come into the party, and they have won as well with that of confidence having in the party and with our leaders as well. So we'll have to try and listen to their inputs as well, that what is their thought. Now, however, after that, it's the High Command's decision as well.
I request all of our reporters to just stay with us. Surjewala and KC Venugopal are meeting Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, who's also hailing from Karnataka. So, all of these are factors going positively for the Congress party. And before we take a break, I just want to quickly mention a statistics that is going to give a fillip to the Congress party and possibly to the larger opposition. So, in March, April 2018, the BJP was in power in about 21 of the 30 assemblies in India. That's 28 states plus 2 union territories that have assemblies, Delhi and Puducherry. So they were in power in 21 of those 30 with alliances or as the major party. With today's loss, this has come down to 15 assemblies. So half of them, including the coalitions that they have, and in just 9 assemblies, the BJP is the full majority party. So you could argue that this is not the BJP at its, absolute summit, and the opposition is managing to chip away a few of their states, even though the BJP managed to come back to power in Maharashtra recently. So that's food for thought, but we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more reactions from all camps.
के साथ।
All right, it's a big victory for the Congress in Karnataka. 136 seats. It's comparable to the time in 1999 when S.M. Krishna stormed to power with 132 seats. BJP at a distant second place with just 64. Joining us now is Mr. Pawan Khera. He's the chairman of the Media and Publicity Department and senior Congress leader. Thank you very much, Pawanji, for speaking with us. First of all, many congratulations. Thousands of Congress workers like yourself have toiled night and day for this. Tell us, what in your estimate worked for the Congress and what was responsible for this big win?
I think, thank you, Zaka, first of all, for your wishes. I think what worked for us was a very positive, pro-people, people-centric campaign which only focused on the actual issues on ground instead of a hate-filled campaign from the other side. And especially, I want to mention the role of the Prime Minister in this. The Prime Minister should realize that he is the Prime Minister of the entire country and he should not speak on behalf of one particular caste or religion, or he needs to unite people.
Do you believe that because the Congress kept it local to local issues and projected strong local leadership, that's why it's almost like somebody in the morning analysis said Congress fought this election like a regional party of Karnataka, and that's why they were able to win this big?
Zaka, all elections in states are like regional elections. All our national leaders also, whether it was Rahul ji, whether it was Priyanka ji, I won't mention Kharge ji because he belongs to that state, but even he, all of them were talking about local issues. They were talking about local concerns. Therefore, our campaign had a resonance across the 6.5 crore people of Karnataka. And this narrative started with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the kind of engagements we were watching Rahul Gandhi was having with the people of Karnataka for 22 days. I think that also created a kind of an atmosphere which had a resonance for this narrative.
Do you believe the last 2 weeks when the Prime Minister hit the campaign trail, first the personal attack against him and then this whole Bajrang Bali issue, all of that has not worked seemingly?
No, it worked in our favor. I won't say it didn't work. Every time the Prime Minister opened his mouth in Karnataka, it gave us some votes, maybe some seats. Because equating Bajrang Bali with Bajrang Dal, I think that angered a lot of people. And trying to be a victim. You are the Prime Minister, आप राजा हैं देश के, आप victim नहीं हो सकते हो. But trying to be a victim, 91 times I was insulted, 92 times I was insulted. And the kinds of insults he's heaped upon our leadership, people who are no more, Nehruji is no more, but the kind of insults he heaps upon Nehruji, I think people gave him a decisive, a very strong, a very loud response.
One of the things that we've seen has consolidated, or at least in a big way contributed to the Congress doing well, is the Lingayat vote. Out of 67 seats, the Congress was leading, last I checked, in 38 out of 67. The last time this happened was in 1999. Do you think that was a big factor?
No, I haven't. I don't understand that state well enough to comment on the nuts and bolts of the mandate. All that I can say is that cutting across caste and religion, cutting across regions, I could sense when I was there, I could sense the kind of wave that was building up in our favor.
The bigger question now is who is going to be Chief Minister? Is it Mr. Siddaramaiah or Mr. D.K. Shivkumar? Both seem to have thrown their hat in the ring.
That's a question which will be answered by the Congress Legislative Party in Karnataka.
Okay.
It can't be answered from Delhi.
Okay, Pawan Khera, thank you very much for speaking with us. Congratulations once again. Like I said, this is a big win comparable to the 1999 victory. Even when Siddaramaiah won in 2013, it was 122. This is 136. S.M. Krishna won at 132 in 1999. So a big victory this for the Congress Party. For the BJP, certainly they will need to do introspection. And the introspection, I guess, has to start with the state leadership. With that, it's back to my colleagues in the studio.
Well, as Zaka Jacob gets that voice as to what Pawan Khera had to say, the Congress Party is ecstatic today, keeping in mind the kind of numbers they've been able to get. Rahul Gandhi also made an address. We have heard from the top leaders of the Congress party, all of them in jubilation and victory. And as Zaka was pointing out, this is indeed a historic victory for the Congress party. The timing of it, of course, is very crucial for the Grand Old Party. Will this be a precursor for Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and the big battle for 2024? Let's also listen in to the former Chief Minister, or I must say the Chief Minister right now of the state, because the new one has not been sworn in, Basuraj Bommai. The BJP has lost. Here is what Mr. Bommai had to say. Listen in.
Joining us now is incumbent Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. Sir, many congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
What is your reaction, sir? You have won, but the party hasn't been able to meet the mark.
Yeah, I accept the verdict of the people of Karnataka with all humility. And I also take the responsibility of the debacle in this thing. We'll have to do the lot of analysis because there are multi-factor for this effect as I see now. So within a few days we'll have the analysis and we'll correct all the fault lines. And we are the national party, nationalist party. We work for the nation and work for the state. And we will come back with the love and affection of the people, and we'll reorganize ourselves, and during parliament election we'll come back.
So whatever your takeaways have been, I know it's too early, you need a detailed analysis, but what have your key takeaways been from this?
No, the key takeaways probably the communication which has been not done properly, and I feel that Congress had started early and they had planned well.
And sir, my last question before I let you go, when are you going to Bangalore and what's the next step?
I'm going to Bangalore tonight, and my party president and all leaders are there. We'll take a call.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, the outgoing Chief Minister of the BJP, Basuraj Bommai, conceding defeat. He did so a couple of hours ago itself. It's time for introspection. But I think there is a lot that the BJP knows was not going its way, and they were just not able to arrest that damage for them. But speaking of the Congress's win, here are numbers from the 2013 Karnataka Assembly elections, which is when was the last time the that Congress was in power. Of course, briefly they came in power with the Kumaraswamy's JDS. But in 2013, this is what the map looked like. And the Congress had 122 seats with a vote share of just 36.69. This time around, their vote share has gone up beyond the 40s by last count, and their seat is 136. So what is also very interesting to see is that it's been 25 years since a party won a mandate like this, what the Congress has today. So let me put the 2023 numbers now. A mandate of 136 for the Congress party. The last time a party won this kind of a mandate was the Congress party, but that was 25 years ago when they won 132 seats. So it's been a while since Karnataka has voted so clearly and decisively for any party. We've seen both the Congress and the BJP be single largest parties but fall short of that majority mark. Most famously, of course, in 2018 it happened, in 2008 it happened. And we've seen these sarkars being made with the JDS and the Kumaraswamis and the Gowdas. This time around, no need for the JDS, no need for the kingmaker. The Congress is the outright king. And it is, in some senses, a return to that stable and very clear verdicts from the Karnataka public in this time around, Anusha.
Well, as Shivani pointed out, how this has been a turnaround in terms of the vote for the Congress party and how there's a consolidation that has happened in their favor. There's some latest news coming in from the state of Karnataka. Let's cut across to that. Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, his convoy has got stuck. There are Congress workers celebrating on the road, and those are the visuals on your screen right now. Mr. Bommai's convoy literally getting struck because of the celebrations by the Congress party. He was humble in the defeat and he said he accepts the mandate which has been handed by the people. Ritu is on the ground. Ritu, what's happening?
Well, you see, that's the convoy of the Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, which got stuck as the Congress supporters were actually celebrating the victory of the party now that they have come up with the huge margin there again. So the convoy actually got stuck there. We can see in the visual that the traffic police had to rush immediately, as well as the cops as well, to see that there's a smooth flow of the traffic, and tried requesting these supporters as well to make a way for the convoy to actually pass by, because Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai is being told to actually meet the senior leaders here in the here in Bengaluru, in fact. So of course that that's when this whole incident occurred. But even though the Bommai went on to win in the Shigao in Haveri district, which happens to be his home district, so there you see, on the other hand, the Congress supporters are all celebrating the victory and his convoy getting stuck as well, that he literally patiently had to wait for all that to get over, and also police to help his convoy to make a way for him.
That's the word coming in from the ground. So, Ritu, did it cause a serious traffic issue? I mean, after the elections, we see these kind of celebrations happening in the state, but he's still the chief minister of the state, and there's a security protocol that needs to be followed.
Very true. You see, there's a security protocol that needs to be followed, but of course now that all the Congress supporters are all on cloud 9 with that, the party going on and winning in the state, which they desperately wanted to. But of course that excitement was in the air, that the supporters did not allow the convoy to move forward. Few of them were literally seen waving the flag towards Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai as well, and raising slogans of Congress leaders, Siddharamaiah, DK Shivakumar there again. But Chief Minister had to patiently sit back in his car and wait for them to all give make a way for him. But moreover, the cops had to really rush on the spot and ensure that the Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai's convoy actually passes by in a smooth manner.
And Mr. Bommai, a lot of his ministers and his cabinet has lost in this election. He individually won the election where he was fighting from the seat in Shigao. But clearly he looked very disappointed with the kind of results that had come in. It was said that he's not so popular as a chief minister. There were multiple criticism that had come against him. For his individual brand, his own political persona, this election meant a lot, Ritu.
Very true, you see, because I was in Shigam to do a ground report, and really that, while I was talking to people over there, they did look very confident about Karnataka, the Bommai coming back as in the MLA from the Shigam constituency. But, the party coming to the power in the state was something which was, dicey. Actually, that was already there on the minds of the people in the Shigam, in the home district, in the Haveri district, in fact. So we did try and speak to them and all, where they were actually raising few serious concerns as well, that yes, Karnataka
Ritu, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you there. Mr. DK Shivakumar is speaking, cutting across.
ಯಾರು ಹೂವು ಎಸ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಸುಗಂಧರಾಜನ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ನೀವು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಕ್ಬಾಲ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಾರಂತೆ ಈಗ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಸ್ಬೇಡಿ ಹೂವು ಎಸ್ಬೇಡಿ Shishi Raju. Pranesh. Hey. कांग्रेस पार्टी की, सोनिया गांधी की, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे की, राहुल गांधी की, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರಿ, ಆಯ್ತು. ಯಾವ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇವತ್ತು 40 ವರ್ಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕವಾದಂಥ ದಿನ. ನಾನು ಈ ದಿನನ ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಅಭಿಮಾನನ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಮರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಜಯ ನನ್ನ ಜಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಜಯ ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಮತದಾರರ ಜಯ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ, ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಂದಿರಿಗೆ, ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಪಾದಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅಂತರದಿಂದ 1,22,392 ಅಂತರದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇನ್ನ 600 ಓಟು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಗೋಲ್ನಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಬೂತ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ
This is a victory of people here. I have won with a huge margin.
ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದ್ದೆ. 15 ಹಂತದಿಂದ ಅದೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ 17,000 ಹಂತದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೆಲ್ಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂದೇಶ.
Well, that was Mr. D.K. Shivakumar making an address to the party workers. He's one man who has come out after this massive victory of the Congress party. He was very emotional earlier when he spoke to the press, and he said that the party and him has been through a lot for constructing this entire victory in the state of Karnataka. Let me cut across to Ritu, who is with us on the broadcast. Ritu, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar came out. He was in a van. He was, waving to his supporters. He was trying to connect to them. Right now, he's addressing the party workers. What is the next plan of action? Has the Congress party called in for some kind of meeting? Is there a schedule on table?
Yes, no, what we are given to understand is that there's a meeting that is actually being called by the Congress's High Command by around 5 p.m. But, it's doubtful that, actually that all these leaders will be able to reach on time. It's slightly going to get delayed as well. But, however, that's going to be a very crucial meeting where Siddharamaiah has also been told to rush from Mysuru and reach Bengaluru as soon as possible. But still, he is in Siddharamaiah Hundi, Varuna constituency from where he has won. So, he's gone there to meet one of the family members and also trying to speak to the people as well to thank them there. But on the other hand, you see D.K. Shivakumar there.
And Ritu, as you get us all the updates, stay with us on the broadcast, Mr. Shivakumar again.
ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರೋದು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
D.K. Shivakumar with the jubilant Congress workers in the state of Karnataka. The Congress party has created this victory for them, a much needed one. And in many ways, this is a historic victory for them in the state. And the emphatic mandate has come in after a long time. For a long time, the state has seen a split mandate coming in with the JDS playing the role of the kingmaker. They had hoped that this time they'd be able to play that role. But look at the way those numbers have swung. It's 15:46, 3:46 p.m. right now. Congress party at 136, BJP at 64 and JDS at 20, independents just about 4. So it's a very emphatic mandate in favor of the Congress party. Akshara and Ritu continue to be with us on the broadcast. Akshara, what kind of campaigning did Mr. D.K. Shivkumar do? A key Vocaliga leader, very crucial in engineering the victory that the Congress party has been able to get, especially in the old Mysuru region.
Hello. Well, you see, as you rightly mentioned, he's a tall Vocaliga leader in the old Mysuru region, and he's one of the chief strategists of the Congress party here in Karnataka. And remember, not just in Karnataka, he's also been a chief strategist and also a key player when it comes to national politics, national affairs of Congress as well. This was proved right from the Ahmad Patel's times. So, a leader like Congress, D.K. Shivkumar was very crucial for Karnataka. Remember, he also mentioned this earlier yesterday. Dinesh Gundura was the KPCC chief. Siddaramaiah was the KPCC chief, but they resigned from their post, stating that they couldn't handle the party affairs or can't keep the party together. And D.K. Shivkumar, when he took the post, and we have to agree to this fact that he was the one who kept the party together, he was the one who engineered everything. So that's the reason why he's rightfully claiming that he must be the chief minister of the state. And on the other hand, you also have mass leader Siddaramaiah, who was following here in Karnataka, who also is in the chief ministerial race. So that's the question that needs to be answered. But once again, be it the campaigns, engineering, or keeping the party together, not just in Karnataka but also taking part in the national affairs of the Congress party, D.K. Shivkumar has played a very vital role, and you have the results there here in Karnataka.
We have the results there in Karnataka. Akshara getting us all the details. My colleague Ritu also on the ground. Our reporters who have tracked this election, the length and the breadth of the state. We'll continue getting you all the updates and what is the huddle within the Congress party in the run-up to forming a government and electing who their chief minister is going to be internally within the party. For now, a very short break.
ನಮ್ಮ AICC ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸುರ್ಜೇವಾಲಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ,
I thank Sujeewala, DK Shivkumar,
ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all of them.
ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿ ಜನ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
People have left the candidates this time.
ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮತದಾರರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
I thank the people of Karnataka.
ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 130 ಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ತದೆ. ಗಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 135 ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊನೆ 136 36 ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ವಿಕ್ಟರಿ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. ಜನರು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಮತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
People have voted to Congress.
ನಾವು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಜನರ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಂತೆ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮ್ಯಾನಿಫೆಸ್ಟೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಮಿಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ,
Now whatever we are promising in the manifesto, that will be
ಭರವಸೆಗಳನ್ನು
implemented.
ಈಡೇರಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ 5 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 5 ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲೇ, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಅವುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಆದೇಶನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೊರಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ವರ್ಣಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಯತೀಂದ್ರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು. ಯತೀಂದ್ರ ಅವರು ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ MLA, ಅವರು ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೆ, ವರ್ಣಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಿಗೆ ವಿಷಯ
This is a clear message of the people from the people of Karnataka. Every time the type of divisive politics which BJP doing is not going to be successful. This is a clear message. We stood for poor people of Karnataka. They stood for rich people. Finally, poor people won this election. This is the clear narrative of this election.
It is the message to 2024 election.
No, this is one of the milestone of the 2024 election.
Sir, and also who will be the CM candidate, sir? By when will that decision be made, sir?
Congress president is doing a PC at 6.
At 6 o'clock there will be more clarity, sir.
We'll see.
Yes, sir. Sir.
क्या करते?
Sir, just 1 minute. Yeah, I'm joined by the
Sir, how do you see this victory by?
He's already spoken.
How do you look at what is happening?
Voices coming in from the Congress party. You have Mr. Randeep Surjewala, you had Rahul Gandhi speaking in earlier, Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. DK Shivkumar since morning have made multiple address to the press and media. I believe there's also a presser which is happening by the Congress party right now. Let's try and cut across to that. Well, now the $1 million question in the state of Karnataka is that who will be the next chief minister? That was Mr. Siddaramaiah talking to the press. He was saying that, with consensus, the name of the next CM is going to be decided. That's the official line that the Congress party has kept so far. Ritu is with us on the broadcast. Ritu, let's talk about the contenders. Let's talk about the stalwarts like Mr. Siddaramaiah. Let's talk about the troubleshooter, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. He's been very, very crucial and critical in cementing the victory of the Congress party in the state. Even earlier, the kind of instability the state of Karnataka has seen, Operation Kamala, when it was talked about and when it was about keeping the house together within the grand old party, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar was one of the key faces that held it all together for the Congress party. He has expressed his faith in the Congress party high command. So has Mr. Siddaramaiah. Interesting bit is that both leaders are equally close to the Gandhi family. The Congress high command, Mr. Kharge, of course, is going to be a very important leader, multiple-time MP from Gulbarga, one of the most experienced politician in the country. I believe my colleague Purnima is joining us live, getting us more details on the story. Purnima, the question here is going to be about the leadership for the Congress party. They continue to maintain the line that it will be decided by a consensus within the party. But would getting a consensus be that easy?
Well, in fact, right now there was a crucial meeting that took place at Kharge's residence. K.C. Venugopal also addressed the media a short while ago, and in fact, to a question that we asked him about the CM candidate and when that decision will be made, he said the president is the right person to answer, and that there will be a press conference at 6 p.m. at the party office. So more details are awaited, but getting consensus on the CM post is going to be a challenge for the Congress, because there are right now both D.K. Shivkumar as well as Siddaramaiah so far have maintained that the High Command will make that decision, and so far no one has responded to that question. And here at Kharge's residence, there was a crucial meeting. The decision on who they choose to be the Chief Minister, all eyes on that, and a press conference at 6 p.m. is what K.C. Venugopal told us a short while ago.
A press conference at 6 p.m. That's what K.C. Venugopal, that's the statement that he's made so far. What is the internal thought in churning? I mean, of course, today is the day for them to celebrate. There's a lot of jubilation, happiness. Mr. D.K. Shivkumar has also come out. He's addressed the party workers, the tall Vokaliga leader. The Lingayat votes, Purnima, have gone in favor of the Congress party. That was one critical vote bank that all the parties were eyeing for. Let's talk about the story for the JDS. It's not a great story. Many talk about their decimation, relatively speaking, compared to the last elections. What is the voice, if at all, that you've heard from them? Because they are not in the position of being a kingmaker this time, like they would have wanted to be.
Well, is that question to me?
Yes, Purnima, I'm taking that point to you.
Well, in fact, JDS thought that they would play the kingmaker, and they didn't believe in all the exit poll results. In the morning, the reason why Kumaraswamy went to the hotel Taj West End Hotel is only to ensure that he plays the kingmaker role like in 2018. But this time, people of Karnataka decided that there shouldn't be a fractured mandate and that there should be a clear mandate. There have been many issues, and the son Nikhil had in fact lost in the constituency. So clearly not well for the JDS. JDS hoped that they would play kingmaker and that they would negotiate with the parties to ensure that they be seen. But this time around, the numbers are not in their favor. This time probably Congress had done well, especially in the old Mysore region. And the other reason is that the Lingayat votes, in fact, that was Yediyurappa's stronghold. And this time around, after he decided to not contest in electoral politics, the support that he got from the Lingayat community, that in fact did not happen this time around as well. So this time Congress had done well, which is why in constituencies where the JDS could have done better, Congress had done better. So it was a tough fight for the JDS because the Congress worked hard, and that's why the results were not in favor of the JDS. They were not able to play kingmaker this time, unlike in 2018. And Kumaraswamy so far has not responded, except for in the morning before the numbers started coming in.
Purnima, well, when it's the victory, of course, there are a lot of rights that the Congress party have got. It's a lot of tick marks in their favor. What kind of narrative did the Congress party insist upon? A hyper-local narrative, that's what we've been talking about. In the coverage and in the ground reportage that you and other colleagues have done, it was shown that it was predominantly the local issues concerning employment, agricultural, fisheries in coastal Karnataka that dominated the interests of the people, and that's the line on which it was decided. Towards the last leg of campaigning in Karnataka election, we saw a very heightened pitch coming in from the BJP. The ban around the Bajrang Dal. There was also this communal overtone that was coming into the political narrative. Right now, Mr. Bommai is speaking. Let's listen in. Well, Mr. Bommai, his convoy some time ago was stuck because there were party workers, the Congress party workers who were celebrating, so his car got stuck despite the fact that he's still the chief minister of the state and there continues to be a security protocol around it. The BJP and especially Mr. Bommai has been very humble and gracious. He accepted the defeat. He said that this is the mandate of the people of Karnataka. We'll do introspection and by 2024, by that time, the party will get the things right and they will spring back. Is this some kind of hint for 2024? Well, most political pundits will tell you that the way people vote, the manner in which people cast their ballot in state election is starkly different from how equations are, political dynamics are, and the interest and choices of voters are when it comes to the national elections. With this victory, the Congress party clearly can go to town and tell the opposition leaders or the opposition parties that we are the party who can fight it out with the BJP. They've been trying to get this position that they're the principal opposition party in the country, something which is contested, say, by the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party or the TMC. My colleague Harish with us on the broadcast. Harish, I'm sure you must have seen a lot of celebration from the Congress quarters. We have heard the BJP and the JDS leaders talking about introspection and what they got wrong. What is it that you're hearing? What is the course ahead? What is the chart ahead for the Congress party?
Well, it's all about who will be the next chief minister. What will DK Shivakumar say?
ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಖಂಡರುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮುಂದೊಂದು ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಂಬಿ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆ ಅವಕಾಶದಂತೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ದು ಜಯ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜಯ. ಇದನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ನಾನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಈಗ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತದಾರರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಪಾದಗಳಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಾಷ್ಟಾಂಗ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ, ನನ್ನ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮೇಲೆ, ಮುಖಂಡರ ಮೇಲೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನಂಬಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು 3 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಟಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ನಾವು
This is not just ruling Karnataka. People have given us a responsibility. We won't think about party.
1,392 ಮತ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು 600 ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ ಮತ.
I've got 1,22,000 votes.
ಡಿಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಂಗೆ ಪೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಮನಗರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗೆ 10,715 ಮತಗಳಿಂದ ಇಕ್ಬಾಲ್ ಹುಸೇನ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರನ್ನ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣರವರಿಗೆ 12,000 ಮತದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ 3 ಜನದ ವಿಜಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಜನತೆಯ ವಿಜಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ವಿಜಯ.
It's not just a victory of 3 of us from Ramnagara, it's the victory of Ramanagara.
ನಾಯಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಮಿತ್ರರು, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಕೆಲವರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು,
I would like to thank everyone.
ಕನಕಪುರ ಗೆದ್ರೆ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಯಾರು ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೀಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಕೀಳಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನತೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Harish is with us on the broadcast. Harish, how should we read the body language and more importantly what DK Shivkumar has postured himself ever since these results came out? First, we saw a very emotional DK Shivkumar coming out, talking to the press and media, talking about his journey, his struggle and how he has stood strong with the Congress party despite the alleged threat and intimidation from the BJP. And now he's making these multiple addresses to the party workers, so has Mr. Siddaramaiah. But reading into what Mr. DK Shivkumar's language has been, what do you gauge?
Well, he's clearly making an argument or making a case for his candidature to the CM seat. 3 crucial points he's making. Remember, he did not speak much about the massive mandate that the Congress has received, but he quickly points out that he still remembers the day when Sonia Gandhi came to meet him at the Tihar jail when he was behind bars. Kind of indicating that that's the kind of sacrifice I've done for the party. He also says, my assurance to Mallikarjun Kharge was that we will get Karnataka for them. And somewhere talking about the kind of efforts he's put in. He very vaguely also refers to the Vokkaliga community backing the Congress at a much larger number than what they've traditionally done. Remember, that's happened a long time back. That happened during SM Krishna's regime between 1999 and 2003. That's when the Congress got a lion's share of Vokkaliga votes, especially in the old Mysore region, because SM Krishna was from Maduru. And that's why the Congress managed to get a significant chunk of seats from old Mysore region. After that, perhaps this is the only other time where the Congress has managed to get a larger number of seats in the old Mysore region. Even if perhaps once the vote shares come out for all these constituencies, you will perhaps realize that the Congress has not just taken away BJP votes, they've also taken away a substantial number of JDS votes, especially in the old Mysuru region, and that is something that will become very clear. That would be the argument of DK Shivkumar, that the community is backing the Congress party because of my presence, and that needs to be taken note of. Now, you see Siddaramaiah's argument, he's been constantly saying that it would be the MLAs, the newly elected MLAs, who will decide who will be the next chief minister. Well, why does he say that? Yes, it's one of the practice, and that's something that several parties do. But more importantly, in this case, of all the MLAs that have won, a significant chunk of them, perhaps the majority chunk of them, would be taking Siddaramaiah's name. He would either be instrumental in getting tickets for them or ensuring their victory. Remember, he has travelled across North Karnataka, Kittur Karnataka non-stop for 10-14 days and campaigned extensively for them. And many of them have won because of his campaigning on his name, because of the caste calculations that are in favor of Siddaramaiah. So it would be extremely difficult for those MLAs to take any other name. And within the party, the sense is that DK Shivkumar is restricted to just one district, whereas Siddaramaiah has a pan-Karnataka appeal.
Harish, there's no doubt about the fact that Mr. DK Shivkumar has been a party loyalist and he's been the troubleshooter for the Congress party. But his ambition to become the chief minister, and perhaps he also looks at a lot of hard work that he's done over the years, Would he be able to swallow the bitter pill if the MLAs and the party high command decides to go with Mr. Siddaramaiah and the way he'll take it? The rotational chief minister formula that was mulled upon in different states but never became a reality, say in Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan for the Congress party. It has never really worked on the ground. But is there a possibility that the Congress high command can look at multiple other factors or a different formula altogether to get the tensions on both sides quietened down?
Well, it's not clear if DK Shivakumar himself would be comfortable with the formula of sharing the tenure between him and Siddaramaiah. As you rightly mentioned, has never really taken off, whether it's in Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh or other places. That's one. Second, Siddaramaiah, with this kind of a mandate, unlikely to settle for anything less than 5 years. He will say, this is my last tenure. I've said I'm not fighting elections anymore. And he would like to take the credit for this massive mandate, saying that look at the regions where we have won. And the caste calculations are in my favor. And those votes have come to the party because I've campaigned extensively, because of my appeal among these caste groups. That would be his argument. And he's unlikely to settle for anything less than a full-fledged tenure. Now, what can the Congress offer apart from that? Is Deputy Chief Minister something DK Shivakumar would be willing to accept, with perhaps some heavyweight portfolios like the PWD or the water resources? That's something we'll have to see, because he's already had water resources earlier. Would just a ceremonial designation of Deputy Chief Minister satisfy his ego? That's something we'll have to see. And for the Congress, remember, they can never forget the caste calculation. If they do give a significant role to DK Shivakumar, he's a Vakaliga. What happens to the other caste groups that have backed the Congress party? Remember, the ST community has en masse backed this party in this election. They have pretty much won every ST reserved constituency. There's a significant vote chunk of SC right which has backed the Congress party, the OBCs, the Kurubas, and the party understands that there is a crucial election that's coming in next year, and the BJP has swept the Lok Sabha polls to 25 seats in 2019. And if the Congress wants to reach even triple digit nationally in Lok Sabha election, Karnataka holds a very key role in that, and they wouldn't want to antagonize one of their mass leaders.
Harish, you've tracked the ticket distribution very closely of the Congress party. And if we were to understand how the cabinet is going to be formed, what are the various equations that are going to be taken into account, Siddaramaiah, of course, has the edge, as Harish rightly pointed out. He has a sway in dozens of seats, while Mr. DK Shivakumar is limited to only certain constituencies. That's largely the understanding. But going back to the ticket distribution and en masse, the kind of support that has come in from the ST community for the Congress party, who had the edge? Who had more sway? And as far as these ST seats are concerned, what worked for the Congress party? Was it the right narrative? Was it the right faces? What worked for them?
Well, three things seems to have worked for the Congress party. They have been more pragmatic in giving tickets. Remember, there were, for example, in Madur constituency, there was a relative of DK Shivakumar who was seeking ticket, but the party understood that there are others who worked over the last 3 years. They have a better reach in that constituency, so they ignored the relative of DK Shivakumar, give it to the man who they believe has a very good chance, and Congress wins Madur. Similarly, if you look at Kalgadki, that's another constituency where there was a stiff fight between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, but the party assessed that perhaps the candidate Siddaramaiah is backing has a better chance, so he gets the ticket. So if you look at the ticket distribution, they have been pragmatic. They haven't gone by too many groups that are within the Congress. They've looked at who can win and given them tickets. For example, Ramnagra, a section of party leaders wanted DK Suresh to contest from there, but the party thinking was that Iqbal over there will win because of minority votes. They wanted to field him. He gets a ticket. He defeats Nikhil Kumaraswamy from Ramnagra. So they've been pragmatic, something that we rarely see in ticket distribution of the Congress party. And lastly, we will have to take note of the fact that during this entire ticket distribution, we saw a lot more rebellion within the BJP, not so much in the Congress, because the ticket distribution process of the Congress itself this time was very planned and was stretching over a month. So perhaps they got that right.
They got that right. It's fascinating, Harish, when you talk about, say, the Ramnagra constituency, how the Congress party got that calculation right. And it's also a story how perhaps JDS and their, shrinking voter base is also reflecting in some of the big faces that have lost, like Nikhil Kumaraswamy that you mentioned. The Gowda family and their sway over the Vokaliga dominated seats or in the old Mysuru region does it seem to be shrinking? Is it correct to reach that conclusion at this point in time?
Well, perhaps that process has started. You look at the kind of vote share that has transferred to the Congress. That should be a worry for the JDS. Because remember, like several states, like perhaps Kerala, the old Mysuru voter base is the loyal one. Very rarely do we see people switching parties there. People perhaps support one party for a long time, like in areas like JDS. It's seen as a prestige factor. You can identify someone in a village and everyone in the village know if he's a Congress supporter or a JDS supporter.
Yeah.
For that vote share to swing takes a lot of push by the party. You're changing a person's conviction, which means you've done some work and he has accepted your party, unlikely to go away within 5 years. That should be a worry for the JDS. It's not the end of the road for the JDS in the old Mysuru region, but perhaps they're sending a message that you can't just field your family members and believe that we will continue to support the Devegowda family. Yes, the masses respect him, but perhaps they're asking more than that.
Old Mysuru region, Harish, was one of the region where even the BJP was trying to make inroads. I remember all these yatras and rallies that you have tracked of all the big leaders who made sure that they hit the ground and they were trying to make sure that the BJP makes some kind of inroads in the state. The anti-JDS sentiment, I'm sure the BJP sensed it, that it was there and there was a space to make that inroad. But the Congress party was beneficiary of this anti-JDS sentiment.
Well, that's precisely, that's primarily because of lack of leadership for the BJP.
Yep.
You name one tall Vakaliga leader in the BJP. Well, there's nobody. You're talking about C.T. Ravi. He's not even from the old Mysuru region. You're talking about Shobha Karanlaje, not from old Mysuru. Both are Vakaligas. Ashwath Narayan, the party made him the deputy chief minister, but he's from Bangalore. For a large amount of number of years, in fact, people in Malleshwaram thought he was a Brahmin. And he never played his Vakaliga caste card that actively. It's only in the later half, perhaps when the central leadership told him that you should try and become the Vakaliga face, he was trying to visit Ramnagara, Mandya and become the Vakaliga face. But people there realized that he's not from the region. In fact, somebody that I spoke to in Mandya said he's too sophisticated to be a Vakaliga for us. He's not from Mandya. Just putting up a dialect doesn't work. So that's been a problem for the BJP of not having a strong Vakaliga leader.
Yeah.
Whereas for the Congress, they could have DK Shivkumar and DK Suresh and a few other leaders. And given the fact that they have a strong base in the old Mysuru region, perhaps work for the Congress party.
Harish Upadhyay getting us all the details from the ground, what worked for the Congress party, what did not work for the BJP or the JDS, and in what way will the Congress party decide for the next chief minister. Mr. Siddaramaiah clearly has the edge, but will he really make the cut, and would that be the call of the Congress High Command and the party MLAs? All eyes on those big developments for now. Slipping into a very short break.
not only analyze, and we will see that what are the gaps, and we will go ahead and reorganize the party and come back during Lok Sabha election.
Well, who will be crowned as the Chief Minister? That's the big question for the Congress party. Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, they're the likes of G. Parmeshwar, and the entire angle whether there should be a Dalit face at all. There are various interesting trends that have emerged in this victory of the Grand Old Party in the state of Karnataka. It's an emphatic victory, a clear mandate, well past the halfway mark of 113, 136. That's where the figure stands right now. The BJP cut short to 65 and the JDS at 19. It's a huge dent that the Congress party has made on the vote bank of both of these parties. If you look at the way in which the Congress party has been able to capture the ST seats, it's a fascinating story. And majority, more than a dozen seats have gone with the Congress party. In the ticket distribution, of course, as my colleague Harish was earlier pointing out, that the ST seats were very, very keenly looked at. And at the level of ticket distribution, there were important decisions that were made that seem to have proven right for the Congress party. Harish, I want to come back to you and I want to talk about the ST seats and how it's a success story for the Congress party. What went right for them? What did they do right? And when it comes to the representation of this community in the cabinet, that's a factor they'll have to consider.
Absolutely, yeah. If I get my numbers right, I think the Congress has won 14 out of the 15 reserved ST seats. Perhaps one of them went to the JDS. With that kind of a clean sweep of the reserved seats, two things are very clear. The reservation change that the BJP went in at the fag end of its tenure, just before elections were announced, or increasing the reservation for SCs and STs, perhaps that did not go well with the SC/ST community. And also the internal reservation, remember, had backfired badly for the BJP. We had seen massive protests. Perhaps that's something that has worked for the Congress party. Imagine somebody like Sri Ramulu losing from his bastion of Bellary Rural. That's a seat that he's won several times. He was at one point in time considered to be a deputy chief minister candidate for the BJP. In fact, several senior leaders of the BJP went on record saying that we want to promote him to the deputy chief minister post and in a way ensure that we grow a base among the ST community. That was the thinking within the party. But remember, he lost. Several other senior ST leaders of the BJP have lost, which means that that community en masse backed the Congress and voted against the BJP. As you rightly mentioned, when the party gets this kind of a support from a community, the onus is on the party to ensure that they get equal representation within the cabinet. The grouse has been that the community doesn't get the due that it deserves. One. Second, some of those seats coming in from northern Kittur Karnataka region and even Kalyan Karnataka region do not get enough regional representation or even good funding, and that will be another aspect that the Congress has to be mindful during its 5-year tenure here.
The 5-year tenure for the Congress party. Harish, let's go back to the earlier elections that we have seen and how JDS has played the role of the kingmaker. They won't play that role again. We spoke about how the bastion, how the family factor and the dominance of the Gowda family. It's a beginning of, in many ways, the decimation which is happening of the sway and the power. What didn't work for the JDS? Was it too much reliance on the family factor? Or was it the internal infighting that we were witnessing within the Gowda family, within the two sons?
Well, not so much about infighting, because remember, the infighting is between Kumaraswamy and Revanna.
Yeah.
And Revanna tries to stick to only Hassan. And he has managed to retain that seat. Remember, Swaroop, who's Kumaraswamy's candidate, has won from Hassan. What really is not working for the JDS is that there is a feeling that the party doesn't do enough for the workers when it comes to power. For example, in 2018, they get into a coalition with the Congress party. They form a government. That government lasts till fag end of 2019. And a majority of those important cabinet...
Harish, as you get us all the details, I'm told that Jagdish Shettar is holding a press conference right now. Let's cut across and listen in.
ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮುಂಬೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಈ ಕಿತ್ತೂರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಬಹುದು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಹಿತ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ನೋಡಬಹುದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿತ್ತೂರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 30ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸೀಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಗೆದ್ದರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಒಂದು 10-12 ಸೀಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು 11-12 ಸೀಟಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪೆಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಯಾರು ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಹೂಡಿದ್ರು ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟೆ ಬಿಬಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಜನರ ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಗೌರವದಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಬರುವಂಥ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲ ರಾಜಕೀಯದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಗೊಳಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬದ್ಧರಾಗಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ
ಪರವಾಗಿ and I will work for the Congress party.
ನಾನು ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು 70 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಇಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನಗಿನ್ನೂ 67 ಅದ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಏನೇನಾಗ್ತದೆ ನೋಡೋಣಂತೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತೇನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಆ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಇದೆ ನಾ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ BJPಯ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು 60-64 ಒಂದು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ಕೇಂದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ, ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ BJP ಸರ್ಕಾರ 120 ಸ್ಥಾನ ಇದ್ದು 120ರಿಂದ 60-65ಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದ ನಂತರ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇವತ್ತು BJP ಅವಸಾನ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ ಸೋಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ BJP ಸೋಲಿಸುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಆ ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದಂತ ನಾನು.
Well, the BJP just wanted to defeat one Jagdish Shettar, but the party has been defeated.
ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವೇ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದಂಥದ್ದು BJP ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸೆಟನ್ನು ಟರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
The BJP that we developed, we couldn't turn it around.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅದು ಈಗ ನಾನು ಬೂತ್ ವೈಸ್ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 4-5 ರೋಡ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅದು ಬೂತ್ ವೈಸ್ ನಾವು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ನಾನು ಚರ್ಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಆಗ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಗುಜರಾತ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2/3 ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್, ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎನಲೈಸಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಒಂದು ಇದರಿಂದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ತಂತ್ರದಿಂದ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಡೇ ಬೈ ಇನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅದು ಅತಂತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಮುರುಗೇಶ್ ನಿರಾಣಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಗೋವಿಂದ್ ಕಾರಜೋಳ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸೋಮಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು.
And that will have an impact on the parliamentary elections.
ಇದು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು BJP ಅವರು. ಈಗ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂತ ವಿಚಾರ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ
The BJP should realize
ಇದರ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಕಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಒನ್ ಆಫ್
it will happen across the country. It will happen in the Lok Sabha elections.
non-admission, non-governance, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಲಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರು ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೇಷನ್ನು, ಬೆಲೆ ಏರಿಕೆ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತರನ್ನ ಏನು ಕಡೆಗಣಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರು ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಫೆಕ್ಟ್. 100% ನೀವು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದಕ್ಕೂ LIC ತಗೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾರು BJPಯಿಂದ ಆರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಾರೆ ಈ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಮತಗಳ ಅಂತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಸೋತಿದ್ದಾರೆ BJPಯಿಂದ ನಿಂತವರು ಆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾವೊಂದು 3-4 ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಸಿಂದಗಿದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಬೈ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮುದ್ದೆ ಬೇಳದ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿ ಬಂತು. ನಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆಯ್ತು. ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾವೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಹಾವೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಈ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಉಳಿದ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಜೈಬೇರಿ ಬರ್ಸದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗದಿದ್ದರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ಅದು ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್. ಅದೇ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಅದು ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ, ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 15ರಿಂದ 16 ರೌಂಡ್ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೌಂಡಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ
ಅದೇ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನೂ ಡಿಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಲಾರ್ದೇ ನಾ ಯಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಕಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಲ್ಲ. ಜನತೆಯ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ, ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನೋಡಿ ಅದೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲ, ಇದೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಣದ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೇರಿತೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೇರಿತೆ, ಮಷಿನರಿ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಷಿನರಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಭಾವ, ಏನು ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂತ್ರ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೇಲು, IT ರೇಟ್ಸು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂತ್ರವನ್ನು ಹೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಭಯದ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಒತ್ತಡ ತಂತ್ರ, ಮನಿ ಪವರು, ಎಷ್ಟು BJP ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಂದೂ ನಾನು 6 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಎಂದು ಹಣ ಹಂಚಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಹಣ ಹಂಚಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬಂತು, ಆದರೆ ಯಾವ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ
ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಮನಿ
ಹೋದ್ರು ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಇದೆ, ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಮುಖ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ IT ರೇಡು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ರೇಡು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂತ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಹಾಕುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋದ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆದರ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಭಯದ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಬಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜನತೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ, 60 65, ಇನ್ನೂ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ವರೆಗೆ 2,000 3,000 ಅಂತರದಾವ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಗೆ 60 ಉಳಿತಾವ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಲೆಸ್ ಹೋಗೋದು. ನಾ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ 2012ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆದಾಗ 40 ಸೀಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಡಿವೈಡ್ ಆದ 3 ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ KJP BSR ಆದಾಗೂ 40 ಸೀಟ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು 60-65 ಗುದ್ದಾಡಕತ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ BJP ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು ಅದನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು BJP ನಂದು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು, ನಾನು ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತಿದ್ದೆ, ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು ಒಂದು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು 67, ಇನ್ನೂ 10 ವರ್ಷ ರಾಜಕೀಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಿಲ್ಲೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್, ಬಟ್ ರಾಜಕೀಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲವಾಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕಾರದಾಗ ಇದ್ದಾಗೂ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬರೀ MLA ಇದ್ದಾಗೂ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬರುವಂಥ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಭಾಗ, ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಭಾಗದ ಧ್ವನಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನಿಲ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೇಂದ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಒತ್ತಡ ತರುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಫಲರಾದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ಅದು MP ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೋಲನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಡನ್ನು ತೀರ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜಗದೀಶ್
ನೋಡಿ. ಸೇಡು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಎಂದೂ ಸೇಡಿನ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ನನ್ನ ಲೈಫ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ಇವ್ರದ್ದೇನದು BJPಯ ಒಂದು ಅಹಂಕಾರ, ಹಣದ ಒಂದು ಮದ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಮದ ಇರ್ಬೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಲಾಭ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ, ನಾನು MLA ಆರಿಸಿ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ BJP ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು, ಇವರೇನಾದ್ರು ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಡೌನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇದೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅವ್ರ ನಾಯಕರ ಜೊತೆ ಕುಂತು ಮಾತಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಎಸ್
Jagdish Shettar, he lost the election from Hubli Dharwad Central, a big face from the BJP that had gone to the Congress party. Lakshman Savadi, he won the seat of Athani, but the Jagdish Shettar, he was a heavyweight, but he could not make the cut, and he lost that crucial election. Let me try and cut across to my colleagues if we have them on the broadcast and get in a sense about what Mr. Jagdish Shettar said and what is the pitch that he's made after that loss that he suffered in the Hubli Dharwad region. After the ticket distribution decision was taken by the BJP, it was decided that he won't get that ticket. He made that exit from the BJP and got a ticket eventually from the Congress party. Didn't pay off for the Congress party. Harish with us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Harish, if you can break down what Mr. Shettar said. Harish, am I audible to you? I can hear a lot of drums in the background. If you can hear me, take us through where you are. What's happening?
I can barely hear you. I'm at the KPCC office. I can barely hear you. But DK Shivakumar is about to reach the KPCC office, and that's why you see celebrations breaking out here. Hundreds of people you've gathered here in big numbers. You have cultural groups. You have the Yakshagana group over there. You also have Tullupurita somewhere there. You also have folk artists, and all of them here in big numbers. The Congress ensuring that it's almost like a festival for the party, and all of them have come here. Supporters from different constituencies also coming in. DK Shivakumar expected at the KPCC office around 5 o'clock. Remember, Siddaramaiah too will leave from Mysuru in a short while from now. The Congress gearing up towards its big moment in the recent times of forming a government in a big state, getting Karnataka back after losing badly in 2018 and getting it back in style with a massive mandate. That's something we haven't seen in a very long time, not something in the last 2 decades or so. And just to get back to what Jagdish Shettar was saying, he is saying that I'll be active in politics. I might have lost. BJP had used money, power, IT and several central agencies, created a sense of fear, an environment of fear, and they have won. Perhaps the party that had developed here, grown here, talking about BJP, I couldn't turn that in people's mind in the last month or so. That's what he's saying. But big day for the Congress party. Let's look at what is in store for them. One, there's a huge election coming in next year, which means that they are in power in a big state, which will also mean that they have the chance of improving their tally at the national level. I was talking to somebody close to DK Shivakumar, and they said that our prospects in Rajasthan are not looking great. So getting Karnataka was crucial, keeping in mind 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Remember, these elections have to be funded as well. And the Congress understands that getting a big state like Karnataka, a state that has good revenue collection, means that the party can also fund election in other states. The political reality of the country today. And apart from that, they're also saying it is a signal being sent to the Congress High Command and other parties that ensuring strong regional leadership will also mean that you can effectively take on Modi and counter the BJP by fighting elections at local level on local issues.
Well, Harish, there's a lot of celebration and color around you. I believe that dhols are the ultimate uniter in this country. Across the country, whether it's the north or the south, after a massive victory, the dhols are heard at the office where the party has cut the edge, has made the edge. What is happening at the headquarters? Will there be a big celebration? Are you expecting all the leaders to come together in the evening and have some kind of a ceremony with the workers or some kind of address at the headquarters?
Yes, this is visuals that we are playing to you. It's from the Congress Party office, the KPCC headquarters here in Bengaluru. And this is in anticipation of some of its big leaders coming to the party office in a short while from now. DK Shivakumar likely to reach KPCC office around 5 o'clock. Perhaps late in the evening, you might have Siddaramaiah coming to Bengaluru and then coming to KPCC office. It's not clear if Mallikarjun Kharge too will be making his way to the KPCC office. Remember, he's also in Bengaluru. Already there has been a round of meeting between Surjewala and Mallikarjun Kharge and other leaders. We do understand that several Congress MLAs, newly elected MLAs, have been told to reach Bengaluru. They've been told to make their way to the Hilton Hotel that's near Outer Ring Road near Bengaluru. And perhaps tomorrow there will be an informal meeting to collect the sentiments of the MLAs that would be conveyed to the party leadership. The process of electing the chief ministerial candidate then begins for the Congress party. Talking to us a while ago, you had Veerappa Moily saying that with this kind of a mandate, it would be extremely difficult for the Congress party to go against the sentiments of the newly elected MLAs. And with that, it's a clear sign that the party wants to ensure that the MLAs, what they are saying and their sentiments are respected, because he said it would be difficult to impose a candidate as the CM candidate and do well in governance. So that's the Congress Party's idea, likely to play out over the next 24 hours.
Harish Upadhyay getting us all the details with the dole and the colour at the Congress Party office in Bengaluru. We'll continue tracking all the development, all the voices coming in. And what will the Congress Party do? Who will be the Chief Minister for the state of Karnataka? With that, we are slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. And there were another set of results that we saw today. The ruling Bharatiya Janata Party is heading towards a win in the Uttar Pradesh civic elections. The UP municipality divided into Nagar Nigam and Nagar Parishad and the Nagar Panchayat. At the last count, the BJP was leading in all the segments. It's a clean sweep for the mayoral election. 17 of the 17 for the BJP. Now, these include the high-stake battle seats of Ayodhya and Lucknow. Also, the municipal corporations there. The elections were held in 2 phases. The first phase of voting was held on 4th of May and the second phase was held on the 10th. Remember, the UP civic polls hold a significance as political parties aim to showcase their strength ahead of the 2024 big Lok Sabha elections. The local elections, in any ways, have become very important in big states across the country. Pranshu with us on the broadcast. Pranshu, what are the trends? What are the results? Take us through that.
Well, clearly, the BJP, led by Yogi Adityanath, has done a spectacular performance as far as the urban local body polls is concerned. In fact, it seems that the opposition has not been able to give any challenge to the BJP, at least in the urban centers. Out of 17 municipal corporations, barring one, that the result is out on most of the seats, and the BJP had been leading in 16 seats. Only Agra was the constituency where BSP has been leading, and it is a neck-to-neck fight with the BJP.
Yeah.
So it clearly seems that as far as the urban centers are concerned, cities Lucknow, Ayodhya, Gorakhpur, Varanasi, Kanpur, Meerut, Saharanpur, all have gone to the BJP's favor. Opposition, of course, has shown some resistance in the semi-urban areas, in the Nagar Palikas and the Nagar Panchayats. But it is also an alarming story for the Samajwadi Party because, especially in Western Uttar Pradesh, the results which are coming in clearly indicates that there has been a massive shift of the Muslim votes from the Samajwadi Party's quota, and it has moved either towards the Congress or towards the BSP. So I think the election results clearly have a big mandate, a success story for the BJP, but also give tremendous cause of concern for the Samajwadi Party. And clearly, on the day when the Karnataka is seeing a BJP's debacle, a big setback, Yogi Adityanath can clearly, claim credit for ensuring the BJP's continued victory run in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The urban local body polls
Absolutely. And
are
Pranshu, those trends you're mentioning are going to be interesting, and let's see if they translate into a bigger plank as well, as and when the elections happen in the state of UP. Pranshu Mishra getting us all the details on that story. Meanwhile, some reactions on this development. Thank you, Piyush.
संगठन के कुशल शिल्पी के रूप में जो पूरा संगठन का सिस्टम इस चुनाव में दिन रात परिश्रम किया, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी नगर निगम में कमल खिलते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सपा बसपा कांग्रेस का सूफड़ा साफ हो गया है। जो वादा किया है वो निभाएंगे। जनता के जीवन में परिवर्तन लाने के लिए जो भी बड़े से बड़े कदम उठाने होंगे वह उठाएंगे, और नगर क्षेत्रों का विकास भी सभी प्रकार से अच्छा हो, इसका प्रयास करेंगे।
अयोध्या की जनता को बहुत आभार, राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व को, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, अयोध्या की जनता को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ताओं को, विचार परिवार के कार्यकर्ताओं को, सबको बहुत आभार, बहुत धन्यवाद। पूरा जीवन समर्पित है उनके लिए, उनकी सेवा करने का अवसर मिल रहा है, ये मेरे लिए बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है, और पूरे प्राण से उनकी सेवा करने का।
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ और जनता ने मुझे जिताया है। जनता के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कहती हूँ। और जनता के जो भी काम है वो मैं सारे काम करूँगी और कहीं पीछे ना हटूँगी काम करने से।
Not only analyze and we will see that what are the gaps, and we will go ahead and reorganize the party and come back during Lok Sabha election.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for continuing to be with us. Your election headquarters, CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. The people of Karnataka have voted the Congress party to power keeping with the state's trend of revolving door every 5 years for a government. But the grand old party has emerged victorious, and how? Crossing the halfway mark of 113 with a comfortable majority, the state is in Congress's kitty, even as final continuing counting is ongoing. But well above 130, the Congress would lap up these results with both hands. Now the big question is exactly who will be the next Chief Minister. State Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar, he teared up when he spoke to the media earlier, thanking everybody in the party, the Gandhis and even Siddaramaiah. And Siddaramaiah was also looking supremely confident when he spoke to the media. He thanked everyone as well, especially the party workers. No doubt both of these leaders have worked very hard. But exactly which of them the Congress party will choose remains a question now, because both of them can claim this victory is because of them. Even as we look into that question, I want to go across to Prithviraj Chavan, Senior Congress leader, joining us, ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister. Mr. Chavan, first up, many congratulations to the Congress party. This is a massive boost to the party.
Thank you. Yes, it is a decisive and a massive mandate in favor of the Congress party. And it's a decisive defeat of the BJP's policies, BJP's horse trading, the way they brought down the government in 2019, that they did in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh. People have rejected those kind of policies. And of course, people have rejected corruption. The 40% commission charge stuck very clearly, and Modi ji's magic apparently did not work.
Okay.
There were a lot of errors that BJP did, and Congress party went back to the fundamentals.
Yeah. No, that's exactly the next question I was going to ask you. This was always going to be your election to lose. Given the nature of the state, the verdicts we had seen in the past, the fact that this is one of those states where the Congress party is still very strong as a unit, you've got ground leaders, you let them lead the campaign. The infighting was kept to a minimum. You kept focus on the issues which were local. You gave guarantees which were very attractive. You made JDS a little bit redundant, didn't talk about them, and a lot of their vote has come to your kitty, even though the BJP has managed to retain its vote share. So you played it very smart.
Yes, I think this is a template for next elections.
Right.
We have to empower the local leaders. You cannot suddenly change leadership. You cannot suddenly impose an outsider in the party like we did in Punjab or in Assam for that matter, or UP. I think we have to let the local leaders fight election. But of course, we have to give them all the logistical support that we can give from Delhi. The Delhi leaders can come. Of course, Khargeji's being the national president helped quite a lot. But it was a election which was led by the local leaders. Nobody interfered with them directly. They were given all the support that we could give, the outside state leaders and the national leaders. But it was all in all Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar show.
But Mr. Chavan, can I ask you, the Congress party is often criticized. When they do well, they put all the credit into the Gandhis' kitty. Do you think this win is also a lesson to not do that? To give credit where it's due to the local leaders?
No, I think each election is different. Each situation is different. For example, I'm not very happy the way we fought Gujarat elections. I mean, nobody really went there. We didn't fight it aggressively. But I hope that we don't do the same thing in Karnataka. But we did not, thankfully. And thankfully, we did everything correctly. The local issues were emphasized. We capitalized on the errors of the BJP. Their divisions in the Lingayat community vote there. Their corruption charges stuck to them clearly, the 40% commission charge. And I think we bravely confronted Mr. Modi when he tried to communalize the campaign by using the name of Bajrang Bali, urging people to vote. Remember Bajrang Bali while voting. It of course clearly violated the Election Commission Code of Conduct. But BJP had by that time gone into a panic mode. And all that Padayatra and massive campaign by Mr. Modi did not work because for 4 years, BJP had completely misruled the state. And people realized it, and we were able to focus on the 40% commission charge. And of course, our guarantees also worked, and they were credible guarantees. It was not that you give some promise during the election time in the manifesto. They were all credible guarantees which will be delivered, which can be delivered.
All right, that's going to be the Congress's next challenge, whether they fulfill those guarantees. Upcoming is the 2024 elections, and they would want to prove that the voters have done the right thing. Mr. Chavan, I thank you for joining us. Many congratulations once again. The other big story that we're also tracking is, of course, how the BJP has continued to reinforce itself as far as Uttar Pradesh politics is concerned. Yogi Adityanath is speaking now in Lucknow. Let's listen.
स्वागत करता हूं टीम यूपी की ओर से, जिसमें हमारे प्रदेश के प्रभारी माननीय राधा मोहन सिंह जी हैं, मेरे दोनों वरिष्ठ सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी, प्रदेश के पूर्व अध्यक्ष और प्रदेश के सरकार के जल शक्ति मंत्री श्री स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, प्रदेश संगठन के शिल्पी, संगठन महामंत्री सम्मान्य श्री धर्मपाल जी, मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे अन्य सहयोगी और संगठन के हमारे सभी पदाधिकारियों के साथ ही सहयोगी दल श्री निषाद पार्टी के श्री डॉक्टर संजय निषाद जी और अपना दल एसके श्री आशीष पटेल जी समेत पार्टी के सभी पदाधिकारी और कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से मैं आपका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। मित्रों, उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत, सरकार और संगठन के बेहतर समन्वय, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सुयोग्य और यशस्वी नेतृत्व और उनके मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश नगर निकाय के चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अब तक की सबसे बड़ी विजय प्राप्त की है। 17 नगर निगमों में पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी सभी नगर निगमों में एक साथ पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ विजय प्राप्त करने में सफल हुई है। इसके साथ ही जो 17 नगर निगम हैं, इनमें से 3 नगर निगम नए गठित हुए थे, जिनमें अयोध्या, मथुरा वृंदावन और शाहजहांपुर। मथुरा वृंदावन और अयोध्या में विगत वर्ष चुनाव संपन्न हुए थे और शाहजहांपुर में पहली बार चुनाव हुआ है। 17 के 17 नगर निगमों में, जिनमें से हर एक नगर निगम 5 लाख से लेकर के 50 लाख मतदाताओं या आबादी के बीच का होता है और इतनी बड़ी आबादी की जनता को प्रदेश के अंदर बुनियादी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराने, उनके समग्र विकास और उन्हें स्मार्ट सिटी के रूप में विकसित करने की आदरणीय नई नगर पंचायतों का गठन भी हुआ है। जो बड़ी ग्राम पंचायतें थीं और 20,000 की आबादी से अधिक की आबादी के जो ग्राम पंचायतें थी, उन्हें नगर पंचायत के रूप में विकसित करके नगरीय सुविधाओं से आच्छादित करने का जो अभियान था, उसी क्रम में लगभग 112 से अधिक नए नगर निकाय गठित हुए थे। कुल मिलाकर के 545 नगर निकायों में यानी नगर पंचायतों में भी चुनाव संपन्न हुए थे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार नगर पंचायतों में भी अभूतपूर्व सफलता प्राप्त की है। 2017 से 2.5 गुना से अधिक सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में इसमें भी सफलता प्राप्त की है। इसके अलावा नगर निगम में 1420 वार्ड हैं, जिनमें पार्षदों का चयन होना था, चुनाव होना था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इससे पहले 17 में 596 पे विजय प्राप्त की थी और अब तक जो कुल परिणाम आए हैं 794 में से 438 भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले ही जीत चुकी है। पार्षदों में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये मान करके चलें कि पिछली बार की तुलना में दुगने पार्षद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नगर निगमों में जीत रहे हैं। ऐसे 1367 नगर पालिका परिषद के पार्षद हैं। विगत वर्ष 17 में 923 पार्षद भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीते थे। इस बार अभी तक 1300 यानी 5327 में से 1367 के परिणाम सामने आ चुके हैं, जिनमें से 638 भारतीय जनता पार्टी अभी जीत चुकी है और ये संख्या काफी ज्यादा आगे बढ़ने जा रही है। यानी पहले की तुलना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगभग दुगने से अधिक पार्षद इसमें भी जीतने जा रही है। ऐसे ही नगर पंचायतों में भी 7177 पार्षद चयन होने थे। विगत चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 664 कुल पार्षद प्राप्त हुए थे। अब तक 2457 में से जो परिणाम आए हैं उनमें से 933 भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले ही जीत चुकी है और अभी काफी बड़ी संख्या में परिणाम आने जा रहे हैं। ये मान के चले लगभग 4720 के परिणाम आने बाकी हैं। इसमें बहुतायत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में ये परिणाम जा रहे हैं। ये सभी रुझान इस बात को प्रदर्शित करते हैं कि 4 करोड़ 32 लाख मतदाताओं ने यानी 6 करोड़ से अधिक आबादी नगर निकाय में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर निवास करती है, जिसमें 17 नगर निगम, 200 नगर पालिकाएं, 545 नगर पंचायतें हैं। इन सभी को अगर हम जोड़ करके देखेंगे तो यह 762 नगर निकाय कुल आते हैं। 762 नगर निकाय में एक का पहले चुनाव हो चुका था। झांसी में एक नगर पंचायत और एक नगर पालिका और गौतम बुद्ध नगर में एक नगर पंचायत सर्वसम्मति से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बोर्ड पहले ही वहां गठित हो गया। ये चीजें दिखाती हैं कि डबल इंजन सरकार ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में सुशासन, विकास और सुरक्षा का जो एक बेहतर वातावरण उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बनाया है, उसको यह जनादेश प्राप्त हुआ है और शासन की चीजों को, डबल इंजन सरकार के कार्यक्रमों को जमीनी धरातल तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमारे नगर विकास मंत्रालय विभाग ने, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जिस तत्परता के साथ कार्य किया है, चुनाव में बेहतर समन्वय हम सबकी बेहतर ताकत थी, सबसे मजबूत ताकत थी, उसका ये परिणाम हमारे सामने है। विगत वर्ष जब 2017 में चुनाव हुए थे, उस समय 16 नगर निगमों में चुनाव हुए थे और 16 नगर निगमों के चुनाव जो संपन्न हुए थे उनमें से 14 भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीती थी, 2 बहुजन समाजवादी पार्टी ने जीती थी। पहली बार 17 की 17 नगर निगम भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत करके एक ऐतिहासिक जनादेश को प्राप्त की है। इसके साथ ही उत्तर प्रदेश में 2 विधानसभा के उपचुनाव भी संपन्न हुए हैं। एक 96 जो विधानसभा थी वह हमारे सहयोगी दल अपना दल एस के विधायक से राहुल प्रकाश के दिवंगत होने के कारण खाली हुई थी। इस सीट को भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी गठबंधन अपना दल एस ने यहां पर समाजवादी पार्टी को परास्त करके सीट जीती है और दूसरी सीट स्वार रामपुर जनपद की है, जो समाजवादी पार्टी के सदस्य की अयोग्यता के कारण यह सीट खाली हुई थी। उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त होने के कारण सीट खाली हुई थी। इसे भी हमारे सहयोगी दल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दल, गठबंधन के सहयोगी दल, अपना दल एस के प्रत्याशी ने भारी बहुमत से यह सीट भी जीत करके दोनों उपचुनाव में भी वहां पर झंडा गाड़ने का काम किया है। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के दोनों विधानसभा उपचुनाव के मतदाताओं के प्रति, 17 नगर निगम, 199 नगर पालिका और 559 जो हमारे नगर पंचायतें 544 नगर पंचायतें हैं, इनके सभी मतदाताओं के प्रति मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पूरा चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से संपन्न हुआ है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे, 4 करोड़ 32 लाख से अधिक मतदाता इस नगर निकाय चुनाव में भागीदार बने थे। 6 करोड़ से अधिक की आबादी नगर निकायों में उत्तर प्रदेश में निवास करती है और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से सभी चुनाव संपन्न हुए हैं। राज्य निर्वाचन आयोग को, भारत निर्वाचन आयोग को इन चुनावों को सकुशल संपन्न कराने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपनी पूरी मशीनरी को भी, प्रशासन, पुलिस और सभी राजनीतिक दलों को भी जिन्होंने आचार संहिता के पालन को मान करके पूरे संयम के साथ चुनाव की व्यवस्था को लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास करते हुए संपन्न करने में योगदान दिया है और नगर निकाय के चुनाव उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर संपन्न हो रहे हैं। मैं इस अवसर पर इन सबको भी हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। एक बार फिर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम, मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सभी सहयोगियों के द्वारा किए गए प्रयास, संगठन के द्वारा बनाई गई व्यूहरचना का परिणाम है कि प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यह जनादेश दिया है। मैं इस जनादेश के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के नगर निकाय में निवास करने वाले सभी मतदाताओं का, दोनों उपचुनावों के सभी मतदाताओं के प्रति भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार विकास, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के लिए जो उनकी मंशा है उसके अनुरूप परिणाम देने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य करेगी। मीडिया के आप सभी बंधुओं का भी मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने शासन की योजनाओं को समय समय पर जनता तक पहुंचाने और प्रचार प्रसार के माध्यम से जागरूकता के जिस कार्यक्रम को सकारात्मक रूप से आगे बढ़ाया है, इसके लिए भी मैं आप सबका हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जी। धन्यवाद जी।
All right, that's Yogi Adityanath, UP Chief Minister, celebrating the BJP sweep as far as the local elections, the municipal elections, mayoral elections in Uttar Pradesh are concerned. It's been a sweep for them, leaving their competitors quite far behind. So those are some consolidations for the BJP there in Uttar Pradesh, but it is a Congress sweep in Karnataka. We'll focus on that in just a bit because the big question coming up against them is exactly who is going to be crowned the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. We'll bring more on that in just a bit.
की जनता को बहुत बहुत दिल से बधाई देना चाहती हूँ। और उन्होंने पूरे देश में आज ये संदेश दे दिया है कि जो राजनीति जनता चाहती है वो अपनी समस्याओं के समाधान की राजनीति चाहते हैं। अपने मुद्दों पर बात होनी चाहिए। हमारा पूरा प्रचार हिमाचल प्रदेश ने भी यही दिखाया। हमारा पूरा प्रचार यही रहा था कि जनता के मुद्दों पर हमें बात करनी चाहिए। वो मुद्दे हैं महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार। जनता विकास चाहती है और आज से दोनों हिमाचल प्रदेश और कर्नाटका ने इस देश को साबित कर दिया है कि ध्यान भटकाने वाली राजनीति अब नहीं चलेगी। कर्नाटका की जनता ने अपना ध्यान एकदम केंद्रित रखा, अपने मुद्दों पर रखा और ऐसा निर्णय लिया कि जो वहाँ पे जो भ्रष्ट सरकार थी उसको निकाला गया। तो सबसे पहले जैसे मैंने कहा उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। फिर हमारे परमादरणीय कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष जी खारगे जी और पूर्व अध्यक्ष जी श्री राहुल गांधी जी, उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में ये चुनाव लड़ा गया, उन्हीं की अगुवाई थी। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में राहुल गांधी जी ने जो कर्नाटका से यात्रा निकाली उसमें जो 91 शायद या 91 से विधानसभा थी उनमें से 75% जीती गई है कांग्रेस द्वारा। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष जी ने मन बनाया कि कांग्रेस को जिताना ही है। 1 महीने से वे कर्नाटका में रहे, उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में पूरा संचालन हुआ। श्री सिद्धरामैया जी और श्री DK शिव कुमार जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई। सारे जितने भी कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उन सब ने अथक परिश्रम किया। उन्हीं के परिश्रम की वजह से आज ये जीत हासिल हुई है। तो अब हम सबके दिल में यही बात होनी चाहिए कि एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। हमने कुछ वादे किए हैं, कुछ गारंटीज दिए हैं जनता को, इनको पूरा करने के लिए हमें काम करना है और पूरी निष्ठा से जनता को ये दिखाना है कि एक अलग तरह की एक नई राजनीति इस देश में उभर सकती है, जो विकास की बात करे, जो जनता के मुद्दों पर आधारित हो। बहुत धन्यवाद।
देश के अंदर एक आवाज होने लगी है, राहुल गांधी अब प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, कितना सहमत है?
देखिए, जैसे मैंने कहा एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। हम जनता के सामने गए कुछ गारंटीज लेकर, हमें उन्हें पूरा करना है। जनता के लिए हमें काम करना है और आगे जनता ही बताएगी क्या होगा।
That's Priyanka Gandhi Vadra live from Shimla, where she's congratulating her party, workers and the public for the verdict in Karnataka. And one more Congress leader who's going on to say, now this is the template for us. Let's fight local elections, state elections on local issues, on the issues of the public, and not let the BJP make it a national election, which becomes about Mr. Modi versus the others then, and that's a losing proposition for most opposition parties. I've also got B.S. Arun who's with me in the studio, but before that I want to go across to my colleagues joining us live. Purnima is outside Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, and Rohini Swami is also keeping a track of developments in Bengaluru. Purnima, I want to come to you first. Exactly what's happening at Mr. Kharge's house?
Well, at the moment, DK Shiv Kumar is meeting Kharge at the residence. From here, they will be heading to the Congress office and there will be a joint press conference following that at around 6 p.m. is what we are being told. Remember, earlier today, K.C. Venugopal had also come here. They had a discussion and they still keep us guessing in terms of whether a decision has been made by the High Command on who the CM candidate would be. But at the moment, they remain tight-lipped. They say Kharge is only one who will speak on that. And there is a press conference at 6 p.m. As we speak here at Kharge's residence, DK Shiv Kumar has arrived and he arrived 10-15 minutes ago and the meeting is still going on. Anytime now, they will be leaving for the Congress party office from here.
Okay. Rohini, what's the plan exactly? If I got it right earlier in the day, the legislative party meet is tomorrow, right? That's where the decision could be taken?
That's when the major decision will be taken as to who will be the chief minister from the Congress for the state of Karnataka. But this particular meeting also will be all the candidates who have won coming together at the Congress office, congratulating each other. And also, this is the time that they can actually celebrate because they have put in their hard work. And like you just said, right, this time it was an election of local issues. They were very organized. The Congress was extremely organized. They started their work 6 to 8 months ahead of time, and they ensure that they have brought in this 130 plus seats for themselves. So this particular meeting, apart from addressing the media, will also be to ensure that all of them get together and celebrate it. But celebrations aside, there are very important things to work out for them. One is about the first they have taken on who is going to be the chief minister or chief minister for Karnataka, and that will be a tough decision, and that will take several hours, and that is why we've seen that DK Shivkumar, who's the Karnataka state chief, and then AICC chief as well, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, will be in the newly inaugurated Congress office. It was just inaugurated recently by Rahul Gandhi.
Right.
And then we're expecting Siddaramaiah also to join us very soon, after which we have what I have been speaking to several MLAs who have run across parties, but specifically with the Congress, also saying that they are heading to the party so that they can meet with the three of them as well.
Right. All right, Purnima and Rohini, we'll keep coming back to you. Let me also bring in B.S. Arun, who's obviously tracked these elections very closely, tracks Karnataka politics and has been with us on CNN News 18. Lots of big headlines coming in from this election, B.S. Arun. But I think fundamentally what the Congress needs to be applauded for is that even in this moment, they're very controlled, right? Despite this huge win, they're controlled, they're following a procedure. Of course, behind the scenes, both DKS and Siddaramaiah will pitch for themselves. But nobody is breaking party decorum. And I think that's been their success this time.
I think the party should behave that way. This is the sort of culmination of what has been happening over the last nearly 1 year, when both Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar maintained that unity phase.
Yeah.
They kept on telling people that, no, we are not going to fight. And even after the elections, they went to the Chamundi Hills where the Chamundeshwari temple is situated and together offered the prayers. Yes. So that was the kind of unity they showed. And now that is, I won't be surprised even if the CM's election happens without any fracas, as many are expecting.
Exactly. So it looks like it's going fairly good for them, fairly well for them. It's not like it's becoming uncontrollable for them, something that has happened in the past. And just to, just for the benefit of our viewers, there are, of course, 2 states where leadership issues have been a bit of an embarrassment for them, if not cost them down outright. And here, of course, they will want to make sure that they don't lose the gains because of this infighting. But I want to come to the other national picture, B.S. Arun, as well. Do you believe this makes any difference to the 2024 narrative? Especially vis-a-vis Karnataka, or from what we've seen of the Prime Minister's popularity, that contest is going to be very different to a state election?
It would be very interesting because in 2014 and 2019, BJP ran away with huge victory in Karnataka.
Yeah.
Especially last 2019 election where they won 26 out of 28 seats. So it was a huge victory for BJP. BJP will try to, sort of recollect and come back with all its force, all its might in its and then they will try to win as many seats as possible. At the same time, Congress won't be lagging behind because it will certainly assess and see, and it will be certainly a good exercise that the Congress will make to make an impact of the Lok Sabha elections in Karnataka, selecting the right candidates, putting them in the right places. And certainly it would be an interesting game that we are going to see.
Okay. I want to bring in my colleague Harish also joining us. He's joining us from the Congress headquarters, the KPCC headquarters in Bengaluru. Harish, that's where everybody's collecting now, isn't it? That's where the big celebration is going to take place.
Absolutely. In fact, the celebrations have already started. You can see a lot of these troops which have gathered here, whether it's Dollu Kunita, the Yakshagana team, you have a lot of teams, the local Chande Nada team also, you have the Kilu Kuzures here. So a lot of folk teams here. Till a while ago, you had a lot of song and dance here, but now everyone is in anticipation of DK Shivkumar making his way towards the Congress office, and that's precisely one of the reasons why you have a lot of supporters who have gathered here. You already have chants going on calling for DK Shivkumar to be the next chief ministerial candidate. Some are saying DK Nama next Mukhyamantri, others saying DK for CM. So all this tactics out here outside the Congress office, but it all boils down to what the Congress believes would be the best bet for them. Remember, they have an election to face in the next 1 year, and with a mandate like this, it will be extremely difficult for the Congress party to decline Sidramaya a shot at the CM chair.
Absolutely. We'll stay with those visuals. B.S. Arun, I want to also take your opinion on, the big setbacks for the BJP. Out of the 30 sitting ministers, on last count, 12 of them had lost. You've got big names like B.C. Nagesh, C.T. Ravi, Sri Ramalu, R. Ashoka, who have lost. How do you read this for the BJP? Clearly anti-incumbency against them.
This shows the enormity of defeat for the BJP. Not only their numbers have reduced to a low level of 65 as of now, but the ministers, many of them, who are the very senior ministers in the government, and some of them who have defected from the Congress and Janata Dal, they got defeated. People like Sudhakar, he was one of those turncoats.
Yes.
So they got defeated, and this shows the message. This also conveys the message that the party, the people don't like this kind of turncoats. That is number one. And number two, this was also very significant because this is the biggest margin of victory, both in terms of vote share and the seat share since 1989.
Yeah, absolutely.
When Congress got 43% under Virendra Patil. Now,
Yes.
after that, this is the biggest victory that any party, whether it's Congress or the BJP, has achieved. And therein lies the importance of this victory for Congress.
Even in 1999, it was actually a little bit smaller than this. Their vote share was not as high, and they had 132. Today, they're continuing to hover about 136. Their vote share is 43%, which is massive. Before that, the only time there was a bigger victory for the Congress party was 10 years before that in 1989 when they had 178. But certainly since 1999, we haven't seen parties crossing the majority mark so comfortably, B.S. Arun, barring, of course, I think 2013, which was obviously a different kind of an election because of the local factors, Yediyurappa factor being different. But, barring that, do you feel like Karnataka is genuinely moving towards bipolar now and the JDS factor is going to be consistently reduced now?
Possibly. Another thing for 2013 is it can be taken as a sort of an aberration because Yediyurappa had gone away and Sri Ramalu formed his own party. So these two were important leaders. So that Congress took advantage of those splits within the BJP and romped home.
So the natural comparison should be with 1999 actually,
Right.
where they had 102. They've actually bettered that. And before that, as I said, in 1989, they had 178. Very quickly, where does the BJP go from here? What about their state leadership? Do they have to go for an overhaul? They didn't quite go for an overhaul this time around. BJP is known to actually change their sitting MLAs even more by a higher percentage than they did in Karnataka. Do you believe their state leadership needs a rejig now?
I think they do need, and I think BJP in all, it should be given to them that they tried.
Yeah.
But then the outpour of protest when action was taken, when these two were denied tickets, Sawadhi and Shettar, and then perhaps the BJP went slow on this. That was the reason why Arvind Limbauli's wife was given ticket, and in Koppal, the sitting MP's daughter-in-law was given ticket. So there BJP stopped its experimentation and went back to the
They got a little
conventional.
scared because of the defections.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Lakshman Sawadi won from Athani, but Mr. Shettar has lost. So, not every big leader who went away from the BJP managed to, win. Rashid Kidwai is also joining us. Rashid, the other big number that I want to talk to you about is that now there are 9 state assemblies where the BJP is in power on their own. And I think with some few other coalitions, 15. So that's 15 out of 30 assemblies in India, including 2 UTs. That's the stage that has been set 1 year before 2024. Do you think that matters, or are state elections still largely different to a national election when Narendra Modi is the biggest face?
Well, I think as far as the BJP is concerned, if you look at map of India, it continues to be very impressive and having a presence in Uttar Pradesh, a state like Uttar Pradesh. But it's a psychological barrier. The fact that Prime Minister campaigned extensively, the fact that the Congress won, the fact that Congress was dubbed as one who's, helping the, terror groups and all kind of charges were leveled, and the narrative was religiously polarized also. In spite of that, if Congress is winning, then the BJP will always be wary of it. Let me tell you you why. Because the next election is in Madhya Pradesh, where Congress has, good ground support. They have a leader in Mr. Kamal Nath. Then Chhattisgarh, again, Bhupesh Baghel is there. At the ground level, Congress is very strong. So if these kind of victories, if Congress gets, then 2024 is going to be really
What about
open
Rajasthan?
battle. I mean,
You conveniently forgot Rajasthan.
yeah, you can say that in Rajasthan also the Congress is in power, but the house is not in order. So I will not say that the Congress is going to win in Rajasthan. As today elections are end, Congress is going to lose and perform badly.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, every state election has a kind of a psychological thing on the both sides. The Congress has won, so today, the Congress is telling itself they've regained some confidence that Mr. Modi and the BJP can be beaten, even if there is a majoritarianism, if there is a muscular nationalism.
But that's
If
where
Mr.
I keep
Modi talks about it.
emphasizing, Rashid, national elections and state elections are different, no? In national
Well, you
elections,
can-
how do you
you can
fight
say that-
Narendra Modi? Who fights?
I'll tell you, Shivani, a very simple thing, Shivani. I'm not talking about all the other states. You look at Bihar, you look at Maharashtra, you look at Bengal, and you look at Karnataka now. All these places, you see the BJP will face challenge. And if they lose, 50, 40 odd Lok Sabha seats, then there's going to be a lot of problem of finding a, simple majority.
Okay, but one thing can be said. I think this victory does prove that if there has to be a national coalition and if there has to be a national party to lead any coalition against the BJP in 2024, that has to be the Congress party, which is what the Congress party has been reiterating. Rashid?
Yeah, so now the Congress would be tempted to take a leadership role, and this is something Mr. Nitish Kumar, Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, and all resent. So I think what's going to happen next from now till December, when there's another round of elections, is going to be very interesting. How the opposition leaders and characters behave. I think in this Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge is very well equipped, because he's a seasoned politician. He's seen it all. He comes from weaker sections. He has access to everybody by the virtue of being leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. But you are right. I mean, there can be temptation.
I would say not just temptation. We'll try and get that link back. B.S. Arun, not just temptation. I think Congress can rightfully claim it has to be the umbrella under which other parties have to come together.
Yes, and just before making that point, I just want to refer to one interesting fact, was that in 2018, there was an anti-BJP coalition government in Karnataka, and it was followed by formation of three non-BJP or the Congress governments in the north, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Now, will there be a repeat of 2018 now that the Congress has formed the government?
But remember what happened in 2019.
Of course.
That's what I keep saying.
That is there.
Despite what happened in 2018, 2019 happened, right? So would it be fair to get ahead of yourself and say that, okay, nationally we are an opponent to Narendra Modi?
Yes, but then this gives a flip to Congress to claim its, claim its leadership of the
opposition.
Of the opposition.
No, absolutely, and I think it's been the Congress's claim that we are the only national party that fights the BJP on so many states alone, one-to-one. They haven't had a great strike record, but that doesn't mean that strike record is not going to improve eventually. All right, before we go ahead, let me also bring in my colleague Purnima back. Purnima is not with us. Let's see exactly what else the BJP can do as far as this defeat is concerned. We're yet to hear from some of their national faces. But for the BJP, a lot of learnings. Rashid Kidwai is back with us. Yes, Rashid, I was talking to you earlier about the Congress's rightful claim. And do you also sense, I'm speaking to a lot of the Congress leaders and listening to a lot of their bites, they're now realizing there is a template and there is a formula. Once you start winning, you start believing in that formula, and keeping the flock together becomes easier. Getting people to behave and be disciplined becomes easier, as we are seeing in Karnataka, because the results are coming. So now they will employ that template in other state elections at least. I don't know about the national picture.
Yes, absolutely. Victory has many parents, and suddenly the Congress would gain its confidence that it has lost, and the fact that it can take on Prime Minister Modi on that kind of narrative that is, as again I said, about majoritarianism, about muscular nationalism, etc. So that is, but I think I'm not sure about Congress taking a leadership role. Let's be very clear, whether it's Nitish Kumar, Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee, KCR and all, nobody wants to play second fiddle to the Congress. And the Congress today, Shivani, is not in a position to get 100 plus Lok Sabha seats unless the Congress gets half of half, that is 272. So they get 150
But
seats.
the Congress is not going to play second fiddle to them either, Rashid. So what do we have? We have Congress fighting and maybe some regional parties fighting together. Is that what's going to happen?
There are several models are there. So in 1977, when people fought election, against Indira Gandhi, the opposition did not go for a chehra, a face, or a party. So they decided, and most of them were in jail, of course. So when they came out and they won, then they decided who would be the leader. So I think this is what Mr. Kharge proposes to say, that let's not go with a face or a kind of party leadership. Let's try to beat Modi-led BJP and then decide who gets what, and accordingly they will decide.
Yeah, but I think seat sharing is also an issue for them. They will have to decide who takes on the bigger battles with the BJP. And Congress is the one that can do so in most of the states. So why will it not say that we should be heading? I don't know. I don't know whether they're going to give up that claim. But just stay with me, gentlemen. I want to go across to... Yes, Rashid?
I'm saying that's a very interesting proposition, but in politics, 2 and 2 don't necessarily become, 4. We are seeing in Karnataka what is happening, how the JDS has lost, a lot of vote share, but not so many seats, etc. So this is a very, there is nothing is simple in politics. So they need to do a lot of talk and discussion before they go get into it. There is no set formula. It's not like Manmohan Desai's, multi-star films that would click.
No, I agree. I'm saying that seat sharing is going to be difficult for these parties when they come together. Who will give up how much is going to be interesting, especially from the perspective of the Congress party. But stay with me. I want to quickly go across to Purnima, my colleague, who's outside Mallikarjun Kharge's house. Purnima, just give us a sense. Have Mr. D.K. Shivkumar and Mr. Kharge moved from there? They're going to the party office, right?
Well, serious discussions underway here at Kharge's residence. D.K. Shivkumar had entered the residence and they've been holding discussions. Remember, both D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah so far maintain that it's the High Command that will take a decision on the Chief Ministerial candidate. And it's going to be a tough decision right now. Meeting here at Kharge's residence is underway. Following the after the meeting ends, they will move from here to the Congress office. But as we speak, the meeting is still underway.
The meeting is still underway. B.S. Arun, I want to take your opinion on this. Exactly who comes out on top as far as this fight is concerned? DKS versus Siddaramaiah.
Well, my hunch is MLAs may prefer Siddaramaiah.
Okay.
Whereas Congress High Command might prefer D.K. Shivkumar. But then I'm sure, this is an election to the Chief Ministership, not just for Karnataka. As we just discussed, it's important from many angles, even for the country as a whole, for the party, because of these elections to 3-4 states, 4 big states, including Telangana, and then the forthcoming Lok Sabha elections next year. So, keeping all this in mind, Congress would try to avoid any, ruckus or anything in the
Just hold
your
your thought, B.S. Arun. We've got some update coming in, and this is with regards to Kerala. CNN News 18 exclusive. Drugs worth 15,000 crore rupees have been confiscated from the state of Kerala. Top NCB sources are telling us seizure of approximately 2,500 kilograms of high purity methamphetamine sourced from Death Crescent. Sanjay Singh is DDG of the NCB joining us. Mr. Singh, can you tell us more about what has been seized and the significance of the seizure today?
Let me first correct you. This seizure has not been made from the state of Kerala. This seizure has been made in a joint operation conducted by Indian Navy and NCB from Indian Ocean region.
Okay.
This the seizure of methamphetamine is approximately 2.5 tons, 2,500 kg, high quality methamphetamine. And this, as far as initial investigation goes, this consignment was meant for countries, including India. And partly, part of the consignment would have gone to Sri Lanka and Maldives as well.
So, sir, the value of this is rightfully 25,000 crore rupees?
No, it is. It would be approximately 15,000 crores.
15,000 crore rupees. And in the history of your operations via the NCB or even joint operations in the Navy, where would you put this seizure?
This is, as I said, this is the largest seizure made by any enforcement agent, drug law enforcement agency in India so far. In terms of monetary value.
Okay, and I believe a suspect who's of Pakistani nationality has also been arrested. Is that correct, sir? Could you give us more details?
Yes, a person has been detained, and he is because he is not carrying any ID with him. But during examination, he seems to be a Pakistani national.
Okay, and you said, sir, that some of this was meant for India, but some of it would have gone to Sri Lanka and Maldives as well. So do you have any idea about who could be behind such a massive consignment? All right. Looks like we've lost the DDG of NCB, but thanks to him, Sanjay Singh, for joining us. He's saying a joint operation by Indian Navy and the NCB in the Indian Ocean region, 2,500 kilograms of methamphetamine, high purity, value of about 15,000 crores. My colleague Neetu is also joining us. Neetu, as the DDG was saying, this is the largest ever seizure in terms of value that has ever been made by Indian agencies.
Yes, that's correct. That is what the DG has been saying, and he said that it was not seized from Kerala but the ocean, and it was a joint operation between the Navy and the NCB. More details are awaited. What we are understanding is that they will be meeting the media also in some time in Kochi is what we are understanding. So only then we will have more details, but he's also confirmed that one person has been detained and the person does not have any ID card on him.
Yes. Well, we'll wait to get a confirmation on the person's nationality, but he did suggest that it seems like it's a Pakistani. But I want to understand, Neetu, what's the history like as far as drug seizures in the Indian Ocean region is concerned? And who are the large groups or the players that are suspected to be behind such massive consignments? All right. Looks like Neetu cannot hear me anymore. But big news coming in. A mega seizure by the Indian agencies. Indian Navy and NCB joint operation. 15,000 crore rupees worth of high purity methamphetamine that has been seized. One individual has been arrested, but we don't quite know whether he is from Pakistan or not. 2,500 kilograms of high purity methamphetamine. And this is something that was meant for India. These are the first images also coming in of how big the consignment is. Meant for India, meant for other countries as well in this area, Sri Lanka, Maldives. One of the largest ever seizure by the Indian agencies in terms of the value, 15,000 crores. So there have been some big drug busts in recent history. In the last couple of years alone, as far as Indian coasts are concerned, there was a major drug bust off the coast of Gujarat too earlier. Now in the Indian Ocean region, across Kerala, I believe, but not quite in Kerala. So the Indian Navy and the NCB have managed to seize drugs worth 15,000 crore rupees and have arrested one person as well in these joint operations. We'll have to wait and hear from the agencies more, because I believe they are going to address the media and tell us a little bit more of who they suspect is behind that. On that question, let me go back across to my colleague Neetu. Neetu, is there any precedent to this, and are there any particular groups, cartels that are known to be operating in the Indian Ocean region, targeting India and other countries here?
There is no precedent to this kind of seizure from this area, at least as we understand. But as of now, we are waiting for the officials to brief the media to give more details. But initially, what we can say is that the seizure has been made. The quantity also has been confirmed now by the official. Also, it was made from the ocean, not from Kerala. That the DG himself has cleared that, and also said that there